Do. Are we live? Yes, we are live. Hold on. Fuck me. I'm really sorry I couldn't get up for Paper X. Campaign 2000. You're not. Wait.
TMV.
Thanks for the 7 months. You're not born in 2008, right? Tell me you're not 16. Tell me that you're. Okay, no. Good. Good. It was the Obama election year. See, there's a reason to put 2008. Yeah, we had this song with 2006 yesterday, but 2008 is like even crazier.
For global esports, we still did see strong individual performances.
You know,
yes, but
it's one thing to be 2006. 2008 is like, you know, 2006. Like I remember parts of 2006. You know, big events and stuff. You know, the 2006 World Cup. I remember. That's probably the first football tournament I remember like vividly, like start to finish kind of thing. Like I can remember watching, you know, various parts of that tournament. But 2008 is like, I mean, 2008 I was 11. You know, I just remember 2008. There is no like little bits and parts of it. It's just I remember 2008. I was there. Thoughts on India winning the crikey? Look, we're chilling. Look, losing, the fact you lost a test to England, you should already be embarrassed, kid.
Yeah, I mean, and this was a good showing because, you know, ahead of going into
at home, losing to England,
we were saying, okay,
that's embarrassing. Even one match.
In the most. He was the only one being held over from the previous roster where he was a substitute.
Oh, is the title wrong? Did I not click? See, sometimes I forget to click done.
The more known factors for the squad.
Full triple controller on breeze. Yeah, so let's dive into this first. You know, it's funny. Yesterday, I was like, "What am I gonna make a video on?" And for some reason, my brain didn't comprehend. Like, Paper X are gonna play fucking something weird, and it didn't go great for them. And I haven't seen this. I honestly, I set an alarm for 7, and I opened my eyes at 7 a.m., which would have had me wake up and like watch this game here, right? Because Breeze was an hour long, so I would have been up for Lotus and Sunset. I woke up at 7, opened my eyes, shut off my alarm, and my body was like, nope. And I instantly fell back asleep. And I am not someone who gets to sleep easy, but my body was like, what the fuck are you doing? Go back. Oh, map veto? Hold on. Oh, we actually have, this is a second game for these teams. We actually could do this could be an actual map veto. I watched the Talon game. Yeah, I watched it back. We'll watch the Paper Rex one back as well. I know most of you will have just seen it, but okay, here we go. Right. The game is Bleed Global. Bleed. In their game, they banned Ascent. Okay? So you banned Ascent and you banned Lotus. So let's just put G Lotus. Bleed Ascent. Right, you lost on Bind. Was your pick Bind? Yeah, you picked Bind with that comp. Bind and Icebox. I wonder if Bleed will pick Bind into them and dare them to pick the same comp. I actually think they probably will. I think Bleed will pick Bind and force G into that comp. You lost on what? Breeze and then a game of Lotus, but you banned Lotus anyway. Played Icebox before, it didn't go great. I think Global will pick a different map. I think they'll probably pick like Split or Sunset maybe. So let's go Sunset. Let's say they pick Sunset. And then we've got G will ban Breeze. Bleed will ban Split or the other one. What's the other one? Icebox. You'll ban. Let's Split and we'll play Icebox. Okay, there we go. Okay. Right. Here's what we'll do.
So Pacific first timer Bleed and GE with the Rosary Jam are standing at the edge. 퍼시픽에 처음 도전하는 블리드 e스포츠 그리고 리빌딩으로 도약을
You get 7 out of 7, I'll legit go back to sleep. So yeah, for those of you, I assume most of you saw at least some of the Paper X game. I will.
You had a match against T1, so what do you think about
I will
the Pacific match? 이제 첫 매치로 T1을
watch the Paper X game. You know, in
between
all of this.
Obviously, we're not satisfied that we lost, and I think that we had better chances. It was a very tiring day, long day with many difficulties.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but it happens. It's the same circumstances for them. I think if we would have won Breeze and closed it out earlier, I think the game would have had a different outcome. But yeah, it's okay.
I'm just gonna go to the toilet quickly, and I'll be back.
아까운 결과였습니다. 좀 오랜 시간 기다리느라 지치기도 했고 많이 아쉬운 마음이지만 특히 맵 브리즈에서 조금 더 그런 면이 컸는데
I know the volume's
그때보다
quiet. Chill the
잘했으면
fuck out.
어땠을까 하는 마음이 있는데요. 오늘은 좀 남다른 각오로 임해보겠다고
Happy.
합니다. So about the match, did you see one with G and Zeta's fight?
Yeah,
How
I've
did
watched
you
the
feel?
game obviously. I think it was a nice game. Maybe the scoreline was different that it should have been. I think GE lost a few unfortunate rounds in my opinion, but yeah, I think Zeta is overall maybe the individually stronger team, whereas GE I think have maybe more experience. So it could have gone both ways.
조금 정말 모두 다 열정적으로 임한 게임이었고 당연히 봤다고 답했는데요. 제타 모두가 모든 선수들이 탄탄한 팀이었고 GE도 정말 잘하는 선수들이었기 때문에 어떤 결과가 나왔어도 이상하지 않았다고 답을 해줬습니다. 이제 그러면 스핀 감독에게도 질문을 해보도록 할게요. So Coach Spin, how was your first Pacific match?
Terrible.
Yeah, okay.
It sucks to lose on the stage. First big game for the
Okay.
boys, no one wants to lose. But today, we'll be better.
Yeah, nice. 첫 번째 무대에서는 져서 너무 정말 속상하다고 말하는데요. 또 이제 사기다 꺾이기도 하는 마음에 많이 속상함을 토로했지만 오늘은 좀 다를 거다라는 각오를 전했습니다. So the next question is, Bleed has Ye, so can you pinpoint one player from GE? 블린에서는 예이 선수가 두각을 나타내고 있는데 GE에서는 어떤 선수를 꼽을 수 있을까요?
I'm sticking with my man Polvi,
Oh yeah,
young
great.
Finnish god. I trust, I believe.
I
Today's the
will
day.
저는 폴비 선수를 믿는다고 말했는데요. 여전히 그를 신으로 생각하고 있고 오늘 그 활약을 나타낼 거라고 확신한다는 말을 전했습니다. 그리고 이제 두 팀 중 한 팀은 이제 킥오프에서 탈락을 앞두고 있습니다. 어떤 마음을 지금 갖고 있는지 두 코치님들에게 물어보겠습니다. So, how are you feeling before heading into like what could be an elimination game?
I mean, not much changes really. You want to win every game, you will go with the same mindset in every game. So yeah, we will just focus on ourselves. We are very confident in ourselves. Practice went also good. The veto was actually very good for us also. We expected the maps kind of, so yeah, we are very confident. We will just play our game and see what the outcome is.
네, 자신감이 있기 때문에 이 상황에 상관없이 끝까지 이겨나가겠고 그 자신감으로 오늘 좋은 결과를 이끌어내겠다고 아주 좋은 모습으로 답을 해주었습니다. 또 똑같이 스핀 감독님에게 물어볼게요. So same question goes to you. You Spin, how do you feel about it?
Honestly, not really a lot to add. I think Ligia has answered it perfectly. It's the same as any other game. There's a lot of pressure, of course, but it doesn't really change how we're going to approach the match.
레기와 감독과 마찬가지로 같은 마음가짐을 갖고 있다고 말했고요. 지금 이 상황이 우리 경기력을 변화시키지 않을 것이고 우리도 같은 마음으로 끝까지 경기에 임할 것이라고 아주 멋있는 답변을 해줬습니다. Yes, I will be looking forward to the match soon. And this is the final question. There are so many questions, right? This is the last one. I'll ask if they have anything to remind
still
the
doing this
players
interview?
from you.
Sorry, say again?
When does
For
this
your
game
players,
start?
do you have anything to say?
Alright, I'm watching Paper X. Sorry. We're going back. We're starting this. Because it was a longer game than maybe people thought it would be. They also played no duelist on Breeze, right? Which is kind of
Things to
crazy.
remind to the players.
Where does it start? Oh, Sunset. Yeah, sorry, not Breeze. Breeze is our first map. Well, I guess we'll have to just watch it with this. Unlucky. So they're playing triple controller with Yoru, no Sentinel. That's certainly weird.
You do have so many options to blot a good chunk of a big map such as this Breeze.
Now, I do
Especially
like the
on
way they
attack,
use
right? Just
Harper in
having
general.
three,
Stuff
sets
like
of
this.
smokes to
Not putting down your Viper wall in triple controller at the start of a round is
cycle through.
trolling.
You can see that they already sent out a
I
high
don't
tide
see a
across
reason
game.
why you wouldn't.
It creates a bit of pressure, but at the same time sustaining a bit of damage towards
The thing
this
is,
site.
when
I
you
think
do walls like
Gen G
this,
gets a
right,
bit
you
of
need
information.
to make
Haven't
sure that
committed
no
to
one's
full
like
yet,
here, so that they
not really
don't know
too
that it's a
much
fake, so that they
has
can't do
been
this.
shown
I mean,
here
they're
by the
playing
Happy
Astra as
Rex.
well, which is
There
kind
it
of a bit
is.
weird.
There we
1
go.
minute on the
Astra
clock.
Sky.
There's so many options that they can choose for, and I
Interesting.
think
Yeah,
they're just
dude.
making sure that Gen G has to just commit a lot of their stars for the start of this.
Apart from that, also just with the gate crash that something is using, they're going all
Like
over
when
the
we've
map,
got
but here
triple
it comes.
controller, why do we need,
Yeah,
you
Tripwire
know, a
on that A
Viper wall to
site.
be here? Oh, they
This is
faked
the
the
Yoru, though,
Yoru.
so he can bypass it. Needs to break it. Munchkin has been given up already. Right in front of him, two on the contact point. It's good.
Oh.
Something finds another, and they already secured that A site for the blink of an eye. Rest of Gen G will have to go
Oh, you can't play
on
this 2x
that
speed, fuck.
rotate back to the A site, but look at how far Devi has pushed up on Halls here. He's the first Vanguard for the moment, holding, whiffing. He's gonna go down, but
Don't
at
buy a
least he
chair.
gets that information from the rest of Paper X.
Yeah, it was a good hit nonetheless, and they know that there are players coming from Bridge, coming
They don't
from
lose this, do they?
Halls, and that just confirms a lot of it.
Okay, dash in. Thatcher's very aggressive into this as well as uber confident, but of course, Paper X just going to be playing that post plan. Something coming around the corner, repositions, has to help out his team. Right at the precipice of the smoke, push from Dexter. In a second, he can. 5 bullets, dashes right in, finds another one, and he picks up the 4K.
No way! First round already
They lost a
picks up the
5v3.
It's
That's not
early on.
Oh, he wants to go for this instant.
That's
pick on
not good.
A-main. Paper X.
Oh, you can change playback
give
speed?
him the
Oh,
satisfaction.
you can.
It's getting closer.
Why can't you do the thing where you
Teammates
hold it
breaking
down?
and giving as much,
I'll just have
as
to,
much support as possible, and
I'll just have
Onion's
to
down already.
do this.
I mean,
guess.
that's the other thing, right? Because it's an outlaw, it's just so powerful.
Anyway, let's go to the
Anything-
second round.
So, texture, well, that's right.
Something
I mean, a couple.
Today,
yesterday he
Pyrex
said he
was thinking
hangry.
even less.
Today, I don't know what he's on.
That's a great way of putting it. Paper X, we're used to them not, doing stupid shit, but today they did even more stupid shit than normal.
any opportunity to showcase his duelist, but here comes the dueling potential for something as he pushes up onto Orange. Any tricky business. Spots one, getting into the astral dimension. Goes out, flashes. He still challenges something. He's got to make something happen here, and he
Like,
does
that's just
get
not
it.
that good.
Follow up by Monyan, but Caron's holding on. 3 versus 3. Spike planted down.
You got the Cascade up as well, so there's a lot more room for Seiken trying to play around this, pushing Gen G back. They want to burn down the timer, and they want to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, Munchkin's coming around the corner here on double doors. They're just waiting for him to drop down already. Forsaken's right here for the first contact, but gets punished by Meteor. He's going to be alone by
Tell me when
himself.
they
One
do
versus
the
one,
map
though,
veto as well.
Divine, unknowing of where his opponent might be. Not
Oh,
spotting
look who's
Meteor
here.
getting closer
Final
and closer.
moment
He might
one.
not even know about this. There it is. No more utilities for Meteor. So it's a straight up start of the defuse. Devi playing.
Okay, so I mean, even in the
His
anti-bonus,
contact
they,
texture is
it
already
got
on
close.
this operator. There's not really much utility that can really punish him, but okay, gravity will activate it, stuns as well, and that's gonna be as the dust settles. 2 kills down against Gen G. Paper X have somewhat of an advantage here. Oh, still pushing through the
Oh!
Bajara with a double
Oh!
kill, triple kill, why don't you? And
Wow.
Paper X is alone.
Cascade with
Is mindful
That's
to give away.
unbelievable. Holy, this Karen guy.
I mean, the smokes are popping off in that round. Round 5, this guy.
3-1. Yes, this is what I was thinking, hoping about, predicting. Paper X still wanting to get that quick contact, feeding all the orbs for something. This is a pretty good idea, I'd still say, because if he does keep getting that dimensional drift of his, it does give them
So pretty
a lot more access into the back of the site, but of course they still have to deal.
Positioning that
Simple
Gen G has
here.
the classic 2-1-2 split.
From Paper X,
Actually, it's a
that's
3,
going towards a
1-1-3.
main, and without a sentinel as well,
stacked
like, This is tough.
And
I
it's
mean,
just a
to be
little
fair,
bit
they
tougher
got
for PaperX to
fucking
break
nothing this
through.
round.
Got the start spawn, those are really, really annoying. So maybe trying to bait around it, trying to bait Karen into a peek. But then you also got to worry about texture at his op.
This is the problem about having a flash initiator. You just can't really flush out these set angles that they just break that. They just break that themselves. Anyways, hold on. It's going to be a hit on the side itself. It's Caron and Texture on that contact. Forsaken pushes out, but Texture doesn't respect as well. He just goes and swings through with the high time, giving him a high time. And now the only Mindfreak and Divide to remain. The pinch coming in from double door doesn't secure anything, so that has to be Divide just putting up the top screen, hoping that Mindfreak could deal with Texture. He's not going to happen. He only has the sheriff in hand. 3 versus 1, 20 seconds. He's going to have to start pushing in, but because of how much out in the open he is, he's going to be exposed to Meteor, and that's going to be the 4-1 for Gen G.
Of going
Okay, I mean,
needs to.
yeah, it doesn't look great from PaperX, does it? They look a bit
Out these certain, just, you know,
lost. Was this Gen
Outside
G's map
areas, make
pick?
sure
It
the
was.
texture
Okay. I mean, they were never
Reckoning and
particularly
Dimensional
great
Drift
at
is available
Breeze.
for 2. Oh, I love this push from Texture, and he almost finds something. And something doesn't waste any time, though. He does use his ultimate to start clearing things up. Reckoning coming in from double doors, and he already finds one. Caron could be in a world of hurt. The flash is out,
Meteor,
but he's
though.
out of harm's way. Back to the side.
Okay, they
pulling
get a
the
second
Meteor,
Euro wall.
using the cyber cages to give him
It's interesting
bit
it's
of
something
position
playing
here
Euro.
to roam around. But
Nice.
something quickly deals with him, but Caron finds Forsaken through the off-cam kill. Oh, big flash from Lockya. Oh, they don't even expect it.
He gate crashed backwards. I feel like.
I mean, this
Lockya
feels
might have
again
heard it,
a
so now
bit
everyone's
like
gonna
a
split up. Device still up towards
bit
mid.
of a
It's
ranked
good
game right
definition,
now.
but it's a 2-on-3 nonetheless. He can't use the Viper's Pit.
Yeah, Mindfreak is just by himself right now.
Here.
I mean, there's even the smoke coming in from double doors. They have really segmented the two
Ooh,
players of
shot.
PaperX. But the Vi, he's hoping to be the savior here. Mindfreak's been given up out in the open texture. He's got everything.
Divide.
Pushed off
Wins a round for PaperX.
defense for.
The threat
Yeah,
of
I'm
the
still not
operators way
super
far if they
impressed
actually
with like
start,
some of
you know,
their
ordering their
exits and
way
stuff.
onto
Like I
the
would have
side,
thought
which
like, oh, they're
ultimately,
gonna
as you
cook up
mentioned,
some
you know, like you
interesting
said,
Euro
works
stuff.
in the favor of PaperX on the
Triple
push.
controller.
That said, though, we still need.
You
few
can pretty
more
much just
rounds.
put down
Both
an
sides
Omen
have
smoke where your
ultimates,
TP is gonna be.
And Meteor has been such a menace. Now
But
he's
we
swapped
haven't
up
really
over
seen
back
that
to
as
B
much.
site. PaperX is trying to approach here.
He's already preparing himself. Ooh, where did that shot come from? Meteor, I think, just shot through the smoke. That's going to be the punish on Monyet. Waiting for the rest of PaperX to come through that B site. There's so many tripwires here.
Oh.
It might get a little bit tricky, but something just
Maybe
slowly
Meteor a
walks
bit.
up. That's all you need, you know? Just keep it simple, keep it safe.
And that's the thing about New Breeze as well. This backside, the back walls, you are able to sneak up on front like that.
Bit of a new
So now
roll
that
problem.
this pick, Divide.
He's already been spotted. Oh, Forsaken's not hitting any shots. Finally does able to do so. And the
Okay,
pinch
Device
works
did
out,
pay
leaving
off in the end.
Texture
See the clear idea.
But they got no value from the Omen. I mean, that makes sense.
Wow. Gen G to
Information. Couple rounds now. He is
anyways, PaperX now looking to go for that B site. They do have the shock darts, so they are breaking as much utility as they can. And of course, yep, I love this. When you use the decoy, it activates the trip, so at least you'll know where
So
not
they
to push.
TP, double
Meteor's
TP
doing
in.
his damnedest to just, again, dodge everything, but it's not working. It's a lot of kills already positioned here for the favor of PaperX. Lost at the back of the side. Texture does.
Okay, I mean, that's some value of the Omen. So they use the Omen to get in with the Yoru.
Genji does.
You know, that's decent.
Still
It's more that, I mean, but the thing is, with this comp, you got to be winning like at
one
least
away from the dimensional.
7 on attack, if not 8, to
Imagine
be
just,
honest.
like, as Texture.
It's like, oh.
Seeing that out of the open, right? Anyways, he's already committed to Tailwind, so might as well over push just in case he can get that, again, that one-off kill if ever. Seems like because they spotted again Texture on B, or on A, excuse me, they're just gonna bring the whole enchilada on that B side.
Yeah, why not? You know, we can avoid that off. We can just go straight for Meteor. We can go straight for Munchkin. Take out those two, and then we have the site.
So they Omen
Secrets were
TP on
deployed by
top
Lockya,
of the
though, he's
pillar.
already
It doesn't
here
even get
before
shot. I
Sonic
don't think
trying
they
to
had a
get that
smoke there.
Yeah.
Maybe they did.
To the interior of the site, excuse me. Monyet trying to find somebody inside the smokes, and it is so confusing to be in all of that positioning. Somehow, it is Gen G getting on top of things. Monyet, no ultimate for him, so he's stuck here until Divide comes in. So he is waiting for his teammate to give him that assistance. 4 seconds on the clock, and this is a pretty smart move from PaperX now that they still have that Toxic Scream to block away that control at the back of the site, where you already see Caron getting closer. He might not be spotted, as well as Texture coming in from B-main.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They got to watch all exits, all entrances of this Viper's Pit. Texture could be the linchpin for Gen G.
Another great pip,
It's a shot
but
denied.
Divide.
Shorty's good. And look at this.
Wow.
Caron picks up the 4K, able to isolate, able to
Shooters.
chance again to find something. not the player, but you know the opportunity to get. I'm gonna have to find another word other than something to do this. Anyways, Paranoia is activated. Texture's blinded here. He's looking for a TP, but Lakia is making some waves at the front of the site on Brick. And fortunately, Texture's not gonna find.
So yeah,
the
just a
Paper
lot
Rex
of like
group. That's gonna
somewhat
be a
simple
secure plant on the
execs.
spike.
A lot of grouping up A
Everyone else
main.
here for
You know,
Gen-
not. I mean, it's
But it's going
kind of Paper X, I guess, but
Very confusing.
Gate crashing in. He's got the fake outs, and it's so. Not to
Divide
mention
is winning
Monyet,
a
who
couple
kind of comes in with a shorty
clutches,
inside
lost
the smoke.
also a clutch.
That's what he was known for back on Global Esports last year.
Having Lakia choosing whether he has to go for the gunfight
Gee, on
or
a save, they go
flash
for full stack of a
Texture
sight.
here makes it even additionally
I guess
difficult.
correctly.
Munchkin, he backs away. Look at how close something is
I
already.
still don't
gotten
get not doing a
on the top
default
mid.
wall when you got
TP's
triple
out.
controller.
I like the use of the code just to break the tripwire, but at what cost? Forsaken. He's already decayed down to 20. My goodness.
Yeah.
This man is walking on thin ice.
It got a little bit risky because Gen.G are trying to get a good read for the game right now. They've got these 4 players stacked up on B, so
Lock is
able
close.
to shoot through. And with the space now, Lakia
Oh, anything but a
It's a lure
sheriff.
into their trap, man. They're just saying, sure, thank you very much. Texture, though, this is the perfect chance for him to get some.
So yeah, not like
something's your room.
right. Yeah, I would say here for Paper X, like
Playing with Jet.
it just feels a little like, oh yeah,
To get this
I want a
6 could
gunfight.
even be a 6-6 if they play their cards right.
Like, I
With
wanna
the
see this be
Reckoning
like-
and Dimensional Drift activated. It could be very difficult, but Texture's already pushed up all the way through elbow. They're not gonna know about this, but he
like
wins.
that's a
Thankfully,
great.
Lakia
This is a
Lakia
good
right
play by
beside him to
Gen.G
help him out.
because this is how you
Paper
punish
X
how
are
Paper X are
doing
playing. They have no
Oh,
Sentinel.
he
Fuck
won
me, you gotta
something
get
with
that
the
kill.
Odin. And he brings it right back, 3 versus 3. Plenty of walls. Can they calm
I mean,
themselves
what a
down?
rough
Find
round
Spike
this is.
even. Not gonna
But
happen
this is a
just
good
yet.
punish, right?
Monyet has
Let's
to
just double
roll
push
back
elbow.
to the site here.
They're probably not covering it.
Activated right now by Mindfreak. Big flags coming in from Munchkin, so the time for Monyet to make something happen is very minuscule here. 2 versus 1. Perfect time for them to try working their magic against the one. What is this TP? You trying to pick up a spike? No, he's just trying to reposition for the fight. Very good.
That would have been funny if it worked.
Blue Gaming Squad. That is their game plan.
Speaking of pushing out, there's like 3 players of Paper X about to.
Yes, I saw
have
that
a welcome
Mindfreak
party
wasn't one of their
outside
3
A main.
controllers. That is also
Smoke
kind
quickly
of probably
placed there,
trolling.
As well as the
Like, why does
Cascade.
Divine not play Sova?
shock darts from Mindfreak.
He's played Sova before, I'm
Swayed
pretty
anybody
sure.
Pushing up onto the Hall's position. The swing outs from Paper X, like I mentioned, because they don't have that Sentinel, they just have to start peeking and pushing, and as well as just getting that contact. Shots through the smoke, able to get Lakia, the push out from Texture, and he finds something. Could get another one. What a flick
Wow.
from Texture.
So
Down
weird, man.
25, but his lethality
Full
is
Halls push?
still very much felt.
I guess they have no
The
Sentinel, but
settling numbers
still.
favoring Gen.G, Monyet, as well as Devi. Devi's already coming in for the flank here, and Texture, he's very much unaware of it.
He is holding a bit of an off angle though, so Devi can't really just waltz right through that door.
On mid though, that's going to be Monyet by himself. Does have the paranoia. I'm not sure if he actually spotted the other one. Texture, oh, that door closes. The opportunity for Devi is not even possible. Dude had the so close
He
yet
opened
so
the door
far
again.
away
He
situation.
opened the door again.
Okay, so his positioning's already given. He's pushing out, jumping through the smoke smartly
30
to try to
seconds left.
get a
Oh,
coax out of
Texture.
everybody. And this is the thing, every single opponent of Devi right now is low, so his Sheriff has a lot of lethality on it.
Just one shot to the body. But look at the positioning.
He's so unaware.
What did
And
you
can
do?
see that with how he's moving up here, that he wants to get close against Charon, but
Chogamo! Oh my god, we got the
I
prisoners.
mean, he's got a bit of time, but Texture is the main one to look out for right now.
They just barely miss each other. Look at Devi. I think he heard the drop down too.
Well, this means I guess I have to be an EG fan.
Be able to reel it in for the round win. Cool.
We let him out.
Collected. My man is patient
We
as
let him
can
out.
be.
What is up? Just
No
right
longer in
right
jail.
But,
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
free at last.
Dude,
Jogamo viewers.
is- I used the term yesterday, I think. Zen. Very zen with how he approaches these fights. He's not
And the
patient.
prime
A
sub.
lot of time to make
What the fuck? The prime sub? You've been saving up your prime. Like, it's one thing to be a tier 1, but no. Jogamo doesn't have the money for the tier 1. Only the prime. Matt Vito Stein. Is it? Or are they just walking out? I'm just happy to be here. Well, thank you, Jorgo. Have fun playing against G2. I think you've got G2. I think it looks shaky. Even though I thought they would be better. Am I supporting the EG players? I was never against the players. I don't know why, like, I don't think anyone should be against the players. There's pressure on Jogamo though. I mean, because everyone else from that EG team has played a pretty good game. So you can't let the side down. Show him my pick him for EG? Oh, that's true. Fuck yeah. Didn't I? I did pick him, right? Look at this. Don't call me a doubter. And all I'm saying is every pred thus far has been correct. So I ain't no doubter. Yeah, I got Pacific wrong, but America's correct.
Map bands coming in right now for Bleed and
My Pacific one couldn't be more wrong, I think. Okay, here we go. Pick 'em.
You know, they were confident with their map vetoes, and but I feel
You
like
believe the Sentinel spread? Sentinels could win. Why not? I'm a little suspicious.
Yeah,
But
mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, anything you said in the interview could
let's see what they do. I seemingly somehow managed to get the, even though they keep flipping a coin for it, I keep getting the whoever the first team is, right? Let's go. 2 out of 7. We're already cooking. 3 out of 7. We're already cooking.
A little bit of a surprise because Sunset so far has widely been delayed for, you know, that third map that's kind of left open. I haven't really seen that much priority put on it, but Global are going to be selecting this one right off the rip with Bleed starting on defense. So we'll see if they've.
This could be map 3. We could still get 5. We could still get 5.
We're at a Sage comp on it, or if it's going to be a little bit different, but Bleed themselves opting to go for Icebox.
I like that we're seeing these kinds of maps. I like that we're seeing a lot of Breeze, a lot of Sunsets, and a lot of Iceboxes here.
Yeah, and the big question on Icebox, of course, once again, is that another map where Chamber can continue to see a lot of usage. Curious to see if Bleed's going to pull that one out. I mean, surely we saw the weaknesses from Global Esports' composition in that last match, so I think Bleed definitely studied that tape.
So far, we've only got Excurred on the Chamber.
He banned Bind! Legend didn't want to! He didn't want to ban Bind! We were so close to 5!
Our decider map.
He didn't want to ban Bind! He didn't want to!
A little bit more. I mean, for the, they have to.
He literally went like, oh, which one do you want to ban? Bind. And Legit looks back at him like, you sure? You know that they're shit at Bind. You know that their Bind is fucking dog shit. Are you sure about that?
The other thing is with that Sunset, I mean, obviously Global Esports, they left it open last time too. Now they selected to attack first if it had come to that. Bleed's still going to take the defense, but I was going to say they probably still expect the Gecko. They played
okay, Sunset, what we got? We got a Gecko. No Sentinel. Kind of dig this comp, to be honest. I'm with it.
This time around, so
inject it into my veins. This
Chamber pick for maybe a little later.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
It's also kind of interesting. See, it is interesting to see things, right? Like the Sunset meta, I think, is still a bit up in the air. We got a no Sentinel here. We've got no Flash over here. I guess you've got no real, like, true, like, you've got no pop flash. I guess, you know, when we're playing double controller, you often think like, hey, let's get a pop flash through the wall. And both teams don't have that. Yeah, he's on Viper. Fuck.
This doesn't seem like the composition to do it.
Yeah, not the composition nor the players. To
They
do
got
it as
Ye
well.
on
And I
fucking
gotta imagine they're gonna
any
go
role.
similar to how they played it at Convergence, where they're going to take space by space and then go for an execute. But now you've got all this.
Ye has played Viper
plus
before.
Crazy Guy with those timed recons that could really ruin the execute.
Your mods were betraying you for an egg. What were they fucking saying? Go on, tell me what they were saying. Who is betraying me?
We're gonna toss it on over to
Kid? Was it Kid?
Thank you so much for that one, Desk, and we are
Canada Man was in the egg chat.
Elimination. Global Esports versus Bleed.
Mike,
Both of them
Canada
really
Man.
struggled in the previous series that they have played.
Kid was not watching the egg.
They're still the
I was in the
top of
Pacific
Gold Beat.
YouTube stream,
Amazing here for
bro.
Global. He really needs to step up for Bleed as well. Durian and Ye.
Boo, Canada Man and Mike, boo. I mean, it'd be one thing if they weren't watching me whilst I was live. I mean, I wasn't live, to be fair.
Straight up flexing for Bleed, and I don't know.
I don't
if
really
that's,
care,
where his
to be
talent
honest.
was
Like,
shined the most.
if I'm
I
not
guess
streaming, you
Chelsea,
can watch
because
whatever
he
the fuck
has
you want.
shown
If I was streaming and they were watching someone else, I would be a bit genuinely like,
For Global Esports,
like
Polvi
why?
just starts things off.
Yeah, that door closes, but the opportunity for Polvi does not. It's going to give a lot of control right now for Global. As they can
Okay, here we
choose
go. Well,
whether
Scary
they want
dice
to keep
straight off the
pressing
rip.
their
Polvi
advantage
just
on mid,
running it
or
up.
way back onto that A site. Even though all the traps for Egoist is positioned there, GE still have the numbers advantage, as well as, of course, Russ with the wingman to trigger a couple of those and allow them to clear things up even easier.
Yeah, you can definitely feel.
I mean, yeah, he's got the Viper wall down.
Scary right now. You've got those traps, sure. Crazy Guy might be able to rotate over it, but they need more.
What are we
more
thinking for this?
reinforcements, and right
Lead
now,
2-0?
Just without the information towards
What's the game after this
it's
one?
always a little bit scary, and that's why they're leaving Darian still around market. But as Global
Is it
starts to get
T1?
closer, elbow, they might just be able to break things open.
Egoist has
T1's
the
there.
camera open 24/7 here. Nade's being thrown out already. There's the wingman for the easy plants, not even going to be a cancel.
And Blaze King got a spam kill for just through the smoke, I think. So now it's a 5v3. Good start for GE.
Start here for Global Esports. Players of
This
Bleed
is their pick.
stuck at the back of that A site. That spike is planted right at the precipice of those traps, and Global don't even have to commit into the site itself. They can just
As if
stay all
Jogmo
day long here on elbow
raided
as
me.
the rest of Bleed now
Yo,
start
That's
to right
crazy.
in.
They chillin'. Bleed has to go in for that defuse, and as soon as they stick, the spray comes in.
Shouldn't he
and
be
it's
prepping?
just post-plant delays for days.
Ooh. Lots of efforts here for both Egoist and Durian. Durian somehow making it work, but time not his friend. It shall be his enemy, and it shall be his
Okay.
team's demise. This first round.
I don't know why I said Ye had this wall down. I got confused. I
Not
thought they were on
totally
attack for a
expected
second.
At all. I mean, everyone kind of thought Bleed would have a stronger start, but Global definitely shows that they have surprises in store for us. Polvi is an incredible duelist, and he just waltzed right up the door. Able to take
The thing is with
duel
Ye
against
now,
Fury,
like,
and then
as soon as
rotate
Bleed
through
lose any
to
game, I mean,
GE.
particularly if they lose this game, though. I mean, if they
Scary.
lose this game, maybe it's actually a fair
Instantly just,
complaint. But I do
shrunk
think that,
down
like,
a little bit. None of
for the
them
people
were
that just say
able
put
to
Ye on
defend
Chamber,
this.
like,
You know, we watched the whole thing play out.
I don't
It
think
was
it's that
just
simple.
Wingman
'Cause
doing
Chamber just
everything.
isn't that
Especially the part where they
great
lost so
a lot
much
of the
mid
time.
control and Bleed never really recontacted it, so they couldn't really figure out where Global was planning to push. It was more of a wait for the stimuli and then react, and that doesn't work when you're up against a team like Global that really likes to take the advantage, especially with a composition.
No, I
that
could hear the
actually
argument of
knows
just let him play
really knows
Duelist.
they're gonna be
That's a
banking
different
on the
argument.
pushes every time they
Like, let him
actually
play
make for that
Duelist in
contact.
Chamber. Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Precisely.
But
So of course, well, this is just a bit of a save round for Bleed. How much can they really pull off? That is
Durian.
the question.
if they think that Darion's a better raise,
I mean, this is the reason why they still mix up, right, between Ye and Durian, because when Ye joined Bleed, you still know that Durian has that star power. And one of those shots shows.
okay, now obviously, if they leave, I mean, they should farm that gun out of there, really.
But
You know, come and throw that gun off the map.
That's what Ye was playing under this weird new name when they were trying to keep it under wraps. But anyway, it's definitely something that you want to respect, because Darian is not someone that you want to underestimate.
True.
But that said, it's just one pick, and while they are moving forward into the A side, it's trampling, it's a lot of noises. Bleed are, well, not quite able to fight back.
Yeah. Again, it's just
Global Esports turning into this bald fist that will just punch their way into the site. Egoist,
Not great.
he's got a lot of utility to work with here. Even the safety to pick up that Spectre as well. 2 versus 1. He's unaware that the players of Global have just, doubled up here on Elbow, as we can see. So he'll just take his sweet time. I don't know if him cooking like this is going to allow him to win the round, but maybe make it expensive is the way to go. Fortunately,
Okay,
Blaze
not
King
bad. They got
a bit
3
too
kills.
quick, a bit too,
Gee, I guess we'll
forward, step
probably
earlier.
not
That's gonna be
buy
2
back in.
rounds right now for Global.
Although,
Does
again,
feel like a little
oh,
bit
maybe I'm
expensive
wrong.
enough for the
Maybe
time
they
being,
will.
as Russ and
Nope,
Philippe
maybe they
might
won't.
have to go
If I,
for,
again, if I'm them, I do.
slightly smaller weapons
Like,
for
I
this
don't
round of
really
small
get the
arms.
point of, like,
But Bleed, on the other hand, are starting to get a good idea.
I feel like
of
people
what
get
is
into their own head way too much that, like, if this was any other round, you would just buy. But for some reason, they think, like, well, we can't because it's round 3 and it's a bonus round. Yeah, but if you had this econ at any other time, you'd just buy and try and win. So why not just try and win now?
Trouble. Can he get out of harm's way, though? He's alone on an island. He's already brought out his classic because he was just losing so much.
Okay, so they're trying to go for a fast B split. This Polvi up on his own,
He wanted to get that pinch so that his
I don't think it's great because it's like this play when you go for your duelist solo into market here. I feel like with a breach is fine, right? You can stun across, you can flash in here, you can aftershock these close corners as well if you want. You know, there's a lot to potentially do and help support from deep. Here we've just got an Omen flash in this comp, I think.
He did it. I mean, no shot connected from Russ, but that mosh pit was enough.
And he's got Thrasher available now, but
Why have we put a low trip here? Why would you ever want a low trip
I think I can jump over this.
for this?
Scary.
That doesn't make it. Does that make any sense? Am I crazy?
Punish the transition. There it is. And there it is.
again, it's just Bleed adapting to these changes. I mean,
Could
they
just be
call it
bait.
on
I
the
mean,
side from
I
where
guess
you
it
got
kind of worked in a
as soon
way,
as they
but
feel a bit of pressure towards A, they start to change things up.
am I crazy? For these kind of trips, don't you just
know,
always want a
one step
normal
ahead of
trip?
that. So
Like, you just want to know if they've destroyed it.
How to feel ready for,
Like, you know, on the
however
side
Polvi
trips,
can
yeah,
push,
sure.
And that's what we saw exactly towards market.
Again, leaving Polvi to push
I don't know.
by himself.
I guess it worked in a way, but it just means that you have to actually hold this still.
But in Sunset, where there's so many angles, there's so many traps that can really thwart that kind of approach, he needs some backup from his teammates, right? Anyways, Russ, IGL, down in dumps for the moment.
Okay, Bleed, not a bad round. As I said, I don't love this idea necessarily with the comp they've got,
The adaptations coming in.
because you can only support your Raze here with an Omen Flash, which, you know, maybe it misses, and then maybe you just fucking die.
Like you mentioned before, you know, leaving Polvi to push on his own, that might be what he's good
Are they a
at,
little
but
quiet? They will be.
at the same time, what works well against, you know, a team like Bleed is strength in numbers, because Bleed, you know, often plays with such strong teamwork, having that coaching and that leadership from Legia. This is what they are known to do.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see then.
100% agree. It feels like Bleed, you know, is
So they're consistently
fluid
doing
with
this
how they
trip,
move,
which there isn't a problem
that it
with
feels
that.
like they're never really stopped at one point.
I'm interested in the Sova as well now.
Like when you
Everyone
pick up
knows the
one
little
player from
Sova
them,
drone you can do
they're
up here,
always, they always have this backup plan.
but I'm
They
hoping to see
start
some interesting darts.
unraveling. In any case, Global Esports, they mix things up though. They put Polvi by himself on B main, while the rest of his teammates start moving up onto mid here, which could actually be pretty good because there's no traps right now. Durion might be a few seconds late. He's now here to receive some contact, but that smoke separates the rest of them. Polvi spots out Crazy Guy, cannot finalize the kill though.
They're a bit confused. This is nice by GE, right? They broke this trip, put up this smoke, make them think they're doing this. They take B main, they make the pressure feel on B main, but now the ult kind of gives
But
this
unfortunately, at this
away.
moment, not quite enough. 50 seconds
Bleed
left,
has
so
the
they
right read.
still have some options. But the Thrasher being spent now is just a bit of info. If anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to actually reinforce the A site. Darian is here with a showstopper available.
30 seconds. He's getting mighty close to first
Put up
contact
this
right now. And
smoke
he's not
again.
going to be unaware of Blaze King. That might be a
And that
big
kill-
mishap in Bleed's decision making.
Forces this and
immediately
yeah.
Global Esports, you see them opening up the site, and that's what they were looking for.
Okay, I mean, it all comes down to this first kill, I think.
Global's calls.
Because if they don't get that first kill, I
solid
think the
here,
Silver
Quack.
just stares at this raise and probably wins this fight.
Just forced to save the weapon
Instead,
for the moment.
when this guy dies,
I
the
wouldn't be
Silver goes,
surprised
oh,
if
I need to
ESL is called
rotate,
timeout
and then the
pretty soon.
raise finds a free
For
kill
now,
instead.
Global Esports definitely
They get the kills on the
doing things in
site,
plans for
and it's over.
Bleed, knowing how to
Big
pull
for
the
G,
attention
oh my
away,
god, Bleed.
have Polvi to come up on a flank, of all things. And then at the same time, just the pushes coming out from Russ, Benkai, Lightning
Surely
Fast.
not.
They have shown that they are capable. And with the way that they're taking this A site again and again, Bleed struggling to adapt. Egoist,
Kid in the Shadows is elated right now.
he hasn't really, felt all too much.
India
currently.
fighting.
Yeah. I guess this is the polar opposite of what you can do in Sunset, right? Rather than relying on your duelist to enter the site for you, you can slow push it because of the corners.
By the way, to become a TMV mod, you have to be the least patriotic person in your country, apparently.
Granted, of course, there
Although,
are
I guess,
pushes that we've
or
seen
Canada,
here
I
from
guess
Bleed,
Canada Man probably
but
doesn't really
Global
fit into that.
Esports, they've been
Considering his name is
pretty-
Canada Man.
What's the word here? They've been pretty slow and methodical at being able to slowly get control of the sites that they're taking. You know, they're not just rambunctiously pushing up into A and haphazardly taking it. They're making sure that every single corner is scrubbed clean and easy for their take.
Yeah, for real, that's exactly what Bleed does. Both teams really taking things slow and steady for now. In contrast to the game
they're
that
gonna
we
go
just
get the
saw on
Fatal.
same map. But that's also because this is an elimination match. The tension, the stress is felt. Nightfall executes coming through.
If Dura doesn't get any HP deduction from that Nightfall, yeah, they can't push. Because they already know he's there. He has a double satchel and the showstopper. So unless they wait for this, unless they want to push into the site with a smoke that blots out their vision, this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have time right now.
Yeah, it's
Quack.
interesting. Just a Nightfall. Put Polvi up in this
Warning
position.
ult.
Meanwhile, Russ calls for the rotations back over onto A site. They did this in the previous round. Let's see if Bleed can get a good read on it. You've got Ye, who's kind of defending A with his life. You got Scary watching mid and able to rotate back, pivot towards A link. Whether or not it's going to be enough, it's the other thing.
Oh, there's
It
a
might just be a
tripwire.
retake game for Bleed at this point.
There's a tripwire there as well in Link. If anybody pushes that, should be an easy kill here for Scary. Ye is by himself. He's already activated both of his snake bites right now.
So yeah, they get the kill off the trip.
He can't really push up without any smoke coverage, so he has
Oh,
to back
wow.
away and just wait for his teammate to go with
Wow,
him.
G, go
Now,
for a
it's going
big
to be
push and get
straight-up
3
firefight here
fucking
back to the site,
kills?
and it
What?
hasn't really panned out well for Bleed, excuse me. Now Global is going to be left.
Jesus.
Bleed is going to be left with Scary and Egoist. Scary is already at the site,
Gotta be a
but
save.
can't really push. Egoist now, are they just, it looks like they want to fight for this. They're not going to save at all. They don't want to risk any more of the rounds. Paranoia activated here. Maybe try to brute force their way against a team that loves, knows, is the
Going to sleep, it's
definite
over.
meaning of brute force.
It's not
And that's
over.
going to be Global with 4 rounds in this first game.
Yeah, not quite able to do all too much. You could see that was
map
clearly
pick was this?
Bleed's
This
game
was
plan.
GE's
You know,
map pick.
you mentioned that tripwire Asteroid.
But this is crazy. I mean, they
Scary
got
did
into a
get the one frag
5v4.
onto
Like, they were in a good spot.
But that was it.
And
They
then
wanted to make use of
this
the numbers
happened.
advantage to come in with a
And they
retake
just looked
with
completely
Trays and also
stun
Darius
locked by the
Showstopper.
fact that G
But as soon
pushed
as they
spawn.
planted their foot
Which, I mean, in a
onto
4v5
the
is a
alley,
pretty
you
normal
got
thing
this
to just fight.
firefight from Global Esports, who knew exactly how to block them off to prevent that retake from even happening. Very nice anticipated play coming out from Global Esports.
Absolutely. And Bleed here. I did mention how very free-flowing they are and how quickly it seems like they have layers upon layers of plans, but it's definitely not now. We're not feeling Scary anymore as that Clutch King. Oh, that one is absolutely phenomenal from Blaze King. Exposes the entirety of that A site, makes it easy for Polvi to find the
Now,
first
this was
pick.
just an
His
eco,
teammate
but
gets
still.
another, and you already know it's a secured A site. Firepower is definitely in the hands of Global here. The only thing I'm looking at that could give a chance for Bleed is if Global oversteps their bounds, but even then, they have so much firepower to work with here.
Global Esports very much in the driver's seat right now. Almost makes you question if
Just gonna die to the spike.
looks really uncomfortable on Sunset.
Gonna try and get it off, I guess.
I mean, clearly they have the composition for it, and in this round, at the very least, it is, you know, just an eco. But Global are decisively breaking into sites, Glazing at the end too.
Through the wall as well.
I did not expect
windows,
this. Have they taken the time out yet?
Very impressive stuff. Now Pulvy has the showstopper too.
And it's scary to think that this is turning into what looks like a one-sided first map. You're talking about how it looks like Bleed just looks absolutely out of their element, and it goes to show. And I don't think we've seen any kind of timeouts here from Legia. I think this has been an issue with Bleed in the past when they start to lose, you know, contact or any kind of info on the map. Start doing this, but anyways, Pulvy rips one out. Is he gonna find Egoist? That's gonna be huge. If he does, Egoist survives. No way! It clips the stairs here, Quack, and that allows him to break through the traps right there. Lightning Fast can't get in quick enough, and this leaves Rush, the IGL,
What a difference if he just sent it when he pinged down.
in a position
Pinged
where he might
here.
as well just
If he
fall
just
down,
had
which he
sent it
does,
at that moment,
and
we have a
Global
very different
Esports
round. Instead of almost a
here by
flawless, which is
Bleed.
big for their eco as well.
Might have been a bit of
They don't reveal the op either, I don't think.
I don't know, man. A
Ooh,
misplay
backing
from the
up.
Rocket, or just unlucky. But whatever it is, it favors Egoist so darn much. I mean, this guy who, you know, used to play on SMG, now back onto this team, showing exactly what he's capable of. This is why they put him on that Sentinel role, because he can anchor.
He creates those tempo plays by himself. And one mistake from an opponent definitely unravels the rest of that offense. This is a given thing here for Bleed because
Okay, so they're gonna attacking up.
for Durian to also pick up the
You get the
operator,
defensive
which
up.
is tremendous. No one else was pushing that B main, so it's a free pick for Durian, and he can just choose to get back. And because of that, as he spots no one as well, that coaxed the rest of Bleed to start getting some information here on mid. Crazy Guy activates the drone, spots out Pulvy. Now they're aware Global is coming here on top mid.
And they're very much so ready to receive it too. Pulvy, it's an op versus op, but Darian's got the other angle, takes down Lightning Fast. And as it happens, Crazy Guy comes back in around just to check.
Yikes. Pulvy's on an operator, so you can't really
This is a bit of a
deal with so many angles, slow
hope
pushing like
to
that
find something.
when no one is
Some
checking
point,
your six.
Crazy Guy picked up the op as
But
well.
at the corner here, Crazy Guy actually picks himself out the operator, wants the challenge, and they will get punished gloriously by Benkai. If he finds some opening here, maybe somehow, some way, there was a world where he
Oh,
could
Benkai
get
gets
into A
two,
and
but
activate that
okay,
ultimate
Bleed
and then
starting
put
a fight
himself in
back.
a 2v1
I think the op might be a bit of a game
situation.
changer.
Not
They now
happening
know
this
about it.
time.
I mean, geez,
And
money
Bleed,
is kind of through the roof,
no
so.
need to call for those timeouts. They're adjusting on the fly here, and what looked like to have been a strong start for Global, Bleed starting to build things back up.
That was one of those rounds. Let's slowly
Very curious as
walk
to how it
around the
happens,
map
too.
into an
I
op.
mean, getting the
Surely that will
information,
go
just
well.
starting things off a little bit slow,
With
but
no
having,
utility.
an idea, at least a bit of a roadmap.
What do you think of the Paper X
how
Sunset
Global
comp?
Esports operates on this map. Now
I
they're
thought it
starting
was
to feel a
fine.
little bit more confident, holding the right areas, and at the same time, I mean, just a good little bit of slicing the pie
Oh.
for Benkai. Now coming back into it, the op, a
Oh,
bit
they
of
can't
early
push.
aggression, but then punish right back. Crazy Guy with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's a
How has this happened?
Colby here? Benkai snuck himself all the way up to A. Scary unawares.
Bro, there's no way we've got a Cypher
Egoist.
over here.
Does he
And my man just
dare
walks
push
up
A
here.
main right about now? Because Benkai might not leave his ultimate. If Egoist can time this perfectly, nobody
Oh.
from Lead is going to be aware of. Oh, never mind. That Thrash
Wow.
is just diabolical.
With that, the punish from Benkai onto Egoist.
I mean, this
Darren
cannot
with the
happen.
showstopper to try to
Like
bring
ever.
things back for his team. It starts things off with the op shot, and that does bring numbers back.
So I'm
just by
guessing
a
what
bit.
happened here is he's got his camera here
Slowly
to
coming
watch
into
for
mid.
that.
Ooh,
But I'm
Crazy Guy.
guessing that Benkai just
Thought
went
he
like
bit
this,
off more than he can chew.
and then had the wall up, and then walked
It's
this way.
got molars for days.
So the camera that's
Durian.
like here doesn't
Does he risk
doesn't
himself
see him
to
go
push here
here.
with the showstopper? Nah, it's the ROI isn't
Back
good
to
enough.
save.
Yeah.
wanting to hold on to that operator. But I mean, still, thinking about how the round plays out, it's a lot of weird, like, individual fights. Darian with a nice attempt to try to deter them away from B at the very least, but then towards
I mean, it
the
looks
end,
good with the up,
like
but
you mentioned, it was really just Benkai sneaking in. I think
Lightning Fast just
part of
chilling
it
this
is
game.
also how the map is laid out, and
We've played
not
9
really
rounds. He's 0
able
and
to
4.
watch everything.
He hasn't even. He's
Right, you've
barely
got this
seen
double
people.
controller setup. You've got Egoist on the
Just been
Cypher,
chilling.
but it's just not quite enough to cover all the bases. There are always these tiny gaps that Benkai, for example, can use to sneak up, past alley, sneak a frag, take control over A.
That's the strength that Benkai brings to the table, right? It's his confidence, it's his timing plays that when it works, it puts you on the map. And we saw that happen when he was, well, we didn't see it, you know, come into fruition when he was trying to do that against Zeta because he was losing a lot of the fights against Laz. But here, we're seeing the polar opposite of that, which is in benefit of global esports.
Precisely. It's lovely to see how global
Okay, so you
esports
see
are starting
multiple
to move
people
these
shooting
puzzle
here,
pieces
so
to
they
make
take
them
the
all fit
space here.
together.
Benkai
First of all, you got Polvi, who's a
just
bit of a
watching.
wild card sometimes, but then
You can
Benkai
maybe
is
hear the
proven
Cypher
entity,
cam.
and we know how he lurks. We know how he
Nice from
hides
Benkai.
and
Good
strikes
good
when the iron is
recognition
hot.
of like, hey,
Well, his
double
iron
shooting
is
that, shot the
definitely
Gecko
stalling
flash.
here, Quack.
Something's a bit fishy.
I mean, this is so different from the global that we've seen.
See, it's interesting because those kind of setups, and this is what I
From
kind of
couple
hope to see in the
from yesterday's
future,
matches.
like where teams
so
bait
controlled, they're
this,
so
where it's like, hey,
precise.
we're gonna shoot all your stuff
guys have
really
truly
aggressively in
woken up
mid,
and
make it look like we're getting
if
the
you
op in
continue
mid,
this-
when in reality our op is in
this
B
ramp
main,
part,
because we know that off the back of that
G
you're gonna
fighting
contact
truly
into
will
B
turn
main,
into a G winning.
and so that's a free kill.
Very, very
Those are the kind of
careful.
things that I would like to see
Look at how
more
they're
of
still
as it goes
maneuvering
on.
Across. Still Benkai on the lurk, carefully checking corners. They want to make sure that they can keep
Hello,
the numbers
yeah?
advantage as they execute in, but
Did
Scary
Ye
does
not have like
let
a
that
free
happen.
kill? Yeah, the smoke was late.
Lightning Fast's already down.
And it's a bad
Ye
smoke
and
as well
Egoist. Ooh, look at this, backside control.
from Lightning Fast.
Lightning Fast cannot get out. Shut it step. He catched up by Ye, 3 kills and Bleed 4-6. Global esports all turned on their heads with a huge paranoia from Scary.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
exactly
Bleed have
what it
come
starts
back.
out.
I mean, they got off to a rough
Scary.
start,
He's
but I
the
mean,
guy
they
who
are
puts up that roadblock.
in the game
Up
at least
around
now.
B, I mean, he
And they have
just
a
has
Raze
that
on a
one
Viper
paranoia
split
that
this
just
round as
nicely
well.
covers
Yay.
the entirety of B main
Off to a
as
great
they push
start,
out.
but
He gets away with that one frag, and then the rest of the team comes in at the same time just to prevent them from going into site easily. There's always that little opening around market, and the timing of
nice
the
dart.
dark cover was a little bit off. So a little bit unfortunate for global esports. They couldn't quite break
Okay,
through. And,
somehow this
wow,
is the first time out.
off of that loss, they might just
And
be
it's
the no,
from
actually,
Bleed.
It's a Bleed timeout off of their win.
Maybe
He
talking about
is
the
known
ult.
for those kind of timeouts where it's not really to recuperate his team, it's more to try building what's already
Who do I think will
slowly
win?
built by the
I
team
picked
with
Sen
these
to win that
rounds.
game, so I'll stick with
that being
Sen.
said, it's like he's just again trying to maneuver, probably figure out how to deal with Benkai's lurks. Because I think has been one of the biggest issues that they've been trying to figure out against Global here. Is just how much map control Benkai really brings to the table to his new team.
Again,
Yeah,
you got
we've
the
seen those
double
lurks
trips
getting
here.
A little bit pesky for Bleed Esports now, but at the same time, I'm wondering what they're gonna do. You got this operator, you got the showstopper too.
We're playing full
Maybe a
retake
bit of early
B?
round aggression just to bring the
Or Ye's
momentum
just
back
late
under
to
their
setting
control.
up or something.
We are nearing the end of the first half, and if Bleed can end this 6-6, they'll have an easier time as we swap sides. Oh, but okay, we don't see anything too early yet. Global playing things very carefully too.
Okay, spots out
So
the
very passive.
camera there very quickly, breaks it down.
Not something that you're used to seeing off a
Boys.
timeout.
Has placed all of his tripwires on elbow here. They're much more okay with fighting A main or A link, excuse me, than elbow.
So I guess the first one is like
without any of
info,
those
they'll destroy it,
utilities.
and then he
Where's the
waits for the
cages, though?
second one that maybe they don't
Does
expect.
he have no money for the cages?
Not too sure, but at the very
Oh, there
least,
he
yeah,
is.
there's one up by elbow. He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times before and wants to counter it.
Oh, that's a huge hunt. Who's got the here's the party? That is going to be Durion dunking it in the face of Benkai. And this is a bloody take here for Bleed.
Try on this.
Somehow
This
manages
is
to
the
get
round,
in.
probably.
Durian throws out the nade. Can he find one? Lightning fast with the late lurk and the counter
1-1.
late lurk from Ye. It's 1-1, 2 versus 2. Retake will have to be done here by
Good
Bleed.
push, though.
Global Esports, they've doubled up. They got a solid positioning right now, and Durian still holding this
Viper's pit.
operator. We'll have to wait for Ye to double up with him, but Ye just runs into the side and, well, trips up face first into the embracing hands of Polvi and teammate.
Okay, big win for
Happens twice
Global.
now, Durian
Bit of a
and
weird
GE
call off the
really
timeout to be
commanding the
so
rounds here when they get
passive.
those
These double
setups.
trips didn't work at all.
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you spot out like a foot and an arm and you're like, okay, there's more than one person here. I could have fired off a shot, but it's definitely not going to be enough to win out the round. So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing
It is
out
over
like that.
for
I
whoever
don't know if
loses
it's like
this.
a little
Yes,
bit
this
of
will be our, I
miscommunication,
think, the
but
first team
at
to
the
be
very
eliminated.
least, you can say with absolute certainty, Global Esports are fighting.
I love how you just said that. GE fighting. As of course the fans have been clamoring every single time we've seen it on social
Oh, that could have
media.
been like 2 kills right there.
Always giving their beloved team
He,
that support.
he stuck that?
Polvi's the one right now with the showstopper. How does the not connect on Yade? On the corner. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. Man is on a tear here. Global Esports want to make a statement to end this first half if they can. Still have to be very careful as they know that Bleed still has working pieces. They've only found Ye. They haven't gotten Durian yet, who has been such a thorn with this operator. They're making a lot of noise here on mid side right now, Quack,
ahead of
but
the
they're
wall.
coming back to A, where Durian seems to be prepared, but is he truly?
Yeah, I don't know how you can escape with this one. Oh my goodness!
He doesn't need to escape, man.
Oh,
he
gets a
only needs
collat.
to thrive, and he gets the collateral. Polvi
Gonna
does shut
TP
it down
first
very
this?
quickly.
No,
Damage be
destroy
done.
it. Okay, so they know
Has
where
to
they
pick up
both
the
are.
spike, 30 seconds. His teammate, Lightning Fast, trying to get that clearance so that there is a lot more opportunity for Polvi to push up onto the A site more securely. The big problem is, can he? Also, just going to point it out there, does Crazy Guy have some nasty little lineup for a default plan because he's
Do you
got
hear
his
this
shot
smoke go
guards.
down?
I don't know where, I don't know how.
They're pinging it, so.
I kind of expect him to be able to do that. If not, at the very least, he's got the recon for his team to come in at the retake. They've got the numbers for it. But Polvi has paint shells too. I don't know if he wants to push out even further, though. That's the thing.
What a
He might get
great play by
punished, and
Crazy Guy that is.
Basically going to be the round for Bleed now.
You know, I was thinking that he was going to use all of those utilities of his, but he doesn't really need to. You know why? They're
That's
not
an
expecting him to be on the
amazing
site.
play.
Yeah.
So him just being
So he knew that
silent
one was in here.
and
He knew
deadly
that one was a main.
is
They
already-
don't know where that guy is just yet. But he
that's
knows
it,
that
you know?
no one's probably an elbow. So he can
It
just
also
watch
kinda
the
works
elbow
out
cross.
because I don't know if it's like Polvi overheating
That's
a little
crazy.
bit, but peeking out over the box, I guess he just didn't quite expect Crazy Guy to be on the other side.
Okay,
So we do
7-5.
end the first half, you know, not with a 6-6, but a 5-7.
You know,
which
could
again
go either
still
way.
isn't the worst thing in the world. That say, we shall see if
Gonna put on
this
some
iteration
socks.
of Bleed can bring them back with the pistol round. This is Global Esports' map pick after all, and they might actually have an easier time on the defense.
True, and this is the first time we're also seeing Global play this
Pull over.
Sunset map, if I am not mistaken. So there's still so many unknown factors.
Yeah, this looks
of
better
how
from
they've
Global.
been
I mean,
truly
that wasn't a
controlling
high
this.
bar particularly.
And of course,
But
another
yes,
one
it
of those
does look
things
better.
is you will not really have
Oh, and my Minnesota
any
Vikings sucks.
coming into that second half.
The
So
Viper.
You know what would go
mean,
hard?
We're talking about how the Viper could
Some
play as a
VCT
Sentinel,
sucks.
but doesn't truly play as a Sentinel, right? So they have to learn how to play with that. And very
Do any
curious to see
teams
how
have
they will.
sucks?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, we were talking about it. You don't have quite the traps to really watch your backs or control the map, so it's a little bit iffy sometimes. But you know, on
EG
a map
have
as
sucks,
big as
really?
Sunset does feel like it could be, you know, just enough.
Paper
At
X
the
have
same time,
sucks?
because you're playing on defense, you just need to delay really. And as long as Benkai
No,
stays
I lied.
hidden well enough, you know, you throw out those utilities, the snake bites, hold off for as much as possible, anchor down the sides. He should be good to go. But then again, comes down to map control and Bleed, the way that they move
Have I sold
together on
my
this
soul
map,
to Ziggy Wilf?
they move
After
as a
you
unit.
know who Ziggy Wilf is.
Crazy guy, committing all of his money for utility. What a total team player. Okay, so it goes on mid. He wants to check if anybody
Instantly,
pushes up on
Colby.
triple with that
We never really
recon
saw this from
but
Bleed.
doesn't find anything.
There's a trip here.
So the rest of Bleed now push up onto A side. Polvi, he almost got decapitated there by Egoist, but decides otherwise. Here comes Benkai. Here's the footsteps, backs away. Bleed, they've been
Oh,
sought
they need,
after.
if
They've
they
been
win
found
this
out,
fight,
and
they win the
Polvi
round.
here pulverizes Egoist.
Now they probably
That's
lose the
gonna
round.
leave Bleed trapped on A main. If Polvi decides to actually push the tempo right now, and Bleed, they're taking fights that they can't win. We're not done just yet. Hold on. Benkai's around the corner here, spotted out by Durian. So maybe this is the fight that Bleed are finally looking for. But there
Why'd
is
you say
still
egoist?
so
Yeah.
much to unravel from Global Esports.
It sounds old
so Bleed
school though.
decide otherwise to go
Sounds like
around.
someone would have said it in like the
I think they're hoping to
1500s.
maybe find Polvi somewhere lurking.
Like 40 seconds.
But as we can see, he's somewhere there on top of A Link. So they're not going to find anything. But if they go to B, this is where they can find themselves a chance. But with market door being closed, they're going to burn a bit of time waiting, checking, and then in a couple of seconds they have to rush.
Either way, Global Esports holds the advantage, right? And that's the most interesting thing, at least for this round.
Thing is, they don't know about being
Although
made.
it's a full new squad, they carry on the same statistics from last year in VCT Pacific, having one of the most highest number of first round wins as Blaze King taps them all down with a ghost.
That's a huge, huge upset there for Global. 5-8. Bleed also known to make those aggressive force buys. So we're going to see that from Bleed here. And of course, the best
Not
weapon
great for
against
Bleed.
that,
I
which
mean, they, as I said, I think
only
they win
might
this
take
round
up
if they get the skill, because they were thinking about rotating anyway. If they get this kill, they just straight up rotate to B. Cypher has a ton of space.
Called one after a round win, and the way that they're pushing up so slowly. When you got players like
Blaze King
Blaze
can't
King,
die.
Volvi on the other side, the slight micro timings with the way that they peek out all of a sudden, sometimes Bleed just doesn't quite expect it. So it's a bit of revenge for Blaze King as well, right? Because this, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus
I think Russ
Bleed
is playing
at
Gecko
Ascension
well.
last year. Now finding his win with a new team, new roster on Global Esports.
You're absolutely right. It means, and here's the thing, Bleed also coming off of that high with the pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so out of his element here, whether it's because he's on a new team or he's on a role that he's not really truly familiar with. You can see him struggling. We were showing
It's funny when you see the Outlaw in these rounds, it's just like, yep,
for Bleed as
go
of this
the other
point.
way.
So you do see the struggles that Bleed are having to face, and Global are just eating that up. Oh, this wall. If it drops, Lightning Fast got a chance. Blaze King
Thing
first
is
on
just
contact, has a seize, locks them up into the prison. If he pushes out, well, he doesn't need to because Lightning Fast is right there with him. That's going to be a quick cleanup here for Global, and they are terrifying on this control. It's not fast, but it's a slow burn here, and it is scorching Bleed little by little.
I don't know what Bleed needs, but they've got to kind of like cauterize the wound or something, right? Because right now, as it goes on, we're starting to lose out.
Yeah,
in
this
terms
is
of
tough from
rounds.
Bleed.
They get the buy back up in full this time, but the momentum definitely on the side of Global Esports. They're toying with them so much,
I
controlling
mean,
around the
especially
map.
from how bad Global looked the other
And,
day, like,
again, you got Polvi on this Outlaw, and the amount of damage that they could potentially put out.
now, I
is
mean, they are
deadly.
playing no
However, in
Sentinel,
this
so
round,
Bleed could
it
still
is a
have a
Bleed
good
with
half,
full
right?
armor,
Like, this,
full
that's still
utility.
within the
Let's
realm
see
of
what they can do.
possibility, but
And again, it's one of those games where it doesn't feel like there's anything explosive that's happening, but it is by design. Global Esports are playing at such a pace that I feel like Bleed can't really read them in this situation, even if Bleed has that capability to be able to do so.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like feels really slow at times, but then there are these tiny little moments where global esports just accelerates just by a little bit.
Yeah.
And right now, towards market, you've got a little bit of vision from Russ as well. They might have heard something towards B main, but that's about it. So the rotation's coming over. They don't see anything.
He spot him.
Might be lightning fast, yeah, getting the call over. The toxic screen at the very least is a tell. So now rotation's coming over. As long as Lightning Fast can do his job, you know, he still has that paranoia avavel.
They run
Ace
into
King
a
as well
stack.
with a haunt for info.
Yeah. I was actually just about to point that out. How
Still haven't seen a Seize mosh pit somehow, which is crazy. Crazy that teams haven't figured out that that might be a good combo. Oh my god.
Look at Durian just dodging into the site itself.
Oh, he didn't quite get
Fast
out.
not going to be able to escape that one. Explosion from Bleed is here. Oh, that is a huge mosh pit. That blinds everybody. Yay, just frantically spraying it down. Polvi
Oh, he only had a
picks
ghost.
himself up. A Spectre pushes
Because
up.
he had the outlaw, he only had a
Scary's on top of
ghost.
that case, and that's going to be Bleed
Oh,
6-9.
Bleed survive an awkward
Very
round,
messy
and
fight.
not a great one.
Bleed comes out on top, at least for now.
Yeah, not being able to buy back up in full might hurt them a little. But you can see it's a slightly better take, a slightly better approach towards the site. You know, being able to pull the attention back and forth. Despite global esports having a good read on things, the way that Bleed comes in, you've got Darion and then Scary to find the trades. They make sure that they can control the site safe enough. But again, that's just how Bleed operates. Everything so far in this entire map has been safe for both sides.
Polvi, though, pushed very far forward into the front of his opponents. His teammate
Okay, so
him
he
some
interestingly
leeway
goes
to
for an
pick up that
outlaw
orb
again
and
now.
back away into A main.
They have 3
If he
people with light
decides
shields,
to
so it
push
doesn't
up,
matter.
Maybe he can find something, but
That way,
seems like
if he
Polvi might
hit
have
him once, that would have been a
overheated little
kill,
bit
but-
here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy capitalizing. And it's as easy as that. Now the
Go
rest
for a
of Global
reactive
pushing
push
up on
mid.
could put a pinch
Keep your eye on Ye.
the late lurking Ye, but B-side should be theirs. Never mind.
Now
Ye
he's
turns
about
back,
to get flanked
and now
himself.
he's got that late lurk that GE will have to deal with. And it's deal upon deal. All right, we're not done just yet. It's fine. We're charging in. Ben Guy's
Oh.
huge. He gets another one. We'll get shut down by Egoist. As dust settles, who's getting the advantage right now? Feels like it's Bleed. Should be. They are pushing lightning
Oh my
fast.
god.
But the punishes and the quick trades for Global Esports
And Blaze King
are
can't
just
die.
too damn fast, and Bleed can keep up.
Oh,
As Blaze King
bleed,
approaches from
bleed,
behind,
bleed,
yeah,
bleed,
it's
bleed,
just
bleed, bleed,
too
bleed,
much
bleed,
going on in
bleed.
the
You
round,
gotta
and,
deal with that,
although
man.
Ye got some good
There's
picks
3 of
early
you
on,
there.
Again, with how big the map is, Bleed loving to move together as a unit.
There's 3 of you
They might
there,
push a little bit
man.
more map control towards, you know, the
Like,
back and
it
the
was so
sides.
messy, but
Unless
they
Scary
almost
can
lined
really
up. I
block
thought they
things
were
off
gonna
with
line
his,
up. Like,
smokes. It sometimes just doesn't really work out all too
Like
well.
both
and
of
they
these
need a little
fights.
bit more fragging power right now. You got Crazy Guy who's always there to support. You've got Darion who tries to rush in, but then apart from that, no one else is really there to help Darion follow up.
I felt like
So
none of those
Zeta
fights were
kinda falls
clean
apart
either.
as soon as they make
Like, you
their
know,
way
it felt
in.
like none of them were like,
6 to
oh,
10 now
nice
will be
crisp
the
headshot
score,
there.
and it's gonna be a
Everything was
Bleed that
like,
has to
everyone's looking like
save.
me out there.
So, I don't know about you, Asteroid, but this map is starting to look like it's almost over.
I feel like I was about to say, you know, never say never, as is, of course.
I
my
will
favorite
never
movie,
say
Justin
never.
Bieber and Jaden Smith. Anyways.
And Justin Bieber.
And Justin Bieber again. Yeah. Durian, though. 6 shot on mid here, but the thing is,
Everyone
with
remember
Global
that song?
Esports, right, is if you strike us, cut one head down, 2 will take its place. They are so quick at just reacting to the stimuli that Bleed is dishing out. And this
Polvi
hasn't been
is an outlaw fan.
Bleed's strongest recontact at all. You can find something maybe for Ye here. Okay, never. As soon as
We're
I
back.
say that,
Oh, we're so
he
back.
does
Viper's
something like
bit.
this. And this
El
makes it
Diablo.
somewhat doable. You're absolutely
You
right.
get
El
shot,
Diablo
you lose the round,
heating
you lose
things
the
up,
game.
right?
It's an FPS game.
Can they exercise him out of the
Oh, they got
sight?
both. Doesn't have a thing though.
As the Nightfall used very, very haphazardly. No follow-up just to scare them, but the pit making it very difficult to them to push over. What is happening here? Egoist, he just pumps a couple of those shots. He can't find nobody, and Lightning Fast finds Ye left in a 2 versus 1. Yo, what?
A little bit awkward for Egoist in that moment. coming out of the Viper's pit, I mean, you can see the idea that he had because he's already been spotted inside as Global Esports pushes into the pit. So he tried to do what he could, but just
Fusey Woozy, thanks for the tier on 9 whole months.
Some shots, and Ye at the same time
Jesus
separated away
Christ.
from him. I mean, Ye needed to stay in the pit to keep it up, right? So
Yeah.
Global Esports just knowing how to make it work, having that much more confidence to go in for some of these duels. They were decisive, they took things apart, and yeah, although it was a bit of glimmer of hope from star power of Ye, it's still not quite enough to bring
Man,
Bleed
this is
to,
a tough
decisive
watch.
Speaking of not going to be enough. Oh, hold on. Holby's in trouble here. He decides to go on the other direction that might have been incorrect for him. Russ has pocketed himself onto the corner in the IGL, not falling behind. Let's go. Oh, what a controlled spray!
How have they lost all of those fights?
Russ.
To be fair, I don't think I've ever seen anyone in this
Holby might
squad.
not have gotten any
I
kills,
don't think
but
I've
his
ever seen
teammates
anyone
sure
play here
made
before.
use of the push outside of mid that he has just done. Neural Theft activated. That's going to expose the positioning. Spike not in the hands of Egoist here, though. And he is looking for a kill rather than pick up the spike first because he does, even though he's exposed his opponents, he does not have the map control to really take advantage of that.
I have retrieved
Well, let's think about this, right? You got 50 seconds left. You got full armor. You've got a rifle. It's not entirely impossible. So he could go in for the spike plant first.
They
Then
got
where do you go after
they
that?
got the
You
gecko
know
ult,
the
though,
full
which is the
force and
problem.
might of Global Esports. At least the last 3 players are definitely going to come after you. Russ has the Thrasher. So you have to stay in a spot that's, you know, well concealed enough that Russ can't find you. I guess Market is away. Maybe you sneak back out to the top of mid, come back in with a big flank. That is an idea, but Bankai is watching the back.
Oh. Oh my god! No! Russ actually found him! Showing what it means. Yeah, there it is. I mean, whether it's by sheer intuition or because the meter for Thrash was running out, he found him, dude. He found him. That does not feel good as Egoist. Like, he was preparing himself for a 3v1.
Egoist is not having a
Global
good
are
day. I mean, the
unbeaten
win from
against
earlier
Bleed
is
on
not
LAN.
getting hit by the Thrash
That
like
is a
this.
weird
Egoist
stat.
just
How many times has that happened?
does not feel good. But on the other side, for Global Esports, the way that they're coming out on this, first of all, I mean, the Thrasher just well-timed. The way that they're moving together, you've got Bankai watching the back. Every base is covered. This
What is it,
the Global
12-6?
Esports that, you know, knows exactly how to operate, how to move.
My bleed
This
stocks
is what
have
they wanted to show us
decreased
on their first day as
exponentially.
well, on their
You know, the
debut
first
match as
game
well
against
with
T1.
this
You know what? My
brand
T1
new
stocks are down.
roster.
That's how bad
Right,
this
and
game, this map has been.
there we go.
My
I
think, like, the
T1
most
stocks
Impressive
through
thing right
transitive
now, or at least in
property
that round,
is
Holby
also down.
always, like, kind of wild sometimes. This Finnish duelist rushes out, dies on his own. He gets information.
Yeah.
Apart from that, Russ
T1
like
catching
those
strays.
sprays, that was something else. That truly brought the round back for them.
And this is what I've been telling the desk as well. When I was
Why is T1 so big? I don't know, but it's funny,
Diego
isn't
or
it?
so, is Lightning Fast has been not
What
put in a
stocks are
position
up?
where he can really shine.
Stocks that are
And
up
now,
for me are from
with-
teams that
I
I've
mean,
seen.
him still being on the controller,
I guess
sure,
GE
but
from this
he's now
map.
put into situations where he can be put into spots where he
Such
can
a good-
actually try to do
Who's been better than
something
I?
else,
100
or-
Thieves stocks were up. DFM stocks
sick
were
at
up.
it.
Talon,
He's
yeah.
9, 10, and 3, but those are impact frags. Has been doing.
Genji.
Oh wow, and completely forgot too. Blaze King actually leading the kill feed because he's picking up a lot
Crew
of
probably a
pistol
bit,
kills
yeah.
and some nice cleanups as well. Now back
Wait.
into it, last ditch effort from Bleed. It's gonna be a bit of a contact play towards B main.
Well, that
He's
did
running
not work.
it down. I mean, everybody from Bleed was shot by the paranoia of Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast, though, holding inside his own smoke. That's about to dissipate pretty soon here as he pushes out.
That is certainly a
covers
choice.
the
Hey
entirety
Gecko,
of
come and
the
flash for me.
Bleed
Hey Gecko,
team.
Gecko, Gecko, Gecko,
On
Gecko,
B
Gecko,
main.
Gecko, Gecko, Gecko,
Double
flash for
from
me.
Turion. And
Flash for me.
clean. Benkai's by his lonesome, and that's going to be a quick clean round for Bleed here. Not the end of the world just yet. They got 5 rounds. If they can survive it, they can push into overtime. But of
Oh, they're gonna
course,
save.
GE
They're gonna
almost
eco.
Always, always. But of course, think about how that round turns out. I mean, it started from a
And they're gonna
timeout.
go for their full save, which actually in this scenario, this is a good idea. Now here's the thing, this you could argue in other situations is not a good idea, but when you get to 12,
A little bit odd for Global
right,
Esports, you know,
you
the
just
last
want as
final
many
rounds
full
to
buys as
really
you
go
can, I
for
think.
A play such as that, but
So I
whoever
like
is put
this.
Bleed out on
I'm
top.
with this.
And
But
resets
when you're
the
on
economy
12,
too.
I think this is smart.
Durian
But I think that, I mean,
committing their ultimates
and they get 2
here,
ults out of them.
Quack. Very much so
When they got
everything.
classics.
I mean,
They're gonna die to the
sure.
spike.
You know, if he can secure the rounds, might as well. Polvi, is he gonna stab him? No, like, oh, okay, he still gets it. I am losing my mind, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. I thought, crazy guy just at the nick of time, right? And then Polvi just panics a little bit, brings out the classic, hits the alternate fire, tap burst. Sure, let's go with that.
Oh my god, they actually they could have won this round.
Have been
Maybe.
so wacky this round, but somehow, some way, Bleed clears it up.
yeah, very wacky all across the board.
Right, yeah, why do I
It
like the
starts off
full
with
save? Some of
Darian
you are
and
questioning
that
why
with
are
the
you full
showstopper,
saving
it's
when
an
you got so
elbow.
much money?
It kind of throws things
Like,
in
what's
for a bit of a
the point
loop,
of that?
and then maybe, you know, some
The point
positions
is,
coming through with Polvi
you're on
trying to come
12,
behind,
right?
But nonetheless,
The
once
only way the
they
game
control
continues
over sight, you know,
is if you
once
keep
they
losing,
know exactly what's about
right?
to happen,
So when you're thinking about future economy,
and put themselves
the
in a
only
position
thing
to
you're
shoot
thinking
things
about is,
down and,
what if we
you know,
lose
maybe
and
kind
then
of
lose again and then
spare
lose again
some
and then lose
up.
again? Because
Still
that's
got
the
4
only
more
way the
rounds to
game
go,
continues,
but
right? So in that
very
scenario,
much
of course,
in
when
the
you keep
game.
losing,
You got Polvi
your
on
money
top
isn't
now,
that great.
though, and I wanna see what
You
the
only
next
need to
is.
win 1 round. So you want to try and
Is
make
to get
the
kills with a
buys
sniper.
as good as you can, in
That
my
is the
opinion,
idea.
right? Rather than going for
But the
like
idea will not
30%
be
on
turned
save rounds and
into
stuff like
a
that.
reality.
I think you want
And
as
it's been
many buy
snuffed
rounds as
out
you can
by
actually
Crazy Guy
get.
here. Benkai's hoping that
So
they might
going
push
for
a bit
1
forward
full
here.
save
Heroics
and
from
making sure you can then
the
buy for, you know,
sub-IGL is
quite a
what
few
I
rounds in a
probably
row,
call it.
I think is
Anyways,
better,
Bleed, clean on the take. They just wait a
than,
couple of seconds. Able to get one.
you know, going for
Blaze
kind of a
keep trying to
half
go back
save,
inside, but will lose
but you
control
don't have a great chance to win,
instantaneously. The rest
and then you'll have
of,
to half save again, half
Global
save again,
Esports trying to brute force their
etc.
way.
Now,
It might work, but
that didn't work for them
Bleed
that
having
well
to
there,
clean with
and
the
because they
straight
should be
game
doing
the
light
past
shields
couple
as well,
rounds
right? If
now.
they were doing light
Global
shields with
Esports
this, they
back
could buy
again to
every
the
round.
drawing board.
Even if we got to a
Starting to
11,
lose
12,
control
we
here.
could buy every round.
3
Now, because they
rounds,
full
a while
save,
ago
they
might
can
have
buy
seemed
this one as
impossible.
well.
But with how they've
But
been approaching here, Quack, it
they'll have to
looks
save the
doable
next one if they
from
lose.
the MYSG team.
Yeah, I mean, the reads are starting to feel a little bit off from both sides. Bleed starting things out not too great, but then now starting to get an idea.
You don't like
for
that one,
how
kid?
Global Esports wants to play.
You don't like the
going for that aggressive peek
copy
up on
pasta?
B. Polvi, that's what that op was for. But
Who decided that we wouldn't have
exactly how
copy
to counter
passes?
that,
I mean, I'm
and that's
kind
why
of
they
glad,
played
to be
around
honest.
A little bit more slowly. So getting these wins now, slowly coming back into the game. Once they get control of the sites, that's the name of the game.
Nick decided it?
Global
Of course
Esports
it was
calls
Nick.
the timeout. And
They
again,
do get a
they're
bit-
sitting at map point as long as they kind of play it safe. You know, maybe they don't
You know,
want to
they
allow
get a
for
bit-
Bleed to execute.
They're just a bit boring.
But as long as they, you know, perhaps going for a bit
No,
of a retake,
see,
all
people
it
say
takes
they're
is one
great,
round
but
to
like,
bring them over
most
that
of them
finish line.
aren't.
I'd also just add that even though
You might get every like if you come up with an original one.
max loss bonus for global, right? Give them a
Yeah,
lot
I wouldn't
more
read
money
them
to
anyway.
utilize. Their composition is damn expensive, especially with how
If you
they've
just
been
come up with
buying
your
the
own
operator
weird-
Kobe, that's gonna reset their economy somewhat here.
You know, your own
In
weird
any case,
comment,
though,
and that's
I mean,
that's
just
one
one wrong
thing.
step for Bleed, and that's it for game
You
one.
put the camera on the other side. That's kind of
Holy, is he gonna
interesting.
double satchel once again? I want to see what he does.
Thoughts on
mid,
GE
though.
Coach haircut.
Oh,
I
okay,
enjoy
timer's still
people who are
going. Thought it
different.
was like a tech
You know,
pause.
let people
My
be
brain
them.
was slow. No, they're actually just slow pushing on top mid. No sound done, so Bleed doesn't know this. There could be a huge flank coming in, but all of the members of Bleed are just stacked outside B. If there's any kind of noise that they do on mid, or Bleed just decides to go B, there will be no resistance whatsoever here
I mean,
from GE.
this is what I meant, right?
Okay, it's gonna
Got
be
the
a
timeout, all you
full
need is one
retake.
round.
We've got
as soon as they play along
like
with the
no
numbers
great ults
advantage,
to get
if
back
they
in.
can come in for a big flank,
bit
a big
odd, but-
retake. Bleed might not be able to hold off against
Still
it.
haven't seen a
So now
Seize
falling
Mosh,
back
even though it
towards
could
market,
get
they got
multiple
more
kills.
lines of sight.
Genuinely wonder if
Benkai's
these
got the
teams
first
realize
kill.
that that is a
Step
combo
in the
that
right
would be
direction
insane.
Right now for Global Esports. Oh no.
Ooh.
Wingman and Dizzy makes Egoist a sad boy. 3 more players here for Bleed. Global Esports coming
GG.
back alive. Yay and scary.
Is the TMV lore coming back this season? Thing is with the TMV lore is it does take some time, so like when I'm really busy like this, you probably won't see it. It'll probably be more so if it happens in between like this and Masters Madrid or after Masters Madrid or something.
They just try to spray through the Viper's Pit, but it's gonna get DE9 and Global
Okay,
Esports.
I'm gonna go back to watching Paper X. So if you didn't see this, good for you.
Big contact coming in from this one.
We're on 6-7. Someone said watch round 14, I remember.
What a risk from Manya just to peek that out. Forsaken, though, dipping his toes as well into the swing game outside of A main. Oh, it's Manya, I love this. And he actually challenges, but Forsaken drops. This could be bad. If he re-challenges this once again, he's the only one holding the site for the moment here. And he has to back away, wait for the reinforcements as Mindfreak and Devi are slowly creeping up back onto A.
Trades the Outlaw for a Bulldog too, just wants additional firepower. We've got a little bit of support from Mindfreak coming through halls just to check. But he's got to be so careful. I mean, Gen G are bunched up together. It's a full squad of classics and marshals. He hears the jump. Gets the first shot.
He gets away too. So no trade here.
Not a great
for
dart,
Meteor. Throws out the recon dart for a bit of that safety. And he's home safe? Wait, no. Okay, now he's home safe.
Gen G really just wants to wait for more picks and then maybe try to soften up the defenses, try to sneak through. But at this point, only 30 seconds left.
To be
they have to hightail it to
the
B.
long way around.
As long as Meteor can do it, the same thing that he's doing right now,
work.
Gen G might have a better time in
Meteor
this
got
round.
a kill.
Oh my goodness,
What?
Mindfreak couldn't really do anything. And the rest of Gen G going to be walking up to B.
10 seconds.
It's all up to something. He's got a Guardian. The aim god. Okay, go to the first. Gets the second one instantaneously, but he's dropping in HP and bullets and everything. And it's down once again to Monyet. Oh, was that a tag? It was. Look at how just low both of these players are. I mean, even if Meteor drops down, you can already see Charon waiting patiently at the back of the site and even finds Monyet trying to reposition, and Gen G somehow makes the
tucked away, and he's all for an anti-eco round that Paper X was meant to win.
Absolutely. I mean, it just also felt like Paper X was saying...
Okay, now they're on an eco, so let's skip through this because I assume Gen G win.
1 point in the lead. To the next, now Tex just got enough for the Blade Storm, doesn't need to buy up. Gen G's economy starting to flow, Asarai.
Absolutely. They even have themselves Charon's Cosmic Divide.
Oh.
Monyet finding Meteor through the push on A main. This is what they want. They want to stop these multiple angles of attack, go for a little bit of coverage, and the flashes is so good that Gen G just have to rub their eyes and wait.
Okay, so Gen G got hard
Both
fucking
teams
shut down there on that ace.
Timeouts as well in that first half, but
ooh, interesting
like
wall. Just a tiny little gap in it.
Right now. Again,
Threatened as if you can walk up. That's kind of interesting.
8-8. Look at how close something is on this mid control.
So yeah, there you go.
How risky it is too.
Walks all the way
a
up.
Stray pop shot. That smoke going
with a Yoru as well.
He's actually getting tagged. He might want to get away right now.
Oh my god, what a position. What a cool idea.
He does have the dimensional drift, so he can get away from this without having to use that gate crash, or because he's in such an off angle and he's that Yoru, he can just do whatever he wants.
Oh, he gets void though.
Yeah, he's gonna gate crash out
Need a bit more patience.
Definitely doing what he wants.
Have a little
just getting enough information for maybe pulling the attention away from Gen G as they start to go back towards mid. Now the high tide invested. A little bit awkward though, curve. So Texture has actually made it onto the other side.
He's still doing this. Something. Yikes. I mean, you know, shame on me. And then shame on him if he does that again. The wall's dropping down and Forsaken! How he used his teammate as the great bait mate. They thought they wouldn't double up, but he did. He does get some value.
The bodies, I mean,
30
time.
seconds left, and Gen G lose all control of that mid push, but they wait to use that neural tap for that information.
That's right, we are fishing out here, but it's big information. Now we know Devi is alone and cold on the B side. Maybe we could harpoon him, but we've got 13 seconds left.
Oh, he's just gonna hold by himself.
Wow.
Again, boy's patient, man. He just has to wait for him to peek into his crosshair, and Devi single-handedly holding this. Can he beat down Meteor? No, but because of the recon dart, he's giving away his position. Meteor is just having to hold so many angles. The shot dart! Mindfreak, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you a freak? Well, he could definitely be. Paranoia misses Meteor. We know exactly where he is. Down to 14. 3 bullets in a dream. And is this dream going to turn into reality as Monyet denies?
Just he turned.
That sometimes all he has to do is, again,
Jesus
not
Christ.
do anything. That's already a lot.
This could have not even been close. Devi's won a couple clutches. That was another clutch they won. Like,
as they possibly can. something. He's already nursing himself an operator all above here on Halls, and I really like this because he gets so much information, so much value. His gate crash is about to expire, but shouldn't matter at the moment as Gen.G coming out of elbow.
Yeah, he can always just regroup with his team and other means. Main thing though is for Divide to stay alive right now.
Nice flash.
Ooh,
Nice
well,
play.
they can, especially because of those
Nice play from
flashes,
Paper
but
X,
the punishes
too.
from the Reckoning as well as the Hunter's Fury does get the value of something, just jumping in and out with the shorty.
I got the spike.
Numbers still favoring Gen.G. All of them now on the site. What's the damage here? What's the capabilities? Monyet wreaking some havoc outside of Arch, but he's alone. They haven't picked up the spike. He can reposition into this, and he's got everything. Shrouded Step, Paranoia, and there's smoke. Gen.G realizes, wants to actually double up. They want to use the numbers in their favor. Monyet, did he hit all of them? He did!
Ooh.
He repositions! My God, Monyet!
He's out of
down to
ammo,
one
though.
bullet. He has to change, either reload or change, which he does. And Monyet almost gets it, but Munchkin perseveres. and wins.
Unbelievable!
Oh boy!
His Veil, and that's why, you know, it gets. And, you know,
That leaves the outline reloaded. It's faster than.
Tell me when the next
I don't
map
hate it, but
starts.
I'm nervous, Asteroid. Oh boy.
Okay, that's gonna be Forsaken is back. Oh,
Would I coach a
that's not
VCT
even
team if
back
I got the
away, that's a
chance?
trade
Probably.
By Meteor, punished by Meteor.
It would depend on the money. AJM994. What a legend. A tier 1.
Just trying to get out of.
That's what
get
we
as much
need.
out of Gen.G
I'm
as
going to add a
possible in
little
this round,
goal
right? If
thing.
any
I
round
normally
is
don't
a
like
round
the
that we
goal
wanna bait
things,
out
but
those
if you
ultimates,
do
bait out those,
like me,
pieces of
and if you
utility,
are
that's gonna be
watching
this
me
one.
stream, then you probably have at least
Monyet.
some affinity
Got the
for
Marshall
me.
in hand, shooting through the smoke blindly.
I would
Meteor comes
appreciate
in
tier
for the
1.
pitch.
So AGM994, I appreciate you.
Diced. Mindfreak looking a little bit too far away. That's gonna leave Ilya by
Is he
himself.
ace?
I was about to say Divide, and then he's just by himself right now. Oh, he does not get the shot onto Meteor as well, and he's position exposed. Gets the
What happened to
heal.
the no copy pastas and then
Despite
kid
actually
just
being-
breaking his own fucking rules?
At this
Boo!
point, but
Yeah.
and some presence, and
Rules for thee, not for
that's
me.
why you have.
Boo! Ban TMV mods.
It's still.
There's not really a lot of options for Paper X to really get out of harm's way without getting punished, even with the smokes, right? So we're kind of seeing the other way of that, which is getting punished by Gen.G and ultimately giving rounds to Gen.G. Okay,
Whoa.
Seeker's been activated. Forsaken's just charging right in. Divide? Does he even get spotted? No, he doesn't even have to look at his opponents. Cool guys, don't look at snake bite kills. It's not even an explosion, guys. It's a slow burn, a slow, painful poison burn. Making Gen.G just a tad bit afraid. As it drops, now they know. And they even have, yep, the Viper's Pit to make things
Okay,
a little
this
bit
is a
easier
nice
as they
kinda
transition,
secondary plan.
Excuse me, into this post plan.
There is a trip on the other side. Meteor can make use of it. And then you still got to watch out for those players up inside A main. How do you break this?
Monyet, though, he's vertical, dude. He's got the high ground advantage, and he is using that to actually get the one-up. Viper's Pit, use the snake bite to get a little bit of damage. No one's defusing the spike, and Munchkin through the smoke. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Paper X. Someone's gonna have to start defusing, and someone's gonna have to hold him. Munchkin, what can you do? Absolutely
Someone should
everything.
show
As the
crew
Give that
that a Viper's Pit is quite good.
And that's why it's just so much that Paper X has to work off. And now it's a 2-round differential. How do you climb up against that? And they have to make it happen if they are to start out strong in VCT Pacific kickoffs this year.
Well, thankfully enough, they do have money, creds, to have the weaponry to make something happen. I will honestly try to find a different word other than something. If you
If
guys
kid
can just
thinks,
like
I
DM
kid.
me a different word I can use so that you guys will not be confused. Anyways, the man himself, Ilya, is there
What did Crew do? They just they had multiple Viper
Warrior
spits
once
where they
again.
just let it fall for
He is
no
just holding
fucking
that
reason. It
angle
cost them
for
rounds.
the absolute longest time. He is hoping that someone is just gonna go into his spider's web, but unfortunately for the moment, Gen G, they have their eyes set up here on that A site, and it could actually be good. Monyet's cold in for that one-way smoke that actually drops in and turns into a regular smoke that has a very big partial outside of A main that could actually be bad for Divide. We'll have to see how that works out, and he is trying to clear that with all intentions by himself.
He's got a bit of time.
Oh, he's so alone. Oh, he is so dead. Oh, this is not looking too good for Paper X. Forsaken doing the same thing. No flashes, and he absorbs his opponent right in front of him, gets full flash, but the trades from Paper X are actually working.
I think got 2 with
Shot
shotguns.
mid.
Oh.
Something gets it. He even finds the lurking meteor. And all of this because of the shock darts coming in from Mind Freak. Lakia will plant the spike. Monyet does not chase for him or tries to punish him. So it's the double up from the both of them. Something coming in from the white spike.
Okay.
Trying to...
That was a
good,
crazy
man.
round.
I
Game
don't know.
started. Fuck you. Fuck you. Game started. Game started. Damn it. Just shut up. Jet on yay.
Talking about this,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
was
Jeff.
hyping it up before the match started. Polvi versus Ye.
I'm gonna
Just
say
didn't quite deliver
snooze.
on Sunset, excuse me, but onto Icebox. Surely it'll deliver.
Yeah, it put us on the loop definitely, where it felt
You
like there
literally
was just
asked.
such a different pacing.
No, I
that we're
didn't.
not really used to. The tempo was everywhere on that first game, and it felt like Bleed also felt that as to how they just couldn't really outmaneuver Global Esports. That's not taking away Global Esports that had a phenomenal first game. Anyways, as the pistol starts to go here, contact will be at A site. Very low dart coming in from Blaze King. It might actually have hindered a lot more of the information gathering that
a
was
weird
being
plant
hoped
spot.
for here by Global Esports. Bleed now
Ready for this?
starting to march their way up into the push here. Benkai gets
Why did that turret not see him
evenly
before?
spotted.
Was he
Not yet
suppressed?
gutted, but he's getting pushed out, and his teammate is not gone. Lightning Fast is holding on. If he can reposition as well,
He
has
didn't
the
even
spike
plant. What the fuck is
Not
going
yet
on?
Done. I thought they were gonna be pushing for that A site, but with all this happening, they
Don't
could
close the
rotate to B.
breads. Who knows what
I
that
think
will
that's
happen here?
their option. They don't really want to stay. They're no longer welcome on the A site, especially Benkai down that low. Just a bit of question marks in the minds of Bleed players. Have they rotated? I mean,
30
clearly
seconds
now that you've pushed up Belt and cleared out the corners, you're anticipating that. They know they've got numbers advantage. They've got the shock dart, they've got the high tide, the cove. They're going to come in with this retake.
Oh, that alarm bot is deactivated. It just came up right now. Lightfast is aware, but Durion's too quick. And now Benkai, 27 HP.
Removed.
Man, he's an aim monster. Another one at the flank. That's going to
He
be
does know
Angles.
about the
His
second,
turret
right?
is up, so if he gets some breathing space, maybe he can actually close the distance and utilize it, but
Okay,
he just
Bleed, big
decides to go
start.
for those gunfights, which makes a lot of sense since Crazy Guy was already in the site
Little
itself.
G force.
Not
They
gonna
have
work
been
out.
known to force
Bleed
before.
claimed their first victory, or first round.
I would like to see a G
Back carrying
KO
forward
res
through.
moment. Yeah.
Just trying to keep themselves warmed up in this chilly ice box. I mean, we saw how
Yep, they
this
go for a
round goes
force.
off.
Yeah, he does buy an
It's
outlaw
just a
though.
better setup towards this site. You've got Scary watching as they push through.
remaining.
Global Esports can't really just dive in that freely anymore. They could do that a little bit more on Sunset. You know, they were set up around elbow. They had the get-go. This time, not so much.
Wait, Global Esports, they've gone for the force buy. I mean, it was an expensive round on both sides, and they got the extra money from the plan.
Yeah, he's on B.
But, all right, I want to see Outlaw Country, baby, because this Outlaw can really make some damage on either side. Push up already from Russ here, getting closer and closer. He hasn't gotten the most value off of his KO, as was being pointed out a day ago by the desk. Scary finds one. Jurion still holding the mid lurk just in case. But it's the full blown push of Global Esports here on that A site. Blaze King. It's not gonna work. Fortunately, plant will commence. And the post will have.
Okay, they get the spike down, but they've got
already
2
the numbers
stingers
advantage dwindling.
and a
Global
bulldog
Esports
very
is trying to
low.
push in. So despite this being a forced buy, it's not going to be an easy one. Good shot from Polvi though.
Oh, it's a
Wow,
big
the
flash.
timing
There
is
you
insane,
go.
though.
That's what they were looking for. Blazeking throwing the utility inside the smoke. Gets himself an advantage here, repositions. They don't know where he is, and you're absolutely right. Polvi's outlaw is
Wow,
to
the
be
flash
feared
again.
about
Oh my
as Global
goodness,
Esports
GE.
dismantling the defense.
The
and
force.
making this
I
force buy
fucking
work out in
love
their
the
favor.
outlaw buy on this round.
Wow, what a
It's
way to
even if the
bring
rest of
things
your team
back.
doesn't force,
Global
it's such a
Esports
good
just coming
idea.
in. First of all, you have the outlaw.
Like, even if your
Second of
team
all,
doesn't
the
force,
flashback
but if you
that
do
just
force,
mentioned
it's
after
so good.
I just
And those flashes, to be
doesn't
fair, from
really
Russ
know
were
how to
insane.
play against
The
this. I
KO
mean,
flash
we did see
timing,
Global Esports play this,
insanity.
you know, just a few days ago. But I don't know. It feels almost as if it's not enough game tape for Lagia to set up just yet. I mean, this retake completely throwing Bleed Esports for a bit of a loop.
You know what? It makes a lot of sense too for some force buys to contain or to have the outlaw. Because if you think about it, it works on both ways. Even if you win the pistol round, right? You're usually going to have half shield Bulldog, maybe half shield Spectre, because you don't want to commit the full buy and, you know, quote unquote waste money. But if your opponent realizes this and you buy the outlaw and you're good enough to hit a couple of those shots, you're in for a very strong round where your weapons should be able to one-shot
Scuffing
the
TMV.
team that just beat
I
you
mean,
a round ago.
I
That's
really do
precisely
think
why
that someone buying an outlaw
this
on the second round,
weapon
even if you then lose the second round
is a
again and you just
deadly
have
force.
2,400 credits,
That's why
like,
they picked it up. And on the other side for Global,
that you'll still be in a position to win the round. That a stinger from that point would still be fine.
It's so messy.
What?
Look at this, Polvi. It's not only something that's gotten his elevation working in his favor. Ye and Ego is stuck at the back of the site. They were able to pick up a couple of weapons.
Okay, but Benkai
But it's just not
saves them there at
working
the
out so
end,
well
but
for the Benkai comes in
could have
for the
been
swing
bad.
all the way on screens. And that's going to be a
Yeah, I don't.
shutdown.
Polvi's
Global
POV, that was
Esports
like,
get themselves another round.
woo!
And you know the weird pacing that we
just
were
fully
feeling from that
spinned
last
around
game
and killed it.
feels like it's gone here. Global Esports are running rampant in the Icebox map.
Well, look at Russ off of the zipline too.
Didn't even see that one.
On to the next round, though. I don't know if they can keep this up because keep in mind, Bleed Esports are going to buy up in full. Definitely some adaptations coming in. However, if Global Esports changes
Is there a
things
match after
up,
this one? Yeah.
for
There's
some
T1
long-range
Zeta
moves
next.
With Polvi's outlaw,
Should be a
try
good
to
game.
pick off some of these
And then later
players
today, there's
just
Furia
to be able to keep
MIBR
their lead.
and Sen 100 Thieves,
And don't forget, there's no healer here. So if Polvi can just even
which of course
you know,
we
get
will be
those body
watching as
taps,
well.
You know, theoretically or situationally, if he can, it still works in the favor of Global here. Anyways, you're absolutely right. They do have the strength in numbers now, great firepower, as well as the full buys, yada yada yada.
Yeah, this is why Global Esports is tapping the brakes for this this round at the very least. But at the same time, Global Esports isn't giving up too much. Darren committing the high tide, blocking off all.
But did Loud play?
vision.
They don't play for a while.
It's been out
There's a
this
break
game.
in Americas
Well, we can't
after
see
the games
anything. The
today.
tide goes down, but
Americans
here
are just
comes Breeze
eliminating a
down
couple teams and then they're having a
I can
break.
see it.
Yeah, maybe no information gathered. Polvi and Ye,
Here.
they're just barely missing each other.
So again,
Ye's holding a different
Polvi
angle.
holding here. They got the lurk
just
over
one
towards B. This
thin
guy's
piece
just
of metal.
sneaking up.
There's Ye, but he
They find
unloads,
Ye.
unleashes the entirety of this. Durion's been exposed at the back of the site.
30 seconds
Might not
left.
be long for this world, but because they haven't committed
Liney Fast has found a kill.
fully, he can
Oh,
still
the flash
reposition.
again.
How
He
are
is
the
using that
pick-ins
wall,
so
he is
far?
using the smoke.
Depends
It
what
still just gets
region you're
thrown
talking
up
about,
in
Fergeron.
the air.
My
That's
America's
Ye,
pick'ems are
another
100%
great global
correct.
contact. It's
My
scary, forced to
Pacific
save.
pick'ems
So,
are very wrong.
these outlaws, man.
Absolutely hurts
So yeah,
Bleed's economy.
definitely
Exactly.
depends what you are talking about. But thanks for the 9
Apart
months.
from that, I mean, just right now, these guns. the way
Yeah,
that
my
they're pushing
EMEA
in,
one so far,
Being
perfect.
so patient, playing around with Bleed setups.
Okay, GE off to a
I
great
don't know
start.
about
Could
you,
it be
Astro, but I
Bleed,
feel
the
like
team
I
we
need
see
to time up
eliminated?
pretty soon
That
because
would be
Global
crazy.
Esports are reading
But
them
we've seen,
and
I mean,
knowing
Global looked
exactly how
fucking
to
dog
come
shit
in for
the other
side
day,
push.
right? Today, I think it's not
And
been
what's
too
good
bad.
about this is,
Well, watch China, yep.
you know, talking about side pushes and
We'll be
everything,
watching all the. It's gonna get a
is
little
Global
weird
Esports isn't
in the
leaving
coming like
Polvi to
days
push by
because
himself to
when
create that
EMEA and China
outlaw by
starts,
itself, right?
at some
Outlaws
point
are
there's gonna be
strong, sure,
Pacific
but
and China on
it
together.
gets its most value when you
So
threaten it
that'll be a thing, and then there's also
with
going to
your
be times I
teams.
think where
And I think Global have
EMEA
been
and
realizing this
Americas
a
will
lot
probably
more.
be
So
on
we're
together.
seeing The
And there
fruits
might
of
even
that
be times where
ideology
China and EMEA is
come
on together
into
as well.
full swing as of now. And
So
Polvi
when that happens,
hasn't really had the need
what
to
I'm gonna
win
do
at all. He
is
didn't even buy his
we'll
best
get
weapon. I'm pretty sure he
both
just picked it up from someone
up,
else,
but
of
we
course
will
he's gonna
have a
drop it because he
primary
has blades
game that we
and so on and so
watch,
forth. That's gonna be a call
and
on
we
the
will
timeout.
just
Did not expect this
check
to
in
happen,
on the other
but
game
it
every
makes a
so
lot of
often,
sense because
and
Bleed,
just be like,
they're starting to get in
for
trouble.
instance, attack
Yeah.
timeout happens.
You don't
Okay,
give them too much
we
to
go to the other
die
game.
and
What's
drop
the
their
score?
weapons, so
You know, oh, let's just
timeout
quickly
or-
check
okay,
in.
timeout being called,
But
then
we'll
it's going
watch
to be
one
Bleed to
game.
figure things out, just like I mentioned.
Is how I'll do it.
I mean, we haven't, you know, we're hyping up this pick on Jet for Ye, but we're not seeing too much just yet. You know, in the pistol rounds, he hasn't really been able to
Do a soccer Saturday
come
like
in
stream.
and do what he does. You know, maybe back then on the chamber he does a little bit more.
Have the
This
second
time,
game in
still,
the corner.
The whole
like
team,
your
the whole
camera.
map,
I'm not sure. Would
they
people
haven't
like
really been
that?
put in a prime enough position, right?
I'm
You're
not sure.
always
Some
playing
people I
catch-up,
don't
you're
think would
always
like that
defending,
because I
being so
tried to do the
passive,
kind of split
hiding
screen
back
thing
sight.
before, and people didn't.
And then that
People
just
didn't like
gives
that.
Global that much more
So I
space to
doubt
execute.
having a small one on the screen. I think
There's so
people would
many,
find
I
it
feel like,
disorienting.
reasons as well as why he can't do that.
I think
Sure.
it's better to
Bleed,
focus
try to
on
push
one,
out on
and then
BB,
anytime there's like
but
a
because
pause,
of
or like
the
obviously if there's a gap in the.
walls, they gotta be pushed back.
Like, for instance, it's like me watching the VODs, right? Like, when the map
So he plays
ends,
a lot
I'm just
farther back
watching
to
the
side,
VODs.
But because of how close Global can get in without needing to get contact,
And then
split
someone
out
in the
as
chat
an
can just
entire,
tell me, like,
four
when
stack,
the other game is back,
it
and then
makes
we can
the-
just.
it makes it so that Ye
it
can't really
back.
get that first pick and then back away. So it's been just
No,
so
no
many
red zone
obstacles
style.
that Bleed have to try to deal with on this defense that hasn't again addressed by them in these couple of rounds.
Yeah, I guess now that he's got a Marshall, maybe you're trying to find some kind of a sneaky pick. Then again, Polvi trying to do the same thing with the Blade Storm. But right
So
now,
again, Polvi
just
using
trying
the
to make sure
outlaw.
that
I mean,
Global
he's
doesn't get to execute
doing a
on
good
Ye
job
as
here
many
with this
times as
outlaw, right?
they've done before.
Abusing the fact that all of this
But
is going to be
that's
one
it.
shot.
I
Look
mean,
like
all
we're
of
saving
these
for an op here.
utilities, even with Scary's Toxic Screen, it doesn't block off enough.
They got closer now. A couple of body tags. Ye is in trouble. He's pulling out a couple of those smokes, the cloud bursts, but it doesn't stop the barrage of bullets being
give
thrown
Russ the outlaw
apart
'cause
here
he's
by
low?
Global Esports.
Just the
Gave
score
the
would be
weapon
nice.
to Polvi that he's used up
Well,
every
maybe
single
that's
blade that he's
possible.
gotten. The rest of Global now
Where would I put
pushing
it? Just like
all
above
the
my
way
head?
onto B where no lick.
You've got Egoist though,
KJ
so he
utilities
might
available.
be able to hear what's going on, so he calls the rotations over. But again, without the guns, without the vision, they really can't do all too much in this retake. Global is just controlling things. Ye, again, getting shut down because of Russ and the whole team spraying him down.
Don't need my
And
face.
now numbers advantage, they're just sitting pretty. They've got the null command, not really necessary either. Just waiting for Bleed to peek into them.
Polvi's just been put in a pedestal where Polvi do go things. The things that he does, so scary up against
Oh.
Bleed. He might have overextended his welcome a little bit with that peek of his.
They go for the
and
hard
this
roll on an
coaxes
eco.
The push with the reckoning.
What?
And somehow Bleed comes in. Egoist with the double kill already. Pushing up. The
What?
huge use on that dart. And in the matter of a split second, it's just all been turned up in their heads. Bankai
Oh
gets
my
another
god,
free
if he
now.
got him. Oh my god.
It almost stops the defuse. 0.2 seconds. I almost.
The Cove won the round.
There. Absolutely turned over its head. Bleed. What was that miracle of a play?
I forgot about the 1 star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have Scary getting a kill, but at the same time, Darian's Reckoning, this is such a useful ultimate. It throws them off. Global Esports wanting to reposition themselves. Ego is making use of that timing to push up front with the classic.
Wow,
and as
that
soon
was
as they
so
picked up
close.
the guns, yes, Bankai, try as he might, can't stop the incoming onslaught.
It was because of the Cove too. It absorbed enough of the damage that they were able to defuse it.
Great decision making by Darian then.
And a huge mishap on Polvi. He swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking
This King
him out,
hits that shot,
which was a big no-no.
and they've
Polvi
walked all the
no.
way up.
He just got through. Gets the first pick. Crazy guy right on top, but Russ immediately gets the refrag. Dust settles,
so
and that's going to
weird.
be Scary
Wow,
alone.
I mean, yeah, that is just diffed.
Man
I mean,
has
hitting
been
hitting that shot is
clutch meister
crazy.
When Bleed was playing in Central Pacific. The Pacific League, at
And
least
now
for
if
this
you're
particular game,
if you're Blaze King, I'm saying
had the
Blaze
chance to
King.
do
I mean,
so.
maybe
He
Lightning
was
Class as
clutching quite a
well.
bit
You two
against
just go
T1 as
hunt.
well,
You
but
two just
man,
watch the
right
spike.
now,
You
4
two go and
targets
find him.
on a map like Icebox with the spike planted. I don't know how you can clutch this round out. And apart from that, again, it's the same problem. This A site, Global Esports. First of all, you got Russ with the suppressive knife from KO, and it just blocks off or gives him enough information. Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and that just softens up the site so much. As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they can rush in. Takes Crazy Guy to be perched up on top of screens to get a
Okay,
couple
that
of
actually
frags,
gives Blaze King his
but
ult.
that's about it.
It's not the end of the world for them.
You know, even Crazy Guy, who we've seen before in the past, he's got these counter.
That actually gives
recon
Scary's
darts
ult as
that,
well.
you know, allow him to spray down as soon as the opponents try to go in for spike plants. He's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site. So Bleed Esports, I don't know what the timeout was about from before, but we're not
He's
really
gonna go for his
feeling
ult
it
up
just
here.
yet.
They're not gonna go for the shock.com.
The one biggest takeaway for me has got to be Russ. He was.
Jay needs that ult up.
You know, with that match that they've had against Zeta, but this time it's all very much different. Crazy Guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty setups, and there it is. Null Command is available here for Russ to utilize to make himself
See, easy.
into
Don't buy a
very
gun.
strong force.
For the Viper's
Even though he's
on
down
B.
30 HP, shouldn't matter as much.
Have a
as
Killjoy
long as they
lockdown
can use it
KO
to
if they
batter
want to
the
go
ram
for it.
into
If
that
I was them,
site.
I'd KO ult because Russ is low HP, so
It's a cut of noise.
you can KO ult
for
and
now.
you know, if
It
Russ
did
goes down,
here,
it's
the
not
Viper
the end of
pin
the
was
world. You
active
can
and
res him
elsewhere,
back up.
so a strong inkling that it is B, so no need to push there anymore. And Durian, ooh, what a risk that he's taking right now. They are just right underneath each other. Spotted. Does he know about the belt person? He does not. Blaze King comes in. Ye does get the one kill, but it is all
just use
for
the
not
lockdown and
here
get it.
Quack as Benkai gets the trade. That lockdown is still up and running.
Now, do they
Doesn't
go
get
for
any
that?
detains, but it clears out the rest of this site, so we do have a clean 3v2 in this post.
Russ is pretty low. Egoist has the lockdown, might be able to use it to push Global Esports
They're going
back.
for it. Wow.
But then at that point, it comes down to gunplay.
Now they've
How
planted
can
for
Scary
high
and
here, right? So
Egoist
these
break
guys
up
can
the site
chill
well
all the
enough
way back here and be
sneak the
fine.
plant? They've managed to shoot out some nano swarms, but at the same time, Toxic Streak can only stay up for that long. Benkai tosses in. Oh wait, no, Lightning Fast tosses in yet more, and
no
at this
util,
point you've
can't
run
put
out
up
of
the
time.
wall.
The lockdown invested, but no returns. Asteroid, this hurts for Bleed.
Yep, very much so. It feels like they have
Wasted ult?
that really
From who?
good setup.
From
and then there's
Egoist?
just that
You could say that
one
they traded basically this
mishap
for this.
that changes everything.
So I don't think it's a
That just
wasted
that
ult by either
one
side.
thing, and then it all just gets
Because
unraveled.
Russ's
by
ult there,
Global
he kind of
Esports.
needs to ult because otherwise this wall is
Yeah,
going
this
to go
is
up and they
this is
actually
the
might
performance
lose.
that
Right,
GE
like they might lose
truly
because they'd
was
used
hoping
they'd used their nanos,
showcase,
they'd
right?
used a
It's
Viper Molly, they'd
these
used their
strong
KO
individual
nade. Like,
pieces that
you know, if the spam was
have
bad,
their
they could have
spot.
lost. But
versus
obviously, you go for the
Igelic,
KO ult, they can't
Benkai's
put up the
ability
wall.
to
There's like
create
no
those
way you can
tempo
lose.
plays, pull these star power from the finished scene. It's all coming together here in this elimination match, and it looks like they're in a team to eliminate the Ascended team from Ascension.
What a story. I mean, again, you know,
And it's just the
everyone's
classic
talking about
Icebox.
EA, we
Go
keep
away.
interviewing him and whatnot, but still,
You know,
not quite.
it's time with a
doing
double
it.
look.
Um,
But they really
we
haven't. I
go
mean,
back
they're
in,
getting
we're
to this
back into the
position
same
like
A play.
for free. It
Got
feels
Benkai
like.
and Lightning
You know what I
fast up
mean?
Towards mid. But even then, you know, talk about a plan gone wrong from before.
Okay, we got a
Darian
trade here in mid.
didn't really know how to respond either when he pushed up. Now it's Polvy.
Polvy, what a positioning there. And again, they
Oh,
were just waiting
Russ.
for that wall to drop down before they start exploding into the site. And it feels like this plan has been replicated, changed up a little bit, but still the A site is where GE find their home. Sure, they've rotated a couple times to B, but here on A, Bleed have no true answers. They will get the one kill, GE gets two. They'll get 2 kills, GE gets 3. What is the answer right now?
I mean,
He's
Ye
on his
got nothing to
blades.
save, so he might as well
And
go for
there's
it.
really no reason for him not to go for this. But with the doubling up of these two players from Bleed and that spike positioning not really to his favor, man is in a tight spot, to say at the least. And yeah.
Wow, I mean,
what did you
GE
expect? That
kind
was
of
a
throwing
3v1.
right now. They
Nobody
gotta
from Global was showing themselves up
do
until
something
the
about
very
A.
last encounter.
Like they got a
El
massive
Diablo
problem
El
over towards A right
Hermano.
now. They're pinging
really
it,
know
as
what
you can
amount
see
it
on the
means,
map.
but-
Like,
Oh, okay. All right.
Still,
As a Filipino, I can't tell you.
it's just global esports in this A hit. It's so darn good with the way that they've got 3 players covering each and every lane.
Yeah, let's go, boys. Let's
And sometimes, you know, like you mentioned how they switch things up. Sometimes they just hold up around pipes and play around with the timing of things. And then Darren gets invited. He gets a little bit too curious, gets punished for it. I almost kind of want to see Bleed Esports change up the pace. I kind of want to see Bleed Esports push out. But then there are so many factors to consider, so that's another reason why, you know, it feels
So
too
again, he goes
risky
for the
to make
outlaw.
something
I
like
think
that
he
happen.
thinks
You've got
maybe the
operator invested in this round.
maybe he thought they
Global
might
Esports
save, to be
dashes
honest.
out the
But
first few
either way,
seconds
3 do
with a
have
bit of a
light shields.
default hold
This
in
is good. I
case
mean,
there is
GE,
such a push out.
eco-wise,
Not that there isn't, back
Yeah.
towards A.
At this
they're
point, any
a
Hail Mary that
team,
Bleed
a
can try to do,
team like me.
feels like they should do it right at this
You know,
point.
they think like me.
They've
They
been
force
so
a
pushed
lot.
far back that there's
They
not
have
really a
some
lot of
weird
options
eco
they can
ideas.
use.
They're
Look at
ready
how
for the
all
outlaw. They're
defenders
keeping
are here
track
on
of these things.
A except for Ye, but then
It's
nobody
good.
is there playing on the site itself, right?
I don't know if
And
Polvi
since
is the
GE
guy I
haven't
really
found
would have
that
given this to.
contact, they're
Maybe
like,
Ross a bit more.
Something's amiss here. We have our teammate Blaze King
Now this
pushing up
time they're
on
kind of
Garage
somewhat
right
ready
now.
for it. So this time
maybe
they're
with
going to play
40
for a
seconds
flood, it
left,
looks like.
we can either cut the noise, wait a little bit for this
Probably
ult to
with
go
this
down, or if Blaze
Sovereign.
can get a pick, we can
And
just
they
go
feel like they're in.
run
It's
all
going
the
to
way
be
to
dark.
that B site.
Sovereign. These guys are going to all sprint in.
And that's what global
The
Esports
drone
has
comes
as
out
an
to B
option.
though, so that might
But
change
you know
their
what?
plan here
A
because now you
has
don't
worked out
have the
so well, they're
Sovereign.
just going to keep going in for it.
Right, and you
I
don't have the
kind of
dart.
like the positioning from Bleed this time, playing so far back. Let them in. Let's see if we can kill the spike planter. Play around with the timings of the retakes. Make sure that Global Esports can't really feel too comfortable, even if they have won this site so many times before.
They're running down this clock very, very much.
They wait
Nano
forever.
Swarms could provide some indication
Oh, that could have been it.
of denial. Egoist, pretty damn good on that one.
And they plant in the
Kill
pit.
here on Polvi. Late lurk from Blaze King.
Oh, his dart went too far.
Presence known outside of screens. If he can get a couple of picks, that should be lethal for him. While his teammates on the side are fighting
Oh,
back,
he
and
wins
Blaze
that
King
fight.
somehow manages to pick up Crazy Guy. Durion does get the refrag, but that is time wasted for the favor of Global Esports. Coming in back onto the site. Viper's Pit makes it very difficult for them to push up, but they found lightning fast. That pit's going down. Time is ticking.
And now it's not a great plan.
Benkai's still alive. Did he press any late nano swarms?
Yeah.
And Russ is also doing the same with the fragment.
Wow.
They're buying as much time as they can. Russ pushes up, gets denied. Spike. Ooh, I don't know.
They
It's
just got it.
close. And it's barely just defused there by Bleed.
So don't love the call to go for this flash play here. Again, these teams need to realize that a Viper's Pit is actually a good ult. I don't know why, but these teams seem to think that it's not that good all of a sudden. But it is. Like in these situations, it can turn around. You don't need, in a 3v3, you don't need to do this.
Exactly how Bleed Esports would have played it, you know, just a year ago or two. Especially
Or
on
if you're
that
going to
fight,
do it, have Russ
post-plan
just right-click
lineups. You got
flash
the
out of
nano
it.
Swarms, you got the fragment, and it just burns down so much. But that said, even with a Viper's Pit up, Bleed at the very least, because
Okay,
they
they
play
put
so
the
far
wall
back,
straight
they were
up on
able
A.
to play around with the timings like I mentioned.
Now in this comp,
and it
that
gets
makes you
some,
think they're
frags
coming
in,
A,
right?
but this
That's what
time
they
it looks
really
like they might
need.
actually want to go to
Softening
B.
up
Now
those
we've got an
defenses
op
as
duel here.
soon
They
as
know
the
about
spike
the
goes
op because they
down.
got to kill
Now,
last round.
Global wants to change
Yay
up the
just
plan.
refusing
Yay
to buy
is
for our
positioned
team.
for this.
As we've got a
Surely he
Spectre and a
delivers.
Guardian in this
Blaze
round.
King can use his... Oh, no! Yay! Man got the opportunity to do so, but he whiffed the shot. And now he might be forced back here, and I don't know, man.
There are no words.
That was a big mishap.
There are no words. It is what it is. We keep going forward. Global Esports have been doing such a good job.
It's so
Whether it's
over.
bits of timing or just the sudden peaks
It's
out.
so over.
They're able to react so quickly to
Oh!
take him down. But guess what? Crazy Guy comes back in with the Guardian play. Spike not down yet, but surely soon enough.
Oh!
And Bleed are trying to wrap back in around this, make them feel uncomfortable.
Turn the Tide activated here from Durion, forcing them into the embracing hands of Crazy Guy. He's been good on the Guardian for 2, but he can't convert it into the 3rd. Reckoning denies just a lot of this one. Durion is so close to the rest of them, but they haven't planted anything just yet. The miss of the bullets, but Russ is there to back up.
And they
his
saw
teammate.
him on the
Egoist,
tower.
Egoist is left into a 3 versus 1. He can get close. He might be able to find Russet member here, but he cannot convert. And Global Esports once again
That's tough.
find the opening, not this time on A, but on B.
And it's just, it's really weird. I really want to like keep believing in this Yay hype train, but at some point, you know, I'm gonna let the devs talk about it. Meanwhile, let's talk about what's good, right? Because Global Esports, with the way that they're pushing in like this, yes, Crazy Guy got some couple of good shots in, but then they immediately knew how to recover off of it. Blaze King coming back in,
Going for an off again.
always good for the trades, always good.
Timeout,
to clean
please.
things up with the
It's
rest
the
of the
second
crew.
timeout.
You're absolutely right. As long as Global Esports is in a position where they're so quick to realize
They used
whether
their
it's a
second
good play to
timeout.
follow
Wow.
up on or not, Bleed cannot make these many mistakes, right? And Ye got two crucial mistakes laid out in front of Global. First one was, of course, the whiff that we saw in Polvi, and the second one was just
Bleed needs Son of Car.
not giving up the tailwind to reposition quickly enough to get back into
You have one good game
better
in a
cover.
challenge
Sure,
qualifier.
you're gonna lose your
Wait,
map
did Son
control,
of
but
Car's
at
team
least
make
you
it?
still have
Who
your
is
life
Son
to
of?
try
Who did
to
he play for?
retake the site with the rest of Bleed. So again, Global realizing this and challenging that is working for the South Asian team.
It's working out so well, Asarai.
Oh yeah,
Global
he played for
Esports,
League.
what a day. I mean, first of all, winning both pistols from the previous map, now coming up huge.
Did they
in
call
such
the
a
team
fashion.
Leet?
They started
On
off this
commentary,
first
were they
half
called
maybe
Leet or were
losing
they
the
called
pistol, but as soon as they came in with
1337?
that force buy,
Or
great
1337?
wrecking economy, they've managed to find this momentum, and they are not looking to
Oh.
slow down. So far, the default towards the start has been to take things slow and easy, but off at the timeout, they want to let it rip.
Nice from
Oh,
Crazy Guy.
Crazy Guy's letting it rip though. He's letting his presence known. It's a bait and switch play between him and Ye. That was
Okay, that's a big win
huge,
for Bleed.
Huge one. They realized that Crazy Guy
And they've used their Viper Wall as well,
is
so
consistent as ever.
they do
even
go
through
elsewhere.
All of these
could be in some trouble.
mishaps that Bleed have put themselves into, and they utilize that. Reducing the numbers of Global Esports is a huge benefit here for Bleed. The rest of Bleed, or excuse me, Global, now rotating elsewhere on the map.
I don't know if these movements are felt. Egoist is definitely in position, you know, now deciding to really kind of reinforce the mid ground, although it's not really been a lane that Global has explored before. I don't know how much this Stinger can do though. Spots the shoulder, goes in for the spray,
Never done the
tries to
Stinger.
reload, but it's a quick trade. Now B site might be open unless Scary can turn things around.
Did Blaze King already gave away his position on yellow? Well,
Not
regardless,
really.
Scary's pretty much aware of what could happen here right in front of him. And makes quick work of Blaze King. Bleed come back to strike.
Can you give me Hopium for Yay?
7.
Yeah, he just
For
doesn't
one
care.
round off of plays from, you know, Egoist, Darien, Crazy Guy.
He's actually the best player in the lobby, he
4-7.
just doesn't care.
Last round of the first half. Yay still on that operator.
Look at that. I love the bait and switch, man. Crazy Guy is always that person to make that happen. You know?
I got to.
I got two.
That he did.
Yay ends this map 21 and 13. Well, he's 3 and 9
More
right
than
now.
that, he's a crazy good Valorant player. All right,
They
let's
go
see what
back to the
happens
old
here.
tried and
Meltdown
trusted.
activated already. There's the utilization.
They traded
of
for the
Null
KO.
command. No escape here for Ye. As he only gets the shutdown
The
on
thing
the
is,
one.
Polvi has the
Lightning
spike.
Fast and the rest of Global Esports as they just keep getting kill after kill after kill. Leaves Scary to his
Great, a
devices.
nice end for G at the end there.
Unfortunately,
Polvi not
Lightning
forced to
Fast
res
is
him this
just
time.
Too quick for him to deal, leaving us with a 4-8 as we end the first half.
Quick pushes again. I mean, same thing from Global Esports. Earlier on, it kind of got halted because of Crazy Guy and, you know, maybe a bit of luck, maybe a bit of skill.
I
and
think
knowing
Bleed's
how to
util
pick
use
them
is always
out.
for the individual
But
rather than
this
the team.
time,
I think
as
so
Global
far,
Esports
I
pushing
mean,
a lot
look,
tighter,
it's
you know,
Ice.
shoulder to shoulder, back to back. Everyone chips in, and then the null command to really just feels bad for Ye, but counters him outright.
It's Icebox.
That's the one, but that is it. And
So,
then everything else flowing through. The
You know,
rest of the
on
squad
Icebox, I mean, we've all been in
you
these
know, it's
games,
just
right?
what really quite
Sometimes on
positioned
Icebox,
to
you
gun
just
them
can't
down. They
defend
tried
A.
going for some of these
It's just as
Yeah,
simple
but
as
then
that.
just ultimately
That's how this
lost
map
out
works
full.
sometimes.
Global
You know,
Esports
we've all been in those games on Icebox.
misexecute.
Sometimes your team,
Rush.
no matter what
Null
you try,
command on the
you
KO.
can't defend A.
Everyone else picking up on these frags as well. just the
That's
next
what
level.
happens.
Yeah, sorry. I saw Polvi, you know, just wink a little bit at the camera. You know, dude's having fun. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It just feels like Bleed, they put themselves in a position where it could work if they didn't have such a cold hand in this second map, right? There are positions or situations where you saw that Ye could have gotten so much
Oh, we got a
impact,
scary
but
sheriff.
just
Double sheriff.
fell short of.
Triple
And it
sheriff in
always-
this
it feels
round.
like
Polvi
some
as
of
well.
these crucial rounds is just that. It's just that one falling short of. And unfortunately for Bleed here, that means that Global picks up a 4-round advantage over them.
Precisely that. And now, you know, feeling this 4-round advantage, Global could potentially end this 2-0 moving forward in kickoffs. Whereas Bleed, dude, like, this is not how you want to start. Elimination matches right here. Who wants it more?
Well, Polvi seems to say I do with that first pick on Crazy Guy. Trade for trade though, but Ye
Oh, that
is
was
down
kind
to
of
45.
crazy. Crazy start to the round.
Still
Just
trapped
Polvi
for
running up there.
Global here on
Now they
B
have a bit of a
long
bait setup
between
over
Russ
towards
and
B.
Lightning Fast. And it
The
seems
wall
like
is
Bleed
committed towards
only
B, but of
cut
course
a little
for
bit that
Bleed that
noise.
won't be as much of
Looking
a
at
deal as it is
rotation
for
out.
Global because they
Still
have the
want to
harbor.
push this up. Global Esports
Now-
holding their position.
This KO can
Russ,
make some noise.
I don't know if he spotted Ye here or if Ye's going to check the corner, and it is trigger discipline. Ye has, oh my god, lightning fast. Does get the trade-off, down to 4
Lets
bullets.
his
and he
teammate
will
die
get
and then does
immediately
that.
Dealt with by
That's
the
rough.
rest of Bleed. Bleed now.
I mean, to be fair, Rush shouldn't be
Swing
taking
up
that
onto
fight.
the B side. One playing at the back of things. Benkai swings out. Fortunately, everybody's just too quick. Blaze King does get the quick trade. Does he know about the late lurk here from Egoist on mid that Recon Dart will expose? So his suspicions are correct. Big tags, one more, and he will be able to get that. Bleed gets it. And I just heard it a very, very loud nice from one of the players of Bleed.
I mean, I think when you can
When it
see him on
keeps
the map
spirits up,
here,
right, you win the
I don't know
pistol
where
again.
Russ was. Maybe he was already
I'm not
like out
sure
in the
if
open, so it was just a
Global's
bad
gonna
timing
force
for him.
this
But
time, or yeah, probably not.
if he was
Considering
behind a
like
wall,
also
he
they're starting
didn't
on
really
defense,
need to.
there's not
Let's show me the
much
kill
that
on
you
Russ.
know.
Yeah, he was kind of
So
already
this
out in the
really
open,
just
so
came down to some of these trades.
That's tough.
A little bit awkward at times, but as we take first contact, Egoist with the Sheriff, you're getting more
I don't know if
close
Russ had a
towards the
flash.
map,
It probably,
and then back
you know, this
towards
is the kind of
B.
thing you need to kind of
Everyone's
know
got
what you're
each other's
doing there.
back,
Like,
even
just
if
kill
there are
him,
some
and I'll
tiny
flash
mistakes
for you, and then you can swing.
That's all you want, right? Being able to have those quick trades if need be. And the
Okay,
quicker the
don't,
better.
they don't go for anything crazy here on the defense side.
Indeed. I mean, there's still an alarm bot on mid, so even if they overpush this, it should give away their position. So the only undetected rotation that Global can do right now is either push out of tube, go underneath orange, but even then, right, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
This is such an interesting strat, though. 3 down tube.
So they're just kind of hoping to
They've
wait
got
that this
Benkai
guy
up
will
around
lurk in mid.
Boiler, making a bit of noise. Now they peek out. They don't see anything. So Bleed just completely bypasses all of it. Free plant.
Egoist does get overwhelmed. How much damage did he tag the rest of the flankers? A fair amount, so they will be able to clear up a weapon. And they go the other direction. I love this from Global. They're just like, yeah, they're going to expect us on B main. Let's just push on orange. We'll use the body system. You know, it's not us as buddies. It's us using you as a body shield as they push up into the side as a 4-man. Look at this. They're just going to waterfall to the side. I love the idea. But of course, Bleed, all they got to do is set their crosshairs to
Okay, now Rush should just try and
eliminate.
die to the spike.
And boy,
I think.
will they. Russ down to 4. I mean, if he can keep them inside this event horizon radius, this could be a good thrifty round for Global as the rest of Bleed are just running
Oh,
for
yeah,
dear
yeah,
life.
yeah.
Who will die?
Yep.
Yay, so I feel like that's still a win here for Global in a way.
Take some guns away from them, right? I mean,
I
like,
like to play, it's so good.
that's a nice way to put it. You know, throw bodies at the solution. It's a pistol round anyway. You know you're not going to be able to get away with too much, especially when the Bleed players are that sharp. So do what you can. Even Crazy Guy's laughing at it.
Yeah, he realizes what happened too.
But as reality sets back in, next round, you've
Polvi
lost
goes for
3 guns.
naked
Can't really
up round
do
3.
all too much in this one. Polvi now on the operator. No armor whatsoever though, so full-on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed if Pulvy dies, or you know,
We still got the
Global
triple
gets to
stack
hold
here,
onto
so
it
trusting
and,
him over towards B.
make some damage happen on
Triple
another
stack
game.
on A.
Durian is sitting on a reckoning, by the way. Ah, yes, there it is. As soon as I mention it, activates it straight up. Are they going to push through this, though? I mean, yeah, they can get
lightning
those
fast.
stuns working for them, but how well can they trade? Pretty damn well, actually, here for Bleed. Russ is by himself at the back of the site, holding on.
Oh, Russ has
and he
done
will
really
be able
well.
to shut down Ye. 2 versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making it a very good case right now that Bleed's bonus is pretty damn successful. The swing out, the trade in. Durian's been spotted on Heaven, and Benkai in a 1 versus 1. Can the former Paper X player do it?
Wow,
Unfortunately
massive.
not, as Durian clutches for the 4K, and Bleed
Massive for
are
Bleed, they
inching their
needed
lead
that.
even
We're
closer
back.
to Global.
Definitely
It'll
felt
be a
like
long
it was
day. I can already
Benkai's
feel it.
kill
This
to
is
half, but
we're
Darian,
going a long way
such
in
a
this
dire
game, I think.
situation, still able to put himself up on top. I mean, think about how they just approached in. Yeah, you mentioned it. Darren has been giving some bits of good decision making all throughout. You know, whether it's the Cove from before or the Reckoning in this round, and then the kill towards the end. Just good sense as to where
And they
Benkai
go for
would
their
be.
full save idea.
And you also, you know, go back on the point where you have Pulvy with that glass cannon. Expensive round, so that's really going to merit the hard save here from Global. Maybe just a couple of flashes, couple of those shock darts, but other than that, it's all classics all the time. Ye puts himself up on the boost spot on Generator.
I don't know if this is on purpose or not. This is like kind of.
And they're just going into his crosshairs.
Oh,
He does take a bit of
lightning
damage,
fast.
but that's just a pistol, man. That's not going to take him down very quickly. Benkai, yanks, actually goes almost a
20
takedown.
HP.
But Bleed's been pretty clean these past couple of rounds, and it's all down to Pulvy now, who is very far from the situation.
Just gotta play his Game Boy.
Oh.
You know?
Can't say that.
1v4.
You know, it's the Radiant Entertainment System. It's his.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're back to
it's
8-8.
his Radiant boy.
Just like that.
Radiant
Their
from
lead
that, there we
wiped
go.
out.
Yeah.
Pulvy can go and get himself an off.
RES. I mean, at the very least, still want to go for that round loss bonus. But on the other hand, now Ye starting to open things up. Starting to look a little bit better for Bleed as they tie things up with the score.
Yeah. Global Esports are stumped. Ever since
Maybe a timeout?
you know, the second half happened,
Yep.
it's a 4 straight round here for Bleed. And now we're equalized up. And I do like this for Ye. Again, as I mentioned, he's been on the cold hand for the most part in these 2 games. And it's only here in the second half that he's started to get his groove back.
Got a reckoning again?
And that is so
Jesus.
important right now for Bleed, because again,
crazy.
they put him on the duel list knowing what he could do. And if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, starting to feel it a little bit more. But again, 8-8. And now the timeout being called by Global Esports. Coach Spin, I wonder what he's had to say. The defenses on this site, I mean, or in this map at the very least, is starting to feel a little bit more static, a little bit more difficult. Especially when you have so many elevated positions, right? You got pipes, you got 410, and Ye definitely knows how to make use of some of these spots. The rest of Bleed Esports following in on it. So Global Esports, I mean, so far we've seen, you know, some interesting ideas, especially on the pistol. Maybe they'll start to explore other parts of the map. Maybe set up some flanks around mid and whatnot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Pulvy hasn't been in that initial contact against Bleed in the second half for the most part, right? The time that he bought that operator, he was on B. I mean, there was a point where he was on A, but that was just a hard save for Global, so I think that doesn't count.
It's going to be a B hit, though.
Anything else when they had
Have a hard roll
rifles,
again, as you
it's
said.
always just been Global Esports without Pulvy up against Bleed in that first contact. And that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower for Global has maybe significantly gone down. Because again, he's not on the site with them.
Just gotta really take things slow at least. Again, not wanting to make any mistakes so far. The lead is something that they want to keep
I
for
mean,
the
they
side of
suppressed a
Global
lot of them, but they're
Esports.
still going.
Is that going to do enough damage to stop him from planting? It does not. Crazy Guy successful
And
with
now
it.
they got this for the retake. I mean, great read by Bleed that no one was
It's
really
gonna be
here.
a full-blown
Like, even when, like,
retake.
3 of them got
Lightning
suppressed, they were like,
fast.
yeah, fuck it.
Oh, he's already committed the wall, and Durion's always have his reckoning up and running already here, and that's always to the benefit right now for
Shot by
Bleed.
Benkai.
Shut that on to Ye. Gonna make it a little bit better for the onslaught of Global Esports, but here comes Lightning Fast, and Crazy Guy made the mistake of the jump spot. That's gonna be
Scary.
something bad
Got
for
half
him.
already, though.
It's already halved, so unless Scary can really do something other than just these post-plant throws, I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Egoist can get him, yes! Oh my god, that's actually absolutely phenomenal!
They don't have time.
Time is enough for Scary to clutch it!
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Him and the efforts of Egoist, man.
How does he have so many
Now they'll be
lineups?
able to go
It's-
for it again.
Like, it's awesome in the sense
Colby
that like,
actually
you
was
win
thinking
speed
he'd get
around,
knives, but he
it's
died to the
always,
spike,
like,
so he
a little bit
doesn't.
annoying to watch because it's just a snake fight that wins in the round. I mean, sound plan, sound strats from Bleed Esports. First of all, like you mentioned, Asarai,
Seen a lot of players from all
reckoning,
regions
always
flexing
up
amongst
and at the
multiple
ready.
roles.
It just buys a
He's
bit more
saying
time away from
people are
Bleed.
really
I mean, from
understanding how
Global
to play the
Esports.
game, not just having one player
So
for a
both
specific
teams
role.
kind of doing the same thing back.
Yeah, I
to
think
each
we've
other. We
definitely
saw that
seen.
Nanoswarm
I think it's
plus
partly
Russ's
because of the
fragment
balance,
from
right?
before,
Like
now it's
obviously,
gonna be Scary's snake
you know,
fight.
back in the day, there was just no
Let's
reason
move on
not
into
to
the
play
next.
Jet
It's gonna be
or
Ye.
Chamber,
He's trying to open
right?
things
So
up,
it was like,
dashes in,
but you're just gonna
doesn't
play
see
that.
anything.
I think because the game is probably
It's
just
it's
more
not
balanced
going
in
for
general
another
right now.
plant.
Kind of the spike just a little
You know, it's
bit
just
off
it's just
center
a
there, so
better.
the pop shots from Blaze
You
can't
know,
really
it's
get
just more
through
to
it,
do.
through that high tide. Big flank coming in from Polvi here.
We got a Guardian though.
No utilities activated just yet. Here comes the flank. There's the use on the Hunter's Fury from the other side to break down that Killjoy ultimate. Once this wall drops down, all hell will break loose, and who will come out on top?
They
It's
just
actually gonna be
defused.
Global with the defuse through all of the confusion from the rest of the
Did
players.
they not? I think they went
sacrificing
far
their
enough
lives for the
back.
greater cause, and that's
They
gonna be
didn't hear it.
Global evening things out their first round here in the second half.
I think with all,
War
I
is
think what happened
chaotic,
here
man.
was they silver ulted,
I
and there was a
didn't
Killjoy
notice that
lockdown,
happens,
and there was
but
a, and they
somehow
came
one of these
very far
Global
back.
Esports players just managed to sneak.
I don't
in
even think they
along with the lockdown.
they
Polvi
properly
trying
heard
to
them
buy
defuse.
as much time and attention away from the spike as possible too, coming off the flank.
I was so confused then
It
when the round just
was
ended. I was like,
enough for
oh, did
Global
they kill
Esports to
everyone?
Sneak around back.
Replay, so we can see who actually just defused it. Because I was also just looking at the fight first in front of us.
I think it was Russ who just got on
A
it.
lot chaotic, man.
Maybe.
Anyways,
Was it? He threw a flash though, I think.
Not sure if we
Did he?
pictured this, but
I don't know.
coming into this round, Global Esports, they almost got the whole enchilada. By that I mean 4 ultimates in their pockets. Very strong to think about it, because if Egoist
That's the first first round they won.
his lockdown, Hunter's Fury from Blaze King is there to respond, just to break it down. It's always going to be a good thing, because you don't want any extra space-giving abilities to be used.
Now
by
we have a
Bleed.
big ult round though for them.
At the very least, I mean, back thinking about it, compositionally speaking, I
we
want
go.
to see Darren doing more. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, just as you said.
I think yeah, he went for the
What
kill.
cost, man? Look at the kills that they've gotten already. Sure, they can try to break this lockdown, but Bleed, they've gone the other direction. Hello, B-side we go.
Trying to use that lockdown to distract them and bait the rotations over, the Hunter's Fury as well. And as the Sova stays stuck in that animation, yeah, the rest of Bleed, this tiny little squad approaches B.
Polvi's coming in. He's using that Sova drone as a well, as
Oh,
drone.
I mean, Polvi needed to get both these really.
But it does absolutely nothing. He wanted that
Okay,
firepower
Bleed, weird
alongside
round. We
with
go
Blaze
for some
King if
aggression
it could have
here.
been done.
It doesn't
It's
go
not,
great
so-
for them. Egoist gets a kill whilst fully blind.
Another round here. This is the
That's
play
tough.
that we were looking for, man. Quick, concise, very sure of the plays that they do. 10-9.
Now,
Break through onto those double
Polvi has
digits.
knives, so they'll probably buy here.
So that means the game is not yet
I would have
over.
thought. I mean, Benkai can
Some
buy,
of these
Russ can
ultimates
buy.
were spent
Lightning
thanks
Fest
to Egoist's
can't,
one
but
lockdown.
4 of you can buy. I think you probably go
What
for
a
it.
game this has been.
So, I mean, back into it, it's just going to be Bleed continuing forth, playing around.
So yeah,
the
they just
map.
kind of got him with a fake
Got
though, with the
some of these
Killjoy
hits
lockdown.
on towards the A side, and if they do get the spike down,
Bobby actually goes for an off. Fuck that. Fuck the
Same thing can be
knives.
said for B site.
Naked up.
So Global Esports, we had the one timeout from Coach Spin before. Now, what are you thinking about next? Like, how do you put a thorn in the sides of Bleed.
Very close start for A main, just making sure that they can spot out
They're
Pipe
going
here,
for the same idea
get that
again. Spike's
control.
here.
How far will Pulvi actually push on B long with this operator? He does have Benkai right beside him. The risk here is exorbitant. They're doubled up, aren't they? Yikes! Benkai hasn't been spotted yet, so he can maybe wrap around. But no, the turret can actually spot him if he comes around the corner here. If he pushes the same angle that Pulvi did,
The
there's
thing
still
is,
two
these
players
three
of
are
Bleed
still gonna
coming in,
chill here.
and I don't even know how Bleed just second guesses someone's gonna push them up, and they get that.
So they're
trade
still
for
gonna.
free.
Oh no, they're not chilling.
There's more trades happening here on A main, and Ye's just like, thank you very much.
Oh,
Those 2 kills.
you have Benkai here.
Benkai,
You know
Lee
that
King
they're still in
by
here.
themselves for the moment.
Because both teams are, you know, it's kind of like the wave and the moon really pushing and pulling with gravity. Blaze King trying to play off with some of these timings on the peaks, but it's not quite going to be
They need
enough.
to chill. I mean, they've got big ults as well. I
always
don't know
trying to get a
why
good read
they've
for
gone
some
for
of
some
these
very
rotations,
bizarre
but
rounds. They need to
without,
chill.
you know, really
They need a second
confirming the
timeout is what they
information,
need.
As soon as they peek out,
They're gonna
it's
hunt for
always,
this off.
you
I
know,
mean, they
thinking
got
like,
so much money.
All right, we saw a little bit of presence
He's
towards
not got time
B
to survive
garage.
this.
Maybe I can push out onto Pipes.
He's gonna have to kill
If
3
I
of
do,
them, I think.
Ye is there, and it just goes back and forth.
They got money. They're chasing Benkai down. They don't want this operator getting value. They spot the alarm bot being brought down. Now, they work their magic. One in the front, one in the back. That's going to take
Yeah,
away
they're
the operator's
struggling
hand
big
from
time. They
Benkai,
need a
ultimately away
timeout
from
here.
Pulvi.
100%. Because they've got like massive ults.
Has truly been turned on its head, Quack. Global Esports
You know, they had the
such a
KO, they had
dominant
the
second
Sova ult.
half, or first half, excuse me. And then we get something like this.
Like, just.
Yeah, starting to put
I feel like they should know that, like, okay, Benkai is still, like, yeah, maybe they've got a double look mid, but make them push into 3 people.
See?
You know, if Benkai's still holding up there and can tell you, like, hey, no one's come here yet, I think you just gotta chill and be like, yeah, we're in a 4v5, but if we've got 3 people on a site, we can deal with that. We can still win this round.
With some of these extra towards sites. And then
General Gen G with the 50 bits!
words, you know, it's just kind of take things a little bit slow.
I think that Ye is not the duelist that fits in this meta because he was dominant in an era where more reliant on set plays the entry, whereas now individual players mixed in more, or maybe I just overcooked
because
this
if you are
thought.
to push, you're gonna need a lot more team effort. You're
I
gonna
think
need
Ye
some
dominated
of that
during a time.
execution.
Ye was just the best
They
chamber.
might have
Like
spotted
there
something
there's really just nothing else to say. Like Ye was just the
Well, he
one
needs to
who
spot
understood
something
chamber
out.
better
I
than
mean,
everyone else, and he
you
was a
know,
good player.
Win or lose, they still
You
will
know,
get
and he was just
that
the best at
back three.
abusing chamber. The
But
thing that made Ye much better than
this
other
has
chambers
been a
was he
grueling
actually
grind
knew
for both
when to
teams.
not get too aggressive. Far too many of the other
Called
chambers
into
were
just the
was
upgrade
skewed
pistols
way too
for
aggressive.
Global as well.
See, and now you're on a save, and so it's probably going to be 12 for bleed.
Let's have those blades.
This is gonna be an odd round to say the least.
Fair enough.
Take flight.
Relegated to bleed, they will pick up that map point. Although it is not too many rounds that Global needs to push this into an
Now,
overtime.
this is pretty big, and you haven't seen the turret here, so that should, like, these kind of things, right, are
This
clues.
is like a second awakening for.
This is a
awakening scheme
context
for
clue.
Bleed as
Why
well,
isn't
right?
there a
So-
turret here? Because anytime you see a default,
Yeah,
the turret
yeah,
will
how
be
did he deal
there.
with a bleed that possibly could go into map point? Big flash at the back of the site. Blade, or rather, excuse me, Ye just backs away. Quick little flash. Crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman. And Pulvi somehow manages to pick up a couple of kills. If he can reset the blades, that's going to be huge. Spike has been denied the plan. Drops right down into the site, doubles up with his teammates. They're a little bit too much constricted here, but Pulvi finds it once
They're all
again.
kinda
The
low,
Finnish
though.
Superstar brings it all
And
the
Ye
way
gets
back
all
down
3.
the line. Ye with the
Did they line
turnaround,
up?
83K, and we go to map point.
I gotta see it from Ye's POV. Was it a spray transfer? Was it taps? Whatever it was, he got all those 3 kills. And while Global Esports, with their setup, with Pulvi's knives almost turning things around for Global Esports, Ye shuts all of it down. It lined up for him.
Look at that smile. El Diablo. Imported. Man. Showing us why the import is here. Why Bleed have
Maybe a
committed
B hit again.
to this tier 1 superstar from NA. Pulvi's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact. A couple of players of Bleed already right in front for the picking. Unfortunately, he whiffs that first shot. He's gonna go for a second chance. You've heard Crazy Guy a while ago. He's like, they keep peeking, they keep pushing. Yes! Because of that dart as well, Polvi might be forced to back away now.
Yeah, nothing doing for the time being. It got Bleed a little bit of
Gonna
presence
hard
made,
roll.
a little bit of
Got a
space,
KO ult here.
and off of that positioning,
far, far away.
now the Reckoning able to push off any global esports players who might be on site. High Tide blocks up a lot as well, but
Ouch.
Blaze King, good spray this time.
Spike planted.
I mean, his opponent just popped a
Okay,
couple of
they
shots
get into
through
a
the smoke.
4v5.
Blaze King, a
They're
master
gonna
tracer,
use the KO ult, of course.
bringing up back the pain to the source of, to the point of origin. It's a huge fragment though. Here comes Russ activating the null command already. He's gonna have to get a couple of impact kills here, or else it's just
Again,
gonna
they're
be all
just
for naught.
sticking it.
Ego is gonna be doing his darndest again. He did it a while ago with Scary, but not
That's
gonna
like
happen this
they've
time
won 2
in
rounds
Global
on defense. They've
Esports.
both just been re-stick the
Holding
spike.
on to the knife's edge, living to fight for another day. And like you mentioned, man, they are close to pushing this into overtime, and they still have that one map
Again,
advantage.
Bleed
Yeah, just
a little
rushing in to
concerning
get
because
that
it's
spike
obvious
keep
that like they're
very interesting.
obviously going to
And,
use their
I mean,
ults.
the null command was
Right, like
expended
obviously they're
for
going to
that
use their
retake
ults.
as well. So, you
So what
gotta
they probably
think,
needed to do,
although it
and
is
they're in a
4 rounds
4v5 as well, like you can't
and the
play
Reckoning
this.
was used, you've got Yang,
You
who
can't
has a
play
place
this
from available.
normal
You've got
back
a
here
couple
post
more
plant
bits
just
of
chilling.
utility on the side
Like you
for
can't do
esports.
that. You have to.
Global Esports has
You're gonna have to push
to
deep.
walk around a type rope right now.
These are kind of things
Goes
that
with
like
that lockdown. Okay, there it is.
it's
picked up.
2024. You know,
Yes.
like that's a
Blown up aim,
2022 play.
Yeah, just to hold the position if anyone pushes over. Egoist wants
It's
to go for it
2024.
close enough
Like,
around
we've gotta
five to
be-
set that lockdown
We
in.
got to be realizing like
Then we'll have
they've got a
games, and
KO ult.
Then it's going to be a retake.
that
slash
we're on
number
12. They've got a KO
Unless
ult. They are
Lightning
going
Fast
to
or
use it.
Russ can really
We are in a
fend them off.
4v5. We cannot chill back here.
Okay, there's 0 point.
Lockdown's been activated already. They're still holding the angle here on Maze.
Will that destroy it? It's right by it. It should.
Lockdown does clear up most of the site itself, and I think Bleak was able to spot that nobody tucked themselves into corner in the back, but they haven't really pushed up into the site itself. Are they going to do it now or go in the opposite direction? Seems like it's going to be a commitment. This is very hairy here for Bleed. Global Esports, they've tucked themselves into corners. Scary's gotten the first pick, but Polvi's right here holding on. Cannot for Blaze King. And it has gone topsy-turvy on either side. Lightning fast. Anchoring, hoping, praying that he can maybe get something before, or rather as he waits for Benkai to come in for the play, and Benkai comes up huge. 1 versus 1, it's him and Scary. 20 seconds, Scary's gonna have to pick up the spike, but look at this, Benkai's down to 10. Scary, all he needs is 1 bullet, a hair, a whiff, and that might be it. No doubt.
Oh, Scary!
Benkai had
Oh,
but it is
no.
denied, and Bleed push us into map number 3.
Then we will be truly in for a bit of a
Empty.
surprise. I mean, both teams kind of leaving this next map open. It's going to be
Oh.
split. We showed us a little bit of it against T1, but at the very least, still up against Global Esports.
When he was planting in the open there, I was like, oh
Both
fuck,
sides
he's fucked.
being able to make
And then you hear
it
the
close.
scream from the players.
Towards
It's like,
the
who
end,
is it though?
Adjustments came back up.
Passing it on to our panel to discuss this monstrous game number 2.
Going into a map 3, ladies.
Okay, let's. This gives me time to get through this Paper X game.
If I'm correct with these made-up stats, but they feel like they have the first bloods, you know, very much locked and loaded in this first map. Something at least pads the stats a little bit more in the favor of Paper X with that peak. And that slows down Gen G.
Really, no mid play and
by a big
icebox?
margin.
No,
Not
there
having
was
the
there
flash
was
that it
almost
from
none.
Latvia really hurts the chances here for Texture to get more of these quick contacts into the site.
Definitely slows down Gen G.
What
They're
have you
always
just
gonna
sent
be
me,
thinking
kid?
about what's next. But now, Dimensional Drip, just to gain
Oh, hello.
further information. 1 minute left on the clock, and Gen
I
G
guess the
actually
third-
going
the
back
third
off of
map
a
will
bit of a
decide
default.
Ye's
They want to
fate.
spread themselves across the
Oh.
entire map. Ooh. Just saw the
Okay.
spike.
All right. Mr. Risky here.
It's an interesting wall here.
You know, not even,
Dude, they are living dangerously.
yeah. 1 Blade Storm at a time.
But it works for them, and right now he's got information if they were to cross in the risky way. Most of them have already bypassed it, so Something going to reposition. But what I'm curious
30
about is
seconds left.
Karen actually lurking up around mid.
That also, and
Yep,
well,
there
there
you
you
go.
go. He finds the one pick onto something here. There's the quick charge out. Tailwind was actually saved up by Texture, so he has capabilities to enter the site.
Oh,
Forsaken's not going to know about Karen here. Or does he? The Reckoning actually spots him out 14 seconds. Let's see what the battle comes in through the mid. It's going to be Forsaken. Spike, though, should get planted. It's all down to Forsaken for now as he waits for Divide to back the site. Back what? But Texture!
Wow,
What
Texture, what a shot.
reposition!
Throughout the entire. Really?
What a shot.
Bro can see like 2 seconds into the future, man. And in a very quick and fast game like Valorant, that's all you really need. That Cascade was supposed to give some sort of safety, an access point for Paper X to get through on halls, but it turns into a signal for Lakia to, you know, it's kind of obvious. I'm just going to pop shots. What am I going to lose? Absolutely nothing. And he gains the 1 kill for almost everything here. There is no money for Paper X right now. Forsaken, okay, that's one. Myfric's gonna have to go big, which he does. Oh, this drone. This drone!
Guessing that's it.
Out of work. Yeah, it's a little bit chuckling. The next map.
Oh, so this I just in my mind I only just remembered as well. So this was for playoffs as well. This was like a very important game.
He smokes to supplement himself. He just has the weapon in the corners.
I don't know why it took me so long to realize
He's
that.
just dwindling down ever so closely to exploding. He does find Texture, but I mean, Karen's just gonna activate Gravity Well. Whoop, swoop. That's about it.
They know they got it.
He's got no time, man. That's
Okay, there's map 1. How was map 2? Is map 2 any good?
Apart from that, who is
We got what? Normal comp from Gen G. Paper explain their old comp.
going to be the one, supplementing Jing? Of course, it's going to be Monyet on that raise.
true. And again, feels like something might be back in his element now. Now that he has that jet back in his hands. It seems like when he was on the Yoru, he was just following set guidelines. It wasn't the same, something that we were kind of mentioning when he is on that more explosive duelist. And in case you thought Jenny was going to commit on that C site, now just a bit of noise here and there, maybe hoping to coax a bit of rotation from Paper Rex, which has worked. But if obviously Jenny doesn't know that, but they're still going to hit the other side on B.
I mean,
They're still playing the Jet Raise.
This is a
Money
map that
on
Paper
Raise.
Rex can study game tape off of because Gen G did play this, against RRQ. So having an idea, you definitely have that something that is feeling a little bit more swift, a little bit more fluid.
Did something get in? Oh, I thought he got into the door. He
Cypher
he
camera,
opened it
quite
himself. There's the fight. They're going to try to go for the pitch very quickly.
Something with a great
Paper Rex,
swing through.
This B side,
Although he somehow didn't get a
there
kill.
is no solid ground here. It is all quicksand. You got to move, or else you're just going to fall into the wall and
Skip the second round.
Playing defensively. I mean, that's
Unless they lose somehow.
they've committed the fight. They've lost the weapons, and they've.
Rex expecting or anticipating that they would push out a lot on this defensive side. So they are playing so far back right now, and now that the first minute comes down, now they walk on up to B.
They're about to open the door. Yeah, there's the Haunt activated already. Forsaken's ready and best, but there's too many numbers here. They've committed the fight. They've lost the weapons. And they're losing numbers right now. Monyet's going to have to hold this by himself. He is down to a very dangerous amount of HP. Already activated Tailwind, but Genji's not biting. They know they have the numbers advantage. They know the spike is planted already. So something's going to be put into such a
Especially
decrepit
after you
state.
see that gun.
We've gone for even more. And
I'm going on to a different point here. You know how Paper Rex on the attacking side here on Lotus, they love to break that.
So now let's skip through this, assuming that
here.
not much happened.
Thankfully enough, there's a lot of utility for Meteor to give himself that space and
again, not
makes it so easy on Lotus. All you have to really do.
very duelist for Gen G.
See what you mean,
Now
there
it
was a
doesn't
lot of
set up.
outlaw.
I was saying huh because I saw a double Odin.
I thought you were going to point out the double showstopper available for both the duelists very quickly here.
That too.
I love having ultimates very early into the game. It makes you very aggressive. And it looks like, okay, let's see. All right, that's gonna be a trade for trade. Texture does get Monyet first. Dust settles 3 versus 3. I mean, what was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to do? You're really able to go into works in their favor because now all of the utilities that
There's got to be a
PRX is
better
gonna
camera
sprinkle
than
around
this.
the map has been subverted for the most part, except for
I mean, I guess it's hard to
this
destroy.
one really weird off cam from Forsaken that's been spotted.
Bring them down.
Surprised that he caught it. Although it was a bit of information for Forsaken nonetheless. We've got some smokes up. We've got Mindfreak available, and they're trying to work their
there
way
you go.
in. Getting those heads-up duels will be advantages.
There's the NT, not nice try, but the neural theft activated. Meteor still holding on, man. He is a force to be reckoned with, but Mindfreak comes up.
He does.
But man, oh man,
But Forsaken getting the heads-up duel, and just Meteor holding the angle.
Okay,
up.
I mean, PaperX,
Beautiful Valorant on both sides, but Mindfreak
you know,
clutching
Gen
down
G,
on
to be
top of
fair,
it
they
was the
look
main
actually
factor.
better than I thought. I was a doubter. I was a Gen G doubter, I'll be honest.
seems like we're back, you know, down
But
to,
honestly, they look
down to
pretty
even.
decent.
Door's been opened up, but no one wants to charge in on Tree. I guess it makes a lot of sense. They know that Odin is available
Everyone
already for
was.
Device, so they don't want to get, you know, peppered, wall banged to oblivion
Yeah,
on Tree
maybe.
there. They just want to make them think. Device already pushed up here, so now he knows no one's actually inside this position. So there is a lot of merit that they might actually break through that link, go to B, or rotate around. Meteor, his timing is going to be very crucial. Forsaken chase a little bit too hard, and he has the lockdown. He can activate it right now, let the rest of his team come in, or use it as bait, force the rotation away
Problem
from
is, you've
PaperX
gone for a lockdown,
and
but
go
then
elsewhere.
you've opened
That's
the B
best
door,
thing
you've
that Gen G
opened
has
the
going
A
for them
door.
right now. The number of
Like, what the
options that they
fu-
have
what a
thanks to
waste
Meteor
of a
getting that
lockdown.
first kill, but now committing over to the B side, paint shells in, it buys PaperX a little bit of time for something to come
And
up
then you
with a
lose the
judge.
spike. Okay, as I was praising
He
Gen
knows
G,
someone's
they just did
right
the fucking
behind him.
stupidest thing I think
But
I've seen them do.
since they haven't picked up that spike, he can just be as patient as possible, hold for the rest of his team. That's all he really needs to do. Texture stayed, not going
use
to
the
do
nade
much
to
damage,
grab
but
that.
he does pick it up. Something's got a cloud burst. He can get closer and closer here,
10
create that
seconds
tempo if need be. But the one that's going to have to hold the most is Meteor right on top
Okay,
of
they
that
did
B
deal
site,
with something.
which he does, leaving Mindfreak in a 2 versus 1. They've doubled up onto the corner
Oh,
here.
the stack.
They got a shot at step. He's got a shot at step. But he's waiting patiently, but you mentioned it already, man. They're stacking up.
Doesn't bite that bait. They stayed hard up on stairs, B stairs, up against you know, some of these players from PaperX like Mindfreak, and making sure that they wouldn't be able to push out.
Yeah, and
Actually,
again,
was the
it's
most
because
interesting.
they
I mean,
don't
that's the
really
one I'll
have
make
to
the
chase
video
him.
about. I
Again,
think no
they can
duelist.
rotate
PaperX no
elsewhere.
duelist. Yeah, they went for a save and they pushed A
Paranoia
in.
delayed them just a tad bit
They have
further.
C.
One satchel.
Then again,
Pushes right in.
maybe winnable.
Caron holding, thinking he could be top of the spike. Numbers of PaperX dwindling down. Something's gonna have to make something happen here. That right click. Breather again. We assume
Man, so they were down 2-4 as well. So like
crossing
that was like a
the
legit
streams of those
chance
showstoppers
that it
we
looked
saw,
like they
that's
might
about it.
lose. That's
Still
crazy.
pretty early into this game, though.
Not really feeling all
Oh,
that much
yeah, he's
yet.
starting. Yeah, he's on Viper.
Last map in this elimination
Let's
game
see what we
here
got. We got
in
kind of
kickoff
default
zone.
comp for
That
Bleed.
started in just a bit.
I mean,
And
that's was talking
not
about
the
Yang
default
having
comp
woken up.
for
Has he
global.
truly woken up
See
and
the
hit that
gecko
snooze
on
button?
split.
Or,
Let's see it.
you know, what's going to happen next? There are players trying to keep the spirits up, but at the same time, you know, there's silence in the stadium right now as they feel the tension of the elimination match coming through.
Absolutely.
Polvi, Global Esports, they want to break open the site.
Breaks
Oh!
open with this fight against Durian that completely misses him. Both the contact on Polvi as well as that boombot, interestingly enough.
Oh, they're gonna try and pinch on him, I
Rest
think.
of Global now pushing up into ropes. Oh my God, where did that come from Russ? He just Goomba stomped the head of Durian there. Global Esports opening Pandora's box, but Egoist has been such a crucial factor right now. The trades and Blaze King using the wingman to plant all the way from heaven. Total baller.
I am
And
stun
even if
locked.
he lost
I am
that
genuinely
fight, the
stun
wingman
locked.
could have
They
planted
literally
it.
knew this guy was here. I was like, what is Russ doing?
Layers upon
You know
layers
he's in
that
here. Like,
Scary had
your
to try to
Cypher's
keep.
heard this
Yeah,
guy.
switching up in terms of the pace, right? Global Esports just go right in and starting things off with Polvi, Benkai.
Like, look, that-
with a little bit of support. I mean, it really is the same thing of playing in terms of rhythm. Bleed, oftentimes just trying to take things slow, trying to be methodical.
What's the
about
local
it, but
time?
not
It's
quite
11:43.
expecting, such movements from Russ, for example.
Global Esports is that team that I feel like embodies ripping off.
Why
the
did it
back.
say 11:43 wet?
Like, oh, you want to take this nice and slow? No! Go in! Just hammer it down onto the side, which they will definitely do. And Benkai and Russ
What the fuck is
commands
wet?
commands authority here.
It's actually
on
not
that
that. It's
site,
actually
leaving the rest
a
of the
fairly
league to
normal
scratch their
cloudy
heads,
day here in the
deal
UK.
with this
Or at least where I
post-plan
am.
With just the pistols, if they can
A Western
maybe get
European time? What the
themselves
fuck
a
is that? Get that
advanced angle
fucking
here.
out of here.
That could be something, but Global Esports, they got themselves a
Don't
massive
buy into
amount
that
of
EU
crossfires, too.
propaganda.
Not even that could really, stop Blaze King, and he's just gonna pick himself up a 3K, one away from the Thrash.
Dude, Blaze today, this guy has been a bit of a sleeper. I mean, sleeper agent to speak. You know, in the first game, playing on that fade, we didn't really talk about him too much because those were just a lot of
Okay,
kills
the
where he
full
cleaned up a
Spectre
lot.
buy.
Maybe a bit of utility coming through.
Old
But then
school.
now, today,
I
just
played in
back
2021.
onto the third map, he shows up again. I thought that maybe he would have at least dropped to like a right click or two, but the movement somehow just favors him instead, and he gets the spray.
No sun? It is. Look, I've got no. The light is natural light on my face right now.
Contact once again. Very aggressive use on the fault line too. Already gonna push through this.
Should be a free kill.
There's the contact.
Oh!
And Durian. Ooh boy.
Well, that
Shooting
didn't go well.
gallery at its finest. Lightning fast alone. Spike dropped at A main, so two avenues. A main or ramps. Choose your poison.
Either way,
Choose your ladder. Yeah.
either way, it's not something that's gonna be easy to stomach. And I guess it really just comes down to the timing of it. You know, trying to break through that choke point. And that's the nature
Did
of
Ye
split, right? You've
kick
got
drop?
Barrage, you've got
You mean
A-main,
drop
and,
kick, Taku?
and you want to try to switch
Kick
through.
drop someone?
If Darien kind of does the same thing, and getting those sprays out, the toxic screen up from Scary, excuse me, it really just crumbles the entire...
PMV, is your lineage the vampire race? Is that because I'm very pale? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, at least right now, right? They were just trying to do a speed run of that bonus round of theirs because they
Look,
got some
I'm not
stuff
gonna-
coming here. As I mentioned, Blaze King does
Oh,
have
I mean
Thrash
clothesline.
available, exactly that.
Good one.
So he's just using the wingman first, soften things up.
Look, Taku's
A bit of
speaking
that
a second
contact on Bale.
language. I don't
Now
like
start doing
making
things.
fun of
Yay.
people speaking a second language because I can't
So
speak
close
Polish.
From this contact, he realizes this, but that fault line is perfectly placed to catch him off. Thankfully enough, teammate Egoist does him a solid. I got you, Ye. You're perfectly fine with
I mean,
me.
you'll want to pick up the ult again if you
Pings
can.
out the Thrasher orb as well.
Well,
The rest
they
of
don't
the
have
squad
any
is
smoke.
fully aware of what might happen next, but unfortunately the response
can
not
die.
quite as good. Bleed Egoist only able to pick up one.
Where did that TP come from? Or where did that TP go? Lightning fast on top of the box, gets the trade, 2 versus 3.
They got the
Russ
fence trip.
gonna be planting down the spike. Benkai holding hell here for the moment as Crazy Guy creeps in ever so slowly. Did he see Benkai actually go around the corner? That's gonna be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not really given any form of contact here for now. There it is. 1 to 2. Dashing right in, but Durian
Hey,
is quick.
Global off to a good
Quick
start
enough to
again.
deal
We
with
saw
the
this
two
on all
players
the
still
maps, to be
available here
fair.
From Global that shuts him down.
It just comes down to those protocols. I mean, we saw it happen towards
And
mid-call.
honestly, again, it looked like Bleed were in a good spot.
Have
You know, they
the
kind of
wingman
had,
just
had
soften
dealt
things
with
up,
the
get a
initial
confirmation,
heaven rush.
then
They actually think I got
Thrasher,
the
everyone
first
else
kill.
slowly starts to follow through. You had the Dizzy to start things off.
Oh no, I guess it was kind
And
of
then as
at
they
the same
start to
time.
swing out, Polvy's there to assist. Ye unfortunately just couldn't quite hold it back. And they managed to get the side off of it. Egoist fell as well.
And here's the problem too, right? The only defense that they had on B Heaven was pure contact. All of the traps from Egoist here was set for any kind of B main contact, but it all got bypassed because of their shot at step from Lightning Fast. So every kind of trap that they placed was very well
Ignored.
Thank you.
But
by
you're up
Global
on A.
Esports.
Skydog coming out.
Now, same thing. We get hit control. We get some more options. Ye trying to deny it with a Recon Phantom, trying to spray through, but Nothing doing. Crazy guy though. Did he hear?
He probably did. But like, who gets who first? That's the question. On that rope contact, if ever there was any rope contact. Polvi straight up marching his way here on B Heaven. He's got a chance to peek this, but he's not going to do that just yet. He just charges through the smoke.
Wow.
And Polvi's, thank you very much. That.
I know exactly.
Yeah, okay. Neural theft to combat that.
Crazy guy?
1-for-1
What?
trade though. Crazy guy does
Just
find
threw
another.
2 smokes?
But with all of these neural theft activations, it could actually be turned ups on their heads and Russ
Why are
backs
we...
away
we're running away
as they
here.
realize
We're
where they
on
are.
site here.
That's Global Esports running it all the way
I
through
think
the
that's
A
just
site.
TPing
Counter
on
neural theft
as we're
does give
running
all the
away
information
with the
that
Cypher ult.
needs to know.
Rotation's over. Darian with the rocket.
Hey,
Oh,
Polvi! That's why he got picked up, man. He gets those moments, and when you thought the big connection of ability is there to shut you down, he just raw talent, raw firepower. You know, he's the one with the showstopper. That's gonna deny some pushes for a good chunk of seconds, which allows the rest of Global Esports to go the other way. They're gonna try to clear Heaven. If they're not on Heaven, they're just gonna drop down, help out Polvi here.
It's not planted for Heaven, I don't think.
So there's always that extra assistance.
Kind of in a weird spot.
All Polvi's
It
got
is
to do is
planted.
get that
Somewhat
information
for
from the
it.
team.
Enemy remaining. Last player
Spike's
standing.
still out too. And all Russ has to do is hold, wait, and play. Spots out Scary, who was going to go for the full defuse. Global Esports have total
Hey,
control
Global.
of
I
their
mean, again, a
attack
bit of a
side.
messy
always such
round
a
in general, right? We were
Damn
trying to
good
do a B
feeling,
split.
man. Like,
We actually
Polvi,
did get
like, if you have
fairly
that
far into a B
aim,
split.
your
Cypher came
hand,
in, we
your
come
arm
back
becomes-
to A.
your mouse becomes an
Polvi
extension of your
basically
arm.
wins
That's
them the
what I
round
like.
just solo.
We
This was a bit
request
weird.
The best of the POV replays.
There
Oh my
There
God.
it is.
Just fully anticipating it, and then although Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast packs, Polvi's still getting the shot early on, and then everyone else knowing exactly how to play off the spike plan.
Polvi
now.
looks like
Definitely needing to stem the
he
bleeding.
looks like when he
It's gonna be
looks
Legia with a
finished.
timeout now.
You know
This
what I
is
mean?
way
Like
too
he
early on
looks
to be
like
losing such a
he looks like one of those
momentous
like
lead in
books
the
from
half.
like the 1900
I mean, with those
of like
highlight
drawing
plays
of people
from
of
Polvi,
different like
it's gonna
races.
rattle a couple of
The finish
players
one
here
would
on
be
Bleed, especially
Polvi.
Durian, right? That's matching up Polvi against Polvi here. Man is on a mission. Absolutely right. That 1-4 is a definite concern right now for Bleed because there's no more cushion here, Quack. We're here on map number 3, and Global's already running away with the lead, and you never want that to happen. Sure, I mean, you could look at Icebox and see that they can slowly grind up their way to something, but Bleed doesn't want to be in that
His
position.
name literally
They
means
want to have
knee
that
and
solid
finish. Oh, that's cool.
advantage.
always says so much. I mean,
So Bleed now on an eco.
we've seen Bleed for the past 2
I-
maps.
I mean,
now start
GEF
things
started
off
hot on every
without a
single map.
strong lead. They're always
So-
slow to catch up. Might even be able to say the same for their match.
I don't know if I mean it's tough to win a game when you
It's
start
just
everyone
look
down
too great. You know,
4-1.
always talking
But
about
that's
this
tough.
team. You got Ye picked up. You got strong players. You got Darian. They ascended from Ascension. And Crazy Guy says in the interview, like, we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
Of course, there still is opportunity and chances. It's not like we're already at like 12-10 or something, but it is somewhat concerning again as how much Global has really garnered in these rounds.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the lead, but Polvi has been impressive. Now back into it again, looking for an execute.
I don't love
on
the
site, but
solo
look at
Gecko
how
mid.
Bleed has to set up. Yes, it's that eco, so I don't know how much it can really do. But playing around the toxic
And they
screens,
got
got
5
some
players
stingers
on
and
A.
frenzies.
It's a 5-stack on A, dude.
Yeah, but then also like look at Global. They're just ignoring it. Not gonna push past main. Maybe up ramps. I don't know if they'll go through screen.
How many did that
I
see?
think
Just
they
one?
realize it too. I mean, even
Yeah.
if they don't realize it, they have options to go elsewhere. And since they did leave Blazekick here on mid, they can always have an
Okay,
opportunity.
so I think
to
this was
pinch coming
always
into
the
that
plan,
mid side,
was
and
to-
now they're like,
Because of
something's
this, you know, you got the flash here and
Precisely.
stuff. They stunned across for
Nothing
this.
seen so far.
I think the plan was
Just
always
for
to
extra
come down
security. Now the
here
site
and
is
then do this,
completely
but-
clear.
up. What a read.
Stick the plant. Why not? How can Bleed do damage
10
on the
seconds
retake?
left. Spike planted.
I mean, there's still 5 people, so
Look at
if they catch someone holding an off-angle position here. Can
That's
take
quite an
away a
interesting
weapon,
round.
or
You send 3 players up
you
here,
know,
back through, down,
we can just wait a very
with the
last
intention
second,
of always doing
try
a
to
B
get some
hit.
exit frags and die to the spike. So I'm assuming they're gonna go for the latter.
Oh man, then it's like both sides saving fully because Global Esports can run out mid, they can run out garage. Bleed just dies to the spike.
Probably that, right?
What an eventful round.
Now this is an interesting choice to just die to the spike here, because of course that gives them a ton of money, right? Like when their money is this low, and you've got stingers, right? You've got stingers light shields that you're giving up here.
What's your
So that's I'm not saying it's necessarily the wrong choice, but
This is
it
Valorant.
might not be the right one either. Biopills with tier 1. Thanks for the 19 months. I am tired today. Today was the first day I'll say that, like, I was tired. Like when I mean I said this at the start of the stream. Like today I tried to get up for the Paper X game, and my body was just like, no, you're not doing that, and I fell back asleep straight away.
Durian, he's got himself the operator. It's been pretty
Woke up for
solid
this game.
in that Sunset map, but is it going to solid enough here on Split where
I also
he
need
doesn't
to have
really
breakfast
that
at
much
some
line of
point.
sight? Polvi, the double satchel catches crazy guy. This makes it
I mean,
significantly
gee, just
harder for Durian to really get that contact, but it doesn't matter.
farming, it
He
seems
still
like. And you would
shuts down
this
Polvi.
is like a
Good
defense-sided
shot.
comp as well. It obviously got worse with the Sky
Can't
nerf,
really
but
cross back now, and the intentions were kind of sussed out as well.
You know.
Why else would Polvi be trying to run back down ramp? So that's why the rotations are coming over from Bleed. They're getting a good read on things.
order a
As
Mackey's
long as
breakfast. I
Scary
think it's
gets
too
the
late for a
right
Mackey's
amount of
breakfast, isn't it?
contact, as long as Benkai doesn't find too much on the A
They only
side,
do it till 11, I think.
Bleed should be able to.
Also, the
pick
last
this
time I had a
round.
Mackey's breakfast, it was very disappointing.
Of course, it's still really early on though. Scary backs off. Darren.
That's
back
12
in his
now?
Place. Global Esports might be able to, go out along with a Dizzy push.
What's
They
Mackey's?
do have the Rolling Thunder, right? So
I don't know.
You might call it McDonald's.
Like it makes sense, but
yeah, you don't want to use it willy-nilly, right? So you're
Yeah.
gonna look for contact elsewhere. Benkai has always been that person that likes to do this, but timing is good actually.
Whoa.
Is that guy?
30 seconds
Question
left.
is that
So they're
gonna
hoping that
gravitate the rotation from Bleed and allow Global to actually start pushing into the ace to the B site?
oh, it does.
Then they ult.
And the
I don't know
Rolling
if that makes
Thunder,
a
you're
ton of
right,
sense.
Astray, even though it's not maximum effect, it does do enough to push
And
Darien
Blazing
away.
couldn't destroy the
But
trip
Scary
quick
from
enough.
the top of heaven.
That
comes back
Benkai
in.
fight was everything, because they would have destroyed the trip.
That nade is very far off from
Spike
Russ.
planted.
They're on. Might not even know that Lightning Fast is around the corner. Okay, as the dust settles, it's 3 versus 2. Durian is only aware of the positioning of Russ here, not Lightning Fast, who is inside this smoke. It's going to be the double contact. There it is.
Player
It's
standing.
all going
Played
to be
by
up and
Bleed.
down to how quickly he can actually get that transfer, which is not really too
One
hot.
enemy
That
remaining.
paranoia does nothing against Russ. It's a 1 versus 1. Scary's been a clutch master, but Russ can do something
Wow, the movement.
extraordinary, and that is to be
Wow,
the
Russ.
and savior of Global in this round.
Wow.
Is it time to start singing
Now
different
that was a
songs
weird
now?
round.
Global
Benkai gets this kill. He goes for the
Esports,
second one.
Russ,
The fight
a
versus the
fragging
Cypher Egoist was really
IGL.
important, because if Egoist
Scary,
died there,
you would have thought that he's the guy to clutch
G would have
things
won easy.
out, but it's
Using the
such a
breach ult is a bit
one-on-one,
weird.
A little bit off put.
This was well played by Bleed, knowing that he's going to be in the smoke.
Uncomfortable. Despite being blinded, Russ still lands the shot. And it's just such a good call to make that rotation through.
And now they're on a save again. That's a
Even
massive
actually
win.
getting a frag
Massive
onto
clutch.
Ye. What is happening?
It's the calls, man. It's the smart use of utility too, because there would be a world where he didn't get the A push, and they could still do that B play straight up. But yeah, the woe was very much granted as Russ is down. The hero of that last round.
Do you
down
think
to
Bleed
15.
need a blood transfusion?
Always
bad.
playing around the
That's
rhythm
bad
and
even by
timing
my
of things,
standards.
right? In previous
Like,
rounds,
that's
we had
fucking
Polvi just
horrible.
diving right straight on A ramps. This time around, they're going along with a team, and Bleed are kind of playing along with that, trying to get a feel for this dance, and this time getting a better grasp of it. Benkai still, though, however, lurking all around. The rest of that global squad
Tripwire destroyed.
looking to make something happen towards B. They got the utility for it. As long as they can block off Heaven.
Quick little TPs there from, oh, that's a big flash. Egoist, does he go against it? The push out.
Wow,
and
the
it's just too
TP
quick for
in.
Global. No sweat in that one.
TP
Again, Lightning Fast is using
These guys
himself
swing
as
here,
a
Lightning
human
Fast gets
recon
this
dart
kill.
where he just keeps TPing in positions for his teammates to feed off of, but Benkai also solid on these lurks, and Bleed left to really just scratch their heads. Ouch. Yay, down to 1.
No.
El Diablo is down to El Uno.
No way you like clutch this at one.
El
No,
Uno.
of course not. I mean,
No.
that's crazy,
If
guys.
Ye ever only gets 1 kill, I mean, that's the thing. If Ye
I
gets
see what
like
you did there.
3 kills
But
or something in a
absolutely right.
game,
I
he'll be
mean,
like,
Stab, 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 stab. Ah.
El Trez,
Secure the round win. Why not?
El
Yeah.
Dos,
But you know, you gotta definitely think
El
about it.
Uno.
This is happening so often.
And he's on
Good
0.
calls
What's
from
0
Russ.
in Spanish?
Talk about the execution with Lightning Fast being used as a bit of a human recon. I mean, it's just such a smart way to use that shrouded step, but at the same time,
just 0?
the support that comes in along with it. Russ can frag, Benkai. I mean, this is classic split plays. You got that lurk, you cut people off in the rotations, you control
0.
the whole map. Global Esports are having a great time.
And I don't know what the retaliation would be for Bleed here. They're creating plays, sure enough, but Global's just, yeah, we'll just play our own game, keep pushing forward. We still have Polvi, who's been so good at these contact plays, and there it is once again. Durian,
They're just getting
okay,
diffed,
there we go.
although
He's getting
that's the
impact
spike.
play. Neural Theft
They have
slows it
Omenal?
down
They
a little
do.
bit further. Blaze King now calling the rotation. Hold on, Lightning Fast. He's got himself that from the shadow, so he can pick it up, the spike. But there is a world where they might break him and not. No, he picks it up. It's pretty easy for him. Anyways, hold Heaven. They must. Planet for Heaven, Planet for Open, and it's a 3 versus 3 on this retake.
Still do have Egoist up around screens, though. Trying to make their way through. But what it comes down to is how well they can really break apart this Heaven hold. Darian out through.
Oh,
Punches him.
Yeah, Egos was waiting for a better angle there if it can.
map watching.
Benkai through the smoke as well.
I think they know
Fast
they're
coming
both
here
Heaven.
too. Paranoia coming out, but does not dissuade Scary, and Egoist is not in a good spot.
Wow.
He doesn't need to be.
I think they panicked a
Excuse
bit
me.
there.
Egoist with the
gee,
ego
they just
peaks, the
needed to...
ego kills. And he saves it once again for Bleed.
He kind of made use of the pressure from the spike tap to bait them out into the
Yeah, they
and
just
he
needed
just
to
has that
chill a
aim
bit. They got a
just
bit...
enough
I think they got a bit
to really
antsy there.
fend them
Perhaps
off.
thinking that he'd already got half
what
or
a
something.
round, both sides, just trying to play around things. Darian and Scary doing a bit of work.
Like Lightning
but at
Fast
the
there,
same
he just
time,
has to
Global
jump
having
again.
a sense of trying to rotate over with Lightning Fast. But then when it comes down to it, the heroics of Egoist. 2-7 lead. I mean, again, you know, they start things out slow, but they never quite back
And this is a
down
big
that
round though,
easy.
because again, if Bleed lose, this will be a bad save as well. So this is like
On that A
a big one for them. Obviously, but G not as important, I guess.
It was a great
But
picture.
they need to win this
It was a
Bleed.
picture of them winning that round.
They got Seekers, you got
Picture of two bodies on
Cypher,
the
you
ground.
want to be using them.
Oh yeah. Durian so close to He's hiding in the corner. He's been spotted and it's gonna be him down and dusted. Yay, holding
What?
the angle here. Pushes out with the
Jay
snake
still
bite,
on no
gets
kills?
Caught in the collateral of things, even hiding inside the
He's
smoke.
looking for El Uno.
Seeker's been activated here by the defenders, but it's so early that the Seekers won't really threaten the control and rotation capabilities of Global Esports. Egoist
El
now
Ciro.
coming in through B Heaven. He's been such a stalwart of Vanguard. But these tags,
Yay,
man,
more like
he's been put in a position where
yoy.
he has to do so much, and he might not be able to do anything at all.
Yeah, great ways to check, too, from the likes of
Smokes
Russ.
down. Only good for one, though.
Yay, more
Reaction
like
nonetheless, but yeah,
nay.
you're absolutely right. Global Esports having the numbers now. They get to push in. They got the site. It's just a near impossible
They're gonna
retake.
save.
The rest of the
They're
team
gonna save a
members aren't
fucking
even really
Spectre.
even
Fuck.
moving. So, seems like it's gonna be a save.
Yeah.
And it just came down to a bit of guesswork. Unfortunately for Bleed, doesn't quite work out. Global Esports, on the other hand, again,
He did give me a
think
sub,
about how
that's
they
true.
take
He
down
did
this
give
mid.
sub
It's
once.
just- it's
So
worked
yeah,
out so great.
I'm on his side.
And I think you gotta put
Sometimes it's not
into
your day.
perspective, I think how slow Ye has been to assist his teammates, right? Because whenever he's on a non-duelist, it just feels
No
like he's just
way.
a step behind. Like,
Yeah, Ye's
I was
gifted
wondering
subs
why
before.
Durian
And now
was
Jorgamo
holding
subbed
for
as
such a
well
long
today,
time
so
onto Mail, and then you see
we have to
a
support
few
EG.
seconds later that Ye's there. So it's at some point you're thinking, was Durian supposed to get any form of support utility or
Do we?
support spray down from Ye
Yeah.
as to why he held Mail for
Also,
such a
I
long
picked
time?
EG.
Even through the triple push of Global, and you start to wonder.
Definitely wondering. I honestly am not too sure. I can't say for certain, but whatever it is, it's just not working out for Bleed. That much we know.
Yeah, he was
So,
fine on the other maps. I mean,
timeout
he wasn't
again.
like crazy good, but he
You're
was
just
fine.
left wondering, like, how can Bleed really catch up with this?
And again,
The
Bleed just
entire
after such a
desert.
slow
lot of
start
people
in
all thought
every
that
map.
Bleed would definitely have this one in
And
the
they take
bag.
the second
Given their
timeout. This is the
performance against
second
T1,
time in
for
this game
example.
they've taken 2
That was
timeouts
such
in the
a
first
long
half.
game, but they were still able to put
How
up some
crazy
great
is that?
numbers. They were still able to push T1 in overtime. But here, up against Global Esports, you know, a roster that everyone was kind of questioning. We got all of these imports and players from all over the place. But Russ and the leadership, man, it just feels so different in this matchup. A welcome one for sure.
Bleed's already used all of their talking right now. Like he is just shaking his head, man. I don't know if he just called the timeout to take a breather.
Yeah, you're doing a final moment.
have something planned for his team here.
Oh no.
And flip side is, you know, if Bleed can survive with a few more rounds coming into the second half, miracles do happen. Switch of sites can definitely change the winds of impact here.
Yeah, for an execute heavy map like Split, you know, pass, a bit more defender sided.
G better than
Now
the first year?
as long as you crack the code, you got the right executes. Definitely could.
Am I the only one that thought that GE roster, like everyone
Definitely
was
doesn't
always
feel good,
talking
you know, when
about
your
how, you know,
coach is just not
oh,
even,
they
like,
did well
happy
for
with
they
you.
were shit.
Oh yeah.
So you would want to
Like they
have
were
like,
shit.
more faith, more spirits up. Darren with the showstopper, definitely a possible turnaround.
Yeah, Scary's on that first contact too. So Darion wants to get up close and personal. When Scary gets that whiff of anyone
Like
trying to get this B main control,
Ooh.
they might even use the showstopper, but it's not even needed.
Okay,
as he
here we
gets
go.
that double spray down, beautifully executed. They're gonna push him up, and Pulvy just pulverizes the opposition. Scary holds on, gets the 3K, pushes back Blaze King. No more flashes for him. Does have a wingman. Can use it to push forward, but he waits patiently as Benkai comes in with the double up, and Ye's right here in the corner, helping out Scary with this Judge 2 in hand. Wow, oh, that was a risk. That was a risk!
There's no way we've just lost that.
Guess if he should break the wingman, he just tanked it everything and hoped that his Judge would be good enough in that close quarters. And this might all be just all for naught. The tag as well and Crazy Guy, he disabled for a couple of seconds, and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner. And we're not even just yet. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Crazy Guy's pushing up.
There's no fucking way you've lost this round.
What just happened, Quack?
There's
Just
no
Global
fucking
Esports
way you've
feeling
lost
that
this round.
confidence today. I mean, of course, Egoist with nothing but a classic. We're expecting him to clutch back up. He did it before. Knows exactly where Ben is.
Oh my God! 4 bullets! Versus 1, gets the kill. I'm sure. But Bleed somehow
What the
manages
fuck
to
have I just
persevere.
watched?
Egoist,
A
true to his
4v2
name, has truly
to a
been
2v1.
the star player here,
Horrific.
the clutch player of Bleed when they need him to do it the most.
And then we lose to a fucking guy with a classic.
Yes,
You've
Blaze
got
King
to be
was
kidding
low
me.
enough, but Blaze King somehow couldn't quite land the shots against him because didn't quite know the positioning either. So Egoist definitely showing
Jesus
up huge on this map,
Christ.
but we need one more round, if anything, just to feel a bit more
Literal
comfortable. The previous
Egoist
one, Blaze King
1v5.
and the rest of them, yes,
He has
he had the
literally
judge, there was a
soloed
wingman
2
lead,
rounds
They
for
were just
them.
so confident how they pushed out. You can feel the confidence again.
Wow. Okay, Scary's just out of there. I do not want to deal with this. This is not up to my pay grade, at least for now. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
I am overreacting way too much, I know, but Pulvy is creating openings when there's so little visual stimuli for this man.
I say, like, fair enough. You know, the round just started.
got the
He just
Benkai
got right
lurk
in,
here.
The spike's already planted.
Scout destroyed.
Bleed have got their work cut out for them. The peek out does allow Durian to get the trade quickly against Lightning Fast, and Durian just running it down. They're hoping that they can get these contacts. Russ, if he can get a kill, maybe he can rip out an ultimate for himself.
The bank guy alert coming.
One around the corner is going to be Blaze King, but do they know, coming up from heaven is Benkai. Defuse on the spike, the crazy guy holds his teammate's hand,
lost
and
that.
Bleed somehow
Again.
manages
How they lost
to
that?
squeeze one more round in before we end the half.
There we
That guy was
have it.
way too slow.
4-8 instead of a 9-3. And it comes down to, I do feel like, again, at least on this map, it's egoist. On the previous ones, you know,
And now all of
might
a sudden
had
they have a
good
chance, and they've
performances
been
from, like, Darien,
fucking
for example,
destroyed this
but
game,
this
Bleed.
time,
They've been
although
absolutely
we had such
destroyed.
a
Going back to the
strong
old
and
GE
consistent
roster, though,
lead
the
coming
point
out
that I
of
wanted to
Global
make
Esports,
was,
Polly just
like,
creating
GE
some
last year had
crazy
Texture and
openings.
Monya.
Towards
Two
the
players
end
that
of
we
it,
know
Darien
are,
even
like,
trying to find
really
things
good.
up.
Like, really,
It's gonna
really
be
good players.
Egoist along with Crazy Guy to
And they were
support
still
to come
dog
in
shit.
to follow through and clean up for the team. Egoist, with his mechanical skill, kind of brings the game back just by a bit for Bleed Esports. Is it gonna be enough though for the second half? That is the question on our minds right now.
I was about to say that the polar opposite of that is these little things can actually lead up to it being enough. So completely two different sides of the coin for the same for that sentiment, right?
They won 3 matches? Yeah, but my point is, like, that's not very good.
At this point for Bleed.
Like, okay,
Without him,
you won 3
both these
matches.
rounds
Well, one of them
would
is
be
against
impossible.
DFM. So does that even really
50%
count?
of the rounds that Bleed has gotten, Egoist has clutched. What a percentage, right, that has been for Bleed. Man is doing.
So they won
work.
2
And he's
matches.
The only one here from Bleed, as you can see on the scoreboard.
50% sounds big, but it's like 2 out of 4.
I mean, you get what you can take. You know?
Dang, that's right.
In this situation, you have to get it.
You got a point. You got a point.
DFM slander is crazy. They didn't win a
Off to the
fucking
next
game.
half, that's
They
right,
haven't
but,
won
you
a
know, you
fucking
got
game in
these
years.
that could help you really well in retakes, and I have a feeling that that's what Global Esports wants to do. And
El
at
Uno.
the same time, bear in mind, you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. Bleed, they have to be ready. Look at mid.
What a stack here, as you mentioned. On
Yes,
mid
I say
too.
the word, you're weird.
And they push outs on
Even Nick
Raptors.
gets on me for that.
Paranoia will be soon to follow.
Okay, nice. Here we go, Bleed.
Get hit
I
at
need
all,
these.
excuse
I
me,
need this
for
for the
loss of
pick'ems.
words. The reposition so that the
Wait,
aftershock
do I?
does not engulf him. Nade is available, throws it out of the corner, and that is a great separation of utility here for Bleed. You see Global trying to push through, and they get separated again because of the snake bite, again because of that paint shells. But
Blink and you miss it,
trades
3v3.
come in aplenty. We've equalized the numbers. There's going to be the plant on the spike here for Bleed, but Global have heaven and
When's China
control,
start?
But Durian is putting the effort. He's
21st or
putting
2nd,
this
I
game
think?
into his own hands. He's already gotten 3K. If he can do more, maybe even an ace.
Okay, they should. From this position, I mean, with the
that
camera as
cancels
well. Fucking
everything.
do you see both of them?
He has another nade.
I think they only saw one of
Darius
them, given
in
they
a
didn't react.
prime position to pick this up. Gets further info, just sees one, right? So he knows where the other is.
But they still should be pretty much
They're
unwinnable.
taking a very long time to get close into things. Blaze King
Okay.
can get the trade on Egoist, but
We have a
as good
game
as
now.
that,
We have an actual,
Bleed get their first round.
real game. El
Global was going
Dos.
for a hard read, dude.
Yes,
They were
El
like,
Dos.
Let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
El
Trying to already
Diab
set up for the
2.
retakes. I think that's why Benkai was positioned.
Now
so far back
that
to
would
right
be
now.
what it is if he got 0 kills in
However,
a game. It would be
yeah,
El
you can see that
Diablo.
replay, Darien was not
That's what it
blinded
would
by the
be.
paranoia whatsoever, and sometimes that's just one of those things where
If he ever gets 0 kills in a game,
you know
it's
the
El
air of
Diablo.
effect of that flash just doesn't quite cover what you need it to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponents move out. It's a
That's
little
a
bit
big nade.
unfortunate.
Well, Ye's dead.
Get the trade on Yay. This is just again a pistol here for Global too. If they push up, Russ has a stun, so maybe that's gonna be something to utilize right now, which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already. They're already looking right behind him because they are aware that Blaze King can pick up a weapon, which he already has, and they're not even looking at this. Bleed are so lost. The Thrifty is so solid for the South Asian team. But now it's all left again in the hands of Egoist. And he doesn't even
Forget
have
I
his
ever
spike
said anything.
in his inventory. Womp womp.
Still, though, want to be careful about it. You got
Did the
two
commentator
classes,
say
you can't
womp
lose
womp?
Any advantage that you have.
Oh,
Round's not over.
Oh my god.
Fuck
he
me.
the 180, but Benkai's just
fucking hell, Benkai.
Crouched at the end, too. A little bit unfortunate for Egoist. I mean, both these teams, that's one thing that we often forget, is that Benkai does have experience with Bleed Esports. Having been on PaperX, having come from that MYSG scene.
What is going? I mean, to be fair, okay, you know, Lightning Fast hit some nice shots.
You know, and Russ has some great timings with this breach too. Yeah, man. I just love the
Well, oh, Bleach
laid-back
Force?
nature of
Oh, the
global
tilt
players.
forcing.
Blaze King chillin'.
A TMV special. We lost the second round.
Where's that
Tilt
thing
Force.
Very cheerful guy, but right now Nate just going in for a bit of that garage control. Picks up the orb. Polvi denying these ultimates away from Darian. Do you want to like go back?
Stinger
around
good though?
and
Yeah,
pick
Stinger
that
good.
one up? Probably,
But-
maybe not so much.
Yeah, you can even see
Hey, they
like there's a
dog
double
into
stack
B
from
main. They
global
take B
here.
main.
If they actually go through A main and they just pop shots.
See, in a round like
where
this
the
where we've got
spike or
stingers and
the
shit,
orb is,
I feel
right?
like, again, this is a bit of a waste of a dog. I feel like,
Esports is
can you
hard
think about these things, right? What would be
Smoke
better?
police
Just
right
putting
in
up your
front of
wall and, like, contact
good enough
killing
damage
this with
from,
stingers?
like,
I feel like you got a pretty good job of
last
doing
round
that.
that-
Save your dog for this.
Now economy is a bit of an issue for Bleed.
You know, this is going to be the hard
So,
part. Like,
the
if there
X-Teams
is
have to be
people in
very,
here,
very careful,
I
but
think
at
with
the
this
same time,
buy,
because
I'd be
Global
willing to
Esports
say,
are
like,
recognizing this,
let's take our
they're
chances.
being careful themselves.
Right, let's
They
take
want
our
to
chance
secure
with
this
this.
round.
They might just try to go straight for that B
They
side.
just used
The
a flash
wall's been
in mid as
dropped
well,
down
so now they
already.
just got
Lightning
one
Fast has
flash.
Put up his smoke 3 times on B main, and Bleeds is counting. Maybe this is a blessing for them.
Right through now.
Seconds left.
Oh,
I mean, it's
Of course
not a
it's
wall,
GA.
dude.
Of course it's GA who dies.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And Lightning Fast, like a viper, coiled he strikes. Egoist, or sorry, excuse me, Egoist does get the rush down.
One enemy
12
remaining.
seconds. Can he plant the
10
spike?
seconds
Scary.
left.
Scary.
Put it in such
With
an
a rifle.
unfavorable
Winnable.
spot.
Oh, Russ.
Yes, just go in and plant it. And he can. Ay, ay, ay.
I can't believe this.
Now
Boy,
it's
were
probably
we
going to be
wrong
a save
about
unless you
Global
tilt force
Esports.
again.
What? Look at this.
Nope,
And
they're gonna
now,
save.
having
Should be
won that
11.
round, you're very not just
Hello, India.
double digits. You're very likely going into 11 and 5. You see that call from Russ. You see the reactions from Lightning Fast. Now the hope from South Asia. As soon as the dark cover comes out, as soon as he sees a bit of a snake bite being tossed through, he knows. All right, I got
Pickums in shambles? Yeah, I don't
Even
think many
catches
people
onto
had
a
this.
single player.
Why did I fuck? Right,
enough
tell me,
damage.
remind me to never listen to Elevated ever
Bleed have
again.
already used up all of their timeouts, so there's
He
no
convinced me
more
about Bleed.
breathing space.
It comes down to Crazy Guy. Like, can you really read your opponents well enough without your coach? And can you call the entire team to adapt well enough to this? Of course, they are attacking, so it's not the easiest feat. Darren does have a showstopper, but this round, not the one that you really want to commit unless you pick up more. Egoist.
Is he
Benkai, be
thinking that
careful.
the camera
He just
will
wanna
see him
overstep his bounds
first?
as he's the only one
And
holding that
Benkai's just
A-side
not
court
on his
by
camera?
himself for the moment. Durion is just quickly charging in, finds Benkai, uses
Forget
the
I
nade
said
to
anything.
delay
Fuck
things
it,
a bit
Bleed, we're back.
further.
We're back.
Does he pick up the weapon? That's the question.
Yeah, I think he does.
He does.
Fuck me.
Gets
Pass
out.
it on over.
And gets out without being traded too, which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over.
There.
That was a huge, huge pickup right now for Bleed.
What do I have to have
Again
thoughts
from
on?
None other than the man himself, Egoist.
Thoughts
Paranoia's
on
been thrown
India?
out.
Oh,
Here's the
he had no
bombardment
thoughts.
from the rest of Global. Lightning Fast gets one. Blaze King comes into the corner.
Oh,
here.
Ye's
There's
back.
too much for him to handle,
Whoa.
but he is.
Yeah, he's back. 3K, let's go. We what?
Russian.
Quadrupled our kills?
Point. Ye gets him. Bleed still far from a favorable position.
And a great
Not
third
even
rebound
bottom
at the very
dragon.
least for Bleed to
El
pick
Cinco.
up. Yes, Ye got the final one, but you got to remember, it starts off with Egoist just walking up ramp. This shot with the Sheriff. Russ wasn't expecting that, because who just walks up? And then, of course, Darian to commit along with that showstopper. Gives them a little bit more breathing room, a little more space.
Oh, no.
Picks up the Vandal. A great way to bring Bleed back into the game. It's not over yet.
PRX. Oh, wow. There is a world where Durian can get a pick on Polvi, and that world is now.
Oh,
that
no.
world is here.
What have I
Will be
done?
that multiverse, ladies and
What have I
gentlemen.
done? India.
Durian does not come into the fight here. Just lightning fast is into the corner, but a quick flick and a quick shot does get that one-for-one trade. Blaze King now just frantically shooting through B main here, as Bleed have gotten themselves that numbers advantage. Don't really need to overpush right now, Quack. They still have Egoist holding the lurk once again on A main. He can start calling in his teammates all the way
Stop
around
cursing.
here. They're not really afraid of that
Fuck you.
mid call. Actually, no, there is a ping there, but once they start clearing it up, they should be feeling a lot more confident to start pushing it onto A, which lo and behold does not have any Cypher traps.
Precisely the rotations that Bleed needs gives them the A site. However, take a look at what Global Esports has in their inventory. I feel like this Thrasher
Oh,
that Blaze King
Global.
has, a
Where
lot
did
of
it all go
movement,
so wrong?
not to mention Russ's full kit might be useful for a retake. So as soon as they confirm that the site hit goes towards A, now just setting up for it, Russ needing to kind of stay alive or at least pick up a frag, but unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now, nah.
Yeah.
I think you gotta save.
Just looking at the creds for Global Esports, don't really have anything to buy back into that next round, so Bleed Esports live to fight for another day. And the formula from what it looks like, Quack, is two things.
Oh god,
Egoist
what if they
staying
win?
alive to threaten the lurk.
If they lose this,
and
Global,
Durian just having
then
to get
blame-
good and beat out Polvi's game.
blame
Having to get good and beat up.
blame the
It's
players, I
literally
guess.
just that.
True, true.
Polvi
He did do
has-
that in this round.
Yeah, exactly, right? Polvi's been such a thorn on Bleed's side for a very long time. There's no answer to him. So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is, Durian, go kill.
We blame
and
you.
if it works, we can work off of that.
Yeah, get
Blame
good.
me all you want.
It's just
you know?
funny how that's phrased.
But you'll know the truth.
It's absolutely true. This time catching the timing onto some of these players. And then, of course, you know, while he might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the rest of the team so quick, so good onto it. Of course, though, that said, now that Bleed are slowly starting to climb back into the game, Coach Spin pauses the game.
Calm down.
Yeah, calm down.
10-7.
Can fix, but you got to keep in mind, although it is the timeout that he called, Legia gets to talk to his team too.
That's very true. The more that you can force
Yeah,
Global
blame
to do
Rishi
that, the
Sunak.
more
That's a good one, yeah.
that Bleed can
He's of Indian
start building
heritage.
things up once again.
And he's a bastard.
And Legia's face, completely different from that last timeout that they've done. He's listening in intently as well, nodding in agreement. I mean, obviously we can't hear what they're saying, but
Less German tough love, less like disappointed father vibes.
yeah, true. He's probably just listening to Crazy Guy and how he's formulating things, you know? That Vietnamese mind of his.
Definitely is a really incredible player. I mean, some of these rounds, he's coming up with these calls and expecting plays, finding the trades for his team. A lovely welcome addition to Pacific for sure, but then again, 3 rounds for Bleed to equalize.
Big punish play that we can see from Global here. First things first, Polvi's got his showstopper. Look at where he's positioned, all the way downtown on screens. There's a
We go for the
setup
triple
crash here
classic
from
save
Blaze
and the
King.
2 guns they
And
saved.
if
Where are the 2
Bleed
guns? Bankai,
overreach,
Blaze King. The one on each
Polvi
side.
is waiting for the kumbayas, the boom boom pows. He pushes right up, but Durian gets 2. There's going to be the aftershock right now from Russ. And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the trades are even, and Bleed still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A site if again, Polvi's still holding in that position.
It's got to be Polvi though, right? Yeah, and then at the very least, I guess maybe Bleed just wanting to bypass all of that. Transitions over to the B site. It does give the rest of Global a little bit more time and space to pick up some of these rifles. And then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is...
You ult
That's
for
one
a
that I
gun.
have something though. It's a B heaven that covers a lot of things.
Oh.
I wonder what the call for Bleed is. Honestly, pushing all the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now, because if they can find where Bankai is hunkered at, they wouldn't have to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but they probably won't. Crazy Guy's one off from his Seekers as well here.
You're gonna
Bankai's
get the
holding
gun.
on.
Stay alive. Got the showstopper in. Got some rifles now we can play in this round. We don't have armor, but sure enough, it's a better fight than, you know, as to go with classics.
I was gonna check camera.
Look at how far everyone from Bleed is placed at. Scary's just done.
Oh, great camera from
Last
Benkai.
player standing.
That's hard. Polvy's by himself at this point. Plant, Spike actually out in the open. This works in their favor. Now Polvy's been spotted. If he can just jiggle a little bit more for Crazy Guy to get that bit of information. It's
Time,
not even
though.
defused at all, yeah. So he has to back gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports. They used Scary as the bait man, and it works in their favor.
That would be really funny if that was like Scary's just like, yeah, I'm gonna run into Ben.
It took my brain a while to figure out what happened because I was like,
But
did
somewhat
Benkai die?
Tradable, they were playing with each other, right? Because you saw Scary on Hell, Egoist was playing on Male, and then obviously the one just gonna be holding the spike is
Just,
Crazy Guy. Yeah.
Still, yeah, a series of unfortunate.
Okay,
events
they have
for
4
Global
ults.
Esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still, able to keep themselves in the lead.
Here we go.
Holy.
GG.
Back to the sudden rhythm game where we push out.
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peaked that. Trade for trade, though. Both of the races down and dusted.
no,
This gives a chance right here for Bleed to rotate and at least not be afraid
Oh,
anymore
no.
of, you know, the operator that is available here for Polby. I do hear the Thrash being used, so that's probably to get a lot more information here on A. See
What are
if
we doing?
Heaven's being controlled or whatever.
Okay,
but it is
they
not.
see
So
yeah, they
Benkai,
think it's an A hit still. Not until now.
Definitely here's the Trailblazer at the very least, trying to make use of his one way. He's got a second.
Oh, did they see him? Yes.
Oh no.
He doesn't have a second chance to actually use it.
And now what? We're gonna save?
But what a great
Still
spray.
don't know where Ye is? No, we're gonna go
Of course
for
the
it.
Cypher would be on the other side.
I don't know why they
Of
saw a
course.
Viper and thought, oh, fuck them. Like, you see a
There you go.
Skydog over here and a Viper
Second
over here.
time
Like,
to
yeah, I
do
wonder
another
which one's the
thing.
look.
With the Thrash. Look at how far back Ye
My
is actually playing.
God.
He's been pushed back hard by
Bro,
this
you
Thrash,
just
though.
cleared this!
Wingman
What?
actually on Male, and Ye has got himself
You
the
just
perfect timing on this.
ulted!
He's been spotted already, but him gravitating this attention
Like,
definitely
just!
secures the round here for Bleed.
So interesting. Yay, the lurker now.
Where do you think this is
Leaving The
going?
economy to go for this hunt.
I will become what you want me to be, or what you need me to be.
That's what a flex player does.
Yeah. Ye's like the Batman of Bleed right now. I never thanked you, and you'll never have to.
Warning ult number 2, yeah.
It's not the hero
That they need, or that they want, but he's the hero that Bleed
Oh,
deserves.
take your time out. Arjun! Arjun! 41 with the 3 months, thank you. Have a nice morning too. Oh, it's actually afternoon now. Fuck. Fuck, this game has left.
I mean,
lasted forever. Oh, saves in the chat. Prime Yoy.
In favor of Global Esports. Now look at what's happened.
We've climbed
Prime
all
Yoy.
the way back.
Hey, what is he now?
Deja
L
vu all over
what's
again,
what's he on? 6? What's 6 in
Ooh.
Spanish?
What feels like the change of pace here for Bleed? I mean, again, I pointed out a while ago that
El Sais.
they've been using Durion to catch out Polvy here. But is it Polvy just overheating? He's got the first picks every single time. Again, I'll probably just check the stats later on. But the first blood.
Leave Ye alone. I mean, Bleed are gonna fucking win this game. So you can pop off on Ye all you want.
So if he just holds off,
They're gonna
from
win.
re-peaking once again and not getting traded, feels like that's already a win condition done for Global.
It kind of is, but then, you know, while we were talking about overheating.
Legend has it the G is still fighting.
Right, I mean, definitely not.
I mean, this game won't end.
He's definitely doing a lot.
I've got a feeling this Pacific Games will last forever.
As soon as he gets the first pick, they know that there is another
They'll never stop
opportunity
fighting.
for them to come back in for that trade. And off of the trade, you know, softening up the defenses on a map like Split, without the numbers, it's that much easier.
What was it?
for them to break through. So Russ
10-5?
now, fault line connects,
10-6?
but
10-6 and they were on
doesn't
Nico, I
relate to
think?
It's a bit of information at best.
Okay,
Durion's
you've got
one
Breach ult.
ult charge away from getting his ultimate. Rustus, you want to challenge this?
Completely
You
on
wanna
his
punish
own.
this?
Okay.
He will. And no picks will be garnered. Durion's just charging it in. That's going to get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover, and Bleed somehow should be at least bombarded and wiped
Spike?
out, but they're holding on.
Oh,
Benkai gets the
Benkai's
3K
frying.
though, and the man himself is
Oh,
creating
gee,
opportunities,
fighting.
creating moments for Global Esports and for himself. 9-11, and Global strike back.
Great response coming in from Global Esports. I guess that's what the timeout was for, you know.
Okay,
Bleed trying to
Benkai.
adapt to the
Big,
rhythm of it,
massive round from Benkai.
trying
What
to
a...
get a sensing for how this is
just,
played.
we
They knew
got
that
people
Russ had the
ulting when there's
Thunder,
people like
forced
right in their
to set it up,
face.
But at the same time, I think Darius
Somehow
just
there
kinda
was
thought
no...
That, like, he would be able
that
to
was just
punish
us Rays
Russ
going in on their
that
own.
Easily. Thought wrong. Lightning Fast was around the side. Benkai arriving on the
Benkai
scene
just
on
frying.
time,
Also, the
too.
spike went this
Picking
way.
up the quick double, and then Ye turns the entire round around.
Spike
with
went
his
this
hit.
way when we got a Viper's Pit. It's a bit weird.
I just love how that's the reaction for Global here, right? One mistake, one
Just going
slip
for it
up
again.
is all it takes for you to really get punished.
Got kind of the right read.
Crazy guy.
Crazy guy's got an attacking up. Close left.
Darion spots it. He gets one. That wall saves him. And Russ trying to get any form of
this game is
contact,
not
any form
over.
of trade, gets denied, and himself in the process as well. Benkai gets a couple of kills, but he can't do what he did in that last round, leaving
And this was with a good read as well from Global.
with an operator in hand.
You know, they had Polvi just
You know
down
it's
here on
gonna
his own
happen,
with
so he just
Cypher
backs away
Trips.
smartly.
Everyone else was kind of
Taking
here
10,
already.
11 already. Global still has a lot more plays to do, and just use this time to talk about it once more.
Yeah, why not? But as it comes down to it, this match down to a knife's edge, Bleed slowly clawing their way back in.
Yeah, buying an... Wait, Crazy Guy is their IGL,
Bleed's
right?
Game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they
Your
really
IGL
have
Sky
what
is
it
like,
takes.
guys,
Darren with
let's
the
go fast
showstopper,
B.
able to be the
I've got an
catalyst
attacking up.
for the team as he dives through.
You sure you don't want to, like, you know,
Because
like contact, you know,
these
try and find a
two-
kill with... Nope.
they know how important kickoff is.
Hey, you know, we've got, like,
Madrid.
this guy
Versus
who was, like,
Madrid,
frying everyone
and-
on and up.
I mean,
Like,
anyone
that
who
everyone wants to
wins
play
kickoff
Chamber, right?
gets
And,
what,
like, we've got a
+3
duelist
points?
that's,
Champion
like,
points?
used the ult pretty
That's
well
a
as well. I know.
Huge thing to bring in to a
I know.
team, if we're talking about
I want the
teams
ult.
that just came from Ascension Pacific not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple of months ago, which is crazy to think at the least.
Yeah, Bleed is a
He
team
did get a
that
kill,
really
to be
knows
fair.
how to grow and adapt together. You know, we were talking about it. Both timers were spent, right? And
Guys, I'm
it
keeping
forces
the ult.
coach. They forced Coach Spin to call some time out.
Okay, 11-10. Bonnie's
Crazy
low
Guys
for
actually
GE.
doing
That's a
so
big
much
round
right
for
now.
them.
Of course, back into it. Darian and Egoist. You can feel their impact in the
I
server.
did know that
as
he's
they pick up
crazy,
more
yeah.
frags. Off to the next round, though, without the ultimate,
let us all
can't
know.
go in just as fast. Taking
Fair
a bit of a breather. Yeah, I think they're just trying to find some kind of a path, some kind of a route into the site.
And the route could be A. They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As long as you can get that mid, you can obviously transition to B main, mail into A heaven. But they got to make something happen now. I think
They're
they're
pretty
using
far
a
without having
couple
to use
more
too
extra
much.
seconds just to see if there's any over pushing.
Yeah, check
From
B.
Globe.
This is what you would more
from
expect
Global
from an
Esports?
attacking up.
If there's something
Now, Benkai's on the
around
opposite
this
side to
area
his
on
camera, so
Spivin,
this is
yeah,
also a bit weird.
then they might be able to play around. So both lurks actually very important
Because
that they
he's
stay
not
alive,
on his
whether
camera
it's
because he's
Egoist
over
or
here.
Ye.
Okay, the biggest person that needs to stay alive from Bleed here has got to be Scary. Because first things first, they've dropped the spike. And they need to pick it
So
up
he checks his
someone.
camera after Russ
Okay, they're still
dies.
keeping control right now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in front of him. Trigger Discipline could provide some dividends, which it does. And Blaze King is holding on. This is going really, really bad for Bleed as they get unraveled. They took too long. And again, Spike's gonna have to be brought into that A site. But everybody's taking corners, checking angles, and it's all down once again to Egoist. This time, he's by himself.
1v4, no
right in
chance.
front of him is Polvi, and Polvi jettisons
Wow.
Global into
Well,
series,
there you go, Blaze
into
King.
map point, into
He
eliminating
won them
Bleed.
Sunset.
Kickoff.
Was it Sunset? Yeah, on Sunset he
Such
couldn't
high
die, it felt
stakes,
like a
and
lot of
all
the time.
it took was Blaze
It's a
King
big
to
kill
hide
there.
around a
Big
corner.
3K.
Oh, that feels like justice.
30 seconds
Oh, that feels like he's winning this match for his ex-teammates on Boom Esports. 3 kills back to back in such a fashion. Polvi picking the next
I
one
mean,
up.
I won't talk. I mean, I've got used to
And
it.
it's
We
just
won't talk
Bleed
too much about
starting to
never
feel
using
like
Gecko
that
util
pressure is mounting
on
up
defense
on their
side, but
shoulders
you know,
again.
it's fine. He got 3
They
kills.
had so much, but then towards the end, just one guy was the difference.
And they go back to a fast
Just
hit.
that
This time
one
2A.
misstep, that one not checking of a
Is he gonna stick?
corner,
Ooh.
and everything just goes
That was almost a free
down
kill.
the drain, right?
And they use the Skydog, and they don't
We're looking at
get
it.
much.
Durian,
This
is
could
he,
be it.
is he just gonna push this? This could actually just be them losing their lives, but he somehow manages
Missed
to
the
find
Benkai.
Benkai. They destroy
That's
the
not a great
Tripwires here,
spot.
and Bleed strike back.
Okay.
It's not yet over. It's a
TP
4
up
versus
top or
3,
no?
sure, but you can never count out Global Esports. So
4v3.
Bleed has still got to grind the 2 rounds into overtime for them to even have a chance.
They've taken out Blaze King. Up next is going to be Polvi, looking to dive straight onto site, perhaps from heaven, but denied by Darien.
One enemy remaining.
There's one more. That's going to be Russ. IGL, Captain my Captain.
I mean, they are. Well, actually, with
Can
the
you
Sky
lead
Heal,
me
they don't
into
have
the
them.
promised land. Let's drop down on Hell here. They know where he is. The reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy guy. If he overheats, that's an opportunity for Russ to get into the site. But of course, cooler heads wins heated moments. 11-12. This
I'm gonna guess.
is where it goes
Oh,
down.
who wins?
Quack.
Blaze King's gonna have
One
a
more
rough
round,
buy.
overtime or done time.
Good thing he doesn't have
I
to
don't
buy any
know.
util because,
We'll just have
you
to
know.
wait and see, but at the very least,
Why would
for
I
this
ever use it?
round, the way that Bleed is playing this, going for that full sight, full force execute, delaying and off
I tell you,
timing
this
some of
game.
these flashes, right? First the paranoia, then
Can't end.
crazy guys guiding light. Just kind of throws
They go for the
Benkai
fast
off.
A
It
exec
gives them
again.
so much more space on
This time
the side.
Benkai
They
isn't
do
in the
same
middle of
thing
nowhere.
again. This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben with the cyber cage up. Blaze King trying to go back in.
Tripwire
Can I get a
found.
kill? No,
Could
no
be
one in
Darian's
heaven.
life already done, which somehow miraculously it doesn't. Polvi
Oh.
gets immediately traded in the back of the site. Benkai's still here.
Oh,
Pushes up.
Ben.
He converts, and Benkai is the hero, leaving it all down to Scary 3 versus 1.
1v3, but it
Hero
is
tap
scary.
activated. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Bleed. And Scary, he's done miraculous things during Ascension Pacific. Can he do it now? Global Esports close to eliminating their opponent. Scary's giving away his location here. He's got a shot at step.
It is scary.
10 seconds for the smoke too. Paranoia. There's the swing out and Benkai for the 4K and the winning.
Hello, India!
To keep Global Esports
Hello!
alive, eliminating Bleed from kickoff.
India!
Every single one of us thought that Bleed Esports definitely had this one in the bag. Their performance against T1 was phenomenal. Being able to challenge such a top-tier team.
I quite like
then
their,
now up against Global
This pattern on the
Esports.
back, you know, kind of like
full
a
roster, a complete
something you might see on
overhaul.
like
And we're
a
seeing its
seat of a
effects in
bus.
full. Such great calling from Russ. The frags coming out from Benkai. Off to a new team, and he's found his calling. He's found his fragging
What's next?
potential. 1, 2, 3.
Sneaky!
I'm so taken aback.
Sneakiness!
Everything you said.
With the
absolutely
3 months, thank you.
They've restructured, they reformatted, and it
Kid in
really
the
goes
shadows
to
in
show.
shambles.
And it is a wake-up call as well from the Ascension Pacific
Classic
team
Kid L.
that even though there were a lot of high hopes, you can never really count it out. It's a whole different landscape. You're playing against whole different animals. And it
Elevated
goes
in
to show as well here.
shambles.
I mean,
Yeah,
at the very
T1
least, I will say,
versus
the fact that they have
Zeta,
pushed
right?
this into 3 maps, into so many rounds, they are definitely, you know, competitors in this league. That's it. You know,
T1
maybe it takes a
Zeta.
little
I
bit
mean,
more time,
T1
but apart from that, Global
looked
Esports
better
are
than
also
Zeta in
wanting
their
to take a
first
bit more
game.
time. Now coming into this, at least
But
for
then
this
again,
match,
G
just
looked awful in
surprising
their first game
everyone.
too, so who
Definitely
knows?
upsetting everyone's expectations.
You never know.
It's just lovely to see nonetheless, right? We talked about Benkai, we talked about Polvi. I think Blaze King deserves some time in the spotlight.
Everybody actually has, right? There was rounds where Russ got himself some
Cheese.
amazing clutches. Blaze King
Didn't they
with
tell him
the
to say
trigger
cheese?
discipline. Benkai with amazing anchoring and Polvi's explosiveness, all culminating together to give Global that dub.
What are we gonna do?
And
Here's
you know
what we're gonna do.
We're gonna have to hear it from the team themselves. We've got the interview ready with Kyungmin up on the stage.
We'll watch the interview. Then when they go to break, I'll take a break. I'll go and make my breakfast.
G survives for the elimination match for kickoff. Congratulations, and with Pavi here. G2가 이제 킥업의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 펄비 선수와 함께합니다. 안녕하세요. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Map 3 win. I mean, you proved how strong G was.
I mean, our mentality was very strong. Even though we threw the map 2, like whatever, we went into map 3,
Bro,
high
just
energy,
like-
high vibes, and we just didn't give up.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Not even a question.
네, 맵 2에서는 조금 어려운 모습을 보였지만 맵 3에서는 훨씬 더 발전된 모습으로 멋지게 마칠 수 있어서 정말 좋았습니다. I mean, but one thing about what I want to say to you, Pavi, is the casters. I mean, they voted for Blee for the win. So, what can you tell them?
I mean, I hope now some people have some faith in us because we've been having a lot of faith after losing to Zeta. I hope some people will respect our names now.
Yes. I mean, 우리를 응원해주는 팬분들 그리고 믿어준 팬분들께 더욱 감사하는 마음을 전할 뿐이라고 말했습니다. 왜냐면 캐스터들은 거의 다 이 블리드 팀을 승리로
What's his accent?
예측했거든요.
Finnish.
그래도 좀 되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데 다음 질문으로 또 이어가 볼게요. 또 폴비 선수가 BCT 퍼시픽에서 이제 처음으로 승리를 이끌게 됐는데 지금까지 두 경기를 치렀는데 어떤 마음으로 이어왔는지 물어보겠습니다. You newly joined the BCT Pacifics, your first win for your team. So how do you feel about it? I mean, you went through 2 matches so far, but how was it?
I mean, obviously it was our first win, but it's like our first one, and there's more to come. So we're super excited to go rematch either Zeta or we go against T1, and we're ready.
Oh yeah, that question I'm gonna ask.
New TMV caster.
네, 아직까지 첫 승리이긴 하지만 아직 많은 걸음이 남았다고 보고요. 또 다음 경기 T1도 만날 수도 있기 때문에 이 부분에 대해서도 긴장을 하고 있습니다. I mean, you brought up T1. Next match you'll meet T1 or Zeta, whoever wins. But you're preferring T1 better than Zeta?
I mean, honestly, I want to go T1, but I don't mind a rematch against Zeta. It would be nice to get our revenge already this early, so.
T1을 만나고 싶은 마음도 있지만 제타를 만나게 되면 이제 복수를 할 수 있는 기회가 있기 때문에 크게 상관은 없는 것 같습니다. Okay, Pavi, thank you for the interview. Best of luck for the next match.
The Finnish accent is
And
goated.
also,
The Finnish
we have
English.
a little present for the fans. Do you know what it is? It's a doll. You have to write your signature. And it's a lucky doll because you won the match today, right? So you sign it wherever you want. And then you need to think where to throw it. But you have to go.
Oh, they
front
throw one of the
to
tag team bears out?
audience, to the front.
It's like a rose.
And then
It's like a.
whoever shouts or raise your hands. Who's the lucky one? Yay!
Imagine just-
Someone's really happy. Thank you, Paulby. Okay, so congratulations, GE. And for the next match, we have T1 and Zeta coming up. Wait for that, everyone. And next, let's go to the desk. Bye-bye.
Finnish accent,
Oh my gosh.
quite funny.
I feel like we should hide here or something. I feel so called out.
I mean, listen, but it's exactly as Povey said. They demanded some respect to their name, and I'll give it to him, right? He's right. We all doubted him, and we were all proven wrong, and with good reason. I mean, they were, once again, they were firing back.
DMV's
All of
brother,
them
I look
taking
nothing
turns,
like
taking the
Povey.
reins. If someone was having a little trouble, someone else
I
rose
can't grow
up
the mustache
to
for a start.
counteract that, especially going into map 3 as well, trying to bounce back after that map 2 loss.
Yeah, and we already said, if we have our expectations subverted, that's good.
Same
We're happy
mustache,
to have
bro.
that happen.
You're
We're happy to see
trolling.
Global be able to get this win. I
You're
think that's gonna
trolling.
be a big
Mine's
amount of
barely.
weight lifted off their
Mine's like a
chests here,
Kilios.
Even if we didn't expect it to happen.
I thought you were gonna say, well, if we have
I've
our
got a
expectations,
Kilios
we can only
facial there
be
right now.
impressed. But okay, you went the proper route of it.
You know, did I necessarily not mean that? I don't know. But look, there's still a lot to dig into with this series. Was this clean? Was this non-jail Valorant at times? You know, there was some moments.
Try
there,
growing
but
one?
There's plenty
No.
to work on, but that's something that Global now has
Okay,
to
Taku,
work
let's
on
get your
to
fucking
do
picture
in
up, shall we?
Potential rematch or to face off against T1.
It definitely got more and more interesting, I think. Like, you know, it started off as quite chaotic.
Try
at times,
speaking
but
the
then
accent.
it started to actually
Yumpy. What do they do? The Finnish accent. It's very... No, I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. All I can say is yumpy. Yeah, and they roll their R's. But that was kind of Irish. It sounded a bit there. Yeah. Yumpy.
There were times back in the day when Benkai was
Okay,
playing well on this map.
I'm gonna go make my breakfast.
Cypher as well. He's one of those players that used to really like playing that Cypher when he was playing that.
I'll be back in a second.
On Paper Rex since the old days, so it's great to see him back in form. And like you mentioned, all of these players, they've been trying to say, no, we have the firepower. We don't know why people keep doubting us. We are here individually. Obviously, we've had ups and downs. Some of us have had to IGL in the past, but we can frag out. And they took turns proving that. But as Achillio said, now the question is, can you all perform at that level consistently in the upcoming matches?
Yeah, and I mean, really good rifling from Benkai. It's great to see him back on stage and just absolutely thriving in this environment. But again, some of these rounds is completely avoidable for Bleed. So this is a really unfortunate way to go out of it. Blaze King being able to find that just triggered discipline play, sat there on that B site where Bleed had no eyes on it the entire time. So they need to be checking these corners. They need to watch out for stuff like this. Just some questionable deaths throughout the mix here as well. So there's a lot of things to tighten up on. I really hope that they're going to be utilizing this extended break that they have while they wait for Masters Madrid to come and go.
Yeah, and I mean, again, look at the scoreboard, right? Global Esports kills spread out a little bit more evenly as well, and I think we're seeing that mental come into play as well. They're able to at least hold it together just a bit longer than Bleed to eke out this win 2-1.
Unfortunately, gentlemen, this means that Bleed Esports is the first elimination. They are now out of kickoff, but I'd say kudos to them. You know, there is still a lot of potential that was here. I mean, we did see Egoist, for example, really get his moment in that final map. We saw Darion as well have his moment. We know what Scary is capable of. And of course, we have Ye and Crazy Guy to round it up. This is still a scary roster.
Listen, we had expectations for them individually, but we have to remember, once again, this is a team that hasn't played in VCT Pacific before.
Right.
The staff, the players, they haven't been able to play in this league, in this tournament before. So it's not too surprising that they are the first team eliminated. It's unfortunate, but again, they can only move up from here, and that's always been the expectation for Bleed.
I mean, maybe it's trite and overused, but it ultimately is a very true thing. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Given the championship point system, does this mean that they miss out on the opportunity to generate some? Yes, absolutely. But as long as they can rally back, come into stage one, and have a really strong performance there, they can rack those points up. So there still is obviously a very decent chance that if they can come in well practiced and get everybody on the same page, make sure that they're not making some of these more fundamental mistakes, they could still make it to international competition because you have Shanghai, you've got champs on that horizon.
That's right. You know, again, kickoff. This is a starting point for a lot of these teams, and Bleed Esports is one of them. Again, you know, this was a team that was, you know, a part of VCT Ascension before. So I would say this is a very interesting debut, and they managed to go up against some of the very best. But of course, we are going to have one more series left. Global Esports will continue their journey, but for now, we are going to see who else in Group A rounds off everything as we head into our third series, T1 versus Zeta Division. That is coming right up after this very, very quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're watching these ads, you might as well watch these ads. Yeah, let's go back to watching Paper X, I guess. I got nothing else to do.
But at the very least, trying to get a read for Gen G's game plan right now. We've seen a lot of that A to mid link play, like you mentioned before, Asteroid, and Paper X are trying to adapt around it. They know that Nightfall is available as well, so just trying to play away from it. Now they're set up for something, maybe to...
So, bleed out. First team out.
But look at how
Tough.
Texture's hunting. Oh my god.
Out of charges.
He barely dodges that, gets out of harm's way. But that's the power that they've got. Big kill onto Munchkin there, though, but Meteor still holding on Rubble. If he can hold on to this position, his teammates can rely on him to hold that long angle right now, but not available anymore. Texture throws the nade from up above on Heaven, so they know that somebody's at least up there as he tries to reposition. The rest of Paper X coming in closer, something floating, stinging like a bee. That nade is going to be so strong. Lakia, wow, over-analyzes the situation and gets punished for it, but Texture... it's all in his wheelhouse, baby.
Divide the smoke timing.
Complete.
That was rough.
Thanks to Alex's timeout, that was thanks to, you know, the read that they had, knowing that Lakia would go in for that.
What do I think Yate's future will be?
And again,
fuck knows. I honestly have no idea. How old is Yate?
Both the players holding Rubble, the long angle, was such a huge discrepancy for Gen G because they can always have
That'll
someone
probably be part of it as well.
hit the reeler outside of A main. Anyways, moving into this round, there's only one player holding that A side, and it's Mindfreak. He's put himself the one-way smoke on Tree here to give him some form of anchoring spot. But thankfully enough, no one's gotten very close into challenging him just yet, but now they do. Prowler's been used. Wow. He's just going to get pushed back, and Monyet just making sure that Link is unoccupied by the rest of Gen G.
Yeah, Forsaken too. At least getting the frag onto Meteor, but now the hit comes through.
Devi holding the backside, anchoring it for the moment. Waiting again for Monyet to double up with him and try to do something as of now. Dog is available. Monyet, I can reposition. Wait, what is happening here? Locky is trying to run away. He opens the door quickly, backs up, but something doesn't have to challenge him just yet. Munchkin has the wall,
In a bit of a rank game, yeah.
And he has so many angles to deal with.
Getting in up that first. That's how, you know, Mindfreak does a little
Round
bit more.
10 as well? Okay.
Speaking of Mindfreak here, he held for a very long time that tree position.
Yeah.
Loving how he does it. I mean, yeah, sure, he doesn't get any kills, but the threat of him of getting that kills and forcing Gen G to put that into the factors of how they push up into a site is pretty huge. I will say, though, I don't think I've seen Forsaken be
What were you aiming that trip for?
in holding a site. He's been good at getting the lurks because he's Forsaken, but the setups that he's done on C really hasn't resulted in Gen G, you know, being thwarted. Meteor has gone there and gotten those flags.
I don't love my
I don't know
Cypher
how
only
far
having
he
one
can
trip
go
down.
into this. Pop Shots does put Munchkin down to 56.
When we're playing Double
It always
Duelist
makes you
Sky.
think twice about wanting to lurk or at least call some rotations over. They know that there is a bit of Paper X presence all across the map, and Paper X is no longer, you know, really pushing out all that much anymore. So Gen G now trying to play along with this tempo, trying to adapt to it, but it burns down the timer. Look at the clock, Aserai.
Look at this, though. Gen G can actually go for that link, and if something is too slow into this one, even if he escapes this, he's going to get pinched in. Unfortunately for Paper X, Meteor gets
Very
it
fast to
once and for
float
all.
into B,
Monyet
though.
comes in here
Wow,
with
that
a
was
showstopper,
incredibly
and
fast
the
from
round-
Paper
the
X.
rocket goes boom, boom.
Wow.
That's going to be Monyet.
Look at how quick here, from when
If
something dies,
something is too slow into this one,
Look
even
how
if he
quick they
escapes this,
converge
he's gonna
on
get
that.
pinched in. Unfortunately,
like they
for
flash,
Paper X, Meteor
ult,
gets it once and
Mindfreak
for
already
all.
gets one,
Monyet comes
ult
in
gets
here
one.
with a showstopper, and the round-
Forsaken
the
just
rocket goes
sprays
boom,
two?
boom.
How does he spray two? I think because, oh, he sees them.
And the rocket goes
Who
boom,
see?
boom.
Mindfreak sees them, I think, because their smoke faded.
I mean, quickly, Monyet no have this.
Because, you know, Saudi's and a lot of the
Oh, Amy, too. You're a small spoon person as well for cereal. Yeah. I don't know why.
I don't know how old you are.
I've never been a
anyway, I mean, this is a round where PaperX has some
big
guns.
spoon fan.
Genji, on the other hand, it's more of a half-ish, force-ish, not half by. Yeah, and you're always thinking about, like, you know, they called in that timeout. They want to suss out information and get a feel for how PaperX is defending this time. But something's not going to make it that easy.
Oh, that's way too many people close up in the face of
yes, I love doing that against
Something's
Ecos.
going to back away, retreat. Danger,
I love the
alerts.
gun donation system.
That nade clearing him up once again. Not big damage.
It's so
But as
kind.
that door keeps closing and opening, they don't know how many players have already exited, how many players are still holding. It's holding. It's Texture, one down. Something.
Oh.
Ooh, overflex. And that's Meteor. He can call back his teammates if he wants to. There it is. Lockdown available. And Meteor opens
But
up
they
the
aren't
A side
there
by
yet. Oh, okay,
pure
they
sheer
fuck off.
power.
I got to see the replay on that. I mean, it's so interesting and off-putting how Genji is approaching the map. It was a half buy. You just had this squad of players. But guess what? Here comes Forsaken and Spike Plant goes down.
Yo. This man might not be the Guardians of the Galaxy, but he is the Guardian of Lotus. 4 kills for Meteor.
Oh, that's funny. We just don't defend our awfully placed lockdown.
That's pretty insane, dude.
Remind us of your take on
tapping
milk.
heads left and
I don't
right.
remember what I would have said about milk in the
Yeah,
past.
first of all, we
I like
have the
milk with
space.
cereal. I don't like drinking milk.
Meteor,
I think people who drink
did
milk
not
are kind of
expect
weird.
that. I want to see something with his op, really, you know, really pop it off, but he's not doing it so far.
Like adults who drink
With all
milk.
of the abilities that can
think
really
that's a bit
flush you
weird.
out as a jet with an operator, it's very hard for him to do that. Yes, there's no big flashes from
See, it's funny.
Meteor,
Some of you
but
are agreeing with me, and
Prowler,
then some of you are like,
Smokes, Paranoia.
"What the fuck do you
There's
mean?
a
I'm not
whole
weird."
slurry of non-flash abilities that can
No,
really
not in
hurt
like,
you,
not like
if you're
in
something.
like
So
tea or coffee. That's
Genji's
fine.
been using that
But just like
to a
straight
very good
milk.
extent.
Now going up against him as well. However, he holds his ground, picks up the first one, and backs away. So this gives PaperX a little bit more information, an inkling as to where Genji wants to approach from. Something re-peeks and holds the angle. Defy comes in for an information play, but doesn't find all too much.
Ready for that.
But here comes something.
I mean, let's be
He's got
real.
it again, so
Drinking
he can
milk
get out of
anyway,
harm's way
like,
if need be, but over peaks.
like if you actually think about what it
That's
is,
going to be the death of him.
you know,
Monyet's now trapped here on drop.
like milk from a
Han
cow.
giving- supposed
Like
to be
think
giving
about
away
that.
position, but
How
somehow
is that?
Forsaken
That's kind of
manages
weird
to
anyway.
squeeze his way through the back of the side, leaving Charon by himself, and Mindfreak
Doesn't put PaperX
No.
to his traps unless they're away, unless he arrives with his team.
Yeah, and I love this from Forsaken. Again, it's old news, but I love how he's transitioned into this type of guy that can use these Sentinels. And look at the man, he's still getting kills left and right.
What do you mean?
Munchkin, he's
And
got
eggs?
himself
I
a
mean,
shot.
yeah.
I mean, long range, he got the
Kind of
sheriff.
weird.
If he can
Eggs, I feel like, are
close the
less
distance
weird.
somewhat, maybe there's a world where he can
Because
use
plenty
that
of
fight for
animals
hit.
eat
But look at
other
how many
animals'
players
eggs.
of PaperX are just holding that angle right up in his face.
Yeah, look at the cones of vision on the minimap too.
So I feel like that one's less weird.
But they're getting closer. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, the heart attack, man. Just think about it.
3
But
players. All right.
yeah.
Something wide swing. Obviously.
Eggs are more weird. I mean, they are. I mean,
This
yeah,
one-
they are kind of weird, but
has been doing out.
saying that as
Texture still.
I'm just saying that other animals do eat
everyone
eggs.
knows.
yeah, how much effort with both teams actually fight for
That's all I'm
Rumble?
gonna say.
Because the thing about Lotus,
But,
at least in the
like-
pro scene that we've seen for the most part, is people will just, do basically this. Commit the Rumble
Wow.
plays.
Wow, what
and
a play, Genji.
Those nades
Oh
are
my goodness. This guy's cooking.
very deadly.
Man, this guy must have
Like,
been on a
oh,
really
Texture,
good team last year.
Where did that flick come from? Mind Freak, he's alone. He's got dark cover to work for days, but his opponent, they can last for months. So
Which animal has others'
let's
eggs?
see how more that is.
Plenty of like reptiles and
versus one.
snakes
He's
and stuff,
repositioning around
isn't
the
there? That
corner
eat
here.
other
Meteor hears
things'
him.
eggs.
I wonder if there's a world where
crazy?
Meteor tries to stab Mind
Snakes
Freak
and
if he
things?
overpushes, or doesn't even check the corner. But
No.
play it safe.
Crocodiles?
Teams now. No knife. How are they feeling that this is knowing that getting and Texture pushing in together just throws PaperX off so much?
Can I add as well? Munchkin's toxic screen was pretty huge for that, because usually you'd see that and say, ah.
We'll skip the second round.
If that's Harry's situation.
Oh, this round is funny? Okay, we won't.
What?
It's pretty huge for that, because
do they win?
usually you'd see that and say, ah, it's the safety for the A side. No, it's the danger for
Frogs eat
Rumble
fish
for
eggs,
you
there
if
you
you're
go.
trying to push that.
Yeah, there's plenty of
pushing,
fish that eat other fish
Is the
eggs.
C. Zoom in past Monyan. Whoa, I love this! The double jumping PRX!
Yo, but they still got the shot, man. Whew. So although Manyan makes it through, has a Bulldog, can't go up against Munchkin now. What?
Last player
All right,
standing.
down to something with a Marshall. 3 versus 1.
Party's over.
Makes it a quick 2v1. Okay. That spike is very much out in the open for him. He's got a dash, he actually repositions. But wait, does that angle actually work for him? It's
No.
very risk, so he has to try to do something here. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He even got the crossing.
Really playful situations, knows
Something challenging here. It's tagged up.
So Meteor just bought.
Correct me if I'm wrong, we casted Lakia last year, right, on Ascension Pacific.
Yeah.
Where he
Damwon
was on
Kia.
Damwon Kia. Did not really get any opportunity to really showcase what he's got there, but the Gen G here, very much different. In a very good way for Gen G, by the way.
Of course, now with enough economical damage, Genji not having the best guns. You know, you got a Ghost on Texture, Charon on the, oh, well, it's Charon still. Paper X buying up, trying to do what they can. You've got something on this Outlaw, but Genji just respects all of this space and plays for numbers instead. They kind of relinquish A, which
Proactive both.
tough retake for them.
Fair enough. Especially with the rest of Paper X holding both Stairs and A Heaven. They've got everything locked and loaded. They don't really need to stay inside of the site. They can be proactive as much as they would want to.
Oh, and
Charon does.
it's just Charon still.
You gonna
For
save
Dowry.
that Guardian?
Course it
Again,
is for
don't
you.
love that. I feel like, especially
game
with a
really sharp.
Guardian, saving the rifle is fine, but I feel
Truly
like
is.
the Omen there should be going for kills rather
How
than
strong.
saving a Guardian.
Paper X has got a little. Get that one kill, he will have access to that showstopper of his.
Which is why Paper X is trying to get a read for that off of Genji's timeout. We've seen their A, we've seen a bit of their C. Haven't seen all too much else for now, though. I mean, newly formed Paper X with Monyet now, just executing the C site. Kind of bypassed Munchkin's judge.
Spike down.
Oh, but look at that door play from Lakia.
Oh man, again, the
the
door opens
dog
so
has 2
quickly that you
kills.
can't really sometimes react to the punish that could follow up from
I
the
still have a
defender. You see
Razor.
that activated so quickly here. Something now it's going to be holding with the judge first. I do like this because, again, you don't want to play that close and hope for accuracy. You just want to go for the pellets first of this shotgun. Munch is going to be first on the pedestal. He's getting very close. I don't know who's going to get this one. On the corner, he will be dropped down by something. Coming in right now is going to be Monyet using that showstopper of his to delay even further. Meteor's getting closer. Lakia as well. They need to make
Dash
something
out
happen
as
here.
well.
It's all down to Lakia. Good for the first. Oh, there's so many just high angle positions.
Wow,
right?
that's a Paper X round.
Yeah, but again, Genji's
you know,
showing
just
the same thing that
3v4.
they brought up here from that Breeze map.
Find
which
a big
is
win.
That they can't punish the in transit of
Get
Paper X,
ecoed
and they
straight
do once again
after.
here in
This is
round.
this is
Look at
classic
that. Something's been dropped
Paper
down as
X.
well as Forsaken. Monyet frantically trying to get control here of C. Doesn't matter if he is alone or with teammate. What a dodge from Mind Freak! Oh my goodness! They're trying to rally behind that showstopper of Texture. Great flash from Charon, and it's
Just definitely.
That's classic Paper X right there.
Genji.
Tomorrow 3 regions? Yes. I mean,
Genji getting that huge advantage, but
I don't know how many days
thought
of
that
all
Paper X was
4
gonna
there
find
is.
a way.
I think there's
Genji, they're
maybe
right,
like
baby.
1.
That's just incredible from Genji.
But Pacific
There's a
ends
lot
pretty
to,
early,
go
so
into with how they are making something on it off
Pacific
again,
shouldn't be.
but on the attacking side.
Map veto? Oh yeah, shit. How close are they to starting? Do we know? They're still talking about it, but yeah, I can do. Let's do the map veto now, because again, we actually have. I can actually get some right because I know what they're gonna ban. You know, we can actually talk about this with some level of like actual things going on. So T1 they banned Icebox. Who have we got? T1 and Zeta. I'm gonna say Zeta pick first. They banned Icebox, so let's just go with that. Unless Zeta also banned Icebox. Nope, they banned Breeze. Oh, fucking yes. Fucking Breeze and Icebox ban. Inject this right into my veins. Zeta picked Icebox, but obviously that would have been banned. I don't think we'll see that bind, to be honest. They were happy for Split to go through. They were happy for Ascent to go through. Against T1, what will they pick? They could go Lotus. That's what Global banned. I don't think you want to go Lotus against T1 though. I think T1 will pick Lotus though. I think they're just gonna auto pick that. And I think Zeta will pick. Did they ban Split in this game? They did last. So let's say that they pick Sunset here against T1, who didn't ban Sunset, but I think it's possible that we get that. Then you've got what left? We got Ascent, which I think could be the map 3 here. Ascent. I think Zeta maybe bans Split here again. I think we've got what left? Bind and Ascent. Ooh, tough one. I'm gonna say that T1 would ban Ascent, having seen Zeta's Bind. That's what I'm gonna go for. How close are they to starting? That's still some time away. Let me know when the game starts.
Oh, the Hunt actually gave away the position there of something as well as Mind Freak. Nade did stop.
I'm going to focus
PaperX
in on
for
Sunset a
just
bit
few
more because I
seconds
think
here.
that I'll probably do a
But
video about it.
Not really the biggest of hindrances for now.
Just letting them gain control over the spot.
Did I ever manage to get the Greg's Crocs? No, I didn't buy Greg's Crocs.
Then you've got Munchkin just ready to welcome them with open arms on the other side of Link.
Texas trying to delay as much as he can at the back of the site, trying, hoping that he can stop the Monyets, but he will not. Lakia coming in to pinch, at least stopping some of this massive map control that PaperX has gotten on that A. Spike will get planted. It's all about the retake here for Gen G. Okay, Divine does find Munchkin here, making it a more palatable situation for PaperX. Lakia opening the door. He fights him with an Odin. Meteor's gonna just have to run away here, or just stay in the side, whichever. They're already pretty rich, so they can just buy up to the next round anyways. So he can make this into an expensive endeavor for PaperX. And
Okay, so PaperX at this point seems to have just like taken control a bit of this game, although they keep losing to ecos.
As they try to approach, and that's what Forsaken is doing.
Oh, they
just to give
TP'd in.
PaperX a little bit more
Yeah, that's why you don't do that.
okay,
But then they
overreach here
kept
for
going.
Gen G for sure, as Mind Freak and Texture
It was
have
only
been
2
just
open.
blasted away. Speaking of which, Monyets
Wow.
to infinity and beyond. The showstopper comes to truly stop that show. 4 versus 3. We have a bit of calm here as PaperX do get access onto that A site, but the rest of Gen G already right now the back of things. Meteor fighting one, lockdown activated, but it is a little bit shallow. There still is position you can play inside of Tree as well as outside right there upstairs, and something holding the blades as well as the operator. This makes the long-range fights a little bit more palatable here for PaperX. Haunt does give away his position. They use that Haunt to actually get closer, but Forsaken holds for something. Something now gets Meteor 2 versus 1. That box not really giving too many angles for him to have safety on. And if he gets peeked, it's going to be one in the front.
Flash from Devi.
That way.
Again, it feels like PaperX are just coming
You
up
need someone to
like
keep those
big
spirits up.
in
They
these
really
kind
don't-
of
yeah,
post-plant
something
like
really
clutch
will get
moments.
really
That's
in
so
their
funny.
What is this? Okay, just, open the door, get tripped up, see what happens. Wall has been called in a little bit closer into the A main position, and that actually works in the favor here of Gen G. As you saw, Forsaken get blasted very quickly. They're very close into the opposition right now, but Devi realizes that he has to come pinch in for his teammates. Oh my god! Again, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee or something. Love it. Meteor's position exposed.
Yeah, and it feels like PaperX is just winning these.
Devi is having fun.
I'm just gonna stay quiet here and
What's
let us
with
just
Zuma
enjoy
mode?
the laughs of Devi. Make that
I just kind of wanted to
development.
get through it.
But as
I feel like I can still understand what's going on in 1.5.
Great impact actions here from Gen G as something's been
Things just
taken
happen
away from the
fast.
board. Again, Gen G still threatening a lot
You
of
still
that
can
control
tell what's
on
going
Rumble.
on.
This means that it's only down to really Monyet to entry
Like
into the
2
site.
times
Devi
speed is too fast,
activates.
but
The Meteor is here to just again anchor things.
1.5,
Nice access into that
and I don't
site.
normally watch
And
him
PaperX
1.5. I
left
do
scratch
normally
your heads
watch
a
the
little
whole
bit here.
VOD.
What
but-
happened? We tried to push in and actually fall on our heads. This Meteor repositions for this right angle. They might not know about this, and they will never
Still
do
got
it.
a decent
Smoke really
sense of
makes it
what's
difficult
going
for
on.
them to get
I might
in
watch
Way
Sunset
too
on
much.
normal
There's so
speed.
much delaying that the rest of the PaperX members on the other side, if they go into this, it's not a favorable numbers duel. Something kind of losing the Karen on the other side of the map as well. It just doesn't quite
Ooh.
work out for them. So Gen G gets to extend to their lives in this map.
Gen G finally put up a decent hold
Yet because of
towards
it,
C. Feels like A is their
and keep in mind,
weakness.
PaperX have spent both time out at this point.
Maybe not with textures
They're on
up.
an eco. It's a bit of a half buy, but it's starting to bite them in the back.
Ooh, Karon, where did he come from? Picks up the 2K.
Okay,
There's
they
a quick
finally
flash
can defend A. So
from Devi.
PaperX probably feeling the same
Okay,
thing.
hold on.
That's deal with
Devi
Gen
did
G.
Should get Subway
actually have
Surfers on a
overtime
second
in
monitor. No problem.
PaperX are
Yeah,
running out of
I
friends
will.
to actually
I'll
fall
keep
back
that in
on
mind.
too. This camera.
Texture and an off.
Yeah, there you go. Does give away the position too of his opponent right in front of him. only Forsaken really just holding A main. He wants to be able to anchor so far back from both sides, man. They haven't really done this kind of slower approach at all in this map.
There's not that much control. One-way smokes are all being spent up around this one spot. And then, of course, you still got Munchkin available with that toxic screen. A is a very difficult spot to hit right now, but trying to make something happen off of the Odin suppressive fire.
Okay, they open the doorway into tree. Woof, Texture, here you go. Inside the smoke is going to be Charon. The Paper Rex are pushing blind into the side. They gotta just go for that big contact. Something binding Munchkin.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper activated. Does that stop the plan on the spike? Yes, it will be.
They're gonna win a 3v5 against the Razor.
Almost gets hang by the rope side. Lakia pushed down something. Exploding at this point. There's the plan on the spike, 2 versus 1 for Meteor, but Meteor has truly been a miracle worker at this point. They're backing up into the corner and something finds him with the 4K.
They win a 3v5. Classic Paper Rex. Bail themselves out of a bad situation. Okay, map 3. We'll go 1.25. I do want to take note of this. Sunset was actually good. Yeah, I want to take note of this because they're playing no duelist with a Sage, which I think is quite interesting.
Give me, Forsaken's Fragment, but then that Scratcher.
Let's take a look.
This entirely
So they start on
duelist
defense.
composition is not something that we see all too often. Actually, I don't think we ever see it.
Yeah.
But you know, it is Paper Rex after all.
Say that 10 times fast, right? But I will say on Sunset, the Sage walls are pretty insane because you can get into some good elevations that the smokes of Gen G might not be able
They
to
just
block
wall
out
off
completely.
market.
That being this one as well, as we can see here on market. But Gen G's very aware of this, and Devi was almost taken down. But the separation, though, does allow them to get the pickup onto Munchkin. Now, the rest of Paper Rex is going to be holding back the site, and they're just going down to work. Gen G not in a comfortable spot, and they're just going to have to try to wiggle their way out of this as we turn into the 2 versus 1. But this could be a quick transition if Meteor can find some good timings on this, but he gave away that.
We can just hold our ground. See.
So the double
At least
slows.
for these next couple of rounds before Gen G gets those rifles.
Have they walled that
the
up?
Sage
I
wall
think
is
they
going to
have.
be somewhat harder
They
to bring
wall up
down,
and
so there
spawn
should
to
be a lot more
start the
safer
round.
position for Paper Rex to drop it in. Don't worry about that angle for a good chunk of the round and just be safe. Anyways, Forsaken, Outlaw, Contact, success. Actually, very success.
That's it.
We're supposed to be good at math.
Why? Gen G throws at them. This would be swapping around roles so much from the Cypher now to the KO. Oh, and a Sage Wall that
So
boosted
they
them
do the
up.
same
That's what the
idea.
outlaw in the Sage's form.
Actually,
Well,
Gen G
elevation,
do
man,
have some light
There's going
shields
to be
here.
so many cheeky positions that you can utilize this with. And of course, the byproduct of just blocking off a certain
Double
pathway
up and elbow.
that Gen G will have to break or
So again,
wait
it's
for it to
no.
break.
I mean, it's no true
Which, as you can see,
Sentinel.
forces Gen G to be a whole lot more
Which again is
respectful
kind of interesting.
of just, you know, pushing up into
I don't
these
hate
certain
it.
positions. Ooh, Meteor, boot spotted.
Yeah, they don't want to lose their full buy run all that quick, right? They don't want to give the bonus over to Paper Rex, and so just trying to be very careful off of it, cut noise, and then the execution through. Texture getting this first frag actually does so much for them because now they have more options, not to mention Munchkin making use of tiles to walk up front on mid.
Did they close the door on market though? That's still open, isn't it not? Okay, there you go. It's still closed up, so Forsaken doesn't have to worry about that for the moment. No aggressive push out here for Gen G just yet, Quack. Maybe waiting for, or just letting Paper Rex come for the moment, but since they have to, some of their players have to go for the half shields.
And they just
that
all come back
Outlaw,
to main as well. This is
absolutely
losable now.
terrifying. Texture's already here at the front lines, and the damage,
if
the
you do that,
aim, the lethality, absolutely felt. Forsaken pushing in, picks up so many weapons. This man is an
If you
absolute
can chill long
Gadget.
enough,
Charon.
yeah, for something to get that would be big.
He's waiting for his teammate, though. He's waiting for something. Who has the wingman? Oh, no, the stun. The way he actually loses is he does not. Charon. 2 headshots.
There's no way you lost that.
Oh,
What?
no, the
Did
stun.
you drop it?
The
Oh,
way
he picked up an
actually loses is he does
outlaw?
not. Charon. The earth.
He picked up his outlaw.
Just up another rifle and just, you know,
He
wasn't
would have
quite
won that
there
with
to
a judge, I
support
think, to be
Forsaken
honest.
on characters whiffing. So Charon just pops
Can
off
they
and
go
now
for that
back
double
to
swing?
it.
Oh, the
Paper
Omen
Rex does not
TP?
want to let up.
Again, that's talking about it, man. This Charon newcomer for Gen G already showing why he's, you know, in that spot. This time, though, it will get punished. Devi holding a very high angle here. Not going to get spotted, so he will get some damage in, but Meteor somehow
I
manages to
think
get
we
that
are
backside
seeing
control
some of the
already,
problems
opens it
that
up.
they might have.
Will not have the North up for the moment at least. Does he activate it? Paranoia, huge. Is he really going to thrash for the overkill? I love this! And Lakia, welcome! Okay, I was about to welcome him, you know, to the Blades, to this! Will not have the North up for the moment at least. Does he activate it? Paranoia, huge. Is he really going to thrash for the overkill? I like how
Sure. Good information because of their utility.
And again, you know, just to get in a different point.
So why are they putting that
It felt
Viper orb? I mean, they haven't
that
put it
this is
down
the
yet.
comeback for something in this specific in this specific series.
He's
This is
trying with the outlaw.
Forsaken. It's all body shots for him.
It's an answer back to whatever Meteor and Texture did to them on that map 1.
Fair enough. Mind Freak now repositioning.
An
Smoke
interesting smoke.
doesn't allow him to push outside of market cleanly, but yikes.
Oh, my freak
Is he gonna
lives.
get thrashed in here? Actually into the pit with Texture into
Pretty much
How did he live that?
the timeout. Allows for
stopper, man. We'll have to wait to see. Right now, Gen G has caught the timeout, so they've definitely switched something up, going for the full commit into A instead.
they have
Showstopper, man.
very much committed a lot of utility just to get into A
Played around
lane.
all
They
of
haven't even
mid.
pushed yet on Link. They haven't committed to push yet on Elbow.
I'm scared about this elbow.
Truly. But look at how many players are already here on tiles. Does Munchkin hear the footsteps, though?
I don't...
He tucks himself in the corner. He
Hail
might not
up
be
as
able to
well.
clear him out, and he might get the best sandwich position of his life. He needs to do something right here and now, which he does. Divide does go for a trade. No walls just yet. He actually boosts himself up. What a chat moment here from Divine. Texture left on an
my
island.
goodness.
He's got the showstopper. Divine, say your prayers, and that's gonna be that Gen G. Oh
And
my
they
God,
lose that?
Civ,
That's crazy.
Gen G. Push down tiles.
into a ha-ha. All right, same play here for Texture. No contact just yet, though.
They
Just
force with an outlaw,
they're
a
really pressing up into
Spectre.
this. They're not slowing
Something's
down
got an
compared to
ult.
last round here, Quack. So it is a full
Again, it's
commitment
just
right now
fast
for Gen
towards
G.
A,
They
so
want to
that's
get a quick
really what they
start onto
talked
this
about.
post plant from the looks of things. They want to position for that,
Planted.
for the good goods of this, as I mentioned, post plant, and save up as much utility for when Paper X tries to come in into the site.
Yeah, right. Same thing coming through. They know that Paper X is definitely not going to make the exact same play. Something investing into this operator as well. So unless they can get clear vision, it's going to be so difficult for them to break through. But that's a great way to start.
Absolutely. Meteor into the corner here. Loving the use of the wingman to actually clear corners rather than defuse the spike. If he gets a target, that's an immediate concuss for you. And Texture's just so far. Even if he can win some of the fights here, he's just way far from stopping something from defusing that spike.
Justice. God, it'll be fun yet.
How many players of Paper X deal with as he was holding that specific angle on A?
So off of that round now, it's
Let's
another
just see
save
the
for
outlaw.
Gen G.
Yeah, they're on a big,
In
massive
control
save, so.
over ID on A site.
And again, if this is a full commitment of like majority of the players of Gen G, if they push out through elbow like this, the slower from Device is gonna stop them dead in their tracks. With the paranoia, that is a death sentence here. Side with
That sentence. What they and then to God. Got 3 to initiate.
Okay,
fight.
6-2.
Gen G needs
They buy a
catalyst.
judge, even
Speaking
though
of
they
Gen
got
G,
money
they're
for
still
something
going
else.
for A. Sanity is doing the same thing
For a
over and over
fast
again,
Thresh push down mid.
expecting for different
B
results.
push. Playing that
And the
retake
different
A.
result is, you're absolutely right. Paper X, they've committed for this mid control. They thought that Gen G would actually mix things up and try to
Hold
go
it
for that
back.
mid play. And it isn't. It doesn't. It's gonna be Gen
They're
G
so
once
slow
again
to
holding for
react, Gen
A,
G.
but Meteor is lurking. Maybe
That's the
that's the difference.
It does buy a little bit of manpower away from the rest of Gen G, so Meteor stays towards the back. The rest of them come back towards the front of A. And maybe we just retake from Link.
Thrash activated for the
Kinda
second
retake.
time. Divine
And
cuts
plant.
off the corner. Plant denied, actually. Texture somehow manages to pick up a kill with the paint shells. No safe space just yet for Gen G. They have to start holding some crossfire angles while they start defusing the spike, and he's using his teammate as some sort of third POV info gatherer. Not gonna allow them to push up just yet because of that toxic screen. And here comes the contact, and Texture is coming out on top of this, and it's somehow working somewhat favorably for Gen G for a moment right now. But again, no plan on the spike just yet. Numbers still favoring the Korean side, though. Something comes in with the operator, dwindles the numbers a little bit. The TP comes in around the corner. How close does he know? Very close.
Wow.
He knows about it. Oh my god, no way, Meteor. And he's out in the open field, man. Out to just get laid out and dry, and Paper Rex full control.
It was a nice flick from Meteor. But
That is a weird.
the
res is fun.
Alley around to go wrong.
Thing is,
They
on
had
defense
the
side, like when
pressure
are
of the
you
time
actually gonna
against
res?
And playing on the side itself, unless you're getting pushed in, you don't really have great line of sight on any position on A. So that's just very bad boo-boos here for Gen G. Boo-boos. Straight, they
Look at the setup on B.
something with an op too. Oh wow, they might actually get collab here if they're not careful. Into the corner is also Mind
What's up?
Freak.
Spike down B.
They've come into the trap, man, of Paper Rex here. Come into the spider's web, as they said. They're gonna have to try to pick up this spike if they can.
That's nice.
Something's just denying it every single time. Meteor's here, Divine knows about it, and Paper Rex. Is the world back in order now? They're 8-2 here, Quack.
Very much more comfortable, but then, you know, it is still just the first half, right? I still want to see how this composition works on the attacking side. But that said, I mean, this is such an incredible our control. Have studied how Paper X played.
Bleed bad, I just need more time. I actually thought Global played decently today. I don't think the Bleed played awfully. There was definitely some like
I wonder if
what the fuck
Alex
is going on
can,
moments.
can,
I think
anticipate this. But looking at Devi,
I mean, they didn't look good. Let's put it that
I mean,
way.
he does have the safety of Monyet right with him. They don't even know if Device boosted here. They are aware of it. Oh my god! Device might actually get punished, but no, Monyet holding his hand! It's the Paper X security system, dude. And just as the smoke comes up, Devi gets a whiff of Meteor pushing in. And in just the blink of an eye, Quack, 2 drop down.
I want to see their attack.
Cover now. But
Come on, Genji, win some more rounds.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's the worst possible opponent they wanted to give the kill for, but
some really fraggers cover now.
The smoke.
So again, they try a fast A hit. I'm kind of surprised their call after the timeout was let's do a bunch of fast A hits.
More free to dive
Against
right
the
in with that rocket,
no
but
trip.
not now. Back off to this though.
Sage
Last round of
Viper
first half,
come.
let's just rush into B. Why not?
Imagine if you actually didn't pick up the rifle there. That would have been very, very bad. Anyways, everybody's blind up until this point, but that snake bite, man, they're just coming into this. We'll call this the Paper Rex grinder. Pushes it up. There it is, 2 remaining players on Gen G, now down to Lakia. He is lighting things up like a Christmas tree. But it's all for naught as he loses the bullets, and there's still 2 remaining players of Paper Rex alive.
Oh, good attempt, but still, yeah. Trying to.
I mean, yeah, what the fuck are Genji doing? Is all I'm gonna say. Like, why do they keep trying all these fast hits against a Viper Sage comp?
Meteor as well.
And like not having lurkers
keep it
against
up.
no
I
sentinel.
also wanted to add as well, Devi, he's been the utility boss.
I mean, they have it
on
some
the
lurkers,
Sage.
some
You
rounds.
know, no safety for himself. He just full blasts, get everything.
See, this is a comp
no
that actually I think
shields,
suits
all
Gecko
utility.
better than most
Man,
Gecko
he is
comps,
giving his
right?
effort.
Like, because you're gonna play
He's giving
slow
his
with
life
this
for
comp.
Paper Rex at this
You
point.
have KO flashes to pair with the Gecko flash.
There's the wall. Cross it up.
I think that this is a
No
good.
tripwires to be afraid of. Wow. Planting the spike very quickly with the wingman
A good Gecko
here.
comp. Now I don't
Backs
love
away
this.
safely, only leaving. Actually, no. 3
I don't
players
love this super
very nearby,
passive,
willing
like,
to fight inside
Sage
near
wall.
the smoke.
Crazy. Dizzy out as well.
Oh,
But I
okay,
do
they're
love
gonna keep
that.
fighting this one. But look at how cleanly
I love
Paper
bursting
Rex
out
are
of
just
it.
breaking them down. This wall is separating fights from Gen G. They can't even create these crossfires anymore. And now here's the number game. But Gen G strikes back, leaving Mind Freak by himself. Does he have the time? Does he have the utility? Does he have the angles with the Sheriff?
No.
And that is a resounding no. Gen G, when all looks lost, Paper Rex pushed in. And
because
Like, as a GE game, I live streamed the GE game.
have a good time.
I thought the
So,
GE looked
Gen
decent.
G moving forward.
I'm assuming the Paper X just loses.
Break
I
it.
thought, yeah, that they were decent. Oh, they're
he
walking
has
out.
offloaded himself on him.
What was the score in this
Absolutely
game?
not. Doesn't want to overreach his lead too.
Have we got the map veto yet?
Right? They still know that any play.
Thoughts on
Coming
Jay's
out from
downfall.
PaperX as well. So a couple of these players, Karen, Munchkin.
Tell me when we
not
get the
quite
map
being able
veto.
to afford the big
I assume it'll be in a
teammates
minute or so.
hang back because they are the controllers.
Yeah. Like how the Blade actually clears more of B main. Since, you know, on bonus round, some players will just play on the back of that board. Thrash activating
Again, it's
quickly.
the same idea. I don't love
Not
it.
sure if it
For
hurt
me,
where the
the
tripwire
reason you would
was,
pick
but
Sage,
Bonyet
or one
is
idea,
very
and
much
maybe they do have
controlling
this
this
idea,
back
right?
angle for now.
I'm not
Devi
sure,
also leading it, or rather defending the gap. So it's a pretty
know how-
clean take here from PaperX. They just had to use a bit of utility, but it works solely in their favor.
Still though, that fight across the pillars.
We're gonna win this round.
As soon as Devi stays back.
Can he get his ace? Oh yeah, he can.
Meteor.
So what I would use Sage for is this, right?
And that's a big problem because they want to get that
Either
punish,
this
right?
to push this way, or
Bonyet
this
is
to push
so
that
far
way.
in front of this. That pop flash is gonna blow up in his face. Lakia
Yeah,
does
we'll
get the
watch
trade.
T1.
Does signal the
Title of the stream
PaperX
hopefully
to
is telling
start
you that.
moving their way quickly into A main. Devi, because of that ace, also
Oh,
now
fuck.
has his res up. So they're looking for a trade here where they can either bait their teammate for a res or just res them to
Yeah, we'll watch the Chinese games. Not all of them,
That
because
makes
they'll be on it the same time as like others, but
Oh, Lakia finds one. Tripwire. Meteor holding at the corner of this site. Look at how Gen G has just gotten all control in A main. This leaves PaperX
Fuck
in
is that
such
wolf?
a tight bind. If they realize this, they might be able to push at the back of the site. But at this
Not a
point,
good one.
Munchkin and Charon.
It's time.
so they're playing a bit too fast for me and how I would play it. Yeah, fine, man.
Point, Gen G can
Obviously, it is Paper Rex, but
So
and
it's
generally you
back
will
to
be
another
focusing
A.
A side, but
Question is, how do we break through elbow? How do we break through this main push? Lakia is holding such a tight angle. And of course, you've also got Karen, who's possibly going to position himself in an elevated angle up towards either site or link.
at Vito, I'm there.
Here's what they do want to take away. I mean, from T1, we saw that it was pretty rocky.
keep getting it
from the
right
opening
who's
game
going
on
first, even though I
Breeze,
think
but
they're
they
flipping
still
a
want to
coin.
take away after that 18-16 victory that T1 did get. And quick ban on the Icebox, and that means that Ascent is open and Zeta will take it.
All right, they want to go with the steady known factor. Now, I mean, we've seen some teams that have tried to rely on Ascent and it didn't work out so far, but I would have faith in Zeta's Ascent. They've always clawed back in.
Lotus
The
is
possibility
selected.
Oh.
The chamber matchup, it can happen. It's very realistic. I can see
Oh,
it.
hold
I'm
on.
so
If they
disappointed.
ban
I'm gonna be
Sunset-
flattened if it doesn't.
I mean, yeah, because both of them have used it on Lotus.
Fuck
already, so
you!
I see no reason why it wouldn't come up.
Fuck!
T1 banning out Bind.
The
I mean,
5
certainly
out of 7
Ross was-
believers have been
you know, they were able
robbed
to
today.
showcase a good bind last year, and
They've
then
been
got wrecked by some
robbed.
other teams right away, so that leaves Sunset for the last one.
Yeah, they're floating this once again. We did see Zeta leaving this one open. Wasn't one of their bans when they went up against Global. So still
Twice
feeling
that's
confident
happened.
enough to be able to play that map. Should it go the distance? Should it go to 3? But I mean, obviously, it's that map too. That is the really big one that we have our eyes on, because that's where the chamber could come into play. But for now, we can very much focus on that heads up between Dep and Zaya players. We get ready to go to Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of these maps really could go either way, and all 3 of them could very well be these nail biters all the way to the end. Because Ascent, again, it's the battle between.
So
Dep
this
and
is to
Zaya
qualify
player. Also,
for
you have
the
these cores
playoffs.
on both teams that are able to kind of carry out the old ideas. This map has
I mean,
been
who's
around
going to
for
go in
so
Pacific?
long, so
Obviously, you would
much
think
more
it would be
about the
Paper Rex.
communication
Do we
and
have
mentality.
confirmation,
Then
by the
there's
way?
Lotus,
Are the
potential
playoffs
chamber
games
battle.
all
Then
best of
there's Sunset.
5s?
T1 shows some good ideas, but Zeta has been floating it.
Yeah.
Just want to jump in here. I love that we're seeing a lot of Zeta fans here.
Oh, they are everywhere.
Yes.
Even here, like, you know, in home court, I guess, of
They're
T1,
best of
right?
3s?
But again, we are going into Ascent, we're going to Lotus, and we're going to Sunset. I like that.
Qualification is a
very
best of
interesting
3?
Right off the bat, right? Ascent, we're seeing Saya player and Dead. Lotus, potentially the X-Hero
Why?
and Laz face off. Sunset, potentially, well, we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. But for now, these 2 maps, I think they're going to be very exciting. And as we mentioned again, they could go any which way, but I think Icleos We are favoring Z1 here.
Why is there a grand
Who
final?
you
The
think
winners do
is
get
going to
3
have
championship
that,
points,
that
so
moment, I
the grand
guess?
finals
Are we
do
getting
kind of
some
matter,
excellent
but
highlights here?
for the best teams, they
Sure.
don't really matter
Yeah,
because
the
they'll be
X
fine anyway.
I
You
mean,
would think.
X-Fury.
You would think.
The X
I would say that for
Factor.
Lotus. I would say that for Lotus, though.
Yeah, but I think
Why not have 3 best of
that is
5s?
Ascent. You always kind of think of the
That would
Jet
be
players
cool.
on this map.
Yes.
She's so prevalent.
Like,
Very
single
rarely
elim,
see
best
teams
of
start to
3
stray away from
playoffs?
that.
That's
PaperX is one of them, kind of bringing
kind
back
of
the Reina from time
shit.
to time. Every now and then we would see, maybe a Phoenix in the mix there,
Like-
Raze, oddly enough, but Jet is so prevalent.
And I think for me personally, like, I would rather, like, the Masters themselves be single elim than the qualifications for Masters. Because, like, you're already on higher stakes, so I would prefer, like, if there was high stakes, in a single elim. It's like, fucking hell, that's really, really brutal or whatever. But I want the best teams to go, whereas instead now you're just, like, getting... You very easily in, like, 1 best of 3 could get, like, the 3rd and 4th best team from each region going to Madrid, which is kind of just a bit shit.
To break the usual Ascent composition here, especially on the side of T1. Do you think we're seeing any surprises at all, or are we going with the standard, usual Ascent lineup?
This is the second time that we've had.
Like, cause at least, like, and a best, that's the thing, like, a single elim best of 5, I feel like, if you're a better team, a best of 5, you've got enough chances to win.
Like it's likely to happen again. But if somebody does want to,
Not that upsets can't happen in a best of 5, of course,
that
but I
would be
just
really
think,
exciting. The thing that I do want to see,
obviously
though,
it's less
more so
likely.
than a compositional change, is still that continued change in play
Yeah,
style because this was pretty much the
I'm more of a
quintessential
fan of
map for
single
them,
elim.
where they would
A
just
lot of people in
really grind
esports
to a halt,
aren't.
wait for
I
those last
honestly have
20
no
seconds
idea
to show up on
why.
the clock before they started going for an execute.
Like,
So
I
wanna
think
see
single
some
elim is
faster
good.
hits. I want to see a lot more determination and confidence.
Like,
in
I
their play when they
legit
get ready to
thought,
go
like,
for attacks
I
and
thought I was
It's a
cooking the
very
other
good
day when
test
I was
for
saying,
Zeta,
like,
because Ascent
how
is
do you
also
make a
that map
tournament
where
feel
while you do
different?
wanna find your own
Like,
pace,
if
you
Champs
cannot be
was, like,
haphazard about how
single
you
elim
push out. Whether you're
playoffs,
on the
all
attack
best
or
of
defense, you have
5s,
to be very
that would be
methodical about
fucking
it.
sick. You
have
just
to
have
make
one,
sure
like,
that you understand
you
how
could,
much
you'd
space
need
you can
7
and how
games,
that
right?
pushes
So you
the
could play it
opponents around
across
the
the
map.
span of
So
a
I'm
week.
curious. Last time we saw them,
All
we saw
best
them
of 5s,
try to
just
play more
one each
aggressive. It was
day.
a little messy, but the aim was able to carry them through a couple of those rounds. Ascent is
What
not
a
going to
sick
play
idea.
Could we
And you call it like the
potentially get
gauntlet or
chamber
something. And
matchups
Champs
here
would feel like
on
this
Ascent?
fucking, like, oh my god, it's
I
single
don't
elim best
know,
of
just because
5s
while
the whole
Chamber
way
as an
through in
individual
playoffs.
can still work well on Ascent. It's just that if you're gonna have a Sentinel Killjoy,
Is that what they do for
Cypher
League?
provides so much
That's
better
fucking
on
sick.
Yeah, this is
That's how you make Champs feel
similar
different.
to
You make it
degrees where
fucking
this
highest
used to
stakes
be a map
possible.
where you could very much see a lot of prevalence for that.
Why do people
champion.
complain about that in
How
League?
you
What the
would ever
fuck
see
are they on
the
about?
original
That's the
run, they
best
would start
format ever.
Moving it now to just the singular pylon, really drastically reducing how much teleport range you have. A lot of those reliable setups.
No, I prefer lower stakes games, guys.
Be able to peek out.
As a viewer, I prefer watching lower stakes. That's my opinion.
Now you can't.
I want low
Taking a look,
stakes.
though, it's pretty much stand, but we do have Carpe going over to that fade here, and the Rossi's on the Viper.
Yeah, so Rossi played that Viper during the off season as well here on Ascent.
Here we
So
go.
continuing with that double
It's
controller,
still interesting.
Izu
Double
and
controller.
Rossi on Omen and
Who did we
Viper.
see this from?
It's gonna be a
Was it
mixture on
G2
that
yesterday?
Cypher. Meanwhile,
It was like
Laz
this,
sticking
but
with the
Silver, I
80s
think,
old
instead of
Killjoy,
Fade.
going to have a little bit more flexibility and covering mid with utility.
Yeah, it
so
wouldn't be
that they
best
can
of
rotate
7.
a bit more freely around the map.
Yeah, and I love how Zeta are really giving the initiator role.
Best 2
over
teams in
to their
Americas?
young guns, Yuran and
Probably
Fury.
Loud
We'll
and...
see how well they do up against T1 as we head
I would
to our
guess
final series
NRG,
of the
but
day.
I think it's
Tossing it
close.
over to our casters, Azurai and Quack.
So many things has happened today.
No,
man. Lots
Navi's
of
comp
ups,
had the
lots of downs,
Sage.
But we are 100% sure that they have all been bangers, and I expect the same of this last series, T1 versus Zeta Division.
Yeah, the winner of this one definitely goes forward through the playoffs, and that's already a really big deal. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, starting things off on the map of Ascent, T1, what an interesting composition. We might have seen a little bit
Yeah,
of
best of 7
of
with
it
tech
in the
balls.
offseason,
Rip.
but up against a more
Ripperoonie. To be fair though, to be fair to Americas in
but with
Pacific,
two new
I don't
players,
think there has been a
how's it
long
gonna
tech
play out?
pause since the
We'll
first
see
day.
here and now. Izu's been an absolute
Well,
monster.
not that I was
whether
awake
he's
for, at
on
least.
that Yoru or here on this Omen as well.
Has there been?
Zeta Division not wasting any time. Already pushed up on here onto short. The contact between Carpe and teammate. Paranoia does push them back. Very huge
Wow,
use
nice plays,
on
Zeta.
that, on the scanning and everything. And Def chases
Ooh.
down the kill. Izu does get the contact. Hiroron already here on Heaven, does get a couple of frags, important frags, that gives access for Zeta.
Pretty nice idea by Zeta. Bit of a surprising kill here, but they trade it with a KO nade.
Already so quick into sight.
Leviathan-esque.
I mean, how do you retake?
Allow
You got the Cypher,
stealing
you got the
ideas from
Viper,
Americas.
And it's not going to be the easiest task in the world, right? You might be able to clear some corners, but when it comes down to the gunplay, Zeta's neatly tucked away inside of Hell. They walk through and, well, Sugar
Nice,
zero.
good start.
True.
I swear 3 cat 1000 remains half of every pistols ever. I sent pistol rounds do tend to go towards A. A lot of them do tend to go towards A, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
Bro.
You got a lot of A retakes as well. You got a lot of this idea that we did just see.
Again, Zeta Division with
You got a lot of A hits.
Man, their tempo really has amped up the pace, and it's not just them just going radically.
Nice start by Zeta,
There's
though.
always thought behind the push.
Carlisle definitely has, shaped up this team a little bit more. So now they have these protocols and really
nice
aggressive
flash.
takes where they just are able
Flash
to
TP,
push it and
all
melt
good.
through. Even in this one, yes, it's an
Somehow
anti-eco,
missed the
but
one-way.
Depp is that much more confident just to go in along with it.
Yeah, Hiroron's been hitting them flashes from here on out. Here on run. I'm losing my mind a little bit because it is the last series, but going back into things, quick little dash in from Depp, picks him up to 3K as Rossi falls down. All up to Excurant. Little peek on Heaven though. Peekaboo, I see you. Marshall in hand. Extra tag or anything? Not gonna happen. Only Euron as a collateral here for Zeta, and 2 quick rounds for Japanese.
We dropped the rifle.
It's early, but with this
Okay, no,
speed
they
and
didn't
with
drop a
T1,
rifle. It
not
looked like
quite
they did for a
adapted to it
second.
just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is easy to go
your
A, but it's just...
predictions, Asher, right?
I think people have just seen some of those
you know
ideas and
what?
thought, yep, that looks
I
like
don't
it
really
works.
care anymore at
Let's
this
just
point,
do it.
We never really actually do. Come
Also,
on,
you
let's be
do get a
honest,
lot of
but
A
I
retakes.
do.
Probably as well, you think, let's
But
just
at
go
the
away
same
from
time,
the
it's just
killjoy.
really interesting to see because like everyone else kind of thought
Makes sense.
T1 would be the team. They're more, veteran.
Yeah.
They got the star players.
They
you got
try and go for it
Excurant.
again. They do get a
To
TP
be
across.
fair, Coach Alex did say that comparing it to last year, everyone's upgraded. So
Yeah, that's the thing. Is Zeta's upgrade that much more powerful? And I'm really impressed to see if that is the case. We know how strong Depp is, and yes, he's still opening a lot of it. But I'm very curious to see what Hiroron and Yuran have.
The
in
old
store
loud
for us.
call, take aim main, run to
We've
B.
been talking about them as, right?
absolutely, yeah, exactly. Been
Full
watching a
on
couple of the games of
sprint
Hiroron,
across.
and, I mean, there is potential. I wasn't
Now they have a trip on A,
blown
so
away, but
they're chilling.
There is potential at the man himself.
T1 just chilling,
See,
they got
these
that
side
trip
players
here.
pushed up all the way on some
Ooh,
Rosa.
they got Guardian.
And wallbang for wallbang. We've seen 2 different weapons actually get that. Shots through the wall and everything. Excurant still holding the angle here.
Okay,
And
nice
again,
from
a very
T1. They got
vocal
that, yeah.
player.
They trusted that, yeah, we've heard
Leading
noise
the
here,
charge
but we
into
haven't seen
securing
anyone in
the
mid,
first
and
gun
we've
round
pushed
here
up
for
this.
T1.
And we still
I
got the
a little
trip
bit
there,
excited,
so
as I
we're
thought it would have been like
pretty
one of those
confident. We're not
rounds.
moving. Actually,
Was
the Cypher was
rookie.
already on their way to B, and you see
Euron.
Excurant
Euron
got
with
into
the
a...
Guardian getting the shot through the wall. Bang.
Got
That
into
was
like
really
a
lovely. Maybe
deeper
through
position
that,
on
they
B
might
by
have
the
been
time the
able to,
exit came in,
open up
so...
a little bit more. But we go back to classics. T1, they have Theoden.
Yeah,
Of
Sheriff
course, they
gets
had the
that.
read off of that spot from Sabrosa. And with that, just
What's poppin',
information,
Brand?
right?
New
Rossi,
hop just
well-timed
copped it.
snake bite. It completely halted Zeta
Is that
in
English?
tracks.
It's pretty rare we're seeing
I can't tell if
maybe
that's
beyond
new
that
lingo
right
or if it's
over
from like the 1920s.
Sova, it's just because you have so much more.
What's
staying
poppin',
power
eh,
with the
sonny?
C's over the shop darts. Any case.
Have you heard the
it's a
new
quick
hop
little
just
push
copped
in.
it?
Nobody willing to go and dash right in as that snake bite, and basically like 3 people of T1 is already here. Izu's finding contact on Hiroron. A couple of pop shots through the walls here, forcing TP away. Depp's got his blades. He's got to create some contact right now. Spots one in front of Rossi.
Wow,
Rossi's
Rossi,
too
nice.
good. That generator has turned into his domain, his kingdom, leaving Laz in a
Nice
very
swing as well.
unsightly and unsavory.
How's Paper X? I haven't watched all of it yet, but
T1 quick to
I would say they...
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel
They looked okay. They were a little too
you have to
reliant, I
peek
think,
out.
on
You're
just
gonna have
like,
to
you
try
know,
to find where you can,
individual
but too many
plays
on the
and
outside,
like
they're gonna play
focusing
off
on that
each
kind of
other's
thing.
contact.
For my
At the same
liking,
time,
for,
I mean,
you
this
know,
round,
for
just
me.
impressive anchoring from both controllers. Izu with the TP back into Hell, and then playing off around that. Rossi just toying around with Depp, just keeping his tension away
Bro,
from the
do
rest
the
of
one
his
on
team
the
as much
stats.
as
It's
possible.
cooler.
This
Trust.
T1 adapting right back into the game.
And again,
Okay, Zeta on a
Carvey's probably
save
one
then,
of
just the 2 rifles.
You know, the players that came from a different league had to transition into Valorant, and now he is looking.
Don't say its name, don't say its name, don't say its
It's
name.
been a year.
It has been.
He's adjusting. I like the
None of these
idea
players have
being-
ever played anything
and it
other
definitely
than a
works out on
Riot game.
defense as well. You know, the C's can
Trust.
give you so much. But off of an eco now, Zeta still trying to get an idea for how T1, you know, really defends.
Bring them down.
They're trying to fish for a kill, but T1's
How
just
is
not giving
Overwatch
them that
doing now?
satisfaction. I mean, if Zeta wants any form of contact, they have to go into the domain here of T1. Speaking of which, though, Ross and Izu, right then and there, quick, close on the contact. Depp was able to dash right in, but
Ooh.
I don't know how much impact he can
That's
actually
in
do.
heaven. I mean, they
So
know
he
he's
just
in
leaves
heaven.
the site and starts to create some tempo here on Heaven. It's going to be very risky, but he has to do this by himself and
Problem
leave
is-
his team to fend off on their
I mean,
own.
Laz
And
has
it
got a
does
gun.
work out
I
in
guess they
some
did
extent,
okay.
but he is on an island right now, Quack. Gets the first one.
I mean,
but
you knew
Side
he
Player
had
shuts
to be
him up very
somewhere
quickly.
close.
Now with it up still looming over their heads, Zeta Division just trying to
2v2,
position
they both
themselves
have
safely
rifles.
enough. Laz tucked away in A main. He's got to make use of that play just right up next to Sugar Zero, because if not, it's easy for T1 to find these 2-on-1s.
Turret is available for Laz here.
Whoa!
Ooh, barely
Literally-
misses
Let him watch the
into
jumpy.
the reactionary position.
He has
By
turret.
time.
Oh, did he?
Is
Oh no, got
Sugar
destroyed.
Zero
Last
on
player
switch,
standing.
swings right
One
out. Carby's
enemy
very
remaining.
quick on that trade. Laz risking his life to get that contact, has to swing out. Carby's gonna be able to maybe have the spike here. No, he does not. That should be just be about that. And Laz,
That's how you play that.
cool, calm, and collected, captain of Zeta Division, secures one.
Very well played. I mean, it was a bit of like a half-ish buy, and you had some players just off of pistols. But that little duo between Udon and Sugar Zero, buying the attention away, Sugar Zero.
Okay,
getting
now
the
a
tap
save
to
for
Sharon,
T1.
really allows them to open up the site. I think Izu, you know, had to spin so much back and forth that it allowed for the rest of the team to make their way in, and not to mention depth right up around window. It kind of throws things off for a little bit.
True. You're T1 in a guessing game, right? Is
Yeah.
he staying on the site to protect the site, or did he overpush so that he gives more information and more map control for Zeta Division? Went for the latter, so he reaps the benefits of that. Only
it-
good for the first kill, but yeah.
Holds off that operator. That's the thing. So
Oh yeah, true.
buys up now. T1 on the half buy.
T1's very adamant about that this mid control, because every time they don't get that mid control, Zeta's somehow always knocking on A short or somewhere, right? And those are the
Right.
rounds that Zeta has gotten pretty successful on. Okay,
Very-
Null Command. Carby's been spotted actually coming around the corner here. He could be in a bad
Oh,
spot.
nice.
Oh, Depp.
Boy, does he. Depp now holding the angle. Fragment activated so that Depp can cross a little bit more peacefully into the site. Excurrent, very vocal player of T1, gets a bit of powwow, but only good
Okay,
for
they
the
haven't
weapon.
really had use
So,
of this
step
rifle.
in
I
the
think
right
this is the
direction
first
here.
round where the spike's been
T1
planted B,
forced
to be
go
honest.
for this
This is the
retake.
first round they've gone
Quickly
B.
into the minimap.
With a
One
KO
only
up.
B main. Side player is
This
on the alert.
is-
If he can get Laz,
Size
the
one
pinch
off knives,
could be better
so-
here for T1.
Such
I
an
mean,
interesting,
saving wouldn't
like,
be a
retake
bad
top two
idea.
screen, exactly. Side player, of course, then he would have the Blade Storm up as well, but you gotta watch out for that alarm bot. He knows it's there. Timing is crucial. Going along with the team now.
Oh, he gets it.
There it is.
There it is indeed, and here comes the offense right now for T1. Do they still have enough time though, or can they only just let Zeta Division hold the angle here?
Oh, they're actually-
Euron popping shots through the smoke, and boy is
Well, they
he
actually
blind,
went for
but
it. They
he
got
is not
they got a
going to
couple
miss.
kills, which
Beat
isn't
with that
isn't
OD.
bad to be
I
honest. Because
really
apart
like
from
that.
Laz, they don't have a
I mean,
ton of
first
money.
of
But
all, you gotta
this is a
admire
big
that.
round now.
You gotta admire how he gets these entries. Apart from that,
So he's
just
gonna have
Euron.
knives.
I mean, the decision making not to fully commit to the spray and like swing his mouse wildly back and forth. He actually gets off of it and then repositions, because if you do stay in that spray, your tracers are visible. Your opponents can fire right back. So very well
Oh,
played
no.
by Zeta. And if I
Fire
were to
gets an
add, I mean,
up
just
bolt for him.
Another interesting note. Actually, last
Interesting.
year for Masters Tokyo,
Drop it for me.
T1 was that team that knocked Zeta down. T1 was the team that denied Zeta Masters Tokyo. So if Zeta can actually win this, that would be huge.
So it is some form
already
of
4 on
retribution.
attack, pretty good.
Little bit.
All right.
But then again,
I like
Pacific tends not to
Storyline,
play by conventional
setup,
rules of what's
revenge
what's good
arc.
on maps.
I mean, not
I think
guaranteed.
it was a cent
We
attack
are
sided
seeing
for
a
them last
possibility
year.
here. That being said,
For the
though,
revenge
It's kind of
arc.
bizarre.
True. That being said, though, both of the initiators for T1 and Zeta have been very good at utilizing these Odins, man. The Odin spam is great. Ooh, Saya player,
Nice bait.
He's going in for more. I mean,
And you get back on it.
You don't want to double dip, but in Valorant, it's perfectly normal. Even rewarded at times.
Without a doubt, I mean.
Oh, that shock dart. Yikes.
Oh, we got him.
Actually finds Saya player. What a shock dart from Euron. Gets the one. That's
well
jet for jet.
placed, but apart from that, you know, after a little bit of pressure onto B, the rest of the team already rotated closer towards A. Accurate and
I'll say bro doesn't have the tech.
Last has been spotted already. That is a magical camera
Wow.
there. And Izu.
What the fuck is that
He's
camera?
playing with the hearts here. He cannot get denied.
Spike down A.
It's all down to Euron. Chases it right in.
Okay, I'm gonna need that camera.
Very much against him, and Accurate finishes it off.
As he was the one who starts it as well. I mean, that's.
I'm guessing what? It's just from here? But
He saw
it's
so
just from
much,
here
did
and
not
you
shoot
jump
out any
up, or-
tracers, just called for
Where the
team.
fuck is that from?
Hey, they're
Here?
right up here. Izu, be prepared for this. Hunter Sweet goes out. Izu's just dancing, dude, and he doesn't get tagged by it
Show
whatsoever.
us the cam.
In fact, he actually picks up those
One
two
enemy
frags.
remaining.
And off of it now, of course, T1 picks up the
Closing
win.
come.
It's back to that mind game of like, is Zeta Division gonna try to go for that like bits of mid control? B main has been a bit of an error for contention.
Tell me this is
right?
a
Saya players always
tac
somewhere
timeout.
around the corner. If not B main, maybe closer towards mid. You never quite know where he's gonna show up.
We
Dep
could take a
has to watch
timeout.
out for that.
Hey guys,
Not just that, but again, we've seen this in the first series.
does anyone know
with
what that is?
PRX, where you do see the duelist having a lot of support from the initiator, not just utility support, but firepower as well. And you see Carpe do the same thing with Saya player here, where if Saya misses a beat or gets followed up on by Zeta Division, if he gets the pick off and he's out in the open, Carpe's just gonna let that Odin rip and assist his boy out, and it works fine for
Wait, you
T1
do it
here.
off gen?
Exactly. That's another thing to keep in mind too. T1, they have this additional support.
You do it off
Carpe
gen?
The IGL too. Being able to support his teammates that way. Lots of support in the crowd for T1, to say the least.
I mean, we got an interview a while ago, right, where one of the fans just said that he's here not feeling any fatigue whatsoever, waiting for this specific match. I'm not sure if you picked up the fans, you know, on our microphones, but they do be faithful to T1. And T1 is
Let's
not
call out.
disappointing at all here, Quack.
I would guess
Whatsoever.
Carlisle probably
At least not
wouldn't
for
do
this
the
round in
in-game
books.
timeout
There's that half buy coming out from Zeta.
because I don't know how
T1
good his
has
Japanese
to
would be.
Definitely make their buy count. Saya off the blades, if anything. And with the way that they're positioned right now, not seeing anything towards mid, not really giving out too much, just ready with that Odin.
Dep is all gonna really fall down onto him unless that Odin spam from for Carpe gets so much more value. Saya player get a little bit too heated on Heaven there.
A little
forced
bit
to dash away.
shaky on the hold here, although
This heavy contact
the
from
timing
Zeta
the util
Division
by
pays
Zeta was
off.
pretty good.
They'll be able to pick up all the weapons, get them upgrades, and even use that Killjoy lockdown from the extra sauce. But can they break it though? Doors opened up already here. It will get broken because of the trade, but Sugar Zero does get that pick off. 2 versus 3. Extra getting close onto the site. Gives away his position. Smoke gives him a little bit of cover, but also separates the rest of the team right now as Saya player whiffs
Wow,
the blades,
big win for Zeta on
gives the
a
chance.
on a thrifty.
Zeta Division answer back.
My man. I mean, I got to see that replay on that execute from Zeta Division because they went in so quickly. Dep right on top of Generator.
Yeah, they were a
Even
little caught
though
off guard
Carpe
there,
and
it
Odin
seemed.
didn't quite know how to respond so well. And with the way that they played around the smokes too, you can see in that replay, they were able to kind of fend off each section of the site.
Yeah.
Rossi though, man, what a team player, you know, sacking his own life just to deal with that lockdown. But the little bits of movement, dodging out the sprays, kept the rest of Zeta Division alive. So now 3-5. The buy's back on their side.
Also-
T1 just, yeah, not quite synchronized.
Sorry, I just wanted to add as well. It felt like the nano swarms that we saw Laz throw
You got a vibe
was in
spit in
benefit
here.
for T1, but it actually works a little bit differently there, just to flush out, you know, certain corners and stuff. Plus,
can't
again,
die here.
if it's your own teammate's Nano Swarm, you take somewhat reduced damage so you can swim in it.
I wouldn't do
theoretically.
that either.
You know, so you can use that as some form of aggressive
Chill.
push strat.
Chill.
Speaking of aggressive push strats, Saya player, he doesn't have a tailwind. Inside of the smoke, is he gonna risk it? No, never mind. He just backs away.
Like, you've got 4 people here.
Yeah,
You got this set up
knowing
on
that
B.
there has been
You're
a
in
lot of
such a good
noise, a lot of
spot.
presence that they made
Don't
previously
die.
towards this mid-area.
Just don't die.
definitely coming
This is
in to
what
investigate,
people in
so
ranked could learn a lot as well.
not wanting to
Sometimes
challenge
you just
them
gotta
all
not
too long, not at least
die.
until, you know, a piece of
They
utility
wait for the
like
turret
the
to come back up, they destroy it
gives
again.
up. Now they
Get the
know
idea they're
there are
coming
some
to A
players
main.
up towards A shore.
They're in a really
30
tough
seconds.
spot. They're about to execute
They are running
a
out of
ton of
time.
people.
You might just come down to this
Still got an
crazy
Omen Flash, we got a
execute,
Fatal.
last-ditch effort. Carpe has the Nightfall too. Oh, this is not going to work out
Side's
too well.
pushed it up as well.
Oh yeah, they could
All
be
of them
swimming
get
this
hit.
with very much reduced
Omen
HPs.
Flash comes out.
Saya player is already looking for
TP
the
in.
lurk right now. Carpe pushes up. It's
Wait.
immediately traded in. 14
Time.
seconds. If Sugar Zero can find something, which he absolutely does.
Now
There's a
Saya,
chance, there's a
he
world
started
where
running.
they can plant the spike in, but Saya player is
What a
wreaking
flick.
too much havoc on that flag. Thankfully enough, Yura answers in kind. And Rossi placing the back of the site. Euron, he's absorbing the snake bite to position himself for a better peek. But it doesn't work out. It's a 1 versus 1. Captain
Oh,
Laz.
Laz.
Once
Trust him with the
again,
world.
1 tap, 1 kill.
Oh, you could just kill everyone,
luck,
yeah.
all skill.
Yeah. I mean, they were in such a rough spot, right? Saya had
Wow,
pushed this, so
that
they
was
literally knew,
awesome.
like,
I mean,
they
Yura
have to be
taking
here.
that snake bite just to hold it off and make sure that Rossi
Like, there was barely any
would
time
not
left.
be able to peek out that quickly.
And
That-
Sugar
that
Zero
was
just,
something.
what was it,
Takes
like
nerves
3?
of steel
And
to
that
do
puts them
that.
on a save as well. That's such a
apart from that, too, I
massive
mean,
round by
just-
Sugar Zero.
With the way that the fight breaks out, you would have assumed that Carpe, everyone, the Nightfall, they should have gotten
They're
that
gonna use
fight.
knives
but then
now.
Zeta, inside of the
What I
scope,
like about
not
what
to
we've
mention
seen so
Sugar
far
Zero
from
bringing out that
Zeta is we've
multi-kill,
seen
really turns things around.
Where is
different
this blade
times,
going?
right? They've gone for some normal
Clearing
like
up
hits
the
at
entirety
1 minute
of
left.
as well
They've
as
gone for
White,
some
just in case
fast
somebody
hits which
creeps
caught
up
them
in.
off guard. So that round where
Top
T1
shot
looked like to be in a
on
good position,
short
but
with the
seemingly got
Marshall.
caught off guard by how fast
Not sure
Zeta
if that
played.
was
We saw that round go right
heard
down in
properly
time.
by Zeta.
Right? I like it
Regardless
when
of which,
teams
it's going
do
to be a
that. It
mid-push
just keeps
anyways.
people,
Yeah, making
you know,
use
you
of
just
that
keep
movement
people
speed.
off guard.
Depp has cut through Market Pizza
smoke
before,
off
but
B.
now he's up against Saya.
He doesn't hit. He's chasing him down.
Oh,
Maybe a little bit too much,
And
but
that was kind of a cool
still
play.
works out for Depp.
Could have gone very wrong,
Lead
but
takes, great flash.
worked
Two
well
players
enough.
on
He
the
would have
site.
only given him a stinger, so it's not
It's
the
going
end
to
of
be Carpe somewhere hidden.
TP,
on
they go
B.
for the TP
Huge
on B.
hunt, maybe a couple of
On an
pop shots
eco.
through the smoke. This
Now we
wall
get
from
to
the
see this
Viper
Viper wall
is
in
giving
action.
some cushion right now, Quack, for the rest of T1. Zeta Division, they are cool, calm, and collected. They got 40 seconds. They can let them cook. They can wait for the utilities and make something happen. And through all of this, Izu actually TPs at the back of the site. What a hero. But can his added presence on B actually assist the rest of T1? That is the biggest
you're
question
pushing your
here.
luck with the
Ekert
Ghost
Esker is
version
falling
there.
down already. Izu's down to 12. 25 seconds, and it's not working out too well.
Nice from Zeta. Good
There's
patience
Carpe
again, right? Not
through it
panicking,
all,
not
and
rushing
it's all
it.
down
Let's
to
just
Rossi.
chill
So
here.
some pretty big
No, the
utility
Omen's probably
used by
TP'd in.
T1,
Just
and
wait for that
ultimately
wall.
still giving up the
Right?
B-side in the end.
Like,
But
we'll
this
just
is
chill and wait
Zeta's
for your
map.
fuel
It's
to
one of
go.
their home maps, just as Will pointed out during the map selection phase.
This is good by Zeta.
They're
This is
very
good.
comfortable with this. They know how to work around this classic agent composition on this map. Izu, you know, might have been able to, you know, teleport over to assist the team, but with nothing but a Sheriff, it's just tough. And you got it, like you
Like, we're
mentioned,
just
Astro,
chilling
it's
here?
awesome how
Wait
Zeta
for
was
your wall?
disciplined enough to tap the brakes.
Fair
Let's, you know, take
And
a
especially
breather
because
for a
the
second.
Omen
We
is
might have
TP'd,
gotten
right? So you know
inside,
the Omen is
but
probably
we
going to
know
have
they are
TP'd here.
all around.
They probably had an
Let's
idea
not
that someone else was already there as
overcommit. Let's
well.
not make
So that means that
assumptions
they're just like,
discretion as they've
they
done
can
before
afford to
past
wait for
year,
this because the
but
pressure isn't
actually
really going to come
wait
from
for a
elsewhere.
second. You know, if someone peeks
Right?
out,
They're already
we'll be able
a
to shut them
player
down.
up.
At the same time, we've got this
Like, the
Odin,
people
so
aren't going to be
let's
flooding
make
on them
some
from
noise.
CT or whatever.
Get these
Or, you know,
T1
pinching on them
players
from
feeling
market
uncomfortable,
or even a flank,
and then
really.
come in to destroy.
Is that the Carlisle Furia DNA?
Because they're going to have to wait
check
somewhat on the other side of the
into
map in case
Zeta
they go
here?
back to
Again,
A.
It is on a round where T1
So they just,
are
it was a
not
very
on
good
full
call to just
weapons,
chill.
right? But
You want to take a
you're
timeout?
mentioning it. I've been mentioning it. The thought process is there.
It must be weird if it is
for
Crow
Zeta
in the boot.
Division.
It's a fusion Asrai. It's fusion.
Fusion. But yeah, truthfully it is.
Yeah, because you still got Junior there, assistant coach. So now T1 feeling the pressure. They've only got 3 rounds. If they can win the last 2, that would not be too bad.
Until
Then
Zeta so
again,
far.
timeouts being
I mean,
spent.
the first game they didn't look great, but this half so far has been
Contact plays
they've been
that
cooking.
we've seen from T1, right? They've been relying a
Not
lot
cooking
on
in terms
Saya
of strats,
player,
but just in
and
terms
again,
of
as I
like
mentioned,
their
the kind of
team
bounce
play
back
and their
between him
understanding
Carpe
and their
in creating these openings.
Oh yeah.
Those
their
are
aim
for
as
a couple
well. Like
rounds
they
now,
just look
but
on.
in the rounds that Zeta Division have
They just
won
look
as of recent, I think 2 to 3
polished,
rounds
and that's
straight.
what I think we haven't
Well, it's
seen
just that
thus far from a lot of
That's
teams.
true, and they haven't gotten that
Is
initial
we've
contact
maybe
with side
seen
players.
teams
So
have
he's
some
always beat
ideas,
that one short.
but
He's
they
always
don't
been
look
smoked off,
polished
and
as a
you can't
team.
get that, again,
Now it
initial
makes sense
contact here for
potentially when
T1.
you've got 3 players who've played together forever.
So now back
That
on
yeah,
the
sure,
upright.
they're
He's
gonna look
looking
more
for that
polished.
contact, but I don't know if it's going to happen that easily. Both of them looking to inch out towards B main, but look at how Zeta is reading this as well. All you got is Laz getting the info, the rest of them, you know, making markers, exploring all throughout the other parts of the map. If we know that Saya is here, we know that the other half of the map is slightly more open. Let's
This
take
time they
down
go for a
East.
big fake.
Dep.
Oh,
what a smoke from Rossi here too. They're going the opposite
Okay,
direction.
just as I
but
start
he
to
is
praise them, of
falling
course they go for
as
fucking
soon as it
Aztec and
gets
lose
set
a
up.
round.
Zeta Division though, is the play to go straight to A because Carpe's already here, but there seems to be like an over push on T1 side. But I mean, it's granted because they do have the numbers advantage. Laz now caught in a 2 versus 1. He's got to have to make something out of nothing. And that's not going to happen. It's not possible. And T1 on all fronts answer back.
yeah, you can see the timeout.
Think about the can, stand
timeout's
behind the
effect
window and
now.
break the glass, aim at the ledge.
Called by Coach Autumn. First of all, yes,
Between the
Saya's
boxes
still, you know,
and
looking for
leaves.
that early contact,
And
but
jump while
it's
trying
not
to
just
place
that
the
anymore,
cam when
it's
it looks
been
like
more
it's facing down, then you
information,
can
trying to inch out a little
see
bit
3 entry
further,
point.
get that timing. We understand that,
Crazy
you know,
cam.
if they're not really pushing out B main, Xcure and Rossi just stay prepared. Izu, stay prepared. And
Yeah,
all
I
the
stopped
utilities come at
praising
the
them, and
right
what do they
time.
fucking do?
Xcure
They
landing
call
a first
around. Let's
shot,
play
they
in a
blocked off
4v5.
every single avenue of entry.
The clapback is just beautiful here from T1. Quick null command pinch coming in from mid. Paranoia as they detain or delay the players on B main here.
Oh, no, 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 no,
And
no,
this is why
no,
he's the big
no.
brother, dude. He's the one that started it all for Santos.
Hey.
Hiroran able to get the shutdown, but he's alone on an island 3 versus 1.
Unbelievable. Just the mechanical skill involved to
Call
make
them
such
shit.
plays, but also knowing to
They're
position
shit.
themselves in that spot.
Absolutely.
Zeta tries to go for a different approach, right? You got the mid to B, but then it got blocked off that way.
And Hiroran is just very
Okay, Sai is
far from
trying
any
to win.
kind of
He's doing his
good
best.
information whatsoever. Forced to back away. The paranoia is just so damn annoying to deal with. The snake bite, pinning him out in the open. That's going to be T1 with the 5-7 half.
It's really just
Okay,
T1,
I mean, still
tier 1 mechanics, tier 1
good
skill,
half for
and
Zeta,
you
I
see
would
it
say.
all. First of all, you got
7
that
on
execution
attack, pretty
shots,
good.
Then in that last pinch against
But
Hiroran,
T1, if they win a
Paranoia,
win a
snake
pistol,
by, and then the shot
We'll
from
see.
Saya at the end. 7-5. That's a pretty good half for T1. Let's see how they can carry that over onto the next half. Again, this composition, very interesting. On the defense, you've seen how useful it can be with a Poison Cloud, a bit of a one-way. Izu still, you know, being such a menace. However, onto the next half, how do you make use of that Viper on the attack? How does this all pan out?
I'm already just imagining there's a bunch of lineup plays.
So we've seen Loud try this before.
Please do refresh my memory with this.
Like the Viper Harbor stuff, and it kind of feels a little bit weird whenever they try to push into B. You know, it's like smokes and walls, but then other teams are just like,
So I think
"How we
Sen can beat
spray
Lev.
them down, kind of.
I'd be worried about
I mean,
100 Thieves
I'm not
first.
entirely sure, and I can't be entirely correct, but it is this
What's on
double
Paper X, no
controller that
duelist
I'm
on
very
Sunset?
curious to see how they're going to apply
I mean, I got
it,
through most of that game. Yeah, it's
especially now
okay.
that they've gotten a little bit of experience with this roster from the AVL.
You don't need a
Okay.
duelist on Sunset.
I'm looking at that from a
can
perspective
go A all the time.
where side pushes, right? But I'm also going to say that it
Maps you
allows
don't need a
you
duelist.
for so much segmentation on the map,
Breeze,
right?
Icebox.
Because you have two of the controllers, You have twice the capability right now to,
Sunset.
we want to push deeper onto mid. Sure, Omen, smoke it up for us, and then we'll have like a Viper
Lotus.
wall outside of Market so that no one from the side can actually look
Ascent,
onto
maybe.
Market and maybe trade up. So those kind of scenarios, much more accessible to T1, obviously, because of the double controller.
I think
compared
split
to
you
Zeta,
do.
that only has Sugar Zero on that Omen.
Yeah. I'm just like
I
still
think Raze
feeling-
is too good on split.
You know, you're attacking. The only flash you have is Izu. So it really comes down to how they apply this. It's not that it's not viable, but let us see.
I mean, yeah,
That was
there is an
wrong.
argument for all maps, but if
Also
you want to
using
play it
His drone very
like
early on, only spotting on
on
Execute.
pretty much every map, like
So
Ascent
if T1's plan
is kind of a maybe.
to rile up a bit of utility here
But
from
like
Zeta,
on Breeze A
which is
site,
successful already, and
you
can
don't
already
need a
see
dash,
Zeta
right?
very much
On
kind of scratching
Sunset
their
A
heads where
site,
they
you don't
are.
need a
That's why
dash.
you're seeing so much rotation coming in from depth, from the players
On Lotus,
short.
you've got 3 sites.
and they're
You can manipulate the
scrappling.
map. You know, on A site again, you don't need it. It's only really C that
Feeling
you
that
do need a
pressure.
duelist.
Still though,
So you can just limit your C hits.
Tree, that's gonna be a big stack. Without the flashes, how do you break through it? Saya, he's gonna have to find that contact, and he's gonna have to do it safely.
So they're
That's
going
good,
for
though. He snuck in.
wall on B.
No way.
Sneak
Euron's
across.
not even aware of this. He's just looking towards mid. And Execute
That
has
didn't see
found
him.
his access all the way through spawn. Here comes the push out on short.
No way.
Euron's actually looking on his own side of the spawn. He's aware of this, but the damage is being done already by T1 here onto the site, and
He got it.
Euron misses the
He's
timing.
about to
there.
die from behind.
Extra's flank perfect. Sure, it's gonna get traded out, but the damage be done. The site secured, and T1 has every bit of advantage taken to put themselves in a better spot in post plant.
That actually worked. Okay. I can't believe it. Execute looking through all the way like
It's
that
interesting
with
because
the
when you've got a
toxic
player
screen.
in this position,
That
a
Zeta
part of you
thought
thinks
was
like,
kinda
oh,
just
maybe you
left
should just
alone.
chill and let him get
Now
a
with the
kill
retakes,
and then
How
go.
do you fall through?
They're just brute forcing their way. Let's see how well their brute force is going to work out.
One enemy
I mean, Sugar Zero and
I'll
Demi
be just
healing some damage.
hiding.
Is there any smokes that, again, Sugar Zero can put himself on?
Oh, he missed it.
Half on the defuse. He's got to have to hold this for his teammate, and he does. What heroics from Depth and Sugar Zero, the mainstays of Zeta Division. It looked unwinnable.
It,
Not gonna lie.
it really did, right? Numbers weren't quite
Oh,
there. They just
T1.
brute forced and jumped through heaven.
Oh,
But
I mean,
they got the
get a
frag.
free
Sugar Zero
one.
started things off, and then with the way that
But
they
then-
pitched on into hell.
I mean, even when Sugar gets
movement,
that kill,
and
I think they're
working
gonna be
together
okay.
as a
But then
squad like that, it
Carpe
still
was just
is, you know,
scared.
the core members being that familiar, knowing exactly how to play
then
off
they
of
missed
each
their
other
one way.
so as to ensure
Oh, they forced,
that
though.
Izu would not
Hold
be
up.
able to
Cooking.
deny any spike defenses.
That was such a big round, too. I mean, imagine losing that. T1 has all the
They shoot with the
rights
classic
to
as well?
bring back,
Don't
a
reveal that
deficit
they forced.
in that 5-7. Speaking of T1, forced by actually here. Side player with a big dash in, right on top of Generator here, and the
Destroyed him.
damage! Oh boy, the damage very much felt.
Force
Yeah,
more!
force
Why
buys.
don't
Zeta did
teams
not expect it
force
whatsoever. It
more?
suddenly blinked and three
Stinger
members
is
dropped dead.
OP!
That's gotta
Tough
hurt.
retake.
Force
This is gonna have to be
more!
to a save for me.
Yeah. I mean, both Euron and Depp are on rifles right now. Guardian and a Phantom. Do not want to give that up. There's even a late lurk coming in here from Excurit.
That's the scariest thing so far for me. Also. I mean, yeah, Excura.
Yeah.
Please be quiet, I'm trying to fall asleep. Yui, it's fucking what?
That's the power of the double control.
4, 5
Zeta's always
p.m.?
gonna have to be wondering.
Why are you going to
Is
sleep?
someone gonna make use of this? Are they actually gonna push through to B now, or you know, how do we position ourselves?
Last player standing.
Yikes. You know what?
Nap time?
I'll double up on that. With how you
Jesus
mentioned,
Christ.
Execute always lurking. If you're
What if
somebody
they have a
from
nap for the
Zeta that
Sentinels
also wants to
game?
peek out through B main,
I
you
won't
can't
be.
see nothing through that
Probably
smoke.
should,
Sure, you
but
can
I
maybe
won't
pop
be.
a couple of shots, but
I've got bad
visual
news, Pacific fans,
confirmation
tomorrow.
is down to a 0.
I think
as
I might
long
be
as that
cooked.
that wall's up.
Like,
And
if these games
there's a
in
chance
America's
there's a
going
world
for a
where
while,
T1 just like 4
like,
stacks it.
sorry,
drops the wall,
Detonation
and
Team
gets, like, a
Secret, do I
massive
need to watch that
contact
game?
with,
Probably
you know,
not.
sheer numbers, but again,
I'll probably be
one
up
of
for
those things.
DRX Talon,
That's
hopefully.
really cool.
Depends
though,
how late
actually.
it does
Yeah,
finish,
I mean,
but
that's what this toxic screen does. It actually controls so much. So I mean, it's a very good composition.
Alright,
and you can see
background
what
lights,
it's
I
used
could turn
for.
it on if I wanted
Of course,
to.
it
It's
takes
just
a team like T1 to actually make it
it's nice and light
effective.
outside, so
Fair.
Yeah,
Very
we
true.
can't
I'm
do this
using
in
the
our
natural
premier
light.
games at
So
home.
now we just got Depp with a rifle.
Are you saying the Banana Boys can't make it happen?
Banana Boys.
Actually, I can't remember the name of our team now.
Yeah, and he used us tomorrow
I'm
as
so
well, so
sorry
it's gonna be a
to
long
every
day of
teammate
streaming.
that hears this from our team, our premier team. Anyways, back
Just
into
drink coffee.
the nitty-gritty. The really
I
important.
don't like coffee though.
Yeah, we lost the Guardian. Only Depp has the hero Phantom right now.
Yeah. This is not looking too hot here for Zeta Division.
So pretty slow from
T1 taking
T1.
their sweet time, you know, seeing if
Do
there's
I like?
any
I
nooks
pretty
and
much just drink
crannies
water.
that
And the occasional fizzy
littered
drink.
Zeta players. Would be great if they can get that quick 4 to 5. But even if it's not, I mean, just a full force on the B side or on any side, it's going to be much to handle, especially when Depp, the only, as you mentioned, lone Phantom player is stuck somewhere here on mid. But never mind, they actually are slowly going up onto short. He's alone by himself, though,
Oh,
but
and
he's
yeah,
got the
this
weapon.
is the one
It's a one and
gun.
done.
30 seconds left.
Good
Can't
trade.
quite commit to the spray, so got the one. Rossi trades right back. Now A site is open. The rest of them might be able to sneak back in to maybe retrieve the weapon, but I don't know how much that is going to do.
Well, I mean, if they push up onto short, they're going to pick up at least 2. They want to open that door. They want to punish.
I actually think that Rossi picked up the
here.
Phantom, so I think there's only
2
a
from the
bulldog
flank
there.
coming in. So
Yeah,
that will be
they get
Uran
2
as well
bulldogs.
as Laz now picking it up.
Wow.
Nightfall activated for a
use the
safety. T1 making things short here, man. And I mean, I don't blame them. They still are at a 2-round deficit, so the more that they can try to secure something in terms of rounds, the better it will be for them. Izu into the corner here. Beautiful stuff coming in from this Omen player of T1, and it's turning into a full-on blast battle. Trigger Zero's just
Okay,
stuck
well
on
played by
Generator.
T1 there at
That's
the
gonna be
end.
that.
Did need to use a
T1,
fatal,
one more round to equalize things in the first map.
which maybe isn't ideal, but
Slowly
still,
going
they get the
through
round.
over it.
Money is
I mean, of course,
okay.
Zeta, you know, that was just a pistol, but
It's not amazing, but it's okay.
kind of interesting with how that
Big round for
fragment
Zeta, though.
was tossed through, but you can always see just the movement from Izu with the way that he plays around some of these corners sometimes, in and out of smokes. Very, very tricky. Meanwhile, on the other half of it, just back into the game, right?
Yeah.
T1 with the approach on the attack. We're talking about that toxic screen, but in this round, they just kind of waltzed into A after taking down Depp. So there are so many things that they can do, again, buying the attention away because of that toxic screen, or just creating presence around other parts of the map. Of course, now that Depp has kind of lost his life around short by himself, maybe Zeta senses to call for further reinforcements.
Zeta in general, I think maybe
it
a
gonna be enough,
little
though?
too passive.
And at least that recon, excuse me,
Oh,
that
that
Sova drone does give away
I say
something.
that.
What?
Depp just fucking
Aggression
swung out on his
here
own. Maybe
from
too
Depp.
aggressive in
They
that moment.
Swing out. I mean, sure, he's got
Um,
some safety with that tailwind, but
Interesting, they put the KO over
Elsa,
here. I wonder if that's to try and
though, is
help
going
deal with
into
this
the
Viper
unknown.
wall, but it doesn't mean that that Silver isn't
that gives up the control of A
spamming
short.
this.
Mid only has a measly alarm bot activated here, so here comes the rest of T1 marching in, barging in. But
Flash
wait,
comes in, clears
hold
all
on.
this. We've got 3
Haven't
players
seen
on
the rotation
site.
here from Zeta yet. They've actually brought in Depp at the back of the site. If this is a full commitment here from T1, they might not know what they can uncover at the back at this entire B site. Excuse me, so I'm fumbling because right now this is gonna go for a full blast fight, and Depp hasn't been spotted just yet. Now they know. There's so much to happen here,
Wow,
and Depp is
Depp.
holding on. The call, the rotation, it's perfect.
Oh,
X-Grid
that's the
now
fight,
has the
though.
whole Huron spotted
That's
through
the fight.
smoke
I think
by
he used
Saya
the
players.
used the
Late
Cypher
work on
ult, but
mid, and T1, they managed to make it happen.
The ideas were
okay,
good,
so they just win
but that's
against
it.
3.
T1 with the numbers.
And this is the
still
thing.
just
Normally, you know,
able
you
to
have your
play
deep
off the
flash from over here, the
information from
KO.
their
But the
fallen
KO was already
brethren.
on B.
You
They
might
didn't have a
lost some
ton of
earlier
util to
on,
kind
but
of stop
then
them from
X
doing
here
that, to be
comes
honest.
back in, man.
Do a
This
drunk
guy
stream.
still
I've got really
star
bad news for
fragger
you.
for the team.
I don't drink.
It's not just Saya player. It's not just Izu.
So that would be quite tough. Wow, that's how he killed him.
What? I heard like a black from. Is that like a voice line?
What?
From.
A lemonade stream?
I don't know. Anyways, okay. While we have this timeout, I just want to talk about quick cause and effects, right? The standard composition on Ascent for any team here that's
Oh, we
using
took extreme. I mean, you built
what
that.
T1 is
I've still got my bowl here.
employing right now, right? The big factor here is if you can bait out the non-refundable, non-rechargeable.
What drink would I want to
of
sponsor
both
me? Yeah, just water would do.
Sova
I
and
get big
the
water
Killjoy.
on the sponsor.
Killjoy to a certain extent, because if you break her utility, especially that turret, it takes a very long time for it to. Very long time, right? When you break it. Anyways, if that happens, the more Zeta is forced to use their own players to guard certain locations.
Base checks.
Exactly. And because
What
of that,
brand?
T1 with the Rossi up and
I don't
down
know.
smokes and segregation of the smokes from both of the double.
I mean, I just drink
is
water from
making
the
it
tap
easier for
mostly. I
them.
don't get.
Zeta is
To be fair
playing
though,
into
no,
their
yeah,
hands.
not
The
bottled
longer
water
they
because they're
lose their-
fucking.
the
That's a
more they
scam.
lose their utility, and the more that they get pushed
Bottled
into
water
the
is a
cycle.
scam as well. Give
That's
me.
a great point, Asterai. T1.
I don't know. Just give me.
That's the thing about
give
the
me just
composition
pure
that they are
water.
playing on the defense. It gets a little bit tricky. It kind of turns into
Have I
that
ran
battle
today?
of
No.
resources. Yeah.
I don't think I will today,
players
to
are
be
a
honest.
resource as
'Cause
well.
I think I'm
and
going
right now,
to start walking a lot
apart from
in the EMEA.
players, economy is also something that they're kind of running low on. So we're waiting for that reset, and in the meantime, maybe they can get as much information as to how T1 approaches as much as possible. I think that's why we're seeing this a bit of that B main presence. Toxic screen, nobody's really working their way around it, so maybe Hiroran just kind of goes in and positions himself up there. Meanwhile, the rest of them, they've got some of these sheriffs. Depp on the Blade Storm, just guarding A Heaven.
Again, we got our KO towards B.
And this comp from Zeta, that everybody uses on Ascent, is that mainstay for such a long for such a.
I gotta be honest, I do want the non-normal comp to kind of win. I'm kind of supporting anyone who doesn't play the normal comp on Ascent. I mean, I obviously do like Zeta Division, but this is about more than just Zeta Division.
He is so.
I mean, he has the whole site. At some point, they have to come to him,
FPS
right?
experience for you. It's just translating into Valorant pretty well. Sure, he
See,
gets
now
shut
that he
down by
dies,
Raz,
they decide,
but
yeah, now's the
2
time
kills
to go
already,
towards him.
Loss of big firepower on
I
that
don't
B
know what.
site. Time is an issue here.
Oh!
Well,
If
they
Laz
almost
can
lost the round.
Connect, he can convert. Maybe that was something. He needed that second kill on Rossi, though.
Yeah.
Even that first one, it's not going to be enough. He needed to really do something massive.
Oh, let's see if Depp can visualize something. Oh!
Oh God, he's just.
He didn't see Rossi was right below him.
I mean, he forgot Rossi, couldn't get the kill on Izu. So unless he could get the kill on Izu quick enough and
What
then
the fuck
transition
is
into
that
Rossi,
emoji? Disaster class.
No world where Depp would have, clutched that.
True. I mean, the tagging slows
Is
him
that
down as
FNS?
well, makes him an easier
I think
target.
it must be.
But apart from it, too, again, just keep in mind, it's a round where Zeta Division didn't have all too much, but with the way that they didn't show off any executes, it's
fuck
just
made that?
execute. Sneaks up. Maybe it drops to last, but those 2 kills were big enough. Now Execute is offing too. Oh, there, he's back.
No, he wants to showcase,
Cypher attack up.
why he was the one to be feared before
Fast B split.
the other Bang Bang.
They tag 2?
Tags here right now for T1.
Are they gonna dart Odin spam?
Euron's waiting for any contact.
Again,
as
they
he's
go for this
preparing
chill
the
like
dart
Zeta did.
already for the push, but T1, they're no fools, man. They're real. Let it cook a little bit. They already got control of that B site, and they can back away if they want to. What's perfect about this is if they do, there's like 2 players that
Oh
they can
wow,
catch off
they
on
just
the spot
charged in as they
anymore.
died.
Sugar Zero's by himself. He really has to just do godly anchoring stuff here, or else.
I've seen Sugar do this
Well, he
before.
does get 2, but I mean, Zeta's never in a spot where they can really be confident.
Didn't need the pit in the end,
retaking
but I guess
things.
it caused a distraction. They perhaps thought that they were all backside.
Right in front of
They
them,
weren't.
And T1 coming back with a strong second half, double digits already.
And
Ever
this is tough.
since
You
then,
lose against the
second
Force, and then
round,
you lose.
Force by. They haven't
big
dropped
time.
a single bit. And Zeta, you're starting to think this might be another one of those rounds where they have to kind of half buy it up or save it up. And pretty soon, maybe hopefully a timeout being called by Coach Carlisle. Because again, now showing off some of these executes, right? They get a bit of space, they sit pretty, maybe dropping a little bit to Sugar Zero, but the response from Depp and the rest of the squad not quite following through.
it seems like they can't.
Yeah.
So
they
give
had
the
no
op to Saya
idea.
now.
Yeah. So it's more of
Back on an
them just
eco.
hoping that this stack that they're doing in the back of the site is gonna be enough. But we've seen
That actually
it
kind of
from
forces down.
these
Just
multiple
hero
rounds
rifle.
already that it really hasn't. So what's the mix-up
Probably
here
hear the
for Zeta?
turret here.
What's the call of their IGL to alleviate this? Oh, damn. Yikes! He's down to half.
It's still alive, still kicking. Not quite sure how to adjust around the defense though. T1 with the way that they're playing around this.
Deppy wants
Depp
it again.
Kind of being beckoned over again.
He
Goes right back to the well.
Puts himself right at the start, right at a corner here. And that's not the call, that's not the play that we were
Oh, good by
looking
Rossi. Good
for.
patience again
It's
by
the kill on Saya
T1.
player, and I mean,
Just
simultaneous
chilling, waiting
enough.
for that util to come in.
Hard lurking. Euron.
Oh my god.
I don't know how safe he can really be at this point. He does deal some damage right now. Whips out the classic.
Again, it's a nice attacking half here by T1. Love the patience of Rossi. Sees him, then just chills. Wait for armor flash, then swings.
First half.
Yeah, it's almost as if like that's what this
That-
composition was
that's
picked
good.
for. They know exactly.
just playing like
that every
smart,
other team,
right?
or
Just
at least
don't.
Zeta Division still.
You see
might
so
be a
often that
roster,
some
but
like there are so many
idea
players
is
there
that
that would just take that fight.
game
They'd be like,
plan
I can
somewhere
win that
around
fight.
this
I will
exact
win that
classic
fight. Watch.
competition. It's always the same thing.
Instead of just taking
Meanwhile,
a free
for
kill.
T1, when you got players like Saya, you got players like Rossi, you got players like Excurate, they can throw you in for one heck of a loop. And it just keeps happening again. Saya picks up quick op kills on his own, similar to how X would have done so on the B side before. Now, the whole team
So you just got
kind of holding default.
accurate here,
Saya
just
looking for an opening pick. The drone ignored.
What a
chilling for the
position
drone, but the
for Zeta to
logs.
play in. It actually still works out in the end. Excurate now should get spotted as well here, as he uses the smokes to get him out of harm's way. We haven't really seen any aggressive push-outs from Zeta at all. No, like no Korean flash and dash on mid.
Okay, Zeta finally
If ever we
seems
see any
to
of that, it's always
get
just
something going.
just
They might
swing it
want to
out,
try and pick
but
up the op just to
that's
not
not gonna
give
be
them one.
enough.
Yeah, I feel like no.
Right,
big
I feel like that might have been a good play. Also, just to walk around and
because
try and get a kill
They're
again.
always kind of anticipating that T1 is playing that default, and that's what they're doing this round. Very, very tricky to work off against. So just kind of hanging back, getting the info, playing off of it. Hero on now.
He's getting chased. Wow, he has to
He
hold
did
this.
well to get one.
He's good enough for the one, though. They do know that Rossi as well as Excurate somewhere stuck on spawn. What is that thinking about here?
Wow, he got
It's
both?
him just thinking about,
Now, did they
maybe
pick
it's
up
my
the
time
op?
to
They
shine,
don't.
You know, just give myself some
Okay.
highlight reels, stack up, start this 2024
But still,
right.
big for their eco.
He does get, he does
And
get
Saya
that
goes
one.
for the op. They got 4 ults
got
here.
into the playbook.
We got 3 ults
Think
here.
about
3 bigger
how that
ults here, it
game
must
was
be said.
played
You've got
out.
4 ults,
Depp
but your
picking
ults
up
aren't
the
that
first
big.
Kill,
These are
maybe
big
around
ults.
the toxic screen, or maybe not even. They didn't see all too much. So once that owl drone was sent through, he instantly knew, all right, I could do something against the Saya player. And as soon as that pressure is alleviated, you know, they don't have to worry too much anymore. The rest of them finding some frags, Hiroran getting the information for the team. Depp is able,
I'm at T1.
or at least enabled, to find the remaining frags. Oh, but as it happens, just one win, just one round win. Autumn is like, nope, that's all you're gonna get.
Yeah, instantaneously uses that timeout. But you're absolutely right, you know, it was a bait and switch. It was a little bit risky, and it was the first round after so much garnered already here from T1.
I think Zeta need this map, to be honest, because I think T1 will win
Every
on
single
Lotus.
game this entire day, man, has been so hard fought for both teams.
What do you think of
Welcome
Depp?
to
Depp is
VCT
very good.
Pacific, Asarai. What a first
Extra,
day.
pretty good.
Goodness, I am enjoying every bit of it, but I will not, you know, I will be remiss if I didn't say this has been an intense and very much painstakingly long day. My God, these teams will not let up, and I love it.
You know, we've got a lot of talent here in Pacific. Champions being Korea this year, I am expecting for someone to bring that trophy home But apart
So
from
close
that
to hope too.
exactly right. Still, this round, Saya still on that off, very
The
scary.
fall.
Euron back on the Odin. Just kind of posted up.
What a risky spot for Depp too.
Execute still lurking.
If he gets fade ulted though and the Prowler hits him, he's
This
in a
time
lot
though,
of
they
trouble.
put a lot more bodies into trying to deal with
What's
Execute.
weird with
Here.
Now that they don't see anybody
that
on
is
B main,
fucking
you can't
crazy. You see the
rotation
fucking
from Glass
reload
right now.
animation.
If he can maybe stop Execute from breaking this alarm bot and shutting him down, that could be something if he pushes on A main here. Sugar
Oh,
Zero.
they just missed it.
Ooh boy.
I think the timing was maybe
Get
just a little
out.
off.
Depp still on the corner.
It's very important that Zeta does not like move too much right now, because if they get punished by Execute, or if Execute goes in deep enough, then some rotations might come through. We got 45 seconds left.
Oh, this is the
Very slow
worst case
again.
scenario right now for Zeta. This push out on
Thing is, this
short,
position gets worse when you
if-
lose short.
if Huron can't hold this,
The ult
Depp's
goes up.
hold on this boost spot for the past minute or so is going to be
Oh, the
nasty.
KO ult.
Poison Cloud. Oh, ooh.
He does get one. He dashes over, but gets immediately traded. Activates the
Blast.
Hunter's Fury, and Huron holding on.
Wow.
Oh.
And he does blast Execute away. That's a spike drop down on short too. 12 seconds. So unless
Yeah.
Saya player can take down 4 players in 2 seconds.
Really nice by
8
Zeta.
seconds left.
Great,
Quick maths
great
for you.
KO ult.
This should be another round for Zeta
Now they did
Division.
use their Silver and KO ult that round, but
I
they
was
still
not
have the
able to
Killjoy
calculate or
lockdown.
catch any of that, but yeah.
I mean, 8 seconds, 4 players, 2 seconds each.
Too many.
And what's weird is, of course, normally
yeah, I
you're the
mean,
one
it
that's
really is
controlling
those
when this
4
Viper ult
players. I
goes
think
down,
that's
but
the main
because they
thing, because
KO
they
ult at
were
just kind of a
able to stay
random
alive.
time.
Depp
This
having
goes
the
down probably
skill to
before these guys were
react
really
to players who were
ready
trying to
for it.
approach from tree. Pump the brakes for T1. I think there was that timeout called for
They give the op to
Autumn to maybe
Execute, they go
attempt
for the
an
knives.
OU default to try to sneak
But
their
now
way
the
in,
money is low,
but
I mean,
because they weren't able to catch or fish for anything.
I'm surprised we've just
Execute
got
couldn't
knives
find
here
any
near
other
the end
kills
of the
off
game. I'm
Slurk.
surprised you haven't bought, you know,
It's that
a
much
Judge or
easier
a
for
Stinger,
Zeta
but
to
it's
go
because
through.
he's going for this
Now,
play.
Here's a different aggressive play from Zeta. Depp.
Oh, enemy battle in the air, and that's going to be Depp winning it out against Saya player. Still, though, quick little trade as Carpe finds Huron. It's Zeta wanting to get the 1-up onto T1 here. It is trade for trade. There is that quick
He
TP at the
TPs
back
to
of the
B.
site. Is it going to be full committance? Depp,
No.
World Theft activated as well. Izu did commit his use on from the shadows to the back of sight, but the spike did not come with him on B. It's still hovering somewhere here on A main in the hands of Carpe.
Exactly, trying to sell a fake. But Depp kind of saw a glimpse of something towards top mid, so he has an idea. Rest of the team to split
I
up.
don't think that dart saw
Trying to get the
anyone.
information around the sites. Izu, though, could still be a very deadly force. If he even gets 1 frag, that is quite a bit of damage.
Absolutely, especially with 2 players already committed to hold this B position.
They wanted to go A.
them back?
He's now cleared all of B.
30 seconds. They can
See
do
him
this,
pinging
but-
out here.
Gonna have to be a really slow creep.
Check cam for
You
this.
have to run for it, though. Again, it'll take like
Last
10,
Time!
15 seconds, but they're coming back to B
It's okay.
once again.
Laz has lockdown. Laz has turret. Back towards A.
They're just
Izu-
about to touch tips.
Oh,
There you go. Depp's gotten the first one. Nightfall activated. They'll trace
Bro!
everyone at the back of A.
They thought no one was there, even though 2 people got hit by it. What are we doing, T1? What are we doing?
Your samurai sword.
What are you
First of
doing?
all, we had Depp in the anime.
They had no idea what to
duel up in the
do.
air. But then after that, just getting a good read for things, being stationed.
Yeah, they
and
overcooked
staying
that round. They had
frost.
no idea what
Like
to
this
do.
kill was so much. And then as the dust settles, yeah, then from the shadows, playing some mind games.
They wanted to
But
go
Zeta
A,
just stays calm and collected.
then they wanted to go
Feeling the
B,
pressure that they had from last year, maybe this would have
and they
been
wanted to
different,
go A.
but this year, this brand new Atarashi.
Then they thought they
Zeta
had
Division,
A,
they
but
are
used the
so much
fatal,
more,
but acted like they had it anyway.
rejuvenated and ready.
Depp's got his operator out.
Close.
I think
Truly
the
close
Prowler
indeed.
saved them.
Saya player, though, chasing him to the ends of the earth. He wants that contact play in motion, but off-cap kills Huron and Depp. Rossi and Saya
Saya.
answers back. Last at the back of the site. Gets some coverage on the smoke by his teammate. Has to hold. If he makes any big noise, that could give Rossi an opportunity here. As you do see Izu slowly creeping his way
More seconds.
onto fast lane. The fragment's perfect. That does force back Rossi for the moment here. Rossi's just trapped. He bumped himself into the corner. And it's all down to Izu. 50 seconds, spike in hand.
Wow, how have they
He's pushing
thrown
himself
this?
forward. He knows he can't plant the spike without them punishing him, so he might as well just be proactive with this one. And Laz
Wow.
finds him with the beautiful 3K.
And now they're on a bad bye for the last round.
T1, they had a string of
How have
rounds, but Zeta also
T1
got
thrown this? What was it?
T1 just really trying to
11-8.
throw out, you know, all the remaining cards left in
Zeta
their
get
deck,
4 in a row.
trying out this different execute,
And it's 4
but
pretty rough
the
rounds. I mean, that
recon,
one,
the traps,
they
the
get
cyber
hit by
cage,
this Silver Dart
it
here.
just
They aren't
wasn't
ready
quite
for
enough.
it.
The Zeta had enough of a read to deal with that. And not to mention the last 3 kills. Laz was that controlled that he didn't push past the dark cover.
Oh, no.
Even getting information on towards lane. And
They took a
then peeking
timeout and
out
things
for the
got
final
worse.
2. Oh, what is this now?
They're making a lot of noise here. What is happening for Xcurid? He's already been spotted.
Wow.
Euron coming in
Where's
from
our
the
reaction?
all the way
Gotta
from
be fast.
downtown onto short. Snake by activated
slow.
here on A main.
So they're
Maybe
taking
somebody
advantage of it.
pushes
Man, this is
out
such a
from
great
Zeta
call
Division, but
last round.
ultimately also
They're just
stops
taking
T1
advantage
from
of the
pushing
fact that
them
they're doing
into
a snake
A main
bite
right now.
and
Yeah,
an
man.
Omen
Mega
smoke here every
impact
round to
kill.
take A main.
Xcurid has been such
Well,
an
that means that
annoying
you
lurk for
can't
the
go
past
fast
couple-
A
past
because you
several
smoked yourself
rounds.
off and you
Now
snake
they're
bit
just
yourself
like,
off.
you know what, if he's gonna be alone
Wow.
this round. You know, previous round they tried the B push, they're not gonna try it again. Let's punish him.
That was also the first time that we've seen that pitch
Like
play
a
come out
perfect
from Zeta,
call.
so
Yeah.
that's the reason why I kind of freaked out a little bit.
Literal perfect
I'm
call.
freaking
This
out
guy's
right there with you.
normally on his own.
Now it's gonna be
They
a
can't go
4-on-5.
fast A.
Without Xcurid, that's a lot of
The free
pressure
5v4.
off of Zeta's shoulders.
True, but all things can always be turned up.
This is for that overtime or bust, man.
Yes, for sure.
Not to mention, you know, Zeta can still play it safe. Last still has the lockdown for the retake.
They do have this smoke, though. With the Prowler combination, it pushes back so much. You can't see Laz has to hold on for his teammate, but it's a beautiful bait and switch.
Now you've
Now,
lost.
there's going to be the
You
plan on
needed
the
this to
spike.
turn into
Locked
something,
down.
I think.
Locked out.
They do have it. Rossi's going to hold the angle here. No, 2 of them will actually do so. Crossfire's bound. Euron's finally shut down here, but this could become deadly, which it does. Izu gets spotted out. Rossi's already done his damage. Carpe's going to have to come big with the Guardian. Not going to happen for now. And now Rossi,
Oh,
ay,
CG.
ay, ay. 50 HP,
What are you gonna do?
locked down. He has to cross or even get a kill. If he does, maybe he has his ultimate. I don't know. He's there. He's there with him. But again, the detain is looming over his head, and Zeta Division almost
Wow,
looking
5 in a
get
row to
tripped up
lose.
on map 1.
That's
Come
tough.
back with a 13-11 swift retribution.
Just the first map, but my oh my. First of all, that forced buy from T1 in the second half gave them such a streak, 6 rounds in a row. But then Zeta, off of the, you know, just one adjustment, depth coming
This
in,
is
being
T1.
alive
I think
once
will win
more.
Lotus.
Somehow, even with T1's timeout, they weren't
So
quite
I think
able
this
to
is
answer
going-
back.
Carlisle's just
I think we're going to
giving
3. What was the
everybody
third
from
man?
Zeta- From Zeta right now,
God,
two-handed
this is gonna be a long day of stream.
high fives,
High tens.
high tens.
And if you look at the stats too, I mean, Zeta Dep has so much.
All right, and we're just gonna pass it on to our panel to discuss that.
What was the
first game.
biggest throw in my personal life?
Man, every single
That's a good
map,
question.
every single game that we've had today has been so
Biggest
close.
throw in my
There's no
personal
exception.
life.
So close, but this was also just so damn good,
Good.
between both of these teams. I mean, the
Big
run
throw
back
in my
there from
personal
Zeta. I
life.
jokingly said the Korean
Not
pass
big, it's
is
just a
making
big
way
one.
to this. I'm like, this is going
I mean, I liked a girl in high
Might not
school.
have been the case, but Zeta's still
That
strong
definitely
and
liked me
they were
back.
able to take it to the end. I mean,
Didn't do
this
anything
is
about
everything
it.
that was lacking from
Different
that
guy
first
asked her out.
series. They were still able to come away with their win, but this was the
She said yes.
cleanliness and play that we were looking for. Way
That's
more
tough.
synergized. Still seeing pop-off performances.
I was
from
almost
both of the
killed by a
rookies
horse,
as
that's true as well.
as all of the veterans here.
Yeah, and also not just upping the speed, but with reason, right? With logic, using that utility to then build off of that momentum. And then you saw it in that last round as well. They get their early push, they send the 0 point, then they back off. They don't overheat as a team. I mean, really
Story
good balance.
time.
But then credit to
I've told this story before. I was in Cornwall with Nick and my family, and we went on a walk, and we ended up on these cliffs, and there were just 2 horses. I don't know why they were there, but there was 2 horses just on a cliff. And so we were on the cliff edge, I was sitting down kind of close by the cliff edge, and I have a bit of a fear of heights anyway. And all of a sudden, I feel this like solid push on my back. Now the horses were just chilling there. They were just walking around like chilling in the grass. You know, they were just chilling. They weren't really like that close to us for most of it. But then I feel this really big push on my back. And at first I thought it was Nick. I thought Nick had just like as a joke, like, you know, like, oh, nudged me, but like done it too hard. Cause like it was like an actual forcible like push. And I turned around and I was ready to fucking like berate Nick. Because, you know, like, what the fuck are you doing? And then there was just a horse's head right by my face. Like right here, just a horse's head. And then I almost like fell back from being surprised at seeing a horse right by me. You sure that wasn't a dream? I mean, Nick kind of testified that the horses were there. I have never experienced sleep paralysis, no. But yeah, that's, so you almost died? I mean, I legit could have died, I think. Like, it was a pretty big fall. And there was, like, you know, it's like a cliff edge as well. So it's like, it's rocky and shit, and there's the sea in there, and, like, it would have at the very least, it would have been horrifically bad, and I might have died. And and Nick can testify. I don't know why the horses were there. I guess they're just like, maybe they just, you know, live there essentially. There was like some fields with some other farm animals like nearby, but these, like, we were on a cliff edge. Anyway. I'm gonna finish this game.
Oh, look at how both teams actually scramble from A main. Imagine if PaperX just pushed that.
I could see, yeah, a timing push though. If they throw that Dizzy past the bells.
So yeah, that was almost a big throw.
For that smoke to go off. There it is.
I almost threw my life away.
Charon's already out there though. Even if he gets like double blinded for the paranoia and the Dizzy.
Is that throwing your life away? Killed by a horse?
I mean,
that's tough.
Left because Meteor
It's a tough way to go.
Marking up all the way.
Pushed off a cliff by a horse.
Something, so that means that this could be a straight
Kind of
up
a
push.
legendary
Where
way
the
to go, to
tripwires
be
for Meteor here. That's going to be the important part right now, as Charon is going to try to feed off of it. Paranoia into the corner. This is going to be a very tricky time for PaperX, and they're going to have to try to do a lot just to get into that site. Quick little res for Lakia, or rather for Forsaken, but immediately gets refragged by Lakia. Thankfully enough, Monyet was there to punish. Dust settles, and there is the site taken. The numbers advantage for PaperX, as well as the long rotation here from the rest of the Gen G players still alive.
Trade's good enough, but Texture on the flank.
Okay, boom.
And also, Monyet having a good time, the young gun on the stage.
Oh, sorry, I was letting you finish off what you were saying, because it seems like Gen G was trying to just get that heavy contact on B main, hoping that PaperX was huddled up. Not gonna happen this time. PaperX immediately activate that null command, and his kills steps into the direction of kills.
Wait, they lose this round.
For PaperX in this series. Meteor gonna have to run away.
How the fuck did they lose this?
Thrash activated
This guy must kill him.
Something. Devi holding mid control. Lakia wins that out. So at least they have to deal with the possible flank. But control of the site and timer started to tick down here for PaperX as that spike has been planted down. Okay, Paranoia is activated. This is good. They're using this to bounce Texture off with the showstopper. Flash out for Forsaken. Oh my god, how did they actually get these punishes? But still, Charon lights up the entire house. 2 versus 1. Monyet coming into the corner right now, and it's all up to him. Can he get it? First one. Very like that was the opening that Charon needed.
Okay, they're on a save.
Or he
Not that interested. Wait, they're trying to be exact? Oh, they're trying it with their weird stage wall.
Doesn't negate the wingman though.
Definitely does not, but as a
I
whole
just don't think that this is a great strat.
to just get
Like,
that wingman
just
hit.
having no
And if
control.
Lockett can get this first frag, which he does.
Are you just
It's a
asking
lot of
for it?
access points for both him as well as Charon coming in through B main.
Comes down to gunplay.
Oh, Paper X realizes though, so they have to force fight this. Can't Forsaken hold on, let his teammate at least fight for him. Cannot. And as the dust settles, it's Monyet 3 versus 1. And he's not even planted for him. He's trying to get closer and closer, but
Towards the end of it.
fair enough, you know. Better firepower here for Gen G to make do with.
Kid wants me to make you Google the Mr. Hands
without the
incident
dog, Paper X
in
a lot
Enunclaw. I'll take a
more-
look at that in a second.
a lot more confident to actually push through this. But here's the thing. That Skye has not given away his position. So if he can play close enough, a guiding light could actually be a punishing play here, but the bait and switch for Paper X, they immediately knew what was up. Meteor though, yeah, let's mention it. Quick to go for the trade, but Monyet, unstoppable at this point, just keeps going in, and it's trade for trade, but Paper X, as these guts settles, as these fights come to a conclusion, is looking to get a little bit of the advantage, and that is just enough for them to work with. Texture coming into the corner right now, finds one. Everybody backs away onto elbow here.
Oh,
They
Munchkin
got the
wants a
utility,
gun.
they got everything. Munchkin, it's gonna be big for him. He needs to find something right now with this flag.
wants a
because
gun.
Texture is about to get sandwiched in. He's found himself that Phantom as you were talking about, but something's just too quick.
GG. Okay. I think I got what I needed. What am I Googling? Actually, don't look it up, especially on stream. Okay, I'm going dark screen. How is it? Would you describe it as not safe for work or not safe for life? Okay. If it's not safe for life, then I won't do it. Somewhere in between. See, if something's not safe for work but isn't not safe for life, then I can not put it on the stream, but I'll take a look at it. But it's horse bestiality. Why would you want me to take a look at that? Why would you want me to? What's wrong with you?
There's a reason it's one of the more picked comps, but man, it would have been so good to see.
Do you know that meme where somebody like forms half a heart and somebody has a thumbs up? That's,
Oh,
that's
yep.
what this feels
There
like.
you go. Yeah. It's
No,
just
this
that
feels like a
mismatch.
middle finger directly in front of my
Aw.
face. I was promised glory, and
Laz
this
is
is...
like,
People
Laz
are
is
messed
thinking
up.
like, I'm gonna pick Kill
Yeah,
Chamber
what's
because
wrong? You know,
Achilleon
there's some
wants me to
things-
pick Chamber.
It could be.
That's the reasoning behind it. But we are gonna step
There's
into
some
this
things
match
that just,
regardless.
like-
We are heading into Lotus right now, so let's pass it on over to our
You know when you got the
Gaspers, Black, and
edgy
Azurai.
teenage kids and they're like, oh,
It
I
was
watch
about
all
to
these
come full
videos
circle,
from ISIS and stuff.
It
And
was
it's like,
about to
yeah, but you'd be better if
the
off if you
battle
did.
of the snipers.
It's
You'd
like
be happier
draw
if
a
you didn't.
circle, but then your hand's not like really steady, so it's all squiggly lines.
Yes.
Like,
I have
it's just true. You'd be
You got
happier if you
squiggly
didn't.
lines, some squiggly lines in form of wires, maybe not really working.
Edgy
We
teenagers
got
don't want to be happy?
attack-wise.
Yay!
Perhaps not.
Hooray! But anyways,
I can hear and feel your excitement, Azurai.
nah, of course I'm not excited.
like
for
YouTube
Impact
comments
but
as
I'm
well.
excited to see what Impact will be seeing
You know?
right now when
Don't read 'em.
everybody was expecting T1 to really run away with, again, the performance that they've shown when they faced up against Bleed. Such a commanding lead, everything and all of that. But again, Zeta Division, they got their own things working out for them. They're not the same team before that was very hesitant, very timid. They are now pretty aggressive. They're working with that aggression, making it their advantage with the help of their coach. And it does
I watched
go to
all
show
the
It is a
classics.
very close game that we saw from Map 1. But, I mean, again, everyone's upgraded. You're supposed to think that
What
it's
time is
always
it there
going to
now?
be that very close.
Like
My man
midnight.
is yoked as he flexes right in front of us. And
We got
yes,
a lot of fans all throughout the stadium too. I mean, like you've got these T1 fans, you got Zeta fans. It's a good day for Valorant.
it's a good mix.
Good mix.
Yeah.
Not too biased.
11:30.
Azurai, who's biased towards Zeta. Anyway,
Hey!
not really, not really.
Wow,
10:38
shade
for
thrown
Zerastics.
just because I'm the only one that picked Zeta Division, you know?
I mean, it's just great Valorant. But apart from it, I think it's also like just micro adjustments from Zeta Division.
It's China +8 and Korea is +9. Why is that the case? I know that China all has one time zone.
Actually really awesome. You can
feels like they should be on the same one, no?
The previous map.
What's Japan? 11?
And how, again, quickly it translates into Zeta capitalizing
10?
on such things. Before, I think, you know, during the dark days of Zeta Division, they were only really relying, I think, on depth to heat up. And there was this like weird interval where there's 1 week, well, depth's going to be the one that's always heated up on Zeta Division, and then last comes in at the very last couple of weeks. But now, with
planning to walk today.
Mentioning with Euron and Huron,
Good question. Don't know.
It's kind of come full circle here for
I might actually go for a walk IRL. I mean, if this didn't go on for fucking ages.
Has that star potential, you are able to at least bank a lot more on more players on your team to be
we got a full, but well, we aren't even on 9 maps yet. We're only on 8. If T1 win this, which I think they will, we're not gonna finish to like 5 here.
To provide the value to your team, because if not, numbers advantage always dwindles down. And
but this is why they shouldn't do fucking 3 games a day. Or like very few 3 games a day. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
There are some of these instances,
because if they go to 9, if you get 9 maps of Valorant, you're looking at like a what?
How to, come in with some
probably like in
a lot of combos
10.5 to 11 hour stream.
And then, as
like 11 hours of games,
you're always not quite able to retake effectively, and it's just difficult at that point. This year, of course, just a very
11 hours,
story.
like
It's very lovely
long
to see. But now, as we move on into this next map, it makes you think, right? The previous one was Zeta's choice, Ascent.
Yeah.
This is now T1's
we're gonna sleep between
map
this? No,
the
I'm
previous
not
map
that tired. I
being
don't
such
think.
close of a scoreline. How will this one feel? T1's definitely practiced this quite a bit.
Yeah, fair enough question. Right, I can only assume a big portion of this is going to be how strong the long-range presence of Execute is going to be felt, right? And we were kind of hoping that we would see
it's not Rossi
Laz
again.
match that up, but
you're kidding if it's Rossi
he
again.
wants to be more of a utility player, so he's going to get himself that killjoy. But you're absolutely right. Although, to be said, this is the map,
Back extra 3,
remembering it from pure memory, Laz was the one that got so much impact play when he was on the chamber. So you know that there is some familiarity with Zeta Division on Lotus.
There definitely was from that LCQ last year.
Oh, yeah.
What map is it?
But,
can we get a vlog?
That
No.
Familiarity help you counterplay against someone who's that good, Execute, right? And they definitely have experience against each other before in other game titles as well. So now that the tech issues have been resolved, let's get back into the game.
Yay!
Let's go, Zeta. Win this.
I'm very excited, guys. I just don't want to overdo my voice because we still
Playing
have
the default.
some
with the potential
highlights.
for a 3rd map.
Also potential for 3rd map, exactly. We have been at this for a very
Creativity
long time.
not their strong
Drink
suit.
some Red Bull.
Yes, it will give you wings. Okay, hold on. There's a paranoia setup here from Izu all the way on B. Is this a quick throw right now, or will they wait for contact first? Seems like it's going to be the wait for now. Don't want to.
They didn't wait long enough for these guys to even contact if they wanted to.
Because of that, look at this 3-man push already from T1. Loving the aggression. It's only the alarm bot holding them. And if Euron makes a mistake, it's going to be his life all for naught. No trades whatsoever. Huge push out coming in from T1.
Waltz straight into Rossi. Got the door activated as well, but because the guns were at the ready,
and they got out. Execute. Okay, they're already being mega outplayed this round.
However, on the other half of the map, still Execute definitely thinking about positioning himself.
So Euron playing like he's got the old Killjoy turret.
Near enough to that rendezvous.
I don't know why the Killjoy turret wasn't here, to be honest. Doesn't really make much sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just got mega outplayed this round. This is not a great sign.
He can hold out for like 10 more seconds. He can use it right now and be even
it's like
more
this round straight away. T1, every idea they had was good. They got out here as well.
That ultimate orb.
Had a smoke on here. They couldn't go see.
There it is. Oh, he wants to go for heaven. It actually marks up here pretty perfectly.
Oh.
And that's 3
lucky,
headshots.
Lucky.
Fortunately, not getting that contact. Depp on the other side, though, does
Need
find
this kill.
Rossi. trying to flush him out with the nade here.
There we go.
He does get control of that C-Long.
Gotta watch Waterfall and the door, maybe.
What do you do now, though?
Take over the site.
Go ahead pretty
rallying
quick
around to
in
kinda
terms
set
of
up
like
for the retake.
that rotates are a little
Clear
slow,
some,
although this will still come
headed
here.
up towards...
Or it is up
actually-
there.
No, so many of them headed towards Mount.
And this might actually be bad, though, because if they wait a little bit longer, yeah, they have to break that turret very quickly right now. So Zeta Division knows that there is some Mount push. To what extent? Unknown. But here comes the push here and now.
Sugar Zero still got
If
this
Carpe
flash,
can
so
have his hunt up and available here as they want to explode through the smoke, this could be something.
it's just a little
They're
late
able
with
to
it.
at least get these contact plays, but it's heavily in the favor of T1. Hold on. It's actually been turned on its head. 2 versus 2. There's one more. Izu on top, and here
And they win that.
assists Sugar Zero.
I mean, he was a little late, and it was messy with the gunfights as well, and then they still win. That's crazy.
A little bit iffy here for Zeta Division, but
Hero
they come
run.
back again with the rookies taking charge.
Hero run,
Exactly
Sugar
right.
Hero.
On 3 kills back to back. I definitely felt very shaken by this push coming out from T1. You're thinking about it, might be a bit of a choke point, but because Zeta doesn't
For
really
the first
know
part of that round, as I
stuck
said,
and
they
pinned
got
down
outplayed.
inside.
Like,
They can't really use Waterfall to escape because they're always thinking
they just
somebody
got
could
fully
be approaching
outplayed.
for me.
Okay,
But
T1
as soon
stack
as
on A.
X-Spirit falls,
And
and
up
then
to
the rest
here.
of them coming out from Mount, it was easily dealt with, and with Hiroron and Sugar Zero, that was just that much better. Now onto the next round, just these pistols. We got a little bit of information, but then Zeta, of course, with the guns, just playing it safe, playing it careful. Got the firepower, just make use of it.
They don't want to over
Coming back, but this is a
challenge
problem.
yet.
The
Numbers
wait a bit.
can prove to be an important factor here for both teams.
Very nice check.
So again, Ito
just
ready for this flash.
Take the utility right
Don't
now.
challenge the toxic screen, please.
Oh man, if that drops, everything will break loose.
Flash.
All hell will be unleashed. Trades still actually
I mean, they almost won
favorable
it. They
here
almost
from
won
the
that
defender
round.
side as Laz is down to single digits at this point. Izu thankfully not spotted by that haunt as they call in extra reinforcements. Smoke's about to go down. 40 seconds. And all still up in the air here, Quack, especially now that, again, the chamber is available for contact.
I just shot here.
Very close to it. It is definitely possible. Well, it depends on how sharp X-Spirit can still be. That's it. You don't want to lose the guns. Laz on the Bulldog.
Wow, they got
have
no
to make their way through.
space.
20 seconds left.
Risky.
He's using to randomly pop shots, isn't he? Yeah,
Yeah,
he is.
risky.
15 seconds, though. They're all reloading. Oh my gosh, they actually go for around the peaks. 10 more seconds.
plant.
Hunt.
He's got to have to plant the spike here. Izu's getting closer and closer. My heart cannot take this, and the punish is gone.
Really, really good. Well, good stuff from T1. This initial plan here with the plan was really good, but Zeta,
Up against
yeah, just they
3
lost it
rifles.
again.
Yes, Laz was low,
Just
but
played this
wow.
really bad, actually.
And
This
you just
smoke
think about
here
how it all starts
is
off, right?
really
You got
bad.
Zeta playing it safe,
Like,
that was
really
good.
bad.
They made use of the toxic screen,
In fact, the
check
smoke
gate.
on the other side as well.
But then as soon as they
The smokes
go
that they
up
did,
around
I
mid-link
think
area,
you couldn't
that
have
toxic
put
screen
that
that
better for
he
T1.
had blocked off so much.
Like, if you were
and
trying to
rightfully so,
help
he's
T1 win the
popping
round,
off.
like if it was your job to
Just
be a
playing
like
around his
traitor
dark
for
cover,
your
very
team,
good extension.
I think you might do those
Very
smokes.
good use of cover
Like,
as well. as
you've
you
got better
mentioned,
guns
to
than them. Like,
really
you've just got to
put some hurt there
win a
on
fight.
Sugar
Like, just
Zero.
trust yourself to beat a classic
Push
in a
out X-Ray.
long-range
If
fight.
he stays here, he can still get that value and get away.
Like, what you don't
Bloody
want
murder
is for them to
using
get
that
on top
rendezvous
of you.
his.
Because you've put 2
T1
smokes like
truly
this,
on a
and
warpath
this
right
is your
now.
map control.
X-Grade's back into
Like,
holding that
if he
B-main.
swings on this
Door's been
angle,
opened up, but
kill him.
attackers.
If they
holding this
swing you on
position
this angle,
B.
kill
Heron's
them.
about to just go into that embracing crosshair there of X here. It
One enemy
goes
remaining.
down. Spike as well along with him.
B.
And last to follow. T1.
I'll bleed any good? Don't worry about
This
bleed.
guy's just so good on this chamber.
Yeah, not much to say. I mean, just with the way that they're getting the eliminations on this round. But I dare say, this could be looking to be, this is looking to be one of T1's
This is map 3. This
sharper
is
maps.
13.
Just a couple of days ago, right?
4.
Playing against Bleed in the first debut.
Yeah.
Is what I'll say.
Breeze was picked by
And then
picked
Sunset's
by
like
Bleed,
13,
and then
8,
that one kind of
T1.
went overtime, 18-16,
Like,
really long.
They
But
shouldn't
as
have won
soon
the
as
pistol
Bleed
round,
went over
really.
onto
It was just
T1's score,
heroics that won them
13-6.
that.
was
I don't
way
feel
more
good for
decisive
them.
than anything that we have ever seen before.
Although that
And Carpe was the one
did
kind
get a
of
bit of damage.
top fragging. Now it's
Saya
gonna be
just got 2
Saya
kills with a
player
Fade Seas.
with the raise nades.
Yeah, on a buy round 2 for Zeta Division. That's not looking too hot, especially
Can
now
be curse
that,
activated? No.
You know, Zeta has the weapons per se. Euron even having to change up into a rifle from his
There's
Odin,
just no way.
as he needs a little bit more of that precise firepower.
T1 on this map just seem to have a
Maybe
lot
deal
of
some
good
damage
plans.
here. They got to be careful that
They have
don't
like a
get
good
hit by these
understanding
wild
and a lot
shots
of
from
like
Rossi too.
solid plans.
There.
Side player's just holding an angle right now. Get a pick off.
Whereas Zeta, I think, are just like, they're the team that just do what everyone else does, but just like, I don't know, you know, they're just like an okay version of this map. They'll play it okay. If you're bad at this map, they'll beat you, but T1 are good at this map, so
So he has to pick up
I don't see a way
Spike.
Zeta have a chance unless someone goes
He just has to
crazy
go all
good,
the way for this
like solo
pilgrimage on
plays.
this A side, and it's not going to be too pretty for him.
Yeah, he's got some stragglers.
They're dying to a
behind
fucking
him, too.
Fade Seas raise nade
Right? He
on A.
Does not have his turret.
If
so
your gold teammate died to
just
that,
about to hit this lurk,
you'd think,
and he's looking
fuck.
That's
to
quick
what's in
enough.
front of him. Yeah.
I mean,
What
to
are you
me,
doing?
Like, this round, you know,
Wait for the
way
nade.
it starts off. Of all things, a nade kill from Saya player. I'm not quite exactly sure of how that happened to some of the Zeta players, but it's not the way that you want the round to start, especially when you're starting things off with a full buy. It's just knocked right on over. Maybe they, was it a teleport? Yeah. Just tossed right into the spot, kind of anticipating Zeta's game plan. And then at that point, it's already a 3-on-5.
Yeah.
Just because of nades, huh?
Now they're on a save.
I mean,
What's
it's
a round
seized
to
at
a
nade.
very basic
Oh,
util
yeah,
combo?
you're right.
So it's a double whammy. You cannot escape that once you get.
I'm watching Zen?
You know,
What the fuck
tethered
is
in,
Zen?
So womp womp for Zeta Division.
Did you mean Sen?
So back into it, round 5. It's the half buy. You got this Odin. You got Execute on the operator already. Saya player with the rockets.
By the way, this is a really strong angle for Rossi here because.
I literally thought you meant Zeta at
Right in
first,
front of him,
and then I was
that
like,
angle
oh
right
no, he
there
means
is wall
means
bangable,
Sentinels.
And you will get hit
But I
if you're
thought
not
legit, I
crouching
thought
down.
you
And
meant
obviously you would be
Zeta at
walking,
first. I was like, we are
standing up
watching
straight.
Zeta.
So if he's not flushed out of his corner there, and he just like follows anybody through the walls,
Yeah.
it's a high percentage chance kill for
Very
Rossi.
crucial for Rossi to stay in that spot, to watch that angle, not expose himself too much.
Yeah.
A single hit, Zeta could be able to take him off. But of course, Zeta trying to look for openings on the other sides. That's where Execute is.
It doesn't help as well that both these teams seem to love just fucking bleeding the clock to 0 time for seemingly no reason.
And they can't really plan on the platform,
30 seconds
right?
left.
Because Rossi's right here with his spam. So this is just going to be a little bit of money. And Execute's timing as well as his hold on these lurks haven't just, again, leading to easier rounds dealt here by T1.
Yeah, a little guild
And
cosplay.
it takes for Depp to play off of his teammate's contact just to take that Odin away. Spike might be planted, and that's good enough for the economy, but Execute
What did I say, 13-4? I'm feeling good.
precise with that.
I'm feeling good,
sniper.
13-4.
4-1 for T1 now.
And he's sitting pretty with his Tour de Force also available for him. So this is,
Oh.
you know, hurt upon
I kind of
hurt.
knew this was coming as well.
Yeah,
That's
this
why
is where
Zeta had
T1
to win the
starts
last
to
map, because this was
find the
meant to be a
effective
cursed
usage
Pacific
of,
day, where every game is just like
agents.
these mid
You
teams
die
going
with the
back and
operator,
forth.
you lose a couple more rounds, all good. I can just pull out the sniper whenever I want. The Tour
13-4
de
for
Force.
Zeta, damn? No.
So of course now that Depp has
No,
the
they'll win.
showstopper, healed on with the
They'll
Nightfall, maybe
win
looking for a bit of an Execute,
3 on attack.
but it's going to take a lot more just to put T1 at the back foot.
And first things first, they have to flush out Execute. As long as they don't
Oh,
hear
yeah,
that
you're
snap
right.
of the fingers, they already know that he's still somewhere right in front of them. Now they do. They can choose to start pushing up. They got a couple of seconds, but the thing
But now
is,
look, like,
this
look
is a
at the
false
plan
sense of
behind
security
this.
right now, Quack, as two players of T1 have kind of sandwiched themselves together. And the longer they wait, the more chances they allow once again.
Like, they think this is going to be the
for,
chamber, but actually
you know,
it's an
Execute
Omen
to
raise.
place himself on
Like,
off
this is what I
angle,
mean about, like, the
TP
plans
out,
they've got.
and
They've got their
the
Viper
cycle's
pushing up on
gonna-
A.
the cycle continues.
It's like
Not
they,
just
this map is
Execute,
so
right? You got
drilled.
Izu on this, you know, a little bit of an off angle. Good thing that it's the Nightfall that
Pop the
puts out
Nightfall,
these
we pop
tracker
Razor.
lines. Saya player tries to push them back. But of course, Zeta has to play really, really careful about this. And with all that, it just burns down the timer a little bit more.
He shoots the nade into the doorway.
Time starts becoming an issue. They have no idea what's going on
So it's going to be like
They don't
alt for
have
alt.
any fade prowlers.
Yeah, now down to 40
So
seconds
taking this
remaining.
is difficult, so they
Sugar
have to
Zero
use it
trying to reposition from the shadows.
from the shadows.
Actually opens up the doorway as well.
Reveals where he is.
It looks like to be a feint too. He's
How have you not?
gravitating
They haven't
attention
figured out.
here.
Oh, they think that this is a lurk.
That nade is
Okay,
gonna
this
be
is a
good for
nice
Depp,
plan
but
by
that's
Zeta,
gonna
to be
flush
fair.
out Saya player's positioning here. And Depp converts.
Depp
Again,
beats
these
him.
kind of fights are incredibly messy, and they just have to make it happen, right? That's as good as it gets,
Nice.
to be honest.
Oh!
And Excurrent, it's not just the up, man, it's everything. And it's all going to be down to Laz to plant that spike. Sugar Zero was way too far because he committed the feint already all the way on tree.
Hello,
And
Elevated.
T1, these
I
rounds
think
are just
your bleed
pouring
rating
in.
might have been dog shit.
Got 5 in a row.
I think your
Wondering if
bleed
timeout needs to be called for Zeta
hopium
Division.
was
So
fucking
I don't know if I can
stupid.
find an answer to this. That's why I'm not a coach, but again, look at how T1 plays this. Although they did buy that feint for a bit, you know, from the shadows from
What
Sugar
did bleed
Zero,
do? Not
as
much.
soon as the dark cover went out, Extra calls for rotations right back.
How did Global play
And
map
he
2 and 3?
knows how to
You know
position
what?
himself.
Global
He
in their
knows how to
first game
bait.
looked
You know,
shit.
cut bait, let's
They
hang
actually
back,
looked
maybe
not
Siler drops,
bad.
but
There was,
Extra
I mean,
goes
there
in
was
with the
still
team,
some like,
finds his
what the
frags
fuck are you
with the
doing?
operator, with
Don't
the
get me wrong.
headhunter.
But compared to how they looked in the first game,
Still sharp.
they actually
Still
looked
sharp on that thing.
not bad. They had some
Again,
nice rounds.
There is no real counter against, I think,
Maybe that's
Exurant
just
here.
bleed?
You can throw as much utility
No,
as you want about one
I
player,
don't
but
think
again,
so, because you can
if
still have rounds where like
T1
your
can
even if you're
delay
playing against a
long
bad
enough,
opponent,
the
you can
cycle
still
of
have
being
rounds where your
right, he can
coordination,
keep
your
pushing his
ideas
rendezvous.
are
Threat
good
is
and
back
work.
up
Even if you
again.
try to
Right,
dive at him
and
with the
Global
showstopper,
had
he might
those
be
rounds,
jacked
like
here.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
there
fairly
really
often.
is no answer to him, and the big problem is Zeta Division. All of the plays that they're trying to do is to.
To be fair, in the
alleviate,
offseason, all I heard that
divert
Ye was playing
attention,
Primary Duels and
force
sending it in like an
hero-
APEC player,
force
and
a
then here we are with
rotation
him
out
on
of T1,
Viper.
But it isn't
Yeah,
working
you did
because
get
T1
lied
knows
to.
that even if they don't rotate, they still have such a solid hold
Ominous did
with
tell
all of
Elevated
the
that Ye would be
pieces
the
spread out
a
across the
duelist
map.
player,
Just wanting to play away from him,
and then
right?
he wasn't.
Yeah.
But it's just
Huh.
Yeah.
Weird
difficult to
how
always pull that off.
weird how you got
So
lied
maybe,
to there.
maybe just give us the chamber versus chamber. Laz on chamber, you know, out off Excurrents.
I mean, I feel like Excurrent will just say
He
that
is
would
the
be a
Jet
cold
player,
day,
though?
cold day in hell that
Yeah,
he'll be
but-
able to do that.
Yeah, but we
They
need
don't play
Laz to say
Jet.
the same
I
thing.
mean, okay, they play Neon on
But-
Breeze. He was playing
It is a
Neon.
bit of a half-by round for Zeta. You got Depp on the
They play
Vandal
what?
still,
Jet on some maps, but not like.
but
We're in a post-Jet world.
as they kind of push their way past
But
pillars,
was his
Carby
Jet
gets
good
all
on
the
Icebox?
information
Not
he needs.
really. No, he was okay.
I like how his teammate keeps opening the door.
He wasn't like bad,
so
but he
that
wasn't,
Excurrent can
wasn't
just
good.
Checking, yeah.
Yeah, this is awesome.
So I think the leaked tracker stats will
Go
affect
get it,
NRG's
Izu.
chances. Not
Press it.
really, no.
Now he has to hold for C-Long now. They know something's up.
Dark cover outs.
Yeah, that smoke gives him a little bit of that coverage. His teammate's backing away. Excurrent with the bait and switch.
My God.
Yep, exactly that. Again, they just have to figure it out, and
30 seconds left.
it's going to result in Zeta Division having to just take the loss of a teammate, right, and go elsewhere. That's as good as it's going to get. If Depp doesn't get this, that is... It's falling apart, man. It is
I'm gonna go
falling
fill up my
apart.
water. It doesn't need
T1
filling up, but I'm gonna go
ripping
fill it up.
through round after round. Zeta Division just cannot find any leeway. And T1 is unstoppable.
Yo, similar streaks happened in their match against Bleed. It took like 4 or 5 rounds before Bleed actually answered back. This is incredible. Excurrent, Izu, controlling the map. And then, you know, maybe some weird whiffs here and there, but as Zeta tries, you know, to go in for such an effort just to, let's just ignore it, run away from Excurrent. You got Saya play that you got to deal with.
Yeah.
It's 2 ops now. It's 2.
It's over.
That's gotta hurt, man.
It's
Two
over.
fronts. But of course, overwhelming firepower can also mean that the defense is not gonna look too hot, but I mean, if you can get these kills quickly enough, it shouldn't matter. Saya player holding that
Do we know when the
tiny
team
point of
skins
contact
preview
here.
is out? Like, do we know when we'll see them?
He gets smoked off himself.
Whenever we do,
Zeta Division.
let me know because I wanna rate them all on stream.
Contact here.
Very crucial for them to get bits more space. And then here comes that depth. Oh, what is this? He saw a little bit.
Did he saw a little bit, or was he just?
Wow,
thinking,
did he see him, or
this
did
is
he just think?
Omen-sized smoke.
That's a
or Omen-sized pocket of a smoke.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah.
33
Let's see if I
skins.
shoot this
Yeah,
and someone
no, it
comes
is
out.
33 at first because the
He
China
does.
ones won't be out.
But of course, I mean, with the way that they actually took
But they
this,
designed
that's
their
the main
player
thing.
card as well,
Yeah,
so
very
we'll
crucial
rate
for
them on like
Run
the
and,
player
Sugar
card
Zero
and the
to really
skin
block things off.
together.
Toxic screen gives them a bit more space. Dep is then allowed.
No,
to
I
be
will
able to
not buy all
tree
44.
Along with
I'll buy.
the blast packs,
I'll buy maybe one or
making their way
two.
onto site. That's the thing with double op, right? Very difficult to retake
I did
with.
watch the Paper X series, yeah.
And especially if you got the smokes and if you choose
Paper X
the
looked
right
okay.
side that you kind of, render these ops somewhat, not as effective, and you might be able to.
They
have
looked
a
okay, but
better
not
game.
like
How
amazing.
close is that explosion going to take? Whoa, that is turning into
they got
a
the off.
very risky endeavor.
But it's fine. I mean, they got money for days.
I mean,
So
the play
picked
was
up the
there.
op.
Rossi was throwing out his smokes and everything to punish Zeta Division, exit
Get the
out
wolf
onto
skin.
Rubble.
I'll have to get the wolf
Didn't
skin,
work
I
out
suppose.
fully in the end.
Because it's funny.
And now T1's like, we're kind of dipping too
And I hope
much
that they
into
just
the
put, I don't know,
operators.
like,
We need someone to start
put fucking
fighting for us
Molyneux
just
on the
in case
card or
this
something.
happens. And
Let's
then
get Molyneux in
kills that
fucking
player's back
Valorant.
on a rifle.
Rossi on the Yoda too. We saw how effective that was on the C site, so we're just gonna stick to it.
Yeah.
We've got okay, lockdown, showstopper, Viper's Pit.
Oh, I
It's good
disagree with
pushing
you,
in.
Elevated. There, I think the Sen Loud game was the
so
highest
close,
quality game
too.
thus far.
They're not gonna
The
know
Genji
about
Paper X
this.
game was okay. It's pretty good.
Yikes, X-Curate, what a mad lad. And he's not done!
Whoa.
That was a wallbang headshot.
Oh, and he gets a third.
The 3K already!
Wow.
He keeps re-peeking, and they keep giving him the opportunity
Stop
to
it.
stay in highlight reel mode.
Enough.
This is what Ye should have
Enough's
been.
enough, man.
I said they get 3 on attack, 13-4.
Bang. You were absolutely right, Asteroid. They, would not be able to anticipate that. They
Some of you
it
thought I
just
was
a
cursing
nade,
them.
So maybe coming back in to reinvestigate.
You haven't seen what I've seen.
But then
I've seen this before.
you got the op. It fires off for 2 more shots. I mean, the second one was incredible.
We need a slow-mo on that one.
Bang!
What?
Oh my God! Micro flick so pinpoint accurate. I mean, that's why his name is accurate.
What's the best map for the ARP? I would guess Breeze.
Because, X Factor accurate. I don't know if that's, the meaning behind the name, but it's pretty apt if it is.
Now we just call him Kevin.
Kevin! All right.
Trap destroyed.
Well, they have to
Lockdown
waste that
used.
smoke on that?
Doorway blotted out by the smoke. You can really see
It's
how
not really a
much
waste.
respect I think at this point Zeta has. Question is, where's the plan on this spike? Because if
Does
it's
he just
placed
obliterate someone?
on safe, they have to start pushing out. That is a misstep from Dep. Zeta are really getting
Did he
into
just
their own
ult a
heads here.
Boombot?
T1 got everything locked and
Is that
loaded.
what I
Sure,
just
there's going
saw?
to be the plan on the spike.
Oh, does he
Viper
realize?
Pit as well. But the pinch, T1
She runs away.
still come in pretty swift.
There.
Well, let's see if Zeta can buy enough time to prevent that from happening. Laz on just a heck of a journey. Ooh.
That was pretty quick here.
I mean,
Redeem
time?
himself.
Time?
Euron's backing away as well. Any form of lineups is going to be huge, and any form of delay is massive. And that it is. They got everybody.
There's
from
the
T1
three.
cooking
That's the
inside that
3 they get.
NPK too strong, and every single bullet ultimately leading to Zeta.
Yeah, Viper are pretty good.
in.
That's the thing that
Yeah,
maybe
not
is
a
putting
bad
me
idea,
off
right?
the
I
crew.
wonder if this is something
I said
called
4, yeah, but
huge
3 on
call-out,
attack. 13-4,
but
they get 3 on
Viper's been
attack.
covering the entirety of B-side, such a lovely thing. Dep, of course, being able to go in fast enough to create the space for his team. You had him checking out top of heaven with the nades. The Boombot to clear out mid-link. Just lovely stuff all over. And then Dep, of course, landing the shot with the Sheriff that close.
What is about Lotus? The teams can use a comp with no
Renders those
flash? I mean, you've got 3 sides to choose from, which is the main thing, right? So,
And they got
I
the
mean, do
same
you need a
setup all
flash anyway,
over.
anywhere? Do you
Players
really
in
need a
TP.
flash anywhere?
Okay, good.
He pocketed his
I wouldn't
teammate
say you
Izu around
need
the
a
corner
flash on
there.
any map.
Are they gonna actually check it? Of course not. Can he TP out for safety? Not injury.
What? Did he hit the box?
X-Crit's down to 5 too. I don't know how he actually took that damage in, but it's gonna be that. But of course, T1 not missing a beat, gonna start making some waves here. Laz by himself.
What a nice little
forced
ranked round this
himself to
is.
go into a
What a
fight,
fucking
but of
ranked
course,
round this is.
This is the captain we're talking about. He might not have forgotten all of the highlights in these past 2 games, but it's still a force to be reckoned with.
X-Cure's really low, but it is an op, though. As long as he stays tucked away, if the rendezvous comes back up, too, let me actually ask it. It could be really, really still deadly. Just enough for them to sneak through.
The paranoia is gonna...
They'll have no idea that he's here.
That's true enough,
30
but
seconds left.
with this turret... Oh
Or
my
you
god,
can't
how
take
did
a
the
turret
shot
hit.
kill him?
Spike planted.
The turret fired, though. They know he's there.
What's the angle?
No!
X-Curate, how do you find these angles, man? Sugar Zero, 2
That
versus
is
1.
crazy.
With his teammate dropping down, with Laz not having the support of the turrets anymore, yeah, Sugar Zero just needs to find some form of solace here, and that smoke gives him a little bit of coverage. X-Curate, my guy, goes in for the no-scope. Spike planted right beside him.
Okay.
He gets the first one. Smoke giving a little bit more cover. It dissipates, but Rossi coming in around bend. Gets the kill. Plenty of time to defuse.
Wow.
Of course. It's just such incredible stuff coming in from X-Cure. I don't know what else to say.
I was about to say the same
Last
thing.
round.
You were
before
about
the
to say
switch.
the same thing.
Yeah, because there is no rhyme or reason. You
I mean, this was a
cannot
bizarre round.
reason. You cannot understand
Remaining.
something that is just too great for you to be knowledgeable at, right?
Yo, Sugar Zero!
Whoa!
There.
The clap back. One more round before we end the first half,
Damn.
though. Yo, Sugar
It's-
Zero indeed.
It's been a rough half for Zeta Division. Hopefully they'll have a better time in the second. But now as we close things out, T1 going on the offensive.
I mean, Zeta Division, just let go of this A main, man. There's too much heat at this point. Especially with Carpe so close there. If they commit to this fight,
My
he has
God,
a nightfall, and they are going to try to do so. Depth charging in, slowly creeping up. It's
And
a
they got
risk he's
Depth.
willing to take, and it's a risk that's not going to pay off.
Just stubborn.
3 on
and how
attack.
he can get
This
to
prediction
this.
is going.
It's not gonna
This
work.
this prediction is going
They're
to
afraid to
sizzle.
turn back as well because someone
You're gonna see
else could've
13-4.
pushed up onto pillars.
The devil you know, the devil you don't, right?
13-4.
Almost with an Odin. There it is, cherry on top. Seals the deal.
If Sunset's 13-8 as well,
Commanding
I'm looking at gift subs if I get them both right. I'm getting one right. It's
Rossi
impressive.
pop off again. 9-3 first half. Incredible map performance from T1.
Thoughts on
You
Paper
see
Sunset
all-
comp? It's good.
First of all, of course, X-Cure just deadly with this operator. Then you have the potential for Sayo to do the same thing. Rossi on the Odin. I mean, I can't forget about Izu, of course.
Yeah, just name everybody from T1 at this point.
Yeah, one more player. Wait, I got his name. It's Carpe. There we go. The IGL. It's been a little bit quiet, but you know, he's making the calls.
I mean, the show is definitely.
What is Zeta doing that looks so bad?
Here, or
I just don't think they have the
X-Cure's
ideas on the map, to be honest. They just
time
look
again.
like... You saw it on Ascent where you saw they had like a kind of
But yeah, it really just is.
good level of team play, I would
mean,
say,
we are
overall, and they seem to,
hyping
you
him up a
know,
lot,
have a
but it
decent
really is because
sense
he's running a
for
lot of
what
these
each other were doing.
impactful
Here on
frags,
this map,
not
it's
just
like they
collecting numbers and numbers of
they're just
frags.
playing the default
The
comp,
way that
so
he
it's very
positions
easy to
himself.
play against. They're running the
Sometimes
basic
even,
ideas,
randomizing it. Sometimes he's on C.
but their like
Sometimes he's
coordination
back on
or team
A.
play isn't necessarily special.
And it's not
It's
just by
just
himself too. It's
Okay at
with
best.
somebody always
So
from the
you just
T1
end up in
side,
a
right? And because of that,
in a
you know
bad
how we
spot,
talk
basically.
about if it's only X-Grid, they can use a bit of utility to flush him out and they can push up into the site. But because he has that support from Izu, because he gets that support from Carpe, so on and so forth, he shrouds himself in so many options that, again, it turns into a 100-question guessing game for Zeta
We're getting a big
as to
fight on
where
A.
X-Grid really is, as to how to counter X-Grid at all, and now, again, it ends up into that 9-3 as we flip the sides.
For real. Like,
Wow,
we
they
haven't
go
really
for a
seen
late.
anyone challenge him through this this
That
match.
would have been a lot better if they had a lineup. This
Now
is
they're
kind of
on
what I
the attack,
mean,
and
right?
This is where Carpe will be more effective. Hidoran peeking out.
So this is kind of exactly
These
what I'm
trades
talking
are
about.
still
Like here, their
somewhat
initial
clever by
plan here maybe isn't that
Now
bad,
it's just
right? We're gonna
Laz
let them walk out,
running
and then we're
all
gonna
the
slowly
way
walk
through
off.
that A site.
But then they throw a
Classic in
shit
hand,
fade horn.
X-Grid holding
They throw a random
that
nade
full
on its
angle here
own.
on stairs.
It's not timed well together.
And as the smoke
Then we're
comes
just
into
like
play,
slowly, we're in like different
this
positions,
is
you
like
know,
3
that are gonna see people at
looking
different time
straight
when the
into
wall
Laz as he
drops.
pushes
Like,
this. There shouldn't be any chance
just
for him
not-
to even get a frag.
you know, they're just not
They will
on
not.
a good wavelength.
Zeta Division's calls looking very lost as T1. I don't want to say commanding. I want to say dominating right now here on Lotus.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is where I'm gonna start to get a little bit worried-ish for Zeta Division. And that's really just because this performance from T1, yes.
You know, and
Lotus
again, you
is their
see
map,
T1, they
that's
have the details sorted
the
out,
next one
right?
is gonna be Sunset.
Initially,
And we
they just
haven't really
walk
seen Zeta's Sunset
Sakura
before.
out on his own,
I don't know
right?
what
They let him
kind
go
of tricks up
first,
their sleeves they could
just to
have,
get a quick check, like,
but we
is
definitely
it, have
know
they
what
silently
T1
walked
is
up, right?
capable
And you
of,
can
they
just
are
TP
doing
back if
so
so.
much right now. It's round 2, Odin.
And
Ooh.
again, man, if they try to just go heavy contact when it's X-Grid in front of them, he can always TP away. And this is just punish after punish. Zeta Division really losing.
Well, that was one way to end
I
that.
think any form of calls. They're just hoping that being aggressive, being a lot more forward is going to pay off. But ultimately, it really hasn't.
Or stop making vids like
It's,
you. Do you have any tips?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one to say the
Um,
least.
Yeah.
Find what works for you.
I mean, side player in this round is kind of like, yo, let me in on some of the fun. You guys got
Try
all
and
the kills
maximize the
before.
parts that you enjoy.
Give me some.
Minimize
There
the
you go.
parts that you don't.
Now, if you go to the next round, you know, 3-11, unless Zeta can really hunker down,
Don't
pull off a
expect
Fnatic,
anything.
such a crazy
Don't
combat.
expect
If
success.
they do it, that'll be amazing. But if they don't, you know, match that point, that's it. Last starts things off with the defense.
Here we go. Here's the 4.
Here on claps back as well for an extra. Also want to say, again, X-Grid's already on an operator here. I mean, it's an operator he might not keep a hold of.
Finish school.
It's a 4
Yeah,
versus
finish
2.
school.
It's 1 full minute to work with.
Fair
I would
enough.
say do it.
Could save, but they'll take.
Do it as a hobby that you enjoy doing. Like people always ask me, how do I make videos every day when there are so many creators who, you
Probably
know,
not, because Zeta's in that
can't
mind space
keep,
where they're
upkeep
like,
that. But it's because really I still
how are we gonna do this? And X
Still-
got separated with that by the door.
still somewhat see it as a
The
hobby.
crowd was like gasping a little bit. Not like this. It's alright, he's gonna make it over. Hidoran has sightlines. Definitely hears that rendezvous being placed
Do I have to
down.
have a job? No.
What?
It is my job, but I still kind of,
30 seconds left.
And X-Ray hasn't actually TP'd
you know, I
away
made
yet, so he
videos
can
every day
get
for
a
so
more
long
forward
without it
position
being my
here
job
on
that it just kind of
Waterfall.
slowly, eventually did
And
become
again,
it.
just wait around the rendezvous. He doesn't even get paranoid. It hits the shot on Sugar Zero.
Standing.
Deb, if Deb went down to an up in that fashion, I'm already calling it X-Grid's best operator player here on Asia Pacific. The Deb swing out to the paranoia.
Not planned for him.
Plays in the favor of Dep here, though, because Izu's going to have to get closer and closer in. And Dep's just 100% defusing the spike. What a call, what a catch. Could even save the operator coming into that next round.
You
if he
ever planning
wants
to go
do
into
so.
football coaching? Yes.
Find it. Or keep the rifle in hand.
That was
Also
my
works
plan
fine,
for a bit.
But
Don't save. Oh no, yeah, you save. Save.
But I
Division.
got it. You got it.
I got to 4. Come on. Come on, T1.
oh yeah.
That's the
Let's do
experience,
this.
That's the, you know, knowing that your opponent.
It's definitely on. If
is
T1
smart
win
enough
this
that
round,
you
they have an awful
time
buy. It's on.
To really
Look,
stick
they'll
with
have
you.
nothing.
He still has money for it? His teammate had money for it. I mean, this is just a weapon in his hands. But it's already a weapon. You know what I mean, guys. Come on. Okay, fine. It is a paintbrush, and he's the artist.
Okay, there we go.
Right? And
My
the
pick
map
was
is
still
the
100%? No, I
canvas,
didn't pick G.
and
Oh, in
ship
Americas,
depth
yes.
I don't know.
In
I'm
Pacific,
not poetic at
no.
all, but
No, in
Good
Pacific
try,
they
good
were
try,
wrong
good try. X-Crit still
for a long time.
man with a plan.
I feel like as long as Zeta doesn't really give him too much, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him.
What did I
But as
study
soon as
in
I think
school?
that, you know, I'm recalling that
Um,
round where
Well, in high school you do a ton of
where
stuff.
he just waltzes up and catches Hiroran.
In,
Hiroran knew that he was up around.
A
because
level
he
I
heard
did
the rendezvous,
psychology,
but still couldn't really react in time. And
drama.
that's just extra pre-aiming corners.
I did maths
A
for
lot
a
of
year,
sense coming in.
and history.
However,
And I
this
did a
round
drama
now,
degree. And I
maybe
did a
with
football
Hiroran and the judge,
coaching degree.
more unorthodox plays, it might be able to throw him off. Hiroran, only one on B side, supported by Depp perhaps. They're trying to fend them off, trying to buy enough time.
T1 did wait for a lot of those nades to subside before they actually start pushing in onto B. Cost them a bit of time, 20 seconds to remain, but they still get that plant regardless. Well, they will be forcing this retake from Zeta Division with all of them holding into the site itself. This is looking so dicey here for Zeta Division. Again, if they don't have any flashes, which they don't, they're gonna have to go in, dry on the contacts, and T1 is just ripping them apart. There's that long flank coming in from Depp, but he's already so late. Laz, sure, he can pick up X-Grit here, but that spike is gonna explode regardless. There's the alley-oop here from Saya player.
No time.
And Depp, I don't know if he's gonna get engulfed by the event horizon. He does not, but that puts us into map point.
And that buy is going to be awful.
Possibly even
I mean,
another
Depp can
map
buy
three
something
in this
maybe for
day,
someone else,
as
but
T1 is nigh
you're looking at
unstoppable on Lotus.
Stinger, Sheriff,
Screwed up on
Sheriff,
20 kills. That's double up on whatever Laz
Sheriff.
has.
I'm telling
Speaks
you,
volumes
here we
as to
go.
how much
Got
his
chamber ult.
impact is felt on this map.
13-4.
I mean, you were talking about it, no flashes. You guys just gotta go in for a
I
dry
said
contact.
13-4 what when it was
It's
2-1?
clear as day what that means. You know, you're going in for those trades, and while they were able to find some of these frags, get out some numbers, came down
Let's
to
take a
the 3-on-2.
timeout, but yeah.
Saya player had the showstopper.
Sure, you're gonna win.
So a last-minute timeout called by Zeta. Not sure how much they can do.
And
for
Magnum
this
raging.
map, but at the very least,
With
you
a
know,
sub, a gift sub
give
to
a breather, some more
Atharava
ideas for maybe the
25.
next map as well.
Atharaba.
Because Sunset is another map where
How
Ops
kind from Magnum
would
Raging.
Really, really strong. You
Oracle
always wanna
MV, well,
watch
it hasn't
for
happened
Execute
yet.
his lurks.
You know who's happy in this game, aside from T1? Everyone else. Because they're seeing the VODs of T1.
Imagine
and how
EMEA
they
had a
play with
schedule
this, and they're
today,
already
Pacific's still not
formulating,
over.
how are we going to deal with X-Curates?
Oh, yeah, there we
I mean,
go.
this is the thing though.
Yeah,
You can
chamber.
get some. Anytime you put three
What's gonna be the counter
games
is
on a day,
because
you are running a
it is
big risk
looking
that you will get a
unstoppable.
11-hour, 12-hour day.
It shows, man.
It's
Zeta
just the way it
Division
is.
have never had a convincing round
You
in
know,
this
because
Lotus
like when
map
this
at all.
third
Sure,
map
there's rounds
ends,
in their name,
and to be
but
fair, Pacific
those were
I think
clutches,
are
those were
extremely
just
slow
slight
getting
mishaps
between
that
games.
they were able to use against
So I don't
L1,
think that helps either.
But ultimately, T1
Because they
still
seem
has
slower than the other regions, I think.
overwhelming control. Speaking
They
of
go
which,
for an aggressive
very
play
aggressive push out from Zeta
with
Division
Depp
here on
here.
C. They were kind of hoping that maybe their commitment
Now they
on Mound might have gotten them
have
many
the
kills,
trip
but it's
here.
only gotten
Unfortunately for them, they're
a
smoked.
little bit of map control. If Carpe doesn't push up here, well, never mind, he does. That might have been the spike dropped, but T1's not foolish enough to leave it alone, especially now that they know that the A site is very
They
much
push
open
into
for
CT.
take.
I mean, I don't even know what more you can really do. X-Curate is prepared. Laz has got nothing but the lockdown.
Oh, you're gonna fight that?
Does commit to it. But then as the peaks come through, just simple shot from X-Curate and it says
Destroy it.
everything.
Also
Well.
think about this. He hits those shots with the tour de force. That slows everybody down. Through the wall, one more in, and I mean...
Are you not
we're gonna
entertained?
go to map number 3 with such a dominating performance from T1.
Anything else you want to ask about?
Is their baby. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves another game 3 for today.
Should have picked the chamber. You gotta challenge X-Spirit. But now, think about Sunset. T1, that's a map where they play Yoru on. There's so much to break down, so much to think about, and of course Zeta has their work cut
The
out
Sen
for
win?
them.
No.
It's not going to be an easy day. T1 still has the chance at putting down Zeta.
When will
Division.
Paper X win an international tournament?
Giving you guys
Oh,
much,
buddy.
much desired predictions.
Look at that, 6 first bloods on X-Spirit. Not to mention the ACS that
Euro
are
Millions
desperately
lottery
looking at
numbers?
pretty soon, but
10,
not to mention Rocky
12,
and Saya player who have been
16,
performing really well as well.
23,
Again, not just X-Spirit,
29.
he's
How many
been
numbers are there?
Back and forthing. Anyways, we're gonna leave it
And
to
the
the
bonus
panel
number?
to discuss this amazing game.
46.
I mean, might as well go to a map 3, right? We
Oh,
already said it. Let's do it. And here we are. We are
Yeah,
going
not
to a map
financial
3
advice.
after that dominant showing of T1 on Lotus against Zeta.
When will
I
you get a
think overall
girlfriend?
This was expected, maybe not exactly in the manner in which
When you
this
realize
happened.
what a
13
special
wars,
person you
a
truly
fairly
are.
one-sided affair there, but T1
And
they
that
have
you are
consistently
worthy
looked
of being
very
loved.
strong on this map with this roster. I mean, we saw them 13-6 versus Bleed just 2 days ago. So this is kind of their bread and butter pick, much like Ascent is for Zeta.
Yeah, and again, they really play around that chamber as well, right? They're really setting up Xcure to kind of be free to take
kid
those
didn't like
aggressive
that one.
fights because there's utility behind him, there's someone to trade behind him, there's an Odin behind him, always there to pressure the opponents away.
When will the
Meanwhile, on the
Giants
side of
get a good
Zeta,
QB?
we started
Oh.
to see the OTs of Zeta a little bit, right? It's 3 sides, it's a
Oh,
bit of a more
brother.
complicated map to
How
operate.
do I
and
how
they
do
just
I let
didn't
you
have
down
as
easy?
clear of a direction when they were on either side.
Do you want Kirk
I
Cousins?
love that you brought up that combination, right?
No, don't give us Kirk. Zero clutches can't be right? It depends what you count as a clutch, I guess. What did the Panthers have to do to win the NFL South? I assume you mean NFC South. The Panthers need to change owner again. Wait 5 years, draft a better QB, and sign and draft better players. I think that's about it. Yeah, they got to get Kretna P in there. Who's the best QB right now? Okay, that's easy. That's easy. Yeah, I listen to Around the NFL a lot. I've been listening to the Around the NFL podcast since I was... How old was I then? 15? I literally started, and that's when I kind of... Well, I got into the NFL a couple of years before that. Are England going to win the series in India? No. So like 30 years? No, like 11. Like 11 years. So yeah, well, 1-1 here. Sunset next. I think T1 will win probably like, yeah, 13-8, something like that. And then I guess we'll see. What am I going to do now? I've watched the game from Paper X. What do now?
On any map, it's such good support.
It's going to be fucking what? It's going to be at least like 4:30 when this stream ends. See Elevated's DMs. I haven't got Discord open. Amy too, you're obsessed with it. You do work for the New York Times? You're obsessed with these games. Oh, here we go. We got some stats here. We got some elevated stats. This is from your boy Elevated. This is Cypher and Killjoy's attack and defense side win rates This is Ascent. $148,000 rounds. Slightly above average. I mean, this, of course, in the non-mirror. I guess these are the ones that you really want. So Cypher, worse on attack, but better on defense than Killjoy. That's kind of interesting. I guess the lockdown is playing into that. And on Lotus, oh, Fade and Sky. Lotus, Fade, and Sky. Fade better on attack. Obviously, it is attack side. Well, Fade just better. And this is 14,000 rounds. But just generally better. Interesting. Oh, I'm blocking it? Honestly, I don't care. Fine, I'll play some of your stupid games. Connections. Go on. Hinge, Bumble, Grinder, Tinder? It's not spelled like that, though, is it? Isn't it Grinder with just an R? What's the other one of this? Does anyone know? Is it Fluff? You would know that. Oh, it's Match. Oh, yeah, of course. Match. Match.com. Yeah. What? Fuck you! I give up. And there's kind of wood things in here as well. Is kindling a wood thing? Kindling log. Is Tinder a wood thing? I think it is. Saw match. Saw or match, I guess. No match. Okay. Using building a fire. Okay. Drill. Saw. Lock. Hold on. Handle. Frame. Hinge. Lock. Let's go. Parts of a door. There you go. What the fuck is Bumble? Bumble Fluff. What? Right, drill and saw surely have to go together. But what the fuck else? Grinder, I guess? What's the fourth word of this? Is it blow? Let's fucking go. Workshop tools. What's this? Mess up. Blow, bumble, fluff, fluff. Fuck you. Fuck you. Iraq. 2,490 miles away. I'm gonna go for DRC. Nope. I'm gonna go for Sweden. Not Whedon. Nope. I'm gonna go for Nepal. 1,000 miles away. Map started. Oh, they're quick into this.
Rattled, right?
Guys, I already told you it's
starting to
13-8.
lose contact, or not
There
just
you go,
the
you
contact,
saw
but
it.
just lose the due diligence to, you know, maybe we have an opponent that travels on that B main position, and we have to check. And
You
see
could have let me
Murat
get
just
global
throwing his
first.
flash to assist his teammates on the site when, again,
I told
they
you it's
haven't really
13-8.
figured out
Why'd
the
you
main
care?
ball.
So now with the guns, I mean, they can move around a lot more. T1. Zeta
When did
Division, on the
Magnum
other
become a
hand,
fucking VIP? When did he get to spam
again,
stuff in
still
the
just
chat?
getting a feel for how they are set up.
Ooh.
Exploring mid this time.
That's just Zeta Division. Knocked up here by Rossi and Xcurit. Xcurit should have his ultimate
Oh,
almost
you picked
up.
Fnatic? Oh, good job.
Imagining that coming into the
Which
bonus, that's gonna
Fnatic
be
did you
quite
get?
Huge advantage for
Did you get Tokyo? Was it Tokyo
T1
Fnatic?
slowly but surely rolling
changed
in
my
the
stream
rounds.
key.
Still pretty early, but you can already see.
Oh, well done. You got
some
fucking
point the
Tokyo
exertion
Fnatic.
here.
Wow, how
Austrian
brave of you.
Zeta Division.
How fucking brave of
Rossi
you,
having a good
Magnum.
time, too. Zeta Division, at the very least, I mean, this is still pretty early on in the map. But, yeah, I mean, that said, you really got to find different ways to push through. We're expecting a lot from this full buy round.
Yeah, and the
now
kid gave it to you. Fucking
it says a
hell.
lot as to how this map will start. And again, wanting to punch that ticket through to the playoff stage.
This camera is giving some really nice information here for Xcurit. Two
Whoa,
little
what?
shutdown. Depp does find him in the battle through the Cypher cage.
It's crazy. Reactive push mid.
That's some information gathered. That's a big player downed. But T1 Saya player and like two other players here from T1 going in for this big flank. You can already see Laz holding patiently while the rest of his team manages their way on A main. Carpe's dart immediately gets scattered. And this nade, will it flush him out? Absolutely it
Nice
will,
one,
as
Zaya.
Huron falls down. As I mentioned, three players of T1 going in for the flank. Has to break that trap first, and Laz on first contact.
They didn't see anyone else.
Is gonna get punished.
They now know the omens though.
They're just gonna go with this for the 3-man push. They do upgrade some of their weapons, so there is
Kinda
better
trapped here
firepower
as
right
well.
now from T1.
Thing is, they don't have a flash.
The risk to actually push up on A main pays off. Numbers favoring Zeta Division, but that's never been a hindrance here for T1. They
Yeah,
do
always
line up
tough
for
when
Depp
you
in
don't
that,
have a flash for that
high
kind of thing.
vantage point, and Izu left by himself.
Better
Probably just
calm.
gonna be playing that exit frag.
Yeah, way too many targets right in front of him. But
I mean, you know
the
I
way
love
this round
Viper.
plays out, just a more decisive take from Zeta. Going in for that elbow push, T1 not really, despite having the camera for information, not really
I'd take
able
this, though.
to work off against it.
Honestly,
So now
I'm-
it's just gonna be a Zeta that slowly, comes back into the game. Still really early on, but right now, great movements from Zeta to put themselves back on the board. As we go to the next round, though, of course, T1 gets to buy back up. Laz maybe a bit of a half buy. But more interestingly enough, it's going to be Saya player on the operator this time. Still a very lethal force in this game, but we got to watch out for him. Xcurit, on the other hand, playing a more ratty role as, compared to what we saw in Lotus. A little bit more similar to what we saw him do on Ascent.
And with him having that neural theft,
You get shot, you
right
lose the
now
round,
it's going to
you
be a
lose the game,
huge,
it's an FPS game.
huge boom if he can actually utilize that.
Larzy,
Player's
baby.
Operator somewhere here on elbow.
I'm Lars!
The flash
That's all I can
out.
think when I see
If
your
he can
name.
re-peek this, they don't even know he's
If you're a
there.
future Armor fan,
As
you'll
you
know what
can
I'm talking
see,
about.
his teammate is
Thanks for the
giving
4 months, though.
most of the information. Carpe's breaking all the utility.
My thing is,
But
I don't think
I
that
feel like
Sova's
Zeta
bad
knows
on this
something's
map.
up
I
at
just
this
think that
point.
the way that pros play Sova on this map
They're waiting
is
for
bad.
maybe a push out here for
Like, they don't
T1,
find much value from it.
but it's the first one that peaks, that loses. I feel like in all of these things, and they're coaxing it with the Sova drone.
Like, it feels like they don't often destroy Cypher trips.
Yeah, just trying to
They
get a
don't
feel for it too.
often get scans of, like,
as long as
multiple
Zeta
people.
can make this connect, it should work. But Zeta is definitely thinking about the paranoia to get themselves out of this sticky situation.
So
Or
you
to
gotta
at
run,
least get a
kid.
pinch onto Saya.
You gotta blast back out of there.
Did
See,
they
like,
understood
what's
that
that
he was
dart?
there,
There's
or
4
someone
people
at
here,
least
and your dart
pocketed
scanned no
themselves
one.
on the corner? That was absolutely monumental.
Ooh,
Haunt from out
T1
of
looking
nowhere.
rough here.
Laz finds an
Maybe they're just a
opening.
one-map
Rossi
team.
does get a trade, but ultimately Huron finds him. That means that Excurrent left on an island on that B site. What a battle of patience. Again, the
BB hell
first
of
one to
Apex?
peak
Yeah, maybe.
loses, and it was a Saya player that did because of that aftershock.
Yeah, patience and reads.
Saya's
right?
gotta blast
First
back
of
out,
all,
right? There's just no way
an
he's
aftershock,
not.
You have the
Like, I don't know
paranoia
what
that
he
comes out as well.
thinks he's going to achieve.
And if
When
you
he
think about how
knows
a team
there's
operates, they're either
definitely
throwing
multiple
it
people
out
there.
just
Like,
to check
best he
in
goes
case,
1-for-1.
Or
But
you know,
that's
they're
good for
also
them.
anticipating such movements from T1, and either way, just speaks volumes as to how Zeta are reading this game. And that's
Try
something
to
that they
get.
could
Look,
definitely
if
need
your
more
goal
of
is
as they
I'm gonna
push
get a
through
collat here, I'm gonna
into that
say
2-2 scoreline.
change your goal.
I mean, Depp just reacting off of such an.
I'm gonna
open
introduce
kill
you
as
into
well,
the
instantly
what is
diving
it?
onto
Smart?
site, giving his team a lot more space to work with around A.
What's the fucking
So far,
goal
they
thing?
haven't really
Your
seen
goal should
Excurrent,
be
though,
what?
so that could be an
Smart's the
idea.
feedback, isn't it?
Sorry, that's
What's the little
very,
acronym?
very early timeout call. I'm assuming this is from T1, no?
It has
Oh, we'll
to
see.
be.
It has
Is
to
it
be.
smart?
Yeah, it is. So they realize something's up, even though
What a
again
sacrifice.
they put Zeta
Is that safe for
to
work?
the brink in that last game. You know, there's always the point where T1 is making sure, and I do like, you know, these kind of teams that do these type of things. I can only assume that's what they're thinking, but if it is, right? It's like,
Madness. This is
Much of a counter yet. It is a very, very early timeout. That is the thing. So it's very hard to really figure out why this is being called as well.
ooh, mishap there from
Fucking
Depp.
hell! What are we
Either
in,
a
Iron?
misclick or a bit too early on the use with the satchel. That's all you really need to do, right, to mess up a round. You kind of want that extra elevation, that extra oomph that the second satchel does bring, especially when he has that showstopper for a play here. Or not. In any case, hoping that he could maybe break that camera too. Everybody here from T1 playing in such tight-knit positions to capitalize off of those tripwires, exposing position off of Zeta.
Very crucial, and Excurrent still is just lurking right around the corner of Market. Although it is smoked off, you got Carpe here as well.
Use your nade to break that
So
trip.
even though this is a round where Zeta has the better guns, you still want to be careful.
That was need for Nate. Side player already gave away his position, and he's somewhere here on Market. So they're just going to be holding on to that for the moment right now. Depp's going to be pushing in, but it might actually be, again, a bit of a risk. The separation on these smokes could be
Full
fatal.
5v5 retake. Felt a bit
I don't
weird
know,
this
we'll
round,
see.
to be honest.
Anyways, triple stack at the back of Boba here. Big paranoia already. They don't know that Depp has hunkered down into the corner, so
Oh,
the
they didn't
trades are
check for
looking
Depp, though.
favorable for Zeta. Izu's 1-2 remain.
Like the post plant here
Not
against the
spotted
Viper wall that
by
they
the
did,
C,
right?
Spotted by the Hunt, though.
we're
Stunned
not
as
gonna
well.
let you just take
TP's
this
away.
backside for free.
Positions, but Depp hounds him down, shuts him up.
You know, so this wall, they don't want to
Real
just let them
quick,
like
I
flood
mean,
in
even though
on them
that
here,
blast
especially when the
spike,
spike's
was a
planted
little bit,
behind the wall, so they hold on to the
lost
back
to
of it.
Start of the buy
Okay,
phase.
they could have been in trouble with the
As
armor
they
flash.
push
It's
in,
quite
I mean,
nice.
it's a very clear game plan just to smoke things off, make their way in,
That goes there.
toss some pieces of utility to keep T1 away. And although side players spent the nade as well, I mean, just really not too much found. The retake coming through, everyone just walks through the smokes. Easy shots for Hirodon to land. So moving forward, this next round is the one that we've got to watch.
Gonna go for a fast
Because
market play
Coach
here.
Autumn called the timeout
ult.
for a reset. But look at Debs.
Why are we not
through the air.
ulting?
Well, you know, sometimes
It
when
probably
you're up
wouldn't
in
have
the
worked,
air,
to be
you
honest,
can
because he
get
was up high,
grounded.
but
And boy, did he. Sugar Zero is going to use the
well, I guess
paranoia.
in a way
They're
it's good,
committing
but
to get
surprised
this
he
quick
didn't just go
take
for it anyway.
on the B site because they aren't afraid of how much retake power
That's a
T1
nice
has.
trick.
So the more that they can play for this post plant, the better it should be for Zeta Division here. But again, as I mentioned, Zaya player, he's got the Boombayah. Nightfall going to be used for a bit of that coverage. And oh my
Sugar Zero
god, this
actually
is
goes
going
and
to be
takes the
them,
control
Zeta Division,
off the fatal.
praying to dear God that nobody from T1 can spot them out, which they absolutely are. And they
Good
just
retake by
get
T1.
torn apart as that retake from T1 is absolutely flawless.
Very clean. Just give them the side. Play the retake. Nightfall was a good idea, and you can see Zeta trying to be a little bit more decisive with how they push out. And although it does deduce
Zeta's money
that most
is
of the
quite
T1
good.
players will be approaching
So they're chilling. I'm
from
surprised they didn't use this
Boba,
Razor. They were always
they
in a
weren't
bad
quite
spot
able
after
to
that.
respond to that showstopper, and that was the main thing that broke them apart. So, again, T1 just kind of adapting to some of these changes, right? We've seen this be executed several times now. Just set up for the retake instead. It's going to work a treat.
Yeah, and that was kind of annoying too for Depp, if you imagine that. Euron actually had an aftershock to assist him on market, but because Saya player was just boosted on market, everything that he kind of did was null and void, so unless he was just such a good shot, it would have been something, right? Depp unleashed himself that showstopper of
Oh, it's
his,
difficult
but
to not get a kill. Wow.
yeah,
Reactive
Easy
tip
was
from
able
Rossi.
to get away with a fairly timed just run out, actually, or maybe that was Carpe. Anyways, A site not secured at all by Zeta here. Saya player into the corner, and he explodes. You're not sure he got himself that trade-off, but Excurate
Oh, lucky,
doubling
lucky,
up,
lucky.
and it's trade for trade, man. They are dwindling in the numbers. Thankfully enough, that Neural Theft is going to give that information. The double swing out on mid!
Let's go both.
Laz! Double kill! And an opportunity, a chance, a hope, a dream. He's down to 30. Did he hear the noise from Rossi? Because that's going to be important. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Laz, he's got a chance, but he's 30 HP.
Yeah, at the very least, maybe
Rossi
he gets the
stays.
spike plant.
Wow,
but then
nice.
You got Rossi, who's able to kind of sneak back up around. And Laz always has to wonder where he's going to show up from. For all you know,
left.
Rossi might actually pull off such a crazy flank to push through tiles or something. Of course, it's going to be Link that's the easier option. Or Ali. Either way, Laz has a lot to consider. Wow, Spycam might actually give up a little bit.
Spotted him.
10 seconds. Now he's got information and just has to land the shot.
He has a snake bite too. Rossi can play this perfectly. Rossi, he gets tagged. He knows exactly where he is. What a risky proposition from both sides. But Rossi, even though he was exposed,
Massive
he had
win.
everything working for him.
Now again,
He
Zeta's
scored
money
his
still
opponent,
should be fine,
has
but
the HP advantage, and he's Rossi. You know, all those three things working in his favor.
Yeah, trying to go back and forth, but then just Rossi having to land that one shot. I mean, a lot more calm, a lot more effective. But also, as you think about how this round plays out, just going in for that tiles play, I don't know if it's a bit of exhaustion, but not really checking the corner and anticipating some of these other plays. Saya player was able to punish. Laz, though, able to fight
up
back
for
with those two
backing up
frags
defensive
to
out for
trade
Saya.
back. But of course, at the end, it's just not
Again, a
enough
lot
in
of
terms
A hits.
numbers.
Yeah.
Right here.
Operator
flash.
on Saya player.
So it's take two, right?
They actually
Both
did his dog that
teams
found some value, but no kill
using a
from it.
good chunk of smoke as well as
And again,
info
they
utility.
managed to repel this a
here on
couple
A
times,
main.
which
Immediately,
it's
Zeta
quite big.
Division
Now,
backs
obviously,
away
last
up
round
onto
they
mid. realizing that last round, we got pushed here on tile, so we re-clear this. But as they do, they actually double up onto A main. They're kind of hoping that maybe with the use of this Prowler, they expose some bit of position. Carpe's still holding an angle here. He could get some massive damage, which he will
cavalry
not be
is
able to do,
coming.
so only 1-for-1 in terms of the trades. There's so many players on T1. They're challenging. Izu's lighting it up.
Oh, Laz.
Laz, if you can
Again, not
fight this,
great here
a
from
girl
Zeta,
definitely
like a
come
bunch of like
quickly
1v2s
soon
that they
after.
actually somehow managed to
Saya
come
players
out
just
well
holding
enough
operator
from.
Here, through tiles. These are just massive reads over and over again from T1, and Zeta Division is playing into the trap
by Saya.
of their opponents.
Not over yet, though. Last still very much so in the game. First of all, has to make his way onto
Took
his site.
too.
But as he moves across,
he
hops
jumped
over the tripwire, I believe Excurate might have hurt him.
I think, yeah, he either saw or heard him.
There's a lot of pings. Boba is the only position that was not given up.
10 seconds left.
Where does he plant the spike? Does he even check the camera? He will not because there's no time left. Accurate. Pretty
Okay,
much
T1,
right on his
nice
tail.
reaction by them. As I said, Zeta's fights here a bit ugly, to be honest.
T1,
Maybe a timeout coming.
Decisive controlling
They need to have Laz on the other side of the
Use
map.
all of my words.
You know,
I think
just
this
let
is one
these
of
guys
rounds
continue
where,
to
like,
commit and have Laz
T1,
make sure that
you
no
know,
one's pushing
they're
elsewhere.
controlling the map really
That's
well.
what Cypher's
Zeta
good at.
might
I don't know
have to
why
call
you
this
need
timeout
your
just
Cypher
to
here.
figure out a different option right now. You look at how they're really approaching this part of the map, especially up towards a lobby. It's just a clear crossfire site.
Grandma?
11 to
And
3.
as soon as they pick up one, you
What
know,
does
you
that
got
mean?
T1
Come
coming
back from
in
this
for
score
those
before,
trades.
so
And like you
it'll be
mentioned,
all wrapped up.
Someone translate
Guaranteed.
Twitch for me.
No
of
problems whatsoever.
course. Live manifestation of the egg curse.
Hey,
He's trying
Chris.
For it.
FPX are going to take a timeout here, but at the moment it looks like EG are very
Grandma?
diligent in terms of at least the way that they're exploring towards B.
Translate.
What I'm looking for really here on the attack side is to see how deep it goes for Evil Geniuses.
Grandma
do they have a lot of
balls.
different ideas about approaching the A side of the map? Do they have different
Not a good
plays
one, though,
perhaps
is it?
on, you know, catching somebody in the center of the map? There's definitely ways that you can pinch people that are playing in mid.
For EG, they might just start opting in to just keep hitting B, honestly.
Yeah,
No,
working
that's
for them.
weak.
Exactly, and in
That's
games
weak.
like this, when you're up 11-3 and it's the
that's
very
funny.
start of a
Grammar.
tournament, but FPX can capitalize.
Hey, Chris.
And the score sits.
It's such a difficult thing to fight against when you're Zeta Division, and now we're seeing the fruits of that. Zeta Division, though, they don't have any counter traps whatsoever. They're just going to be brute forcing this A site once again.
oh, I feel like the hunt didn't quite land correctly either.
Bomb buddy out. Caution here.
So this is a little bit awkward, but given how T1 is positioned straight up, they are looking for that retakes plate. Doesn't even matter. Saya,
Jesus Christ.
same angle, and it has been punished
It is late.
before. Zeta doesn't look very comfortable on this map. Rolling Thunder committed though.
Tep, he's not even looking above him, man. That
Yeah,
that's a lot
Zeta
of
just
judgment
look.
right there.
the first couple of rounds they looked pretty decent,
That
and
was a
now
big
they're
ultimate
just
use
making.
too.
Don't know why they keep brute
Laz
forcing
low
it away when
sugar
it's
zero.
clear that they don't know
Are
what
they
they're
force
doing.
themselves to actually go for a swing right now. They try to give themselves a
Like
bit of
T1
a
have
bit
shown
more
multiple different ways of defending A, and
positioning
Zeta
to
have
play
struggled
around
against
with
all
the
of them.
smoke place at the back of A, but it's a 5 versus 2 quack. Numbers overwhelming here. They gotta dig deep.
Last player standing.
It's not deep enough. It's a 6-foot hole in the ground as 2 players of Zeta Division
Fuji
buried
2 worth
alive
watching?
on A side.
It was a
Trying to
pretty
get
good
ahead of
game,
things too,
I would
peek
say.
out, but yeah,
It was
way too
good.
many numbers, so
Only worth
clean
watching,
win
of course, on the
for T1
TMV
this
VODs
round.
channel.
And even after
Times
the
it here,
timeout
it's
from Zeta,
346.
I mean, you can really see that, like, maybe they're not too experienced or not too
Gonna
comfortable
need
on
a
this
lunch
map
in
because some
a
of these
second.
angles that they just walk into, they're not like very uncommon ones, and it just shows that, you know, T1 really knows what they're doing.
Oh, as if he
They've practiced
TP'd
this
back.
before. They've got a little bit more experience on this. And
What's today's
it's-
video? I'm going to talk about,
yeah,
I think I'm
Simon
going to do
here
about
doing
Paper X
Lord's
No
work.
Duelist.
Izu Carpe coming in back out for those trades towards the end of the round. Very clean stuff. Zeta really needs more because, you know, the A hit, you know, we tried that, it's been done. The Prowler can only do so much. Trip up those trap wires, maybe go up against Excurate once more.
Okay, 2 for the price of 1 Boombot. Get some big damage on Saya player.
I'm a Sage believer?
Destroy
Not really,
the
no, but
Tripwire on B main itself.
PaperX Priest comp
That's
have
a
any
value,
merit?
but you know what? You're
Yeah, it's not
absolutely
that.
right. It feels like
Should probably
Zeta
play
Division,
Cypher.
they're roughhousing a push on attack. It feels like there's no finesse here. And they're kind of hoping that this shock and awe play is gonna rattle T1, but it's rattling them more than their opponents are, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit safer on the approach this time. I like the spy cam, but Saya player peeking out into
Why are you talking about
just
FNS?
calls it all clear. He knows the hit's coming towards B, but Dev's got the aggression.
Izu does get the trade very quickly. TP across from Sugar Zero here, but he's alone for the moment. They don't realize that he's gone for the shot at step. Izu's by himself, although he's pocketed into the corner here. Gives himself some leeway, some breathing room, some playing space.
Last player standing.
BP to the other side.
Roughhouse again of the 2 teams.
Oh.
Sugar Zero, hard to go for this TP out.
Wow.
Saya player, he's so close. Gonna get back into safety.
Wow.
No! This
Oh, he said there's no finesse here.
quickly into market to
I think he was talking about
reposition.
something I said. I was
Hit
like,
the
did
shot,
I mention
and
finesse?
Saya player, he's celebrating. He's got like 40 seconds to wait around. Yeah. Do it again. I didn't see it. Do it again. Yeah, there you go. Again.
Making Asteroid happy.
Yeah.
Dude, 7-3 scoreline. It all happens
What's
because
C
of
and
his
D?
blast spec movement. That is skill.
All the way across the A side. Create a bit of distance between them.
Kid in the Shadows. Thoughts on C and D coming to Valorant?
Yeah,
What the hell is
this
C
gonna
and
be a case
D?
of can artists get there quick enough? Let's have a little look.
Is this because you just reviewed it? C and D.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing Bianca. Just keep the head down. Try and keep hold of that singular rifle, and bear in mind this was the best opportunity Billy had so far. That full purchase in place. Now, of course, the bonus round going in RG's
That
way.
one was
Their
better.
money is going to boom. They are going to be in the best position
Grammar
possible.
was no
And
good,
again,
but
if
that
you're
one
looking
was
at
pretty
these
good.
fights, this kind of
Heading.
Shit, we're missing it.
And hoping that any
Look at what you did,
contact
kid.
leads to
It doesn't matter. This game's over. I'm
something good.
like Zeta don't have a
But it
fucking
doesn't
chance.
though. I mean, look at
Yeah.
this. Saya player shuts him down. Carpe picks up one as well. 3 players left in this round. Round 11.
Crimea River on this one, man. They line up. That's big damage too onto Euron, even if he survives, right? He's like 4 HP. What? Did Side player just hit him through a flash? Anyways, here on. From here on out, he's by himself. He's got a Nightfall.
Triple,
He's
come and
got
triple up
the
together.
whole kit available.
I mean, again,
as
like
that
they're not
thing,
even really
so
having to do much,
he's
to
not
be
gonna
honest,
lack
T1. I
anything
mean,
in
we've
terms
got
of
full util here. We've only used
scouting,
a
right?
drone, no shock darts. Like we've
problem
had this
is,
Razor for fucking
it's a 3
ages. It
versus
feels like
1.
with Saya. We've still got like most of his util.
Yeah, you've got some utility, but as a Fade, it's just not really that useful. You might be able to throw out a Haunt or a Seize.
He has Nightfall.
Prowler too. Yeah, I don't know if Nightfall in a 1-on-3, right? Well, that is a great start. That's even better.
He can throw it inside the smoke. He can throw it inside the smoke. Can he? He even sees
Yeah,
Saya player. Just throw everything, man. Just do it right
Prowler
now.
blind him.
He's not even defusing. Come on. You already know what's happening.
And because Saya can't hear it, yeah.
Wow.
That
Wow.
was a slight
Hero run.
play with T1's protocols. Going up for the, maybe a little bit of overconfidence, right? Going straight up for the defuse, and then Hiroran being able to pick up the kill like that. Trying to peek
Yeah, that's
into
pretty
it
bad.
again.
Nice.
Just well played.
Okay, last round. I mean,
7-4 now.
It's the smoke separated the sight lines very clearly here, and you mentioned it. You know, Euron took pretty much big advantage of that. One more round. X-Grid stunned in. Is Dev going to be able to get him? No, even through the stun, that is huge. He still has his tripwires, and this
why are
is
they
just
obsessed with
through
going
the
so
meat
fast?
grinder. Zeta Division, you know what? They have turned into a team full-on contact. I'm all for it. It is messy. It turns into a 3 versus 2, but it is fun as hell to watch.
they want to go home.
Hiroran's not going to be expecting this big flank coming in from Carpe. And Sugar Zero, no TPs to get you out of this one. It's you on an island, 3 versus 1. Can you handle the pressure? Shock darts, pop shots, swing outs, everything thrown onto Sugar Zero, and man,
Why are they going
just
so
can't
fast?
handle.
I don't understand.
Nobody
when did
really
they
can.
like?
Just buying the attention from Boba.
They started
and
going
two
quick
teammates
around
swinging
this
from
round.
behind. You hear those footsteps. Does not.
They
feel
won
comfortable.
one of those rounds.
But then again, I mean,
And it
as
was
we
a
move over to the
1v3
next, like
clutch.
you mentioned that contact plays. It's actually not a bad idea. I feel like Depp should have or would have been able to at least capitalize on the kill onto was it Excurate?
They want to
But
go
then,
home. Yeah,
you know, it's just
they
because
do.
it's a Guardian, because it's.
How did Gen G
landing
look in the
on
last map?
jumping inaccuracy somehow doesn't
Not
quite connect.
that
And then Rossi
good. I
holding
mean,
the market
they
as well.
they
Just
struggled on their
T1
attack
having
side.
all the
I think
pieces in
they.
place
I think
to
Paper X's
prevent
comp
or at
caused them
least
some
to deny
problems,
such a spike
but also
plan from a site
I
capture
just think they.
from happening. So very well played defense.
It was
from
kind of like a
T1
flood
side.
of things, right?
Move
Paper
over
X are
to the
playing a
next
weird
half.
comp. You probably don't know
And
how
again,
to
it's
fully
just
deal
that
with that.
double controller that gives them so much
Also,
more to work
Paper
with.
X kind of their aim was
There is
better.
no safe
Also, the
space
way
here for
Paper X
Zeta
managed their
Division.
economy and kept buying the Outlaw was
Everything.
really good. They
I've seen that
figured
before
out.
from Zeta fans.
Shaking. Which one?
When they're like praying that Zeta
They announced the
would win.
Worlds dates yet? Do you
Really?
mean
That's a
Worlds
thing?
as in for
Well, I mean,
League, or
last
do you
year
mean
when they really
champs
wanted to
for
go to
Valorant?
Masters Tokyo.
Dang. I mean, I'm all for that though.
Have I casted today? I don't think
Everybody's
I have.
hyped up for T1 here. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? They look so convincing on all of their games here, to be honest. Everything's been pretty cutthroat between the
Okay,
two.
let's do it. Pistol round 8-4 T1 Zeta Division. Are you ready? TMV in the house here with my Finnish boy Polvi. Yumpe. Wow, great talk there, Polvi. Into the round we go. And, well, we got T1 on attack, 8-4 in the ascendancy. And it's straight away in for Zeta Division. Wow. What do you think of that, Polvi? Yumpe. Wow, that is crazy. And Laz starting to go big as well, but Carpe trades it back. 3v4. Here we go. And they're going to slow it down. They're going to slow it down and come back to B main. Crazy start from Zeta Division. Looks like they wanted to do that. Remember, TMV, he predicted 13-8 on this. And so either way, it could definitely end up 13-8. And as we all know, he is an oracle. The 13-4 prediction came in very early, and I just want to point out that the 13-8 actually came before this map even started. So already looking pretty good for TMV, but we shall see here. T1, they slowly sneak up. Artis, what do you think of this? Bro. And Polvi, your thoughts? Yumpe. Crazy. Thanks for the insight, guys. Valorant pro players really do have electric personalities. And finally, to finish it off, Zeta Division will win the pistol, and it's 8-5 as T1 make a bit of a mess of it.
It sounds weird just calling him Sugar.
Good pistol round by Zeta Division nonetheless. I mean, the way that they're deciding to really do something that that's maybe slightly off the book, something that T1 won't expect. And it gives them, you know, that extension in the second half, picking up the pistol. It starts off with Depp, and, you know, as
Why
always,
did I
you
make
kinda
him
expect-
Pokemon?
Require that from him.
It's a good question.
I mean, dude's doing a lot, right? He's been put on a position, on a task where
100 Thieves will send tonight?
there may be no
Send
point of
City,
return.
baby.
Depp, shoot, go kill, double satchel. We may or might not be there with you to help you out. So he's been pretty cool and calm under that kind of pressure, man.
Yeah, Les was there to help him on the previous round. Now as we go on to the next one, getting more information as to how T1 is approaching. Depp is back in.
Strike down A.
T1 has no choice but to push forward.
Oh yeah. But the smoke's the only thing stopping them from dying through the smokes, and looks like it
Well,
could be
nice
a
flawless
clean
there
round
for
here
Zeta
Zeta
as well.
Division.
T1
Two
just
swift ones,
slowly walking into a meat grinder.
and somehow it looks a lot more manageable.
Does EMEA start after Pacific ends? No, EMEA starts
Carry
tomorrow.
all these weapons forward.
Pacific
It's
ends
been
on the
a while since we actually saw a flawless,
26th, I think, or 25th.
Second round. And with
But America,
that,
right?
they might
It's not
actually
too bad
be
because
able to
America's
pick
is
up on the
taking a
bonus
break,
depending on how
whilst
they play it.
Pacific is kind of ending.
I mean, this one
There's
here, I
like
think
1 or
it's
2
very
days where it's
simple,
going to
just
be
allow
like
a team
all
to
of the
walk
leagues
into that.
together, but
But after the next,
America's
T1
ends after
definitely has
today
some
for a
ideas.
bit, and then begins,
Sure
I think,
enough,
back on the weekend.
Everything's been running rampant here.
Death trying to get him.
Oh yeah, that's a big catch too.
So it's
He
just the
wanted to get that
weekend, I think,
over-
they'll be busy
that
for
aggressive control on mid,
like
but
both Pacific
fumbles
and
in front of him.
EMEA. And in general, I'll be prioritizing obviously the games that qualify people to
calling in the
Madrid.
rest of his team.
So like on the Pacific like playoff days, you know, we'll
Some
prioritize
kind of
Pacific because obviously
peek here from Laz, and
it's
works
more important than,
favorably
you know,
for them.
random group
Sugar
stage
Zero
games.
does get the trade. He repositions around the corner. Do they know about this? Full control.
Wow.
And Sugar Zero, what a mad lad, actually making that happen here on. Now coming in for the big flanks, only has a Guardian in hand.
Spike planted.
I mean, you want a 1v3, could get Rossi here.
Rossi
Now winnable.
Carpe could be exposed, gives away his position. He knows he's coming in for a market here, sees the reposition right now, and could even start to defuse that spike.
Oh,
But
Carpe, big win.
Quick and decisive is what T1 needs, and that is what Carpe delivers.
Just enough of a tag that Hidoran cannot have enough movement to hide behind the pillar. Still though,
It's insane how fast Master Madrid is going to start. Only 11 days between the end of Leagues and Masters. Well, not for Pacific. They've got like an extra week.
being able to toss out the paranoia just as soon as he feels that contact.
But yeah,
Sean steps over to the other
I mean, I don't
side.
mind that too
They
much,
did
to
not
be honest.
expect it, but then again,
Because during those 11 days, I mean, that's kind of the thing that they will be spacing things out a bit more, I think.
the trades coming through.
You know, for next
just
year, that's
bringing
kind of
those
what they've
numbers
already
back
said.
Kind of sucks for Hiroran there that, again, he thought that he could one up against Carpe and defuse the spike from that angle, but no, it ain't gonna happen. Carpe's too sharp for those. Speaking of which, he's still away from the Huntress Fury. Like you mentioned, Zeta Division play themselves a key hand on that bonus
Wow,
round.
he just snuck
but
all the way through.
did he spot Saya get through this? They're not even checking it out. What a catch right now for Saya player! No! The timing! Can he still win through
Wow,
it?
and
He will
he's
not
the
be
one
able
that
to do
died.
so. Hiroran finds Carpe.
And weirdly,
Somewhere on mid,
Extra
drops the
won that
spike
fight,
down.
and whilst that fight was going on, they lost this
Trade
fight.
for two.
3 fights just happened like simultaneously there. It's very weird.
One side.
Starting off with these crazy minuscule timings. Now it's going to be the Neuro Theft, though.
Interesting. They see
T1 has an
3
idea
players
as to
here.
how
They
Zeta
still
are
decide to
positioned. The main
come
thing
to
still
B.
is they might be able to get the spike down. They have
Guess
to
because they
play
still got actually
positions
someone
well enough
continuously
to work out
watching that.
against Zeta's numbers.
Nothing will
I
come
think
through.
that's why
They're going to
Extra was
try and
thinking
go
about
for
going
this
through
kill.
market, but it's a little bit risky as you never know what's lurking around mid.
30 seconds left.
Wow, actually extending all the way through.
Whoa, they don't even respect.
Oh my goodness. What a play, T1.
How?
Huron!
Oh my god.
He thought his position was sneaky. He thought he could maybe get that refrag. Absolutely not. No ace for Excurate here though. But damage be done.
Isn't
and everybody on
planted for
Zeta
them
be
here.
damned. As T1 is just swimming in it. There could be the half here for Laz. Gives him a little bit more time to play around things with. Even tries to go for the straight defuse. But I mean, Rossi's not gonna let that happen. He's got Izu with him. They got the numbers. And they got the advantage here and now. Double digits.
Going for the stick was a little bit, odd. But, you know,
The reason he's
apart
going
from
for the
that,
stick
it's
there
just
is because he has the
Excurate
double bind on.
again. Not opping,
For
not
defusing the
chamber
spike.
this time, but just able to find
And you can
these
see,
trades, able to walk up front.
What he's hoping is that they
Spike
don't realize
plan,
that and they
right?
think
We
the
were
kill
kind of
will drop
wondering, is he gonna
before
go
they
through
have to
Marcus? He's
go
gonna
in.
go through Boba. He actually plays
But,
with the off timing and
they just went
then pushes deeper into Boba along with his teammate. So sharp, getting all of those frags, gets ahead of Zeta Division right before they even start the retake. So 10-6 now, Zeta calling in the timeout.
When you say who it's
Last
Lothar,
one in the legs.
this is how poisoned my brain has become. All I can think is the fucking copy pasta.
Defense.
What the fuck? How did you say that? What is that name?
Pressed.
Have you heard of vowels?
over and over
Did you just
again.
randomly slam a keyboard?
Stable
What is
here,
typical
Clark. It's
a
not
wheel?
100% perfect.
Thank you for the prime nonetheless.
Timings
How would
given
you
you,
pronounce that?
presented by Saya Player and And Excurit. It's putting Laz and the rest of Zeta in such dire straits.
Wheel.
Very tough for them to, get a good read, good idea. I mean, side player was even able to walk all the way up mid courtyard to top, and like, if not for the lucky slight timings that you run,
Is Zeta on a save as well?
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
It's like these tiny things. Okay. Doesn't really see all too much.
It's a slight whiff on the recon dart. Fair enough. Camera from Laz just to check that.
And when I said they don't get much
No tiles, no lower
much
mid
use from the
here.
Sova.
It's a weaker buy for Zeta Division. So they want to at least
Take flight.
not lose anybody before the push happens, as they want to, again, strengthen the numbers, all that good stuff.
There.
T1's well aware of this, though, so again, they're just trying to compress their forces too.
They get Sova ult,
Get the better of things. Here are on. Only
but
really
then
good
eventually
for
they
one on that
reveal that
Sheriff. Spots
this
out
is where
the
it's really happening.
spike already.
Now
Laz
that is what I
throws
want,
himself up
Cacti.
onto a main.
The sub at 6 months, for 6 months, at tier 1. You are an absolute legend.
Should go down pretty soon as they
So I'm
find
looking for those
Laz.
tier 1s.
What?
There we go.
And 6 months,
he
I
was
need
looking at
3
the
months
right
of
above
a
him.
certain amount.
Maybe see if he's
I'm
exposed.
gonna actually start putting it on the screen
I don't know.
for a goal.
Dep.
Last player standing.
Yeah. That's not going to turn too well for him. Euron took a while to take down Izu.
Finnish
so
College
he
of
couldn't
Pacific
really
is still
transfer
going?
the
Yeah.
same player in time. T1.
And there you go.
Rounds are looking a little bit
Woojin.
slower, but
Adding
sure.
adding to the
And
to
two
the list.
more, and they qualify, Quack.
Good little shot from Yuran.
What do you need the money for? No, it's not about it's not about the
but
money.
That's it. I mean,
It's
this
about
round now, you're absolutely right.
it's about getting the
It's a
70-30
little bit
split.
pivotal.
Because like if you're doing the same amount of
Got
work
some
anyway,
ultimates to work with. Definitely still
it's
a
like,
bit of an uphill climb for
who is
Zeta
it better to have the money for? Like I'm going to be close
and
if not
T1
get
is
it
really
anyway,
in the driver's
right?
seat. There's so much they can
I'm gonna be
do
close
right
if not get it
now.
anyway.
Silent player with the showstopper.
So
Always, with the off timings on some of these lurks
it's more
too.
about like
Zeta
if I'm
might
gonna do the work
thinking
anyway, if
about
like
playing something like a
if I'm gonna
retake
be
scheme,
close, I might as well just tell
but,
people like,
I
hey,
don't know how
I'm
effective
close.
That can really be. You might be able
And then I
to
can
allow
put money
some
into
players to burn
into
out
tournaments and
their
shit.
ultimates, but that's the most you can
We can do more Throw City clashes, and I'll pay the bill this time.
I mean, he was very afraid of that.
But thank you,
showstopper.
Wuhujen. Thank you as well. Another
Actually
legend.
tries to
I
get
don't know
that
how you
down
say it.
with the peek out, but
Hagen
ultimately it's a lose-lose
Hoden
situation.
Harry
Laz exposed too.
with a 6
Now
months,
they know
and
he's somewhere on top eight
Yossi
here.
with the 2 months.
I believe that is a fresh smoke, so they have to wait for a good
The
chunk
more
of
you
time
get, the more
before
goes to
just
Rishi.
YOLO push
True.
through it.
Yeah, Rishi will steal it
there
all from me.
is. They're gonna have to try to do something, but there's a lot of crossfires. Dep does get some damage,
telling you,
but again with
The
this
13-8.
elevated
Come on,
position
I
in
kind of
Izu,
needed Zeta to win this
that
for
is
13-8.
very difficult to try to go up
It's gonna be
against a
13-6.
Sion
T1.
shuts it
Congratulations,
down.
welcome to
Is Zeta
playoffs.
only good for 6? Is T1 gonna get this?
And money isn't great.
There's
They're
the
very
crash
close to
though.
making it happen.
Man, why did I say?
Very close.
Why did I have to say 8?
Imagine series point, one more, and they will make it to playoffs. And with that comes a bit of a break.
This is
More training, more
Valorant.
content study.
Heritage.
Meanwhile,
As well with the
Zeta
16 months.
Finally back at it.
Oh, we're gonna be fucking at it all.
exhausting all their options on this.
We're gonna be fucking
sunset
at it
map.
all day, all
Not really
night
knowing
soon.
what to do, just kind of throwing bodies into it.
Didn't quite know how that
Ultimates felt, and
sentence
then
would
you
sound
run
out loud when I
exposed, you don't
first started
exposed.
forming it.
Then just running through the smoke, not really working out too great. I mean, Rossi even having the sense to spray through it. Now T1 tapping brakes.
Hunter's Fury used
Bro,
very
do you know who's on
early
your
here.
team?
Huron again in the same spot that he was. If he gets spotted here, that could be just a straight up nade. And he can't go for the cross.
GG, it's over. Patamoon as well with the 7 months. All tier 1s as well. We're cooking.
Gutted, but it's the same thing. Dep's gonna be able to find X-Grid here.
Gotta kill off a Razor. And Taser fakes. Don't worry, it's a prime. It's fine. Don't worry, I still like you. Thank you for the 8 months.
Interesting.
I will be watching Sen 100 Thieves, yeah.
Just to check if there's any big or
First, we gotta go through the
fighters.
real big
With 40
match though.
seconds on the clock,
Furia
it's gonna be very
MIBR.
pivotal because at least that gives T1 more options to maybe go back, or at least, you know, more options to make them confident in pushing
Zeta
up
or
into
G?
A-main and
I'll
not
still
being
stick
afraid
with
of their
Zeta.
behinds.
Cut noise. Well, there
30
is
seconds
that
left.
the flank from depth though.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a stun.
Right there.
Sees the cross coming into a link. Here's Depp with the flank already. Press still happens. Euron falls.
We can get to... Hold on.
One
We're cooking.
more alive. That's
We're
gonna
gonna
be
get to
Cypher in 10
8. If I get to
seconds.
8,
Shouldn't be
I'm
a
expecting
win
at
here.
least one
Can make it
gift from
expensive
Kid.
though, which he does as he finds Laz.
They got to 7.
Zeta Division somehow manages to live the fight for another round.
I mean, it's very well played with how much depth is.
If it's 8, if I've predicted 13-4, 13-8, that is crazy. There's no way.
And explode onto sight. It really was that flank from depth.
From
not to
you,
mention
yes,
some of the
you,
players
Kid.
on site to really, you know, find that some of these trades, soften up the blows, keep T1, you know, feeling a bit of pressure. Zeta's not out of this game yet.
Come on.
That said,
Oh,
though,
team skins are on
got
21st.
Rossi on the Viper's Pit available now.
It's only 2 days away. What will I buy?
Euron might have the Nightfall to counter that, but still a lot of options. Oh no.
Let's go, Zeta.
Not that though. That's not an option.
Dude just straight up walked into
Now, if T1,
stairs.
I need like Rossi to save. Guys, just
Not sure
save.
what that was about.
Just save. Save.
Anyways, step in
One
the right direction
118.
here. Spots a couple of the shop
Just
darts. Laz swings out. Does have a teammate right beside him, but is this
Fuck.
going to be a quick
Nice.
chase here from T1?
Oh, interesting.
Oh, Laz, you're in
That's in
trouble.
a really bad spot.
You-
And Carpet.
No!
3 kills!
No!
Death Laz! Sugar
Fatal.
Zero on the
You have to
back of a
fatal
nine,
this.
down and down.
Go fast.
Nightfall
They're both
activated here.
hit.
They got to try to make something happen, right? Because of the Viper's Pit. From Rossi looking a little bit too dangerous. The hot comes in. The pistol. 1 versus 1. Rossi still hidden inside his own ultimate. The T1 qualified. Putting down Zeta Division.
All the way in through to the playoff stage.
I lose like that?
I mean, we had a rocky start on Ascent. Zeta looked darn near good. But then as we move on to Lotus, X-Curate, Xayah player, Rossi having a good day. Down into the last map, they showed that they have so many options, so many game plans, and at the same time, just still fragging out of their minds.
Carpe needed the gift sub more than you, I guess, yeah.
Carpe actually pop it off. He got some of those kills
That's
through
tough.
smokes into elbow.
Peak Hippo, though. Another absolute fucking legend. An absolute legend. With the 6 months at tier 1. I salute you, my friend.
Insane
Well, I mean,
last
here you go.
round for
I guess I'd
T1.
take it.
It looked like it was a good hold, to be honest. I mean, they got Xayah
Those are the
ready,
those are
step
the
in the right direction.
people I
Laz
want.
was holding, step in the right
People
direction,
who
and then
have
mentioned
money
we
to
saw it.
commit
Carpe
on a down payment
just
for 6 months.
blasting through obstacles,
How long till the next game?
opening opportunities up
6
here for
hours.
T1. Man is possessed. Everybody from T1 has been possessed by the gods of FPS. And these guys,
Okay,
what a restructure. Again,
I'll be back
qualified
later.
Team, I believe, coming in to kick off.
I'll be back later. T1. So we got T1 Paper Rex in the playoffs. We're gonna get Furia MIBR, Sentinels 100 Thieves, and then it all really starts kicking off here. There was a tweet someone sent me. Someone pinned a tweet before the game ended. Was that you, Kid? The wait is almost over. The 21st. Okay, on the 21st, we'll do a tier list in between like maps or something, or in between, you know, games. We'll do a tier list of all the skins. But thank you for watching. Have a nice day.